All races have been transported to the battlefield of the heavens, commencing with a realm designated for pets. It is imperative to summon battle pets and subordinates, as well as to plunder resources for development, in order to survive. Upon arriving at the battlefield of the heavens, Qin Li discovered that he possessed an additional golden synthesis bar compared to others. Snowfield Wolf, Snowfield Wolf, Snowfield Wolf King. Flame Dragon, Fire, Giant Dragon. Ordinary Iron Sword, Mysterious Iron Longsword. Several years later, Qin Li stands upon a god-level all-encompassing dragon, wielding an all-encompassing god-level staff. Behind him, 108 god-level orbs of magic hover, effortlessly plucking one to seize control of the battlefield of the gods. Chapter 1. Entering the battlefield, Snowfield Wolf Camp. Announcement to all races. The battlefield of the myriad races has commenced. Teleportation channels are now open. Individuals aged 18 to 60 from the human race are forcibly teleported to the battlefield of the myriad races. You have joined the battlefield of the myriad races and have randomly acquired an ordinary Snowfield Wolf species altar, which is now automatically bound. Randomly arriving in the region of the demon Snowfield, each lord may occupy the camps of other lords. Should a lord lose their territory, they will be expelled from the battlefield of the myriad races and face permanent obliteration. 3 dark calamities of the battlefield of the myriad races will randomly descend every 30 days. To survive, may the novice lord strive to grow stronger. Login countdown. In the boundless snow forest, the cold wind howls. The wooden cabin sways, creaking ominously, so cold. Lying within the dilapidated wooden cabin, Qin Li suddenly opened his eyes, the biting chill slicing through him from all directions. The creaking of the wooden planks echoed in his ears. Lord Qin Li, do you wish to construct an ordinary whiteboard territory? Construct. Qin Li recalled hearing something before losing consciousness. This place seemed to be the battlefield of the myriad races. To survive, one must grow stronger. Constructing whiteboard camp. Ordinary Snowfield Wolf subordinate altar is now automatically bound. Boom. From the center of the small wooden cabin where Qin Li resided, a void fire pit materialized out of thin air, alongside a flagpole representing the territory. In an instant, the muddy ground of the small wooden cabin was covered with slabs of blue stone flooring. Centered around the wooden cabin, an area of over 100 meters was evenly paved with blue stone slabs, creating a remarkably flat surface. The previously precarious wooden cabins now stood firm. Just a few steps from the side of the wooden cabin, a sacrificial altar rose more than a foot off the ground. Mysterious runes were imprinted upon it. Territory nickname, Whiteboard Territory. Territory level, Ordinary. Bound subordinate altar, Ordinary Snowfield Wolf altar. Territory upgrade conditions. Requires an ordinary territory upgrade stone, possession of 1 ordinary subordinate of a species, and a minimum of 2 units of that species. Summoning altar nickname, Snowfield Wolf species. Subordinate level, Ordinary. Basic unit of the species, Snowfield Wolf. Summoning speed. 1 Snowfield Wolf summoned every 30 minutes. 2 attribute panels presented themselves to Qin Li's keen gaze, though he merely glanced at them hurriedly. Huff. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, Qin Li gazed at the territory panel materializing before him, shivering from the intense cold. It was bitterly frigid. Looking at the empty fire pit, he realized he must find firewood and food. Otherwise, he would either freeze or starve to death. Ding! The Human Lord Area Channel has been activated. Ding! The Human Lord Area Trading Zone has been initiated. At that moment, 2 additional panels appeared before him. Within the Human Lord Area Channel, a voice lamented, "What a dire predicament! I've randomly landed in a dilapidated wild boar camp, but I'm surrounded by formidable beasts. Brothers, I fear I may not survive the night. It is advisable to refrain from engaging with other human race lords. For the sake of survival, trust is a luxury we cannot afford." Haha. Dear brother above, your words are rather alarmist. In times such as these, we require reliable brethren and kin to collaborate and endure together. The human race lords are among the weakest factions on this battlefield of myriad races. Many of these races possess considerable strength even before being transported to the battlefield. As Qin Li's gaze fell upon the chat channel designated for human race lords, a flurry of messages sprang forth from that channel. From the pinned messages within this chat channel, Qin Li discerned the announcements pertaining to the battlefield of myriad races. In the trading area, various items such as timber, water sources, flint, and wildfowl meat were listed for exchange, which made Qin Li's mouth water with desire. At that moment, as he shivered from the cold, Qin Li yearned for firewood and a roasted chicken. However, the items posted in the trading area came with various demands from their owners, and Qin Li glanced at his own empty little wooden hut. A beast! Suddenly, the thought struck Qin Li, recalling someone mentioning in the chat that they had been surrounded by beasts. Moments later, as half an hour elapsed, a flash of light illuminated the Snowfield Wolf altar, revealing a snow-white wolf measuring 1.60 meters in length, pristine in appearance, with ice blue eyes radiating a sense of companionship, approaching Qin Li and crouching before him as if awaiting his command. Nickname, Snowfield Wolf. Talent, ordinary. Level, ordinary. Vitality, 1.1. Skill, none. Evaluation, a novice beast servant. As Qin Li's gaze settled upon the Snowfield Wolf, its attributes materialized before his retinas. In terms of level, a single star signified a modicum of vitality enhancement. Buzz. While his lips tinged with a shade of purple, Qin Li scrutinized the Snowfield Wolf, when suddenly a rectangular golden frame appeared within his line of sight. A synthesis panel. The golden panel bore the inscription Synthesis Panel, divided into two sections. Synthesis Panel Function Description. Capable of synthesizing and upgrading all entities. The 2-in-1 upgrade requires the components to be of the same species, with no limitation on the number of attempts. One may select a primary pet for synthesis, and upon successful synthesis, the primary pet's intelligence is preserved. 2-in-1 synthesis upgrade. Will the talent level be enhanced? Upon reading the function description of the synthesis panel, Qin Li's expression brightened. He could discern the value of this panel. No mention of such a synthesis panel had been made by others in the chat, suggesting that he might be the sole possessor. With this thought, Qin Li's heart surged with excitement and anticipation. 30 minutes later, another identical Snowfield Wolf materialized from the summoning altar, the two wolves appearing as though they had been cloned, exhibiting no discernible differences. However, the vitality of this second Snowfield Wolf was just above 1. With a mere thought, Qin Li placed both Snowfield Wolves into the synthesis panel. Synthesize. You have obtained an ordinary Snowfield Wolf King. This line of text manifested before his retinas. The two Snowfield Wolves vanished, leaving behind a robust Snowfield Wolf King, nearly 2 meters in length and standing at 1 meter 30 tall, adorned with a tuft of golden fur upon its forehead. Nickname, Snowfield Wolf King. Talent, ordinary. Level, ordinary. Vitality, 2.1. Skill, Wolf King's Howl. Evaluation, a barely competent low-tier novice beast. Chapter 2. Synthesis Chamber, the mutated Thunder Wolf King. Howl. The synthesized Snowfield Wolf King affectionately approached Qin Li's side, its pristine, long white fur providing a smooth and comforting touch. Its azure eyes sparkled like blue crystals, bestowing upon this snow wolf a striking beauty that undoubtedly ranked high among the various branches of the wolf clan. At that moment, the Snow Wolf King, who had been nuzzling against Qin Li, seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting its head to gaze into the dense snow-laden forest nearby. A flicker of chilling, murderous intent glimmered in its piercing eyes. Feeling a warmth emanating from the Snowfield Wolf King, Qin Li followed its line of sight. The next instant, he beheld a black grizzly bear that had appeared unbeknownst to him, standing upright nearly 2 meters tall, its thick brownish-yellow fur resembling armor. A distinctive white cross mark adorned its chest. Roar! The bear's bellow echoed thunderously. In an instant, a cascade of snow tumbled from the treetops in the vast forest behind the colossal bear, stirring up a tempest of swirling snowflakes. Upon spotting Qin Li and the Snowfield Wolf King, the bear's enormous eyes glinted with aggression. Without hesitation, the bear charged towards Qin Li, and the Snowfield Wolf King, undeterred, swiftly prepared to confront it. Nickname, Linhai Grizzly Bear. Level, ordinary. Status, healthy. Vitality, 15. Upon observing the Linhai Grizzly Bear's level, Qin Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Snowfield Wolf King's level surpassed that of the bear by an entire star. Had he not awakened the golden synthesis chamber, relying solely on the 2 ordinary summoned Snowfield Wolves would have posed considerable danger against this Linhai Grizzly Bear. Howl! The Snowfield Wolf King's skill activated. With a surge of Wolf King pressure, the oncoming Linhai Grizzly Bear suddenly halted. Its previously ferocious momentum diminished significantly. The Wolf King seized the bear's neck in a swift bite, its sharp claws instantly slashing the bear's eyes, rendering it blind. Crimson blood gushed from the bear's neck, painting the snow-covered ground in a vivid scarlet hue. In agony, the Linhai Grizzly Bear regained its senses amidst the Wolf King's intimidating presence, its pained roars reverberating through the surrounding snow-laden forest, causing large volumes of snow to cascade down. Yet, deprived of its sight, the Linhai Grizzly Bear was no longer fit to continue battling the Snowfield Wolf King. After struggling for several breaths, the Wolf King ultimately severed its neck. The bear's head rolled to the ground, and the Wolf King's fur became stained with blood, a noxious scent permeating the air. Target monster has been slain. As this line of text appeared in his vision, the bear's corpse was engulfed in white light, vanishing from sight. Ding! You have obtained a complete bear hide. You have acquired 100 pounds of fresh bear meat. You have received a whole grizzly bear heart. Subsequently, after the bear's demise, 3 swift beams of white light flew into Qin Li's body, promptly manifesting 3 lines of notification text before him. His inventory also expanded to include 3 new items. The spatial backpack that Qin Li carried allowed for the placement of 1 item per compartment, yet it appeared to have no limit, as if it were boundless. The items dropped were pre-processed, far more convenient than skinning and butchering the bear by hand. With the meat secured, all that remained was firewood. Consequently, Qin Li retrieved a pound of fresh bear meat and placed it in the trading area designated for the human lord, seeking to exchange it for 10 pounds of dried firewood. The transaction completed in less than 3 seconds, and a 10-pound firewood icon appeared in his backpack. Before trading the bear meat, Qin Li had surveyed the regional trading channel, noting an abundance of firewood, water sources, and various living supplies. With the surplus, the barter prices naturally decreased. A pound of bear meat in exchange for 10 pounds of firewood was already the current maximum limit for such an exchange. A moment later, within the small wooden cabin, Qin Li ignited the empty stove using the exchanged firewood and charcoal, beginning to stew the bear meat. After trading some living supplies, his 100 pounds of bear meat dwindled to merely 20 pounds, while the distant sounds of roaring beasts outside the wooden cabin grew increasingly frequent. Salivating, Qin Li gazed at the simmering bear meat in the iron pot, the enticing aroma undoubtedly wafting out of the cabin, likely drawing nearby beasts closer. Clad in warm bear pelts, and with the pot of bear meat cooking, the previously frigid cabin gradually transformed into a cozy haven. An hour later, Qin Li synthesized another Snowfield Wolf King and placed both Wolf Kings into the synthesis chamber, selecting the first Snowfield Wolf King as the primary for synthesis. The next moment, a colossal wolf nearly 4 meters in length materialized before him, its size surpassing that of the Snowfield Wolf King, its entire body enveloped in deep blue fur. Upon its forehead sprouted a small, delicate blue horn, which crackled with threads of blue lightning. The oppressive aura it radiated was a complete doubling of that of the Snowfield Wolf King. Nickname: Mutated Thunderwolf King. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Ordinary. Vitality: 32. Skills: Minor Lightning Sphere, Beginner Frenzy. Evaluation: a novice's mutated variant, still bound to the essence of a fledgling minion. With 2 skills, Qin Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The synthesis had resulted in an immediate mutation, the lightning attribute undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable in terms of combat prowess. Yet, Qin Li was not naive enough to believe that possessing an ordinary 3-star combat unit would allow him to sweep through the nearby territory unchallenged. There remained a possibility that the surrounding monster groups exceeded the ordinary level, or that some fortunate human lords began their journeys with 3-star combat camps. Later, after another 2 hours, Qin Li summoned 4 Snowfield Wolf Kings from the combat camp and synthesized another mutated Thunderwolf King. The attributes did not shift towards other attributes, suggesting that perhaps every synthesis using the Snowfield Wolf King would consistently yield a mutated Thunderwolf King. It was time to explore, leaving one behind to guard the camp. He took the other Wolf King to venture forth. Draped in the pelt of the grizzly bear, Qin Li mounted the soft-furred mutated Thunderwolf King, gazing up at the lush snow forest with a blend of anticipation, caution, and a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 3: The Snowman Clan Camp. In the boundless expanse of snow-laden woods, a deep blue giant wolf moved slowly beneath the ancient trees, its gracefully flowing muscles presenting a captivating sight. Upon the massive back of the great wolf rested a figure draped in a deep brown bear pelt. From a distance, it appeared as though a bear lay sprawled atop the great wolf. Qin Li had ventured nearly 1,000 meters beyond his territory, journeying eastward to explore various directions. During his trek, he activated the channel of the human lord, where he overheard some human lords lamenting their misfortunes. Soon after, their IDs were obliterated. The ID displayed that this lord had been expelled from the battlefield of myriad races, permanently erased. The chilling phrase of permanent obliteration sent a shiver down one's spine. Were these footprints? As Qin Li crouched on the back of the mutated Thunderwolf King, he scrutinized an oversized human footprint on the ground to his side, his brow furrowing slightly. The footprint was colossal, resembling that of a giant. The mutated Thunderwolf King also lowered itself, using its snout to sniff at the print. Suddenly, a towering snowman, nearly 4 meters in height, rose from what seemed to be an expanse of pristine white snow. This snowman's body was composed of 2 spheres, one large and one small, stacked together. Its limbs were robust, indistinguishable from those of a human, and its entire form appeared harmonious. This colossal snowman warrior brandished a club as thick as a water barrel, aiming it at Qin Li, who was atop the mutated Thunderwolf King, and brought it crashing down. Though the snowman warrior moved with remarkable speed, the mutated Thunderwolf King's reflexes were even swifter. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it leaped forward, evading the snowman's icy assault. Boom! After the mutated Thunderwolf King dodged the blow, a tremendous sound erupted from behind. The massive club struck the ground, creating a 2 to 3 meter wide gap in the thick half-meter layer of snow. Little thunderball. Buzz. From the petite lightning horn atop the mutated Thunderwolf King's head, a surge of electrical energy was unleashed, coalescing into a ball of lightning the size of an apple. The orb radiated a brilliant blue luminescence, and from it emanated numerous tendrils of thunderous power, appearing like countless delicate appendages extending outward. The lightning ball shot forth, tracing a swift blue afterimage through the air, accurately striking the snowman warrior behind. Nickname: Snowman Warrior. Level: common. Status, healthy. Vitality, 21. A vitality exceeding 2. Its talent surpasses that of the Snowfield Wolf by 1 star. Observing the imposing snowman warrior, Qin Li noted that, merely in terms of presence and stature, this snowman was even more formidable than the Snowfield Wolf King. As the little lightning ball collided with the snowman warrior, an immense surge of thunderous energy engulfed it. Rumble. With a thundering explosion, the snowman warrior was instantly obliterated, disintegrating into a flurry of snowflakes that scattered across the ground. A beam of white light shot forth from the site of the snowman warrior's demise, merging into Qin Li's body. Ding. You have obtained a piece of the snowman energy core. Subsequently, a translucent blue crystal emerged in Qin Li's backpack, within which a spiral of azure water swirled gracefully. Vibrant and mesmerizing. A piece of the snowman energy core, belonging to an ice and water-based species, consuming it will confer a boost to upgrade speed. Qin Li focused on the crystal, and a line of text materialized before his retina. He took the snowman energy core in hand. It was a blue crystal, roughly the size of an ordinary apple, exuding a cool touch. A refreshing chill radiated from it, seeping into his right arm. Qin Li tossed it ahead, and upon receiving the command, the mutated Thunder Wolf King leapt forward, consuming the snowman energy core with a crunch. After a few decisive chews, it swallowed the core whole. Continuing their exploration through the eastern snow forest, the now more cautious mutated Thunder Wolf King detected an anomaly in a snow mound. It promptly released a small lightning ball. An explosion resounded in the forest as a white orb burst forth from the snow mound, integrating into Qin Li's body. Another snowman warrior's energy core. After devouring 2 snowman energy cores consecutively, the mutated Thunder Wolf King's vitality increased by 0.2. Soon after, as Qin Li and the mutated Thunder Wolf King rounded a rocky cliff, 6 snowman warriors materialized in the snow forest. Each warrior wielded a colossal ice club measuring over 2 meters in length. The leading snowman warrior, unlike the others, bore an ice shield over 2 meters in diameter, adorned with long, sharp ice spikes that added an ominous aura. Nickname, Snowman Priest Guardian. Level, common. Status, healthy. Vitality, 302. Exceeding 300 in vitality, strike 1 and retreat. Qin Li resolved inwardly. Outnumbered, he would not act recklessly. This time, his goal was merely to ascertain what monstrous beings inhabited the eastern expanse of his territory. He planned to return and synthesize a few powerful wolf species to eradicate the snowman encampment. Little lightning ball. Upon receiving Qin Li's command, the mutated Thunder Wolf King targeted one of the ordinary 2-star snowman warriors, its horn emitting a flash of lightning once more. Swish. A blue afterimage darted through the air, striking one of the snowman warriors with precision. With a resounding explosion, that snowman warrior was instantly obliterated, affecting several nearby snowman warriors, who suffered significant damage as well. You have obtained a snowman warrior energy crystal. After dispatching the snowman warrior, the mutated Thunder Wolf King swiftly turned and dashed back toward their territory. As wolves excelled in speed, within mere breaths, they vanished beneath the vast expanse of the snow-laden forest. Upon returning to his territory, Qin Li prepared to focus on development, awaiting the summoning of the next Snowfield Wolf from the species altar. 2 hours later, Qin Li successfully synthesized an ordinary 3-star mutated Thunder Wolf King. Would you like to synthesize the mutated Thunder Wolf King? The synthesis panel materialized before him, displaying this line of text. Yes, Qin Li affirmed. Ding. A bronze orc wolf warrior has been synthesized. Chapter 4. The Wolf Clan Squad, plundering the snowman encampment. The 2 mutated Thunder Wolf Kings vanished, replaced by a formidable orc wolf warrior clad in white battle armor. The wolf warrior, nearly 2 meters tall, donned a white helmet and wielded a long white spear, almost as tall as himself, with a tuft of white fur at its tip. Nickname, Orc Wolf Warrior. Talent, bronze. Level, bronze. Vitality, 41. Skills, Savage Charge, Accelerated Spear Thrust. Armor Break Sweep. Evaluation, a mere bronze unit, a weakling amongst the bronzes. Subsequently, all hail my lord. This recently emerged Orc Wolf Warrior knelt reverently before Qin Li, bowing his head and murmuring. To facilitate future identification of summoned Orc Wolf Warriors, Qin Li renamed this first summoned Orc Wolf Warrior to Snow Wolf Warrior No. 1. Future syntheses would follow this nomenclature. In the eastern region, the Snowman tribe's camp already housed a standard 3-star Snowman Priest Guard, with its strongest not exceeding bronze 1-star. Once Qin Li managed to synthesize bronze 2-star units, alongside a few mutated Thunder Wolf Kings, sweeping through that Snowman tribe camp would pose no challenge, merely a matter of time. Time flew by. 4 hours later, Qin Li synthesized another Orc Wolf Warrior, now possessing 2 bronze Orc Wolf Warriors under his command, with both exhibiting vitality surpassing 4. Confronting a nearby novice Snowman tribe camp should present little difficulty. As the twilight deepened, the battlefield experienced a unified cycle of 24 hours, with day and night alternating uniformly. Regardless of location within the battlefield, beneath the nightfall in the snow-laden forest, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. in the heart of the snowy expanse. Within Qin Li's rudimentary flat territory, a flickering flame could be glimpsed through the windows of a wooden structure. A woo, a woo. At that moment, two Snowfield Wolves emerged from the warrior altar, which Qin Li promptly synthesized into a Snowfield Wolf King. He mounted the Snowfield Wolf King, accompanied by his two bronze-level Orc Wolf warriors, stealthily advancing towards the eastern Snowman tribe camp. This time, Qin Li navigated with practiced ease, guiding his two bronze Orc Wolf warriors towards the eastern territory. Minutes later, they arrived at the Snowman tribe's encampment. The moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the entire forest with a soft glow. Under the moon's radiance, Qin Li observed several wandering snowman warriors beneath the trees, alongside the sharp ice shield-bearing snowman priest guard stationed at the base of the previous cliff. Eliminate them. Qin Li's murderous intent surfaced. In an instant, the two bronze Orc Wolf warriors beside him transformed into swift white phantoms, darting toward the group of snowman warriors. The two warriors, wielding spears, unleashed their savage charge skill during the sprint, akin to massive lead blocks crashing into a heap of watermelons on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Upon contact with the Orc Wolf warriors, the snowman warriors were obliterated. Even the strongest ordinary 3-star snowman priest guard was swept away by the Orc Wolf warrior spears, resulting in a devastating explosion. Ding. Acquired a snowman warrior energy core. Acquired a snowman warrior energy core. Acquired a snowman priest guard's energy core. The energy cores automatically found their way into Qin Li's backpack. Once returned for synthesis, the energy contained within would undoubtedly yield a doubled enhancement. After shattering this squad of snowman priest guards and their warriors, Qin Li, under the moonlight, continued deeper with his two bronze 1-star subordinates. Having traversed 300 meters, they encountered another small squad of snowman warriors, led by yet another ordinary 3-star snowman priest guard, whose vitality had just surpassed 3. This leader was similar to the previous one, with the sole distinction being that this snowman priest guard commanded only 3 warriors. Before the snowman priest guard could react, the Orc Wolf warrior's spears pierced through his body. The confrontation between bronze and ordinary levels resembled a massacre of overwhelming proportions. A mere collision was akin to hard steel clashing against fragile eggs, instantly shattering the snowman warriors into a flurry of snowflakes scattered across the ground. The shockwave from the savage charge created a 2 to 3 meter wide clear space on the surrounding ground. Ding. Acquired snowman warrior energy core X3. On the back of the Snowfield Wolf King, Qin Li retrieved the energy core from the snowman priest guard, resembling a blue triangular diamond crystal. Upon grasping it, an invigorating chill enveloped his right hand. He produced 2 triangular diamond crystals and placed them into the golden synthesis slot. Synthesize. Acquired a bronze-level snowman energy core. Nickname: Bronze-level snowman energy core. Effect: can forge magical equipment or allow water and ice-type units to potentially break through the ordinary level bottleneck upon consumption. Qin Li then extracted 4 ordinary 2-star snowman warrior energy crystals, combining them in pairs to exchange for a bronze 1-star snowman energy core. The 2 bronze 1-star energy cores further synthesized into a bronze 2-star energy core. The volume of this energy core exceeded the previous one, with the energy concentration nearly doubled. However, the effect remained focused on forging magical equipment. Currently, Qin Li possessed no forging skills, and skilled units were exceedingly rare, especially those specialized in forging. Such units were scarce and almost impossible to acquire. In this myriad battlefield, there might be some indigenous races existing as NPC monsters within the game. However, at this nascent stage, Qin Li had yet to encounter any. For now, it remained merely speculation. Half an hour later, accompanied by his 2 bronze-level Orc Wolf warriors, Qin Li directly trampled his way to the center of the Snowman tribe camp near the novice area. Before him stood a towering Snowman tribe chief, nearly 4 meters in height, his massive form encased in a layer of icy armor. Under the moonlight, he appeared as if draped in a shimmering silver armor, radiating brilliance. Chapter 5, Territory Upgrade Stone, Top 100 of Humanity. At the center of the Snowman tribe camp, Qin Li, mounted on the Snowfield Wolf King, directed his gaze towards the Snowman tribe chief in the distance and employed a basic player detection skill. Before his eyes, an attribute panel materialized. Nickname: Snowman tribe chief. Level: Bronze. Vitality: Qin Li's detection skill was limited, rendering him incapable of discerning the specific vitality of this Snowman tribe chief. It was outrageous that even in the novice area, there existed creatures surpassing the bronze level. Observing the Snowman tribe chief's ascendance, Qin Li's expression turned somewhat helpless. In the next moment, Qin Li's gaze fell upon the Orc Wolf warriors to one side, drawing their emblems into the golden synthesis bar. Upon clicking to synthesize, success was achieved. He had obtained a bronze Orc Wolf warrior. In a flash of white light, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged, a fierce Orc Wolf warrior clad in white armor, albeit thicker, wielding a massive orc axe in place of his long spear. The axe's handle was adorned with a sculpted, snarling wolf head at its tip, and its length approached 2 meters. The visual impact of the formidable axe suggested that a blow from it could effortlessly cleave even the hardest boulders, standing over 10 meters high, in half. Nickname: Orc Wolf Warrior. Talent: Bronze. Level: Bronze. Health: 59. Skills: Thunderous Great Axe, 16 Axes Attack, Intermediate Berserk. Evaluation: a typical bronze level unit. Possessing considerable combat strength among its peers. Roaring: the newly summoned Orc Wolf Warrior emitted a tremendous beastly roar from beneath its massive white helmet. With a single step, it surged forward, moving faster than an arrow, charging toward the Snowman clan leader, who was now isolated. As all Snowman warriors had been previously vanquished by Qin Li, nearly 100 of them eliminated. Thunderous Great Axe. Despite the Orc Wolf Warrior being shorter than the Snowman clan leader, its imposing presence far surpassed that of its opponent. After all, they were separated by a star-level difference, a disparity in rank and race. Moreover, the Orc Wolf Warrior, upon summoning, possessed a health of 59, nearing the threshold of a bronze 3-star level. With a crackle, as the Orc Wolf Warrior unleashed its skill, the nearly 2-meter-long white axe began to crackle with twisting arcs of white electricity, enveloped in a radiant aura. The Snowman clan leader, sensing a grave threat, raised his nearly 3-meter-high snow shield to defend himself. In an instant, the Orc Wolf Warrior's axe, empowered by its skill, effortlessly shattered the thick ice shield, which disintegrated like a mere sheet of paper. The axe's momentum remained unyielding as it struck the Snowman clan leader's massive form, cleaving it in two. A treasure chest from the Snowman clan camp has been obtained. Having defeated all monsters within the Snowman clan camp, do you wish to occupy it? Occupying the camp allows it to be designated as part of the player's territory, but the player must deploy units to guard it. Would you like to destroy the Snowman clan camp? Destroying the camp will yield a common-level territory upgrade stone, usable for upgrading territory. Would you like to convert the Snowman clan camp into your own unit? Converting the Snowman clan camp will bind it to your territory, requiring the territory level to be above common. Buzz. As the Orc Wolf Warrior felled the last of the Snowman clan leaders, several text boxes began to appear before Qin Li's retina. Destroy. Without hesitation, Qin Li chose to destroy it. After all, this was merely the beginning phase. He had only explored the eastern part of his novice territory, leaving the other 4 directions uncharted. With limited units at his disposal and uncertain circumstances surrounding him, dispersing his forces was impractical. As for conversion, his territory was still only at a common level, lacking even a 1-star rating, let alone a 2-star. With the territory upgrade stone in hand, it was best to first develop his territory. The barren expanse of land he currently occupied offered little sense of safety, providing no protection against the wind. The Snowman clan camp has been destroyed. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a common-level territory stone. An oval-shaped white territory upgrade stone now automatically appeared in Qin Li's inventory. Upon focusing his thoughts on this upgrade stone, an icon for a common 2-star territory emerged. Let us return, Qin Li declared, glancing at the collapsed Snowman clan summoning altar. Immediately, the Snowfield Wolf King beneath him growled and turned, galloping swiftly into the dark forest behind them, with the Orc Wolf Warrior nimbly following at its side, like a shadow. Ding! Congratulations, player Qin Li, for becoming one of the first 100 human lords to slay a bronze-level monster, earning the reward of a novice lord treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Should this message be broadcasted in the Human Lord regional channel? If you choose to announce it, would you like to conceal your identity ID? In the blink of an eye, more text appeared before Qin Li's retina. He then opened the Human Lord regional channel. At the top of the channel, he observed that many human players opted to announce their achievements. Congratulations, player Wang Chao, for becoming the first human lord to slay a bronze-level monster, receiving a bronze-level lord treasure chest. Congratulations, player Li Dazue, for becoming the second human lord to slay. Congratulations, anonymous player, for being the 6th human lord to slay. Qin Li surveyed the information, and the initial relief from destroying the Snowman clan camp turned into tension as he realized so many others had outpaced him in defeating bronze-level monsters. Among these human players, it was evident that some possessed extraordinary luck, perhaps having randomly bound to units of 3-star quality. They had therefore taken a significant lead ahead of him. Additionally, in the myriad races of the battlefield, there were undoubtedly other formidable factions, demon races, dragon races, dark races, and more. Qin Li briefly perused the recently released information about the myriad races on the battlefield, skimming through the details of several major factions aside from humanity. Given the innate conditions, humans were at the bottom of the food chain. He needed to grow as much as possible. Under the cover of night, atop the Snowfield Wolf, Qin Li's expression grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 6. North, Ice Jade Spider Camp. The following day, as evening approached, the biting cold winds of the jungle gradually subsided. Yet the dark, gray clouds above continued to shroud the entire snow forest, showing no signs of dispersing. Qin Li had safely weathered over 10 hours in his territory. During this time, only 2 black iron 1-star monsters had entered his domain, swiftly dispatched by the 3-star mutated Thunder Wolf King patrolling the perimeter, yielding 2 large pieces of meat to replenish his food supplies. Now, as the sun set beyond the horizon, two more nearly 3-meter-tall orc-wolf warriors appeared beside the unit's summoning altar at the center of Qin Li's flat territory, both clad in heavy white armor and wielding 2-meter-long axes. After learning some general information about the myriad Lord battlefield, Qin Li became aware of humanity's position as a lower-tier race within the food chain, prompting him to establish a highly cautious development strategy for his territory, prioritizing stability above all else. The Snowman clan leader he had previously encountered in the Eastern Territory was a bronze 1-star monster, indicating that the other 3 directions of his territory were likely fraught with danger. Moreover, in his vicinity, there may also be lords of other races, who are silently developing in the shadows. After all, the battalion altar tied to their territories can summon a basic unit of troops only every 30 minutes. To elevate the ranks of his troops, it appears that slaying magical creatures of the same level and feeding the residual energy cores to his units can expedite their advancement. It seems that Qin Li is perhaps the sole lord capable of rapidly upgrading his troops through the golden synthesis bar. Nonetheless, even after defeating the Yeti clan chief, many human lords have managed to vanquish bronze-level magical creature lords more swiftly than he, which instills a considerable sense of pressure within him. Within the span of a single day, Qin Li synthesized 2 orc-wolf warriors. In the early stages, bronze 2-star units are undeniably at a crushing advantage. He also acquired a mutated Thunderwolf King, bringing his total to 2 Thunderwolf Kings, both adorned with deep blue fur and featuring 2 delicate horns atop their heads, exuding remarkable beauty. As for the ordinary 2-star snow wolves, he synthesized 6 to serve as expendable units. At present, Qin Li's troop count remains insufficient. Once his forces grow, he plans to organize them into battalions composed of 10-unit squads. Should any magical creatures within the battalion sustain casualties, he will supplement them through synthesis. Qin Li left behind 1 bronze 2-star orc-wolf warrior and 3 snow wolf kings to guard his territory while he took the rest with him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to venture northward, primarily because the 2 magical beasts had approached from that direction during the day. This suggests that the magical creatures in the northern territory are not of high rank, allowing ordinary 1-star magical beasts to traverse through the jungle. At this moment, Qin Li, clad in black leather armor and wearing a furry brown bear helmet, mounted the back of a mutated Thunderwolf King. The thick, plush fur of the wolf and the layer of fat on its back made for a remarkably comfortable seat. Let us proceed northward, Qin Li declared. The other mutated Thunderwolf King and the 3 Snow Wolf Kings promptly turned towards the northern jungle and sprinted away. Following them were the 2 bronze 2-star orc-wolf warriors, who, despite their imposing size compared to the average Yeti warriors, moved swiftly across the snowy terrain, leaving behind large, faint footprints. With Qin Li's mental command, the troop began to gallop towards the north. The towering ancient trees on either side rapidly retreated from view, while the Snow Wolf Kings ahead fanned out in a semicircle to expand their exploration range. After advancing 2,000 meters, a chilling wolf howl echoed from the northeastern snow forest. In the next moment, one of the orc-wolf warriors, lingering just over 10 meters away from Qin Li, suddenly accelerated towards the source of the howl and vanished into the snowy woods in the blink of an eye. Your unit, the Snow Wolf King, has perished. A notification appeared before Qin Li's eyes. Perished? Qin Li's eyes widened in alarm. It was highly probable that the magical creatures in this northern territory were also of black iron 3-star level, comparable to the mutated Thunderwolf King. There was certainly no easy foe here. The lord of this area was likely at the same bronze 1-star level as the Yeti clan chief. Without the golden synthesis bar as a safeguard, if he were to rely solely on the ordinary 1-star snow wolves for gradual development, it would likely take him several months or more to eradicate even one of these territories, which was an exceedingly optimistic estimate. Qin Li urged his mounted mutated Thunderwolf King to follow suit. Within a span of mere breaths, they reached the site of the Snow Wolf King's demise. The remains of the Snow Wolf King had melted into a conspicuous pool of green ichor upon the pristine white snow. Meanwhile, the Orc-Wolf warrior had subdued a struggling giant white spider beneath its massive axe. The spider, nearly 2 meters wide, had its 8 legs, resembling white, curved blades, severed by the warrior's axe, with blue blood oozing from the wounds. The somewhat acrid scent of the ichor mingled unpleasantly with the blood of the spider, creating a foul odor. Qin Li cast an exploration skill. Nickname, Ice Jade Spider. Level, Ordinary. Status, Healthy. Vitality, 35. Skill, Venom Spray. A few simple pieces of information materialized before his eyes. Indeed, it was an ordinary 3-star creature. The venom seemed quite potent. Qin Li cast a wary glance at the pool of green ichor on the ground. Kill it, he instructed softly. With a swift motion, the Orc-Wolf warrior's axe cleaved the Ice Jade Spider in two. In an instant, the spider let out a shriek before vanishing from existence. Ding. You have obtained a piece of ordinary poison-type energy crystal. You have acquired an ordinary Ice Jade Spider Venom Sac. All items have been automatically added to your inventory. At that moment, beneath the thick layer of snow, a disturbance stirred. Chapter 7, Slaying the Spider King, Bronze Treasure Chest. under the canopy of lush trees. The snow forest lay shrouded in darkness. As the unusual sounds emerged, the orc wolf warrior stationed beside Qin Li fixed his gaze on the snow-covered ground several dozen meters to the left. 3 mounds, each about a foot high and nearly a meter wide, were rapidly fleeing into the distance. From their oval outlines, it was evident that these were the ice jade spiders attempting to escape. Perhaps sensing the high-tier aura of the orc wolf warrior, they chose to flee. At this moment, magical creatures of the same level would undoubtedly rush in like a pack of ravenous wolves. With a swift stride, the orc wolf warrior sprang forth, causing the snow beneath to explode, creating a white shockwave several dozen meters in diameter. Only a fleeting glimpse of a white silhouette could be caught as he charged towards the 3 fleeing ice jade spiders. In mere seconds, he caught up with them. His axe, akin to the scythe of death, descended with a powerful strike, accompanied by the 3 agonized cries of the ice jade spiders, leaving the forest in eerie silence. Ding! You have obtained a common quality poison-type energy crystal. You have acquired. The 3 ice jade spiders dropped 2 poison-type energy crystals. At present, Qin Li possesses no poisonous units. They remain in his backpack, awaiting the acquisition of toxin-based troops for potential upgrades or trades to forge weapons. The 3 ice jade spiders he has slain were undoubtedly the outermost sentinels of the ice jade spider encampment. Qin Li conveyed through thought to the nearby Snowfield Wolf King to continue exploring in the precise direction the ice jade spiders had fled, as their escape would likely lead them back to their stronghold. With a surge of determination, he aimed to completely annihilate this encampment. The basic combat units here are ordinary 3-star rank. Thus, the encampment's leader is estimated to be between bronze 1-star and bronze 2-star rank. Qin Li commands 2 bronze 2-star orc wolf tribe combat units, presenting them with a significant advantage in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Is this spider silk? After advancing several hundred meters with his troop, Qin Li encountered immense webs of spider silk within the snowy forest. Each thread's diameter rivaled that of a standard household nylon rope, glistening pure white. The expanse of the web measured 20 to 30 meters across, stretching between towering ancient trees and obstructing their path. Judging by the density of the silk, they were undoubtedly nearing the ice jade spider's lair. A few Snowfield Wolf Kings, sensing the heightened danger, began to converge around Qin Li. Let us test the firmness of this silk. Qin Li patted the head of his mutated Thunderwolf King, which belonged to the same tier as the ice jade spiders. Electric orb. With a crackling sound, arcs of blue electricity sprang forth from the small horn atop the Thunderwolf King's forehead, and a blue electric orb, roughly the size of an apple, soared towards the massive web. Instantly, the entire web was enveloped in blue arcs, melting away within 3 breaths. The silk's potency proved mediocre. However, the ice jade spider's most formidable skill undoubtedly lay in their venom. Let us push through and see. Qin Li surveyed the forest, densely populated with numerous colossal webs. Although the Thunderwolf King's attack was effective, it required several seconds to dismantle these webs. While it proved effective, the efficiency remained unsatisfactory. A glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Li's eyes. He stationed an orc wolf tribe warrior as a guardian and directed warrior number 3 to charge deep into the ice jade spider encampment. Qin Li had yet to experiment with the range at which his troops could claim rewards after vanquishing foes. Would the destruction of an encampment allow long-distance obliteration or occupation? With a decision made, he halted atop the Thunderwolf King, while the orc wolf tribe warrior, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the depths of the snowy forest. Like a small white mountain, the warrior barreled through the dozens of webs that obstructed his path, shattering them as if they were mere fragile threads. As he moved, the warrior perceived an ice jade spider concealed amid the lush foliage and hurled his massive axe towards the tree above. The spinning axe cleaved through the trunk effortlessly, and the ice jade spider barely had time to emit a shriek before being reduced to a mass of flesh, erupting into a cloud of blue mist, with only a few tiny fragments falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the orc wolf tribe warrior had slain 5 ice jade spiders and vanished deeper into the jungle. Ding! Target monster ice jade spider has been slain. Acquired 1 ordinary quality ice jade spider venom sac. Acquired 1 ordinary quality toxin energy core. A series of notifications appeared before Qin Li's eyes, and his backpack gradually filled. Truly, the might of bronze-tier troops is formidable. Qin Li gazed at the ancient tree, now neatly severed in half by the spinning axe, filled with awe. Subsequently, Qin Li followed with the remaining troops. During their journey, he acquired several toxin energy cores, and after traversing over 1,000 meters, the snowy ground was littered with the remains of nearly dozens of slain ice jade spiders. Ahead, a tremendous clash echoed. Whatever was engaging the orc wolf tribe warriors was undoubtedly a boss within the ice jade spider's domain. Moments later, Qin Li reached the edge of the battleground, where another orc wolf tribe warrior guarded the perimeter. He clearly observed a colossal ice jade spider, nearly 5 meters in length, thrashing its 8 long ivory legs in combat with the orc warrior. After approximately 10 exchanges, the ice jade spider king bore several nearly 2-meter long gashes, its body soaked in blue blood. Meanwhile, The ground was marred with deep green liquid pits, emitting wisps of white smoke, a testament to the corrosive power of the venom, causing Qin Li's expression to shift with concern. Should he come into contact with it, his slight frame would be instantly dissolved. Roar. After a brief skirmish, the Orc Wolf tribe warrior and Scathe cleaved the Ice Jade Spider King's body in two. As the massive halves fell, they immediately vanished, transforming into an ice blue wooden chest. Ding. Target Ice Jade Spider King has been slain. Acquired 1 bronze quality ordinary wooden chest. Would you like to open it? Chapter 8. Territory Upgrade. Unlocking Altar Upgrade Conditions. A bronze quality chest? Qin Li's expression brightened upon receiving this notification. Previously, after defeating the Snowman tribe leader, he had only received an ordinary quality chest, which contained merely 20 ordinary 3-star ice energy cores. For some other lords, these low-tier energy cores could enhance their water or ice-based troops by 1 or 2 stars, holding considerable value. Yet, for Qin Li, who possessed a synthesis panel, their worth diminished significantly. Soon, the chest that had dropped transformed into a shimmering ice blue wisp, merging into Qin Li's being and automatically entering his backpack. From the displayed icons, the chest's exterior was intricately engraved with the fierce visage of the Ice Jade Spider King, the design vividly lifelike. Open the chest. Ding. Acquired 1 piece of bronze spider silk armor. Acquired 1 bronze toxin energy core. Acquired 1 ordinary territory upgrade stone. Destroying the Ice Jade Spider encampment. Ding. Acquired 1 ordinary territory upgrade stone. Qin Li surveyed the 4 new items in his backpack, feeling elated. The spoils from annihilating the Ice Jade Spider encampment far surpassed those from the Snowman tribe's territory. Moreover, he had obtained a piece of bronze 1-star armor. The backpack icon revealed the spider silk armor as a complete set of white light armor. Upon returning to his territory, Qin Li carefully examined the bronze-tier defensive equipment he possessed. With this armor, his own defensive capabilities had significantly improved. He resolved that in the future, he must acquire some portable or even corporeal subservient units, which would undoubtedly elevate his defensive prowess to a new echelon. Presently, he had gathered enough ordinary 1 to 3-star territory upgrade stones, allowing him to finally enhance his rudimentary domain, thus ensuring it would no longer remain barren. At that moment, a sudden, resounding roar echoed from the distant northern mountains, a sound imbued with tremendous penetrating power that exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. What could that be? In the desolate snow forest, standing in a small clearing, Qin Li peered from beneath the massive bear helmet, catching a glimpse of a colossal black silhouette on the mountain range. He had observed these towering peaks during the day, and he surmised that the true terror lay within the creatures inhabiting those endless mountains. It seemed that this snowy woodland had been designated for the novice lord, chosen randomly for territory establishment. Qin Li squinted slightly, his gaze discerning a small winged figure darting from a cliff, akin to an intercontinental missile piercing through the sky and delving into the heart of the mountains. Even from such a distance, the outline of the dark figure was discernible, suggesting that up close, it would possess a height comparable to that of a dozen stories. A magical dragon? The thought struck Qin Li's mind. It would be most fortuitous if a powerful creature, known to dominate the battlefield of myriad races, were indeed that dragon. Should such a dragon be a lord descended upon the battlefield, a mere human lord such as himself would inevitably attract its attention once he reached a certain level of growth. At that juncture, an encounter between them would be unavoidable. Let us return to the territory. Qin Li retracted his gaze from the foreboding northern mountains, tempering the pride he had felt moments earlier, as the dangers surrounding this battlefield were indeed too numerous. After all, he was merely in the novice phase. With the 3 great dark calamities of the battlefield looming ahead, the formidable creatures of the dark calamities, the Tower of Divine Fall, and the Abyss of the Nether. Yes, my lord, responded the 2 bronze 2-star Orc Wolf warriors stationed beside him, their voices resonating robustly beneath their heavy white armor. First, we shall upgrade the territory, then expedite the exploration of our surroundings. Qin Li resolved in his heart to accelerate the pace of exploration. Under the protection of the novice phase, the invasion intent of surrounding creatures would not be overly intense, and thanks to the battlefield's regulations, lower-tier monsters found it exceedingly difficult to breach the territorial boundaries set by the rules. In this context, Qin Li could dispatch a squad of wolf warriors to conduct the exploration and warfare without needing to engage directly. Soon, under the moonlight, Qin Li returned to his flat territory. In the center of the plain stood a modest wooden cabin, tranquil and steadfast, with the flickering glow of the hearth clearly visible through its window. Once he confirmed that there were no intruders nearby, he produced the territory upgrade stone and commenced the enhancement of his original domain. Detecting that the lord possesses a usable territory upgrade stone, proceed with the upgrade of the original territory? Yes. Ding. Ordinary territory upgrade stone has been utilized. Upgrading territory. Congratulations. The territory has been upgraded to ordinary. Congratulations. The territory has been upgraded to ordinary. In the next moment, Qin Li's original territory underwent a dramatic transformation. The stone slabs laid upon the ground appeared to thicken considerably, fortifying the territory against subterranean monsters attempting to breach from below. As he gazed down at the slabs, he noticed intricate, subtle runes etched upon their surface, lending them an air of mystery and antiquity. The once ordinary stone slabs seemed to have evolved into ones imbued with magical strength, their potency enhanced exponentially. The area covered by these stone slabs expanded more than threefold, reaching approximately 400 meters, with a nearly 3-meter-high stone wall erected at the edge of the territory. This wall, with a width of about 1.5 meters, could easily accommodate stationed units. Simultaneously, the modest wooden cabin before him began to enlarge. The wooden planks rapidly expanding, transforming from a small dwelling of merely 20 to 30 square meters into an opulent cabin approaching 100 square meters. A sturdy chimney emerged atop the structure, and the walls became robust stone barriers, seemingly inscribed with subtle magical runes. As for the Snow Wolf summoning altar adjacent to the cabin, it remained unchanged. Territory level met. Unlock upgrade conditions for the Snow Wolf unit. Required: 1 water or ice energy crystal, along with a territory upgrade stone, to upgrade the Snow Wolf summoning altar. Upon upgrade, summon combat units will transition from ordinary Snow Wolves to ordinary Snow Wolf Kings. Realizing the conditions required for upgrading the summoning altar were more stringent than those for the territory itself, Qin Li understood he needed to hunt more monsters to expand his domain. Chapter 9, Spider King's Armor, Bronze Ancient Gate. Under the nightfall, Qin Li stood in the expansive territory, surveying his surroundings, aware that he had much to accomplish in establishing his monster domain. Ding! Congratulations to the human player Qin Li from the Myriad Races battlefield for becoming one of the first 1,000 human lords to upgrade to an ordinary lord. Shall this channel be made public? Not public. Qin Li replied without hesitation. Being among the first 1,000 was already a significant achievement, especially considering that many fortunate human lords might have started as ordinary 3-star lords. Among this 1,000, a considerable number likely occupied this rank from the onset. Territory nickname: Ordinary Territory. Territory level: Ordinary. Bound Servant Altar: Ordinary Snow Wolf Altar. Territory upgrade conditions: requires 1 bronze territory upgrade stone and at least 2 bronze tier subservient units. Number of bound servant camps available: 4. 3 remaining. Area: 400 meters by 400 meters. Qin Li pulled up the attribute panel of his territory, noting that the area had expanded from 100 square meters to 400. Should he elevate the territory to the bronze level, it would likely unlock even more features. The number of bindable units had increased to 4, with 3 positions still available besides the Snow Wolf unit. When he explored the other 2 directions and encountered monster-infested camps, he could convert those monster camps into his own altars. By binding an ordinary 3-star unit altar, the summoned combat units would directly be of ordinary 3-star caliber, significantly saving him time and expediting the synthesis of silver-tier subservient units. With the acquisition of silver-tier troops, one would undoubtedly find themselves at the pinnacle within the novice zone. Qin Li stepped into the upgraded dwelling. The central hearth, too, had undergone significant enhancement. The iron stove, once dilapidated and worn, now gleamed as if anew. Moreover, an additional chimney had been erected beside the stove, leading outward. Even the bed had been upgraded from a solitary frame to a spacious double, though regrettably lacking a soft and resilient mattress. However, it was adorned with a plush fur covering, rendering it quite comfortable for slumber. At that moment, Qin Li focused his thoughts and retrieved the spider silk armor from his backpack, easily donning it. This lightweight armor, resplendent in its pristine white, was surprisingly soft and form-fitting within. It provided a commendable degree of warmth. As Qin Li moved his limbs, he experienced no hindrance in his motions. In fact, the speed of his punches and kicks appeared to have quickened, perhaps due to the armor's influence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate magical runes etched into the joints of the armor. It was likely these runes that conferred a certain enhancement to his abilities while clad in the armor. Approaching the stone wall, Qin Li raised his right hand, encased in armor, and delivered a swift punch. The impact resonated like the wind itself. Bang! A muted metallic sound echoed as a faint imprint of his fist appeared on the stone wall. A tingling sensation coursed through his right arm, leaving it somewhat numb. Qin Li chuckled ruefully. Indeed, the armor had augmented his punching power to a level comparable to that of an ordinary 3-star warrior. Yet the recoil from the stone wall was more than he could withstand. How he wished for an artifact that could bolster the human physique. Surely such treasures existed in this realm of myriad races. Content with the sight of the imprinted stone wall, Qin Li rotated his tingling right arm. He then removed the armor and, after savoring a bowl of his homemade cured meat porridge, drifted into a deep slumber. He anticipated the cooling of the Snowfield Wolf troop altar throughout the night, enabling him to summon additional subservient troops and explore the western territories of the novice zone the following day. The next day, 1,000 meters west of Qin Li's territory, he led 3 bronze 2-star orc wolf warriors, 2 mutated thunder wolves, and 6 Snowfield Wolf Kings as they swiftly navigated the forest. After a night of endeavors, Qin Li had synthesized an additional bronze 2-star orc wolf warrior and another mutated thunder wolf, bringing his total to 4 bronze 2-star wolf warriors. He decided against further synthesis for the moment, assigning one of the wolf warriors to command a few ordinary tier troops to guard the territory while the rest accompanied Qin Li on an exploratory mission westward. The weather remained as it had been, gloomy and cold. The biting wind swept through the snow-laden woods, stirring up the dense canopy and forming colossal white snow waves, stretching hundreds to even 1,000 meters long, suspended high above the treetops in a breathtaking display. They maintained the same fan-shaped formation as before. If only they possessed a scouting skill, they would not need to sacrifice the outermost ordinary troops. After a brief period, they had traversed over 3,000 meters without encountering any monsters. Howls echoed in the distance, a warning from a nearby wolf. Qin Li, mounted on the mutated thunder wolf, immediately altered their course toward the source of the howl. Upon arrival, they discovered a concealed mound of rubble nestled within the snow-laden forest. At the base of a nearly 10-meter-high cliff, there stood a bronze door, towering close to 4 meters. One half of the door lay shattered on the ground, while the other was marred by numerous claw and blade marks. Around them, 6 Snowfield Wolf Kings had gathered, unearthing massive bones from the snow, some as thick as a water barrel, with the exposed portions exceeding 3 meters in length. Smaller skulls, no larger than an apple, suggested remnants of smaller creatures, likely rodents. The abundance of bones and the markings upon the bronze door strongly indicated that a fierce battle had transpired here long ago. Against this grim backdrop, the partially open bronze door revealed a dark entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour Qin Li and his companions. My lord, a monstrous presence approaches. At that moment, eerie scraping sounds emanated from the dark bronze portal, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The wolf kings surrounding the portal bared their fangs, crouching low, poised to spring into action at a moment's notice. With a series of sharp cracks, a skeletal creature clad in tattered armor emerged from the inky portal. Towering nearly 2 meters, the skeletal figure exuded a chilling aura, its joints adorned with faintly glowing red tendons. As it stepped out from the ancient bronze door, the 2 blue flames flickering within its skull flared up dramatically. Chapter 10. The Ruins of the Dungeon, Wandering Skeleton Soldiers. Nickname, Dungeon Skeleton Warrior. Level, Bronze. Status, Healthy. Vitality. Instinctively, Qin Li cast a detection skill. The information panel confirmed that this skeleton warrior was indeed a bronze-tier monster. Its imposing stature and tattered armor were complemented by a chilling iron war knife, nearly 1.6 meters in length, glinting ominously. Kill. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qin Li's eyes. In an instant, 2 orc wolf warriors surged forward, leaving behind 2 white afterimages, reaching the bronze skeleton warrior in less than a breath. They coordinated skillfully, flanking it from either side. Sensing the bronze-level pressure emanating from the wolf warriors, the blue soul flames within the skeleton's skull flickered uncertainly, recognizing the immense threat. It turned to flee into the depths of the bronze door. However, the wolf warriors outpaced the skeleton, which, after retreating a mere 2 steps, found itself cornered. Caught between 2 massive thunder axes, the skeleton warrior could only barely defend against the oncoming assault. As the cold iron war knife clashed with the thunder axes, an electric charge coursed through the weapon, transforming the skeleton warrior into a lightning-infused specter. With a series of sharp cracks, the bones of the skeleton warrior's limbs began to splinter, fragments raining down from the fissures. Bang! Behind him, the colossal thunderous axe cleaved through the skeletal warrior's torso, severing it into 2 pieces, its fragmented form still engulfed by crackling lightning. After enduring 2 strikes from the devastating axe, the ethereal blue flames flickering within the warrior's skull dimmed further. Within mere moments, they shattered into nothingness, and the remains collapsed onto the snow, disintegrating into fine powder that mingled with the earth. The targeted creature, the skeletal warrior, had been vanquished. A bronze-quality necromantic energy core has been acquired. An inscription materialized before Qin Li's retinas. Scoring a bronze-level energy core was quite commendable. Typically, it would take 5 or 6 vanquished ice jade spiders to yield a single core. Upgrading the battalion altar requires not only territory upgrade stones, but also cores of the same type. Thus, these energy cores are an absolute necessity, with an increasing quantity being most desirable. Whether for trade or personal use, their value is undeniable. Is this the entrance to the realm of the undead? A thought emerged in Qin Li's mind. The appearance of an entrance to another world within the novice zone seems implausible. If that freshly emerged skeletal warrior is indeed of bronze rank, then even if this is not an entrance to the realm of the undead, it certainly constitutes a territory inhabited by bronze-level creatures. If the lowest combat unit is bronze 1-star, their boss must undoubtedly exceed bronze 2-star. There is indeed a certain level of danger. You two, lead the way and scout ahead. Qin Li commanded the 2 bronze 2-star wolf warriors. Yes, my lord. They responded in unison, their voices deep and resonant. Subsequently, the remaining ordinary wolf warriors fanned out to maintain vigilance. if the bronze portal harbored at least bronze-level skeletal warriors. Allowing the ordinary troops to enter would only lead to needless sacrifices. It would be far wiser to guard the perimeter, preventing any powerful creatures from ambushing them upon their return. Once the arrangements were made, they gradually stepped into the bronze portal, where their vision immediately dimmed. Inside the portal lay an endless, frigid corridor, its stone walls adorned with patches of moss emitting a faint green luminescence. Thanks to the glow from the moss, visibility was preserved to some extent, though it barely reached 20 meters. At the corridor's end, a chilling wind blew. Fortunately, Qin Li had donned bronze-level spider silk armor before venturing out, and beneath his somewhat menacing white-horned helmet, he could hear the howling wind. This indicated that the air within the corridor was circulating, preventing suffocation. Continuing deeper, they cautiously traversed approximately 300 meters before emerging from the corridor, whereupon their surroundings instantly expanded. Lush vegetation radiating intense luminescence surrounded them, alongside ancient trees standing tall like swords, casting a glow that, while not quite akin to daylight, was still quite illuminating. Suddenly, before Qin Li could take in the enchanting scenery, 3 robust skeletal warriors emerged from the sandy ground, each wielding a battle blade. Rushing towards Qin Li and his companions without hesitation, their skulls burned with vivid blue soul flames. The wolf warriors sprang into action, and with dazzling strikes from their thunderous axes, they effortlessly dispatched the 3 undead skeletal creatures. Fire and lightning are second only to light in their capacity to counter the undead. The targeted skeletal warriors have been defeated. A shattered, ordinary quality skeletal shield has been obtained. A message appeared before Qin Li's retinas. His inventory now contained a pitch-black iron shield, its surface engraved with a large skull engulfed in blue soul flames. Qin Li retrieved the skeletal shield. It was an ordinary 3-star shield. Lacking any skill enhancements, it measured nearly 1.4 meters in width, not particularly large. Suitable for an ordinary human, yet diminutive for the robust frame of a wolf warrior. I'll store it for now, to be synthesized later, Qin Li thought. And with a mere thought, the damaged skeletal shield was placed into his inventory. What is this? Riding atop the mutated Thunderwolf King, Qin Li advanced several dozen steps until he beheld the ruins of a city, a kilometer away from him. He stood on a hillside resembling a gravel plain, with the city ruins directly before him. A significant portion of the outer protective walls had collapsed, and on the ground before the walls, several wandering skeletal warriors could be observed. In addition to the imposing bronze-level skeletal warriors, there were also several dismembered skeletons, their highest rank being ordinary 2-star. There were over 20 bronze-level skeletal soldiers alone, and undoubtedly, there were even more formidable foes within the city. This could prove to be quite challenging. Qin Li, mounted on the Thunderwolf King, squinted his eyes. Chapter 11. Skill, Basic Shared Vision, Skeletal Lord. To err on the side of caution, Qin Li decided to have one of the orc wolf warriors guard his side, while the other 2 charged towards the nearby underground city ruins. Their mission was to eliminate the skeletal warriors at the entrance of the ruins to see if they could lure out any more powerful adversaries within the city. Gaining insight into their situation, with a decision made, Qin Li entered observation mode, utilizing the glow from the coffins and ancient trees scattered across the plains and gravel. He clearly saw the orc wolf warriors racing into the lower plains. 2 white afterimages sped away, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. The impressive speed of the bronze 2-star warriors allowed them to trample the ordinary skeletal soldiers in their path, reducing them to mere fragments. As for the bronze 1-star skeletal warriors, they would typically falter after just 2 or 3 exchanges in one-on-one combat. Ding. Target skeletal soldier has been slain. Acquired an ordinary quality necromantic energy core. Target bronze-level skeletal warrior has been defeated. Obtained a basic shared vision skill book. A skill book? Qin Li's eyes gleamed with joy upon seeing the notification about the skill book. This was the first skill book he had ever obtained. Soon, his mind delved into his inventory, where he found an icon resembling a black eye. The Lord player has been detected as eligible to cultivate this skill. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Qin Li did not hesitate. Boom. In the next moment, the icon of the black eye vanished from his inventory, and within the previously silent darkness of his consciousness, a faint surge of magical energy began to manifest, akin to a slender thread of blue light emerging from the depths of an endless void. In the blink of an eye, a pale blue magical energy coalesced into a rudimentary shared vision skill card, gently hovering at the center of his consciousness, emanating a faint azure glow. Simultaneously, as the magic materialized, Qin Li felt his mind enveloped by a warm force. Moments later, this sensation dissipated, leaving his head remarkably refreshed, as if it had been cleansed. This was the magical refinement that followed the comprehension of the skill card. Was this one of the methods employed by the lords of myriad races to augment their powers? Cultivating skill books could indeed enhance one's innate strength. Feeling an exhilarating clarity in his mind, Qin Li was brimming with excitement. He had discovered another means to empower himself, through equipment and skill books. With a swift thought, he summoned the attributes of the rudimentary shared vision skill. Nickname: Rudimentary Shared Vision Level. Common. Training requirements. a lord of myriad races of ordinary rank or higher. Skill description. Upon activating shared vision, one can select a specific type of troop servant to share their visual perspective. Limitations. Cooldown time of 15 minutes. It was evident that the stronger the skill book, the more stringent the training requirements. The significance of territory level became apparent. A knowing expression crossed Qin Li's face. Let us give it a try. He focused his mind, delving into his consciousness. Boom. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in darkness, surrounded by a dozen luminous orbs representing various troop servants. Swirling around him, the four largest orbs were the bronze 2-star Orc Wolf warriors. You shall suffice. Sensing the essence of one of the servant orbs, which was one of the Orc warriors charging below on the plains, he selected it without hesitation. Buzz. His vision transformed dramatically as the shared vision was established. He beheld a towering skeletal warrior before him, wielding a battle knife and fiercely launching an assault. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed the Orc warrior's lightning giant axe cleave down from the right, shattering the skeletal warrior's knife in an instant. The fragments of the blade scattered like explosive shrapnel, yet any debris that threatened him was thwarted by his heavy armor. After dispatching the skeletal warrior with 2 swift strikes, the Orc warrior darted towards the ruins of the city like a gust of wind. How swift! As Qin Li observed the ordinary skeletal soldiers retreating rapidly to either side, he grasped the formidable prowess of the bronze-level magical creatures. Ding! The target skeletal warrior has been slain. You have acquired a bronze-quality undead energy core. A familiar notification appeared once more. During the shared vision, Qin Li sensed the skill card within his consciousness gradually dimming. Given the rate at which it consumed magic, he could easily maintain the shared vision for over 2 hours. If he possessed such a skill, he could remotely share vision with a troop servant, directing the squad he had formed to explore the surroundings without needing to venture out himself. However, this rudimentary shared vision would likely have distance limitations, perhaps 5 kilometers, or even around 10. This was merely conjecture. In the future, he could test it with a disposable troop type, feeling no remorse even if the ordinary troops perished. Approaching the city gates, after a few moments, the 2 Orc warriors charged into the underground city ruins from adjacent directions. The outer walls of this dilapidated city were largely collapsed, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Roar! In an instant, from a breach in the fallen wall emerged a colossal black figure, towering approximately 5 meters, clad in dark armor, with sharp black spikes protruding from the joints. Within the immense skeletal head, 2 blazing crimson soul flames flickered, presenting an intimidating visage. Moreover, the connections between the skeletal joints were reinforced with dark gray tendons, reducing friction and wear between the bones. Unfortunately, the ordinary detection skills available to players could not reach such distances. Through the perspective of the Orc warrior in shared vision, upon glimpsing this formidable skeletal lord, Qin Li instinctively attempted to cast a detection skill, but alas, it fell short. Nothing was revealed due to the distance. In the skeletal lord's right hand was a massive pale-bone sword, exceeding 3 meters in length, its size rivaling that of the Orc warriors. Could this skeletal lord be above bronze 3-star rank? Qin Li speculated. In a fleeting moment, before he could ponder further, the massive skeletal lord charged like a black behemoth, violently colliding with the 2 Orc warriors. Chapter 12. Synthesis of the Orc Wolf Clan Leader. The Fierce Battle. Thunderlight Giant Axe. At that moment on the desolate plain before the underground city ruins, both Orc warriors activated their rudimentary berserk skills. Under the shared vision, Qin Li felt his sight shrouded in a faint crimson hue. The 2 Orc warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, their slightly smaller Thunderlight Giant Axes clashing against the skeletal lord's colossal sword. Boom! Thunder crackled. Roars echoed. The blue electricity unleashed by the collision of the 3 weapons enveloped them all, rendering the shared vision indistinct. Even without shared vision, a massive cloud of dust was kicked up around their struggle, obscuring any discernible outlines. Though the situation was unclear, as the Lord, Qin Li could sense one of the Orc warriors' vitality rapidly dwindling, while the other displayed fluctuations in condition. The combined efforts of the Orc warriors were insufficient to contend with the skeletal lord, indicating that it was at least a bronze 3-star entity. Clearly, 2 bronze 2-star warriors could not hope to match such an opponent. Retreat was prudent. Perhaps synthesizing a higher-tier Orc unit would turn the tide. It was the perfect opportunity to test whether he could remotely operate the synthesis of troop types from over 2,000 meters away. Retreat. Qin Li commanded in his mind. Swish. Swiftly, from the swirling dust cloud, 2 white figures emerged, trailing long waves of sand as they hastily withdrew. Once they had established a safe distance from the skeletal lord, Qin Li exited the shared vision state and summoned the golden synthesis interface. With the golden-framed synthesis bar before him, he placed the 2 battling Orc warriors into the interface, and the synthesis button glowed brightly. However, the 2 Orc wolf warriors in the synthesis panel appeared somewhat blurred compared to their close-range synthesis state. It resembled a high-definition unit icon reduced to a standard one. Synthesis. Qin Li opted for the left Orc Wolf Warrior as the primary unit for synthesis, intending to retain one unit with awakened intelligence while merging the other Wolf Warrior. The Orc Wolf icon in the synthesis panel vanished. The left Wolf Warrior disappeared, transforming into a more robust figure, the Wolf Clan Chieftain, who wielded a massive axe. However, this chieftain was adorned with a pale blue cloak that billowed behind him, featuring a large, snarling white wolf head with bared fangs. The cloak appeared to flutter without the presence of wind, exuding an imposing presence. Buzz. Simultaneously, the attribute panel of the Wolf Clan Chieftain materialized before Qin Li's eyes. Nickname: Orc Wolf Clan Chieftain. Talent: Bronze. Level: Bronze. Vitality: 68. Skills: Minor Blizzard, Basic Berserk, Basic Giant Strength Enhancement. Evaluation: a Beastman unit with considerable talent for its level. In terms of vitality, it ranks strong among the Bronze 3-star level. Qin Li observed the impressive vitality of 68, which could also be translated into combat power. Within the same tier, a vitality exceeding 0. 3 could be considered a minor tier. This randomly acquired Snowfield Wolf unit, despite being of ordinary 1-star quality, would emerge as a formidable contender upon synthesis to Bronze level or higher. Could this also be an enhancement from the synthesis panel? Qin Li's expression shifted, seemingly struck by an epiphany. This was indeed a strong possibility. However, to verify this, he would only be able to do so when binding the second unit. At that moment, on the Gobi Desert below, one of the Orc Wolf warriors that had escaped from the swirling dust dissolved, transforming into a beam of white light, imbued with spirit, and flew towards the other Orc Wolf warrior. The latter immediately underwent a tremendous transformation, his stature increasing by over a meter, while a pale blue cloak materialized behind him. His massive form was now only slightly shorter than the skeletal lord. The giant axe in his hand also grew, surpassing the size of the skeletal lord's battle knife, with both ends sharpened to a lethal point. Upon closer inspection, one could discern pure blue ice magic runes intricately etched within the axe. The giant axe wielded by the Snow Wolf Clan chieftain was indeed a powerful magical weapon. Bang! At that moment, the skeletal lord burst forth from the swirling dust, his massive, dark form scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting the Wolf Clan chieftain, whose aura matched his own, he visibly faltered. The 2 wolf warriors he had previously battled had escaped with remarkable speed, surpassing him in swiftness. However, they were significantly weaker in terms of combat strength. He was confident he could eliminate them if he caught up. Yet, upon emerging from the dust, he found not 2 wolf warriors, but rather a being that seemed even more formidable than himself. Judging by their appearance, they were undoubtedly allies. Bronze-level lords clearly possessed some degree of intelligence. Unlike ordinary monster units, they were also inclined to avoid danger. The skeletal lord had previously observed from the ruins, and only after confirming his level superiority had he charged out, intent on swiftly annihilating the foes. To his surprise, mid-battle, he faced an adversary of equal caliber, seemingly more powerful. The skeletal lord tightened his grip on his battle knife, hesitating as he paused his advance. A creature of the same tier warranted cautious handling. Roar! The skeletal lord opened his massive jaws, unleashing a resonant roar. The overwhelming sound wave reverberated outward. Simultaneously, from beneath the distant sands, skeletal soldiers and a few skeletal warriors began to rise. The emerging skeletal soldiers and warriors charged fearlessly towards the Orc Wolf Clan chieftain. In the distance, atop the hillside, Qin Li activated shared vision once more. The moment he did, his sight turned crimson. It was evident that the Wolf Clan chieftain had activated Basic Berserk, raising his already formidable vitality of 68 to nearly 69. Among the Bronze 3-star ranks, he was undoubtedly a top-tier presence. Bang! The Orc Wolf Clan chieftain took a step forward, his massive battle boots striking the ground and creating a small crater, propelling him towards the skeletal lord like a jet. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him. The skeletal lord swung his battle knife, while simultaneously unleashing a fiery burst from his mouth, akin to an oversized flamethrower, engulfing the Wolf Clan chieftain's helmet. Chapter 13. Annihilating the skeletal lord, synthesizing a bronze-level shield. A dismal shared vision experience. Qin Li, witnessing his vision engulfed by a sea of red flames, wore a wry smile. The shared vision skill would surely provide an exhilarating experience with flying units, allowing one to appreciate the scenery. However, it was least desirable in combat scenarios. With no hesitation, the Orc Wolf Clan chieftain swung his massive ice axe. Minor Blizzard. The skill activated. In an instant, the axe was illuminated by blue ice magic runes. Crack, crack. A thin layer of ice encased the axe, emanating frigid air. Bang. The massive axe collided with the battle knife, producing a thunderous metallic clang that echoed. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind of storm emerged before the Wolf Clan chieftain, enveloping the skeletal lord within. Within the blizzard, one could see ice blades, nearly 1 to 2 meters long, swirling like a tempest, resembling countless entwined ice knives. This blizzard skill was the Wolf Clan chieftain's ultimate technique, enhanced by the Basic Berserk. The dual skill attack severed the fiery burst from the skeletal lord's mouth, initially revealing a flicker of flame amidst the blizzard before it was completely consumed and vanished. From the shared vision, as well as from his vantage point on the hillside, Qin Li observed the minor blizzard from two perspectives, both strikingly visible. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it a blizzard whirlwind. Being able to wield such a skill at the bronze 3-star level was impressive. Should he synthesize 10 orc wolf clan chieftains, all possessing this minor blizzard skill, their combined assault could likely demolish a city wall, a formidable siege skill. In the future, he would undoubtedly engage in battles against lords on the battlefield of myriad races. Higher-level lords would certainly establish their own strongholds, making siege-capable units and skills paramount. Of course, when Qin Li aimed to assault a lord's territory, he would meticulously gather intelligence on his opponent. He had no desire to act recklessly. Certainly, there will be lords who dispatch their frail minion servants to guard the periphery of their strongholds, concealing their trump cards within the city. Only through a profound understanding of oneself and one's adversary can one achieve unassailable victories in battle. Before the crumbled, dilapidated walls of the fortress, after a brief interval of 10 heartbeats, the ferocity of the minor blizzard began to wane. The duration of such skills is inherently limited, and to sustain it for such an extended period is truly remarkable. As the blizzard dissipated, it revealed the skeletal lord entombed beneath a solid mass of ice. His entire form ensnared within a layer of ice nearly a meter thick. The crimson flames flickering within his skull were significantly dimmed. Where once they blazed with a brightness of 10, they now barely flickered at 3. He endured. Through the shared vision, Qin Li gazed upon the immobilized skeletal lord, momentarily stunned by the sheer resilience displayed against the minor blizzard. Yet, even if he had withstood the onslaught, it was ultimately futile. His body, encased in ice and rendered motionless, was akin to a fish on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. With a low growl emanating from the frozen confines of the ice, the skeletal lord stirred. The surrounding skeletal soldiers and warriors, similarly encased in a layer of frost, remained frozen in place, unable to move a single inch. The thick layer of ice began to fracture, fissures stretching 2 to 3 meters in length, signaling an imminent emergence from its icy prison. At that moment, the orc wolf clan leader, without uttering a word, raised his colossal axe anew and struck down upon the skeletal lord's head with a mighty blow. The axe cleaved through the ice, shattering it into a cascade of fragments. When the axe struck the ground, the frozen skeletal lord was cleaved in two, and the crimson flames within his skull flickered weakly before extinguishing like a candle in the cold wind. Target monster, the bronze-level skeletal lord, has been vanquished. A bronze-level skeletal treasure chest has been acquired. Following the demise of the skeletal lord, the surrounding skeletal soldiers and warriors momentarily paused, then began to wander aimlessly. Those bronze-level skeletal warriors, having gained a modicum of sentience, started to flee into the distance. Kill those bronze-level skeletons, Qin Li projected his thoughts. These are valuable resources, and they must not be allowed to escape. Only by eliminating them all can one maximize the gains. Immediately, the wolf clan leader clad in white armor and a pale blue cloak surged forth like a ferocious vehicle rampaging across the sands, charging towards the 8 fleeing skeletal warriors. In the pursuit, he cleaved through the previously frozen skeletal warriors, reducing them to mere fragments. Regrettably, these skeletal warriors yielded only a single bronze-level necromantic core. At that moment, the skeletal boss treasure chest transformed into a flickering black wisp akin to a firefly, darting towards Qin Li and swiftly merging into his palm, vanishing from sight. As it integrated into his being, an icon of the bronze-level skeletal treasure chest appeared in his backpack, its surface a deep ebony, reminiscent of dark metal forged from the abyss, adorned with a stark white skull emblem. The remaining 8 fleeing skeletal warriors dropped 2 necromantic cores and a standard 3-star shattered skeletal shield, identical to the one previously acquired. Weapons can be synthesized, right? Qin Li mused with anticipation. Upon opening the golden synthesis panel, he noted that the icons for the 2 skeletal shields in his inventory glimmered with a synthesis marker. A smile crept across his face, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He dragged the icons of the 2 skeletal shields into the synthesis panel, selecting the left shield as the primary component, and promptly initiated the synthesis. In an instant, the cracked skeletal shield vanished, replaced by a larger shield, the cracks fully mended, appearing as pristine as ever. The attributes of the skeletal shield materialized before Qin Li's eyes. Nickname, Skeletal Shield. Level, Bronze. Condition, Pristine. Additional skill, Bone Reinforcement. Both its length and height were slightly greater than before. The previously damaged skeletal shield had no additional skills when he examined its attributes. Chapter 14. Exploring Ruins. The damaged ancient teleportation array. Moments later, beneath the collapsed remains of the fortress walls, Qin Li rode upon the mutated Thunderwolf King, which agilely leaped across the protruding rocks to reach the summit of a crumbling wall towering several dozen meters high. From the back of the Wolf King, Qin Li surveyed the city below. This was a subterranean settlement. The streets within were adorned with numerous luminescent giant trees, mirroring the flora found in the plains and the barren expanse at the exit. Earlier, Qin Li had commanded the Thunder Wolf King to attack one of these luminescent trees, and upon toppling it, he procured merely 10 kilograms of luminescent wood. This ordinary one-star material was of mediocre hardness, aside from its luminescent properties. No other functions had been discovered. Even after the branches of the luminescent trees were severed, the rate at which their glow diminished was remarkably slow, lasting a minimum of 3 hours. Utilizing the luminescent trees and dense underbrush within the small city, he could see the skeletal summoning altar at the center, conspicuously surrounded by a ring of luminescent giant trees. As he gazed upon it, black mist swirled around the altar, and a skeletal warrior clad in tattered black armor emerged, wielding a slightly damaged bone blade. Though he had defeated the skeletal lord, he had not destroyed or converted the summoning altar of the minions. It was likely that such options could only be triggered near a minion altar unguarded by a boss-level monster, or perhaps by vanquishing all the skeletal beings lurking within the city and wandering across the small plain. Let us proceed. Upon confirming his objective, Qin Li instructed the Thunder Wolf King. Below, the Wolf Clan leader, resembling a white mountain standing rigidly, surged forth with a speed several times that of the mutated Thunder Wolf King. Upon reaching the vicinity of the minion altar, the Wolf Clan leader crushed the 3 skeletal warriors nearby into bone dust. Along with a necromantic core, he also obtained a standard skeletal warrior's dagger. Unfortunately, the dagger was merely an ordinary 3-star item, weighing well over 50 pounds, rendering it useless to him. This worthless equipment could be discarded in the human lord's trading area in exchange for something he desired. Qin Li's intention was to barter, ideally hoping to trade for a skill book, preferably one of ordinary 2-star quality or higher. Moreover, in the present day, the trading area of the human lord's regional channel boasts a scarcity of ordinary weapons of 3 stars and above, with the addition of his own offering. There are merely 4 in total. Among these, 3 are damaged, while his is a pristine skeletal warrior's dagger. However, being a weapon of the necromantic category, it may potentially become tainted by the lingering necrotic aura during its use, possibly leading to alterations in character. This, however, is not a concern he wishes to entertain as a side effect. Once Qin Li established the condition of exchanging for a skill book, he decided to set it aside, intending to examine it further upon his return to his own territory. Upon detecting that a player had slain the bronze-level boss, the skeletal lord, he was prompted. Would you like to convert the conquered skeletal territory? Converting skeletal territory. Conversion in progress. Conversion successful. You have acquired a bronze skeletal unit altar. Warning. Level restriction. Unable to bind to the original territory. After Qin Li opted for the conversion, the altar, nearly 5 meters in diameter, rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a black point of light that merged into Qin Li's being. The altar's icon appeared in his inventory, yet when his consciousness focused upon it, a red text prompt materialized on his retina. This skeletal unit is commendable. I shall reserve it for binding. Currently, Qin Li possessed an altar for the Snowfield Wolf unit, and, having synthesized it into the bronze 3-star Wolf Clan chieftain, found it sufficiently adequate. The quantity of units was no longer of importance. Rather, quality was paramount. Surely, there remain some areas to explore within this city. Surveying the streets surrounding the altar, Qin Li discerned, at the ends of several alleys, the faint silhouettes of wandering skeletal warriors. At the very least, this would allow for the collection of a few necrotic energy cores. With the principal boss vanquished, the remaining skeletal minions and warriors posed little threat. It was time to scour the area. In the next moment, Qin Li mounted the mutated Thunder Wolf King, trailing behind the Wolf Clan chieftain. As they commenced their sweep of the skeletal entities along the streets, objective monsters eliminated. Shortly thereafter, 2/4 of an hour had elapsed. Across 3 nearby streets, they cleared 6 skeletal warriors concealed in the depths, acquiring 3 necrotic energy cores, along with 2 standard-issue skeletal warrior daggers, all of which were of the ordinary 3-star variety. Without hesitation, Qin Li opted for synthesis, transforming them into a bronze 1-star skeletal lord's war dagger. The resultant weapon's size approached 3 meters. Its weight was such that it was beyond his capacity to wield. Qin Li felt it best to synthesize weapons more suited to his use, ideally daggers or short swords. These would not significantly increase weight or bulk. After the synthesis, he discovered that the skeletal lord's dagger bore the ability to summon skeletal minions. How delightful it would be if this drop included a skill book. The skeletal minion's level was likely of ordinary quality, as this was merely an auxiliary skill of the dagger. What is this? Qin Li gazed upon the partially collapsed abandoned temple, situated near the edge of the underground city. The periphery of the underground city was composed of remarkably hard granite. Even the Wolf Clan chieftain's massive axe could only carve out a pit 2 to 3 meters deep in a single strike. Though the temple above had crumbled, the portal below remained relatively intact. Upon the portal, a visage resembling a jester could be discerned, its red nose vividly pronounced, arms outstretched in an embrace, while beneath it lay an oval-shaped portal. Yet, the other half of that circular portal had been severed by some colossal weapon. The portal bore numerous scars from blade strikes, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, far beyond what could be inflicted by a bronze-level creature. As Qin Li approached, he commanded the Wolf Clan chieftain to wield his giant axe and attempted to strike the damaged temple door. Clang, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal on metal. The Orc Wolf Clan chieftain left a shallow mark nearly 3 meters long on the portal, but the distance to penetrate the thick iron door, measuring several centimeters, was still considerable. Breath caught in his throat, Qin Li's gaze became cautious. Entering through a side of the collapsed wall into the temple, he found only heaps of rubble and several unknown skeletal remains, alongside an unknown altar that stood over a foot high. This altar, nearly 20 meters in diameter, was riddled with fine cracks, exuding an air of antiquity and age. Qin Li tentatively employed a basic player exploration skill. Damaged Ancient Teleportation Array. Chapter 15. Trade. Skill Book. Binding Technique. In the skeletal territory of the underground city ruins, Qin Li circled the damaged Ancient Teleportation Array, noting its deterioration at nearly 50%. Half of the teleportation altar was marred by alarming fissures, through which many teleportation magic runes had been severed cleanly in two, rendering them utterly unusable. Presently, Qin Li lacked the ability to repair such a high-level ancient teleportation array. However, the presence of those unknown colossal bones nearby, along with the impenetrably hard stone door of the teleportation temple, was sufficient proof of the array's significance. First, he would record the marking information of this ancient teleportation array, intending to address it once he acquired a powerful unit capable of repairs in the future. Unable to stow it in his inventory, he concealed it within the ruins. Qin Li surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. He then instructed the Orc Wolf Clan chieftain to begin relocating the nearby boulders to bury the teleportation altar, ensuring that no trace of it remained visible from the outside, especially as it lay not far from his original territory. Deploying a couple of ordinary units to guard this location would suffice. Before long, Qin Li, accompanied by several of his units, departed from the skeletal territory of the underground city ruins. On the plains before the city, he could still observe a few skeletal soldiers, the remnants that had escaped, meandering slowly across the expanse. These skeletal soldiers were of ordinary quality. Even if eliminated, they would yield minimal resources. Upon returning to his territory and entering his dwelling, he settled onto the long bench cushioned with furry pelts and opened the human lord's regional channel. Indeed, he found several unread messages, all anonymous, indicative of the heightened vigilance among the populace. Sifting through the messages, he noted that most contained no offers for skill books. The drops of skill books were notoriously rare, and once a monster was slain, the benefits of possessing a skill book became evident through practice. Such treasures would not be easily relinquished. Anonymous 1. I have no skill book, but I possess a normal 1-star green caterpillar unit altar and am interested in an exchange. Anonymous 2. Greetings, I have an ordinary 1-star skill book, Bubble Attack. Would you be interested in trading for a war dagger? Anonymous 3. I possess an ordinary 2-star binding technique skill book, along with 20 thorny grass seeds. I am sincerely eager to exchange for your war dagger. Qin Li perused the filtered messages. Only 2 human lords presented their skill books for exchange. The ordinary 2-star skill of binding caught Qin Li's attention instantly. To acquire a regular 2-star skill book was evidently beyond Qin Li's minimum expectations, and the other party had even included 20 seeds as a bonus. It was apparent that to execute this binding skill, the seeds of thorny grass were indispensable. An exchange was feasible. Qin Li promptly opened a private chat in the trade section to convey his thoughts. Meanwhile, in a lush rainforest, enormous green leaves obscured the sun's brilliance above the canopy, casting shadows over the ancient tree's trunk. A middle-aged man, clad in green light armor and sporting a full beard, lay weakened within the tree trunk's dim interior. The space was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by slivers of light filtering through the thick branches, allowing a glimpse of the surroundings. Beside him sat a green-skinned orc, resembling a human in appearance but towering over 3 meters in height, with bulging muscles and 2 prominent white fangs protruding from his mouth. His large black eyes gazed affectionately at the middle-aged man. This orc wielded a battered wooden wolf-toothed club, having taken refuge here after a fierce battle. The middle-aged man, Guochang, had initially received a 2-star wolf-toothed orc as his subservient unit. After 2 days of arduous cultivation, he had finally nurtured a 3-star wolf-toothed orc. During skirmishes with nearby magical creatures, he fortuitously acquired 3 identical skill books, all of which were ordinary 2-star binding skills. He could only train one at most. Now, while battling external magical creatures, he and his subservient wolf-toothed orc found themselves trapped in this location. His orc subservient was in dire need of a suitable weapon, otherwise, they would not have fled here to seek refuge. Thankfully, he had previously discovered this internal space beneath the trunk. Previously, a common 1-star jungle boar had inhabited this space, but it had been easily dispatched by the wolf-toothed orc, allowing them to seize this location as a retreat point. News had arrived. At that moment, after consuming some food and feeling somewhat weakened, Guochang lay on the ground, having exhausted his magical energy to the limit, suffering from a severe headache. He could only recover gradually through rest. Just then, He decided to check the trade section of the Human Lords and noticed one trading an ordinary 3-star skeleton war knife for a skill book. Guochang immediately initiated a private chat with the individual, as he had fortuitously acquired 3 identical skill books that were now ripe for use. Excellent. Guochang swiftly placed his binding skill books into the trade section and clicked to initiate the exchange, while the other party placed the skeleton war knife into the trade area. Both parties could view the attributes of the exchanged items, and after confirming there were no issues, they finalized the transaction. In the next moment, Guochang's backpack brimmed with a colossal war knife measuring 1.70 meters in length. The skeleton war knife was entirely pale, adorned with a menacing skull pattern along the blade. Indeed, a splendid weapon. Guochang retrieved the skeleton war knife and handed it to his wolf-toothed orc, which was befitting of an ordinary 3-star weapon, exuding extraordinary might. On the other side, within the wooden hut, Qin Li sat comfortably on a long bench, now possessing a skill book marked by intertwining green branches in his backpack. Meticulously attuned to the cultivation conditions, he pondered whether to cultivate the ordinary binding skill. Without the slightest hesitation, he affirmed his decision. As he began the cultivation process, success was achieved. A surge of robust wood-type magical energy flooded Qin Li's mind, coalescing into a vibrant green binding skill card in the center of his consciousness, teeming with life. Chapter 16, Thorny Grass Seeds, Ice Lizard Scout. Standing atop the magical stone slab, Qin Li held a pea-sized emerald green seed in his hand. He squeezed it twice. The seed was as hard as steel. This was the binding skill he had received in the trade. The ordinary 2-star binding skill indeed required a plant seed to execute, and the type of seed significantly influenced the skill's potency. The thorny grass seeds provided by the other party were ordinary 1-star plant-based magical creature seeds that could be reused. Once stimulated by binding magic, these thorny grass seeds would grow rapidly, and once the magical energy dissipated, the thorny grass would gradually retract into a fist-sized clump of grass, capable of attacking any nearby living being. Binding skill. Qin Li tossed the thorny grass seed onto the ground of the magical stone slab. The binding skill icon in his mind suddenly unleashed a stream of green magical light, infusing the thorny grass seed with magical energy. Crack! The surface of the emerald seed sprouted a long thorny vine, rapidly elongating to a width of 1 or 2 inches, guided by Qin Li's intent, forming a circle with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters around it. The surface of this vine was lined with menacing barbs that sent shivers down one's spine. If such a serpentine thorn-covered vine ensnared a living creature, the barbs alone would leave them severely wounded. If the thorny grass were toxic, the effect would undoubtedly be even more devastating. Regrettably, these thorny grass seeds lacked any toxic properties. Qin Li would need to seek out or trade for poisonous vine seeds either himself or within the Human Lord's trading area. Upon dispelling the binding skill, the long emerald thorny vine before him began to retract swiftly, transforming back into a palm-sized clump of grass. The utilized thorny grass could be placed upon his stone wall to fend off magical creature invasions, proving quite advantageous. By employing the binding skill to cultivate it, he could effectively cover a small portion of the stone wall, to completely safeguard the entirety of the 1,600 meters of stone wall with thorny grass. He would require over 500 seeds, a task that would necessitate time and effort to collect. At that moment, suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from the southern territory. This indicated that the patrolling Wolf King units had certainly detected some invading magical creatures. Qin Li immediately entered a state of basic shared vision, locking onto the Wolf King unit that had issued the warning and immersing himself into their visual experience. As his perspective shifted abruptly, he found himself gazing at several enormous footprints left in the snow beneath a pile of rubble. These footprints were significantly larger than those of the Wolf King, suggesting a formidable presence nearby. In terms of size, it may appear to be an ordinary 3-star creature. Moreover, this particular monster, which emerged near Qin Li's territory, opted not to venture further and retreated with great caution. From this observation, it seems plausible that this creature may have a master. Upon contemplating this, Qin Li's expression hardened. He had only the southern region of his territory left to explore, and the footprints were discovered to the south. This suggests that the southern part of his domain might indeed be the original landing site of another lord of myriad races. If he were to encounter another such lord, especially one so close to his own territory, only one of them could survive. Consequently, Qin Li began to mobilize several Snowfield Wolf Kings in the vicinity, directing them towards the southern region of his territory to continue the exploration. Initially, Qin Li intended to rest and then proceed with the southern exploration. However, it now seemed more prudent to press on and eliminate this potential lord of myriad races completely. After all, allowing the presence of the adversary even for a day merely grants them time to develop. The footprints had likely been present for several hours, and the other party may have already gathered significant intelligence. Delaying would only afford them further opportunities. Qin Li continued to engage in shared vision, simultaneously mounting the mutated Thunder Wolf King, leading a warrior and a chieftain of the Wolf clan, along with several mutated Thunder Wolf Kings. During his exploration of the skeleton territory, he also synthesized 6 additional Snowfield Wolf Kings, dispatching them to patrol the periphery of his territory. His initial explorations had only brought him close to the surrounding areas of his domain. Undoubtedly, there were other congregations of monsters beyond these outer territories. It was imperative to remain perpetually vigilant to prevent any other creatures from discovering his territory, as had the ones probing from the south, which could lead to a precarious situation. As Qin Li rode the mutated Thunder Wolf King towards the southern region, his main perspective shifted to the first-person view of the Wolf King, which allowed him to zoom in at will. At that moment, the Snowfield Wolf King, tracking the footprints, was racing through the forest, but the footprints were becoming increasingly faint. Ultimately, they vanished beneath a towering ancient tree, where a considerable amount of snow had been brushed away from above, leaving some traces on the branches. Had the creature fled up the tree? The pursuing Snowfield Wolf King lowered its head to sniff the scent, and then sensed the direction towards the southern snow forest before continuing the pursuit. Moments later, the other Snowfield Wolf Kings patrolling in various directions quickly followed suit, forming a fan-like formation as they continued to explore. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a small hill, no more than 100 meters high, seemingly composed of a jumble of rocks, riddled with large cavities. Just as the Snowfield Wolf Kings reached this location, two massive white lizard heads emerged from the holes at the base of the rocky hill. These two white lizards immediately opened their toothy jaws, sparkling with a white light, and unleashed two basketball-sized snowballs towards the two Snowfield Wolf Kings with tremendous speed. The snowballs, soaring just above the ground, rapidly accumulated more snow, visibly increasing in size as they flew. Upon sensing the impending threat, the two Snowfield Wolf Kings attempted to evade, but one was still struck by a snowball. With a piercing howl, the impacted Snowfield Wolf King was sent flying. After successfully hitting their target, the two concealed ice lizards swiftly emerged from their rocky hideout. These ice lizards, measuring nearly 4 meters in length, possessed stout limbs with sharp claws and cold, piercing eyes fixed intently on the howling Snowfield Wolf King. As they lunged forward. Chapter 17. The initial encounter with the Lord of Myriad Races, the Fox People. Beneath the luxuriant canopy of accumulated snow, the two writhing six-legged ice lizards left deep, twisted trails in the snow as they slightly opened their sharp jaws, preparing to tear into the partially frozen Snowfield Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the Wolf King. With a swift snap, they bit down on the Wolf King's neck. The size of the six-legged ice lizards was already significantly larger than that of the Snowfield Wolf King, and they belonged to the ordinary 3-star servant class, thus surpassing the Wolf King's rank by a small degree. With a roar, another Snowfield Wolf King, having taken refuge nearby, observed the scene closely. Upon closer inspection, one could discern two intricate, shared vision magical runes within the Wolf King's eyes. In the distance, Qin Li, having activated the elementary consensus, also perceived the disparity in size between the two six-legged ice lizards and the Snowfield Wolf King. He had witnessed the snowball attack as well, realizing that such long-range strikes could only be executed by the mutated Thunder Wolf King. However, witnessing this predicament, Qin Li instructed the Wolf Clan chieftain to proceed ahead. Given his speed, he might reach the imperiled Snowfield Wolf King before it succumbed to its injuries. On the pristine, snow-covered ground, blood began to seep from the wounded Snowfield Wolf King, creating a stark contrast against the white landscape. At that moment, a whirling beam of radiant white light, akin to thunder, surged towards the two ice lizards. The outer edges of the white light were accompanied by a fierce gale, sweeping up the thick snow below and leaving a towering wave behind that reached several meters high and spanned hundreds of meters. The two ice lizards, caught in the act of savaging their prey, immediately sensed the overwhelming power of a higher-tier creature. In an instant, their gnashing halted. At that moment, the two ice lizards, their mouths stained crimson with the Snowfield Wolf King's blood, saw droplets of blood cascading from their sharp teeth as they prepared to flee. The Snowfield Wolf King beneath them had already suffered grievous injuries. Before the two six-legged ice lizards could turn around, the rapidly spinning beam of white light collided with them, obliterating their forms. The sturdy scales and skeletal structure of the lizards were reduced to mere remnants upon contact with the radiant energy. The might of the white light did not diminish. It continued to penetrate the small hill ahead, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The white light blasted through the hillside, creating a dark tunnel as it emerged from within, ultimately demolishing several massive trees before finally striking a colossal boulder. This was none other than the massive axe hurled by the Wolf Clan chieftain, executed at Qin Li's command. Through shared vision, Qin Li witnessed the entire spectacle, marveling at the formidable prowess of his peak bronze-tier servant class. As the two six-legged ice lizards met their demise, 1,000 meters to the south, within a territory encircled by icy walls, the fox-headed lord of the fox tribe, Lu, was meticulously honing a bone blade in his grasp. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock. Before his very retina, a notification emerged, indicating that the two six-legged ice lizards he had dispatched to the north had perished. The simultaneous death notifications revealed that the invading monstrosity had effortlessly vanquished his two ordinary, 3-star six-legged ice lizards. These creatures constituted the backbone of his forces, Their swift demise served as a testament to the foe's formidable strength. Just the previous day, Lu had sent one of his six-legged ice lizards northward for reconnaissance, confirming the existence of an unknown territory nestled in the snowy forest several thousand meters from his own domain. What heightened Lu's sense of urgency was the sight of stone walls being erected within this unfamiliar lord's territory, indicating that the enemy's domain was assuredly above the ordinary 3-star rank, a formidable adversary indeed. Among the regional lord channels, Lu was considered exceptionally fortunate, beginning his journey with an ordinary 3-star six-legged ice lizard. Over the past few days, he had devoted all his resources to nurturing a bronze 1-star six-legged ice lizard king. He had also eliminated 2 nearby ordinary monsters, channeling all resources into a genetically mutated six-legged ice lizard. With the bronze rank unit at his disposal, Lu began to strategize regarding the unknown lord to the north, deploying his ice lizard reconnaissance squad to guard the border between their territories. However, with the demise of the 2 ice lizard scouts, it was evident that the enemy had taken the initiative and was advancing toward his realm. Did the foe also possess bronze rank units? A glimmer of trepidation flickered in the depths of Lu's eyes. Even if his original territory were to be overrun, he could still escape, albeit at the cost of losing a source for continuously generating troops from his summoning altar. Left with only a handful of six-legged ice lizards, he would have to seize territories occupied by other unclaimed monsters, a method of survival, albeit one fraught with sacrifice. But at least it would preserve his life. Should he take the risk? Lu hesitated. He considered himself among the luckiest in his tribe. Yet it was entirely plausible that the neighboring lord was a being of innate strength. Races such as dragons, demons, and gods, known for their formidable life force, were not entities that a diminutive fox tribe could hope to contend with. Without delay, Lu grasped his bone blade, donned his crafted leather armor, and dashed out of the iron-clad wooden cabin, mounting the six-legged ice lizard king stationed nearby, retreating toward a small hillside to the south of his territory. He concealed himself behind a towering boulder, several meters high, providing a vantage point to observe the nature of the intruder threatening his domain. At a distance exceeding 600 meters from his territory, given the escape speed of his mount, even if the enemy possessed bronze-ranked minions, he could abandon his territory and seek refuge in an unclaimed area, continuing his development. After waiting for several moments, Lu finally beheld a massive white figure barreling toward him. Under the radiant sunlight, the snow-covered ground shimmered with rainbow hues as a hulking armored giant, clad in heavy white armor and wielding a formidable battle axe, surged forth from the snowy woods to the north of the fox tribe's domain. As it ran, it stirred up a torrent of white snow, akin to a tsunami of snow, exuding a terrifying presence. The six-legged ice lizard king, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the orc wolf tribe leader, let out an agitated roar, signaling its unease. It was undoubtedly a bronze-ranked monster. Upon witnessing this, Lu's pupils constricted, a sense of retreat already forming within him as he felt the anxiety radiating from the six-legged ice lizard king. From this, he understood that the neighboring lord to the north was also a bronze-ranked leader. In mere moments, the orc wolf tribe leader reached the icy wall surrounding the territory. Raising the monstrous battle axe in his right hand, he swung it down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, countless shards of ice flew apart, and the nearly 3-meter-high icy barrier crumbled before the might of the colossal creature, as if it were mere clay. The remaining six-legged ice lizards within the territory opened their jaws wide, their sharp teeth glinting as they gathered snow-white energy, forming orbs the size of basketballs. Several of these projectiles soared through the air, striking the wolf tribe leader's armor, yet he remained unfazed, unaffected by their feeble assault. In a flash, the wolf tribe leader stepped forward, appearing like a spectral figure, and in an instant, he was upon the hapless six-legged ice lizards. His battle axe, resembling the scythe of death, descended upon the creatures with merciless intent. Upon impact, the resilient scales of the ice lizards shattered effortlessly, their bodies obliterated into a myriad of pieces, splattering blue blood across the stone floor of the territory. The wolf tribe leader's attack was so potent that it even breached the magical stone flooring, leaving a crater approximately a meter deep. Such overwhelming strength. Lu, hidden behind the boulder on the hillside, felt his heart race with dread upon witnessing this devastation. One strike had dispatched 5 six-legged ice lizards without any chance for retaliation. This adversary was far superior to the six-legged ice lizard king he had painstakingly nurtured. He stood no chance. Faced with this reality, Lu felt no pang of attachment. He resolved to abandon his territory and forsake his bonded six-legged ice lizard minions. For the sake of survival, he had no choice but to make this decision. Flee. In an instant, Lu mounted the six-legged ice lizard king, urging it southward toward the Ice Wind Valley. The outskirts of the valley were populated with bipedal ice magic worms, yet, like the six-legged ice lizards, they were merely ordinary 3-star creatures. With the six-legged ice lizard king at his side, he could easily break through the blockade of the bipedal ice magic worms and venture deeper into the valley. This would provide him with several layers of protection between himself and the bronze-ranked lord to the north, enhancing his sense of security. At this juncture, the most crucial task was to escape safely from this perilous place. Just as Hu Lu turned to make his departure, upon turning around, he unexpectedly spotted a figure clad in white armor atop the hillside, wielding a massive axe. This armored apparition appeared somewhat smaller in stature compared to the invading bronze-tier soldier within his territory. Had he been discovered? Hu Lu's expression momentarily froze, only to be swiftly replaced by a chilling intent to kill. The only option left was to eliminate this obstructing creature if he wished to escape unscathed. Had he known the Northern Lord possessed such a plethora of bronze-tier soldiers, he would have left this place long ago. Regrettably, it was too late for Hu Lu to lament. He now had no choice but to fight for his life in a desperate gamble for survival. Roar! The six-legged ice lizard beneath him sensed its master's murderous intent, opening its formidable jaws filled with sharp teeth. A torrent of white steam erupted from its mouth as it unleashed a deafening roar, gathering magical energy within. Crack! Crack! In an instant, chunks of ice coalesced within the creature's maw, forming a sphere comparable in size to 3 basketballs. With a sudden jerk of its head, the hardened ice sphere was launched forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the orc wolf warrior stationed at the hilltop. As the ice sphere soared, it absorbed the chilling aura from the ground, resulting in a surface bristling with sharp ice spikes, each nearly a foot long. The power of the ice sphere intensified. Following its launch, the six-legged ice lizard began to thrash its body and sprint forward, its momentum akin to that of a mighty orc chieftain, albeit at a pace reduced by more than half. The orc wolf warrior, witnessing the colossal ice sphere approaching, deftly sidestepped, allowing the spiked projectile to narrowly pass by his ear. The ice sphere continued onward, piercing through several towering ancient trees behind him. Thunderclap. After evading the attack, the warrior turned to face his opponent. Countless azure arcs of ice began to crackle around the massive axe in his hand, enveloping the weapon in a radiant blue glow. Just as the six-legged ice lizard arrived within striking distance, it raised its jaws to bite down ferociously. Thud! The two collided. Ultimately, the wolf warrior's axe proved superior, its blade sinking deeply into the ice lizard's skull by nearly half a meter. The sound of cracking bone reverberated as the blow stunned the ice lizard's head. At that moment, the wolf warrior activated his initial rage, enhancing his combat prowess. With eyes blazing crimson, he possessed a higher tier than the ice lizard and boasted greater vitality. In this clash, unless the ice lizard wielded some formidable magical artifact, defeat was inevitable. Hu Lu, perched upon the back of his ice lizard, witnessed his mount's head being shattered by the smaller, yet formidable wolf warrior, and his expression shifted dramatically. In this exchange, they had clearly fallen to the disadvantage. Moreover, the lizard's body conducted electricity, and the attacks from this armored foe were imbued with lightning power, sending waves of numbness and weakness coursing through him. At this juncture, even dismounting from the ice lizard had become an arduous task. Faced with a bronze-tier creature, his frail fox-kin physique was akin to that of an ant, and without the ice lizard, he faced certain death, with no hope of escape. This encounter had led to his downfall. Bang! Before Hu Lu could ponder further, a massive axe loomed in his line of sight, engulfing his form and reducing him to mere pulp. The ice lizard beneath him, struck by a lightning-infused axe attack, became momentarily paralyzed, its movements stiffening. With no strength to retaliate, a flurry of blows severed its head, reducing it to ash, with only a few wisps of white light soaring towards Qin Li's direction. Chapter 19. The Ice Valley Giant Worm, Binding the Ice Lizard Soldier. Target Bronze Tier's six-legged ice lizard has been slain. Target Foxkin Lord Hu Lu has been defeated. Acquired a Bronze Tier Ice Lizard Energy Core. Should Hu Lu's territory be destroyed and converted for occupation? In the north, at the edge of a snowy forest 300 meters away from Hu Lu's territory, Qin Li, riding the mutated Lightning Wolf King, began to perceive a series of prompt messages materializing before his eyes. Moments ago, through the initial shared vision skill, he had glimpsed the visage of Hu Lu. He was not a pure human, but rather an orc lord. Interestingly, he belonged to the same kin as the Snow Wolf tribe currently under Qin Li's control. Yet the fox kin were evidently ill-suited for combat. In the early stages, possessing a standard 3-star soldier as a subordinate, it seemed that Hu Lu held a prominent position within his clan. However, he faced Qin Li, who commanded a golden synthesis bar. Hu Lu had already cultivated a bronze-tier 6-legged ice lizard. Had Qin Li waited a few days post the Dark Calamity, perhaps Hu Lu could have bred several more. It was imperative to act swiftly. Convert. Qin Li chose to convert Hu Lu's territory. He possessed a bronze 1-star skeleton soldier altar, yet was hindered by the territorial grade limitation from binding it. However, the 6-legged ice lizard was commendable for both melee and ranged combat, especially given the ice walls surrounding Hu Lu's territory, which encased a layer of stone within. These ice walls had been effortlessly shattered by the bronze 3-star orc wolf chieftain. Boom. Upon selecting conversion, Hu Lu's meticulously constructed territory crumbled, reverting to the same snowy expanse as the surrounding land. Simultaneously, a speck of white light, the size of a fingernail, surged into Qin Li's body, adding an icon of the six-legged ice lizard altar to his inventory. This circular altar icon featured a six-legged ice lizard roaring skyward, vividly lifelike, as if it were a miniature version of the creature. Its six sturdy legs equipped with sharp claws. The outcome was satisfactory. Qin Li felt immense contentment. Acquiring this ordinary 3-star six-legged ice lizard soldier altar marked a significant gain from this expedition. The remaining six-legged ice lizards within Hulu's territory had also been easily dispatched by the orc wolf chieftain, yielding several ice lizard energy cores without any equipment or skill books dropping. To the south of this locale lay a valley. Maintaining his initial shared vision, Qin Li's sight was fixed on a mutated lightning wolf king, which, under his command, led several Snowfield Wolf kings from his territory further south in exploration. After traversing several thousand meters, Qin Li, through the shared perspective, beheld an expansive and magnificent valley flanked by towering ancient trees on both sides. The place where the Thunder Wolf King halted was at the edge of the snowy forest, overlooking a nearly 100-meter precipice. However, this cliff was not a sheer vertical drop of 90 degrees, but rather inclined at about 60 degrees, adorned with several massive protruding boulders. By utilizing these outcroppings, one could descend into the valley below. It was likely that the fox, known as Six, intended to escape into this valley. What lay within? Monsters? At that moment, the mutated Thunder Wolf King, gazing down, spotted two peculiar giant insects, moving solely on their robust hind legs, at the edge of the valley. Each was approximately 2 meters long, reminiscent of a velociraptor, yet their forms had transformed into that of a colossal insectoid body, with visibly protruding sharp fangs at their front. These enormous teeth interlocked grotesquely, and the two giant insects at the edge were engaged in a fierce struggle over a sizable chunk of monstrous flesh, their jagged jaws easily tearing off substantial morsels to swallow whole. It appeared that this valley harbored numerous monsters. Qin Li couldn't help but reflect upon this scene. The valley seemed endless, with dense jungles thriving below, indicating that the fox, Six, would not dare encroach upon the territory of the valley's monsters lightly. The peculiar bipedal giant insects were at least of ordinary 3-star rank, on par with six-legged ice lizard. However, the exact number of these bipedal insects remained uncertain. Aware of an unknown lord in the north, Six would certainly refrain from recklessly attacking other territories, as it would only deplete the forces within its own domain. The countdown to calamity approached. It was prudent to return to one's territory and survive the impending trio of dark disasters first. As Qin Li observed the enormous red countdown of the impending disaster on the human lord's regional channel, a sense of pressure began to weigh on him. Securing his territory and addressing the threat of disaster before devising further strategies was paramount. At the edge of the snowy forest, the Thunder Wolf King, crouching at the cliff's edge, watched intently as the two bipedal insects, after devouring their meal, left behind conspicuous bloodstains on the snow before swiftly darting into the valley's interior. Roar! Just as the Thunder Wolf King contemplated retreating, a resounding roar of a colossal beast erupted from within the valley, its penetrating sound waves reaching even the snowy forest atop the cliff, causing snow to cascade from the ancient trees lining the forest's edge. In an instant, the mutated Thunder Wolf King's fur bristled, and a primal fear of the higher-order monsters flickered in its eyes. A low growl escaped the Thunder Wolf King as it hastily fled northward into the snowy forest. Moments later, Qin Li returned to his abode. During the novice period, he had cleared the surrounding areas of several monsters, ensuring a buffer zone remained. This way, when he encountered other monsters' assaults, he would not be harassed by nearby threats. Particularly, with a myriad of lords like Six the Fox in proximity, they needed to be eradicated swiftly, lest they become a significant menace. The threat posed by such lords would far surpass that of ordinary wild monsters over time. Binding the six-legged ice lizard species, Qin Li focused his thoughts on the subordinate species icon. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Under his mental command, the summoning altar for the six-legged ice lizard was established beside the snowy wolf summoning altar. The altar for the six-legged ice lizard was significantly larger, with a diameter nearing 7 meters. As evening approached, the luminosity within the snowy forest waned further. Through the dark western clouds, several strands of fiery clouds could be faintly discerned, standing out against the overcast sky. Within a vast open territory of the boundless snowy forest, Qin Li stepped out of his wooden cabin and directed his gaze toward the altar before him, inspecting its attribute panel. Summoning altar nickname, six-legged ice lizard species. Subordinate level, ordinary. Basic species unit, six-legged ice lizard. Summoning speed, 1 six-legged ice lizard every 60 minutes. A combat unit summoned every 60 minutes, which was 30 minutes longer than the snowy wolf, albeit at 2 lower ranks. The countdown stood at 6 hours. This indicated that the first dark disaster would strike at midnight. Within this 6-hour time frame, he could summon 6 six-legged ice lizards, along with an orc wolf warrior. At that time, he could also merge one into an orc wolf chief. Qin Li mused on this. With a bronze-level orc wolf warrior, he could station it to guard his territory, providing at least a bronze-level combat force. He returned to his wooden cabin, prepared a hearty bear meat hot pot, and indulged until he was full. Before long, an hour elapsed. Buzz! A brilliant white light emanated from the summoning altar of the six-legged ice lizard, manifesting a creature nearly 4 meters in length, adorned with blue vertical pupils and a robust tail that swayed behind it. It regarded Qin Li with an expression full of affection. The massive six-legged ice lizard resembled an oversized pug as it bounded towards Qin Li, wagging its tail and occasionally flicking out a blue icy tongue. Qin Li employed an inspection skill. The attributes of the six-legged ice lizard appeared before his eyes. Nickname: Six-legged ice lizard. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Ordinary. Vitality: 37. Skill: Snowball technique. Evaluation: a low-tier minion, with a vitality of 37. It was among the higher ranks within its tier. Let us test its prowess, Qin Li contemplated. With a mere thought, he commanded the six-legged ice lizard to attack the nearby orc wolf chief. Roar! In the next moment, the blue vertical pupils of the six-legged ice lizard radiated a chilling murderous intent. As a subordinate of the Lord Qin Li, it would not flinch even when facing foes many times stronger. It mirrored the 2 ice lizard scouts Qin Li had encountered earlier. The six-legged ice lizard slightly opened its mouth, gathering strands of icy blue magical energy until it coalesced into a snowball the size of 2 basketballs. The volume and chilling power far surpassed that under 6's control. Was this mere luck, or did his territory possess some hidden attribute enhancement? Qin Li pondered. Previously, when he utilized the golden synthesis panel to merge these subordinate species, the resulting vitality had consistently ranked at the peak among similar tiers. This principle seemed applicable to both the snowy wolf and the six-legged ice lizard. As the synthesis of a bronze-tier six-legged ice lizard approached completion, Qin Li cast a contemplative glance at the countdown displayed on the channel for the human Lord-S region, his expression tinged with gravity. At this moment, discussions regarding the 3 major dark calamities had surged within the channel, with some lamenting their misfortunes while others initiated trade proposals. With the impending arrival of the first calamity, numerous human lords began to present items they were reluctant to part with, seeking to exchange them for essential resources. The demand for armor and weaponry surged dramatically. In the trading area, the previously observed ordinary 3-star weapons had already been traded away. Within the channel, a lamenting voice expressed dissatisfaction. Having only just ascended to an ordinary 2-star territory, with over 90% of their troops lost, had it not been for an aggressive attack from a goblin orc lord, their plight would not have been so dire. Please grant me a low difficulty first calamity. This kind of grumbling constituted nearly a third of the discourse within the lord's channel. I require 3 ordinary 3-star weapons for trade. I can offer an ordinary 1-star dwarf sacrificial altar in exchange. Another voice chimed in. What type of energy core does your dwarf species need for enhancement? An ordinary 1-star dwarf is far too weak. Such low-tier combat power is merely a burden. Both fire and earth attributes will suffice. I can feed them various energy cores to enhance their talents. Moreover, this dwarf species is a specialized forging type. Once their talents are sufficiently elevated to ordinary 3 stars or above, they may be capable of forging standard-grade weapons. Were it not for the need to arm my current subservient troops, I would not part with this dwarf altar. I am willing to trade. I possess suitable weapons for exchange. As Qin Li observed a human lord offering a dwarf sacrificial altar for trade in the channel, a thought sparked in his mind, and he considered participating. Dwarven subservients could forge weapons. Even with iron ore, they could only create the most basic ordinary weapons. However, by leveraging the power of the golden synthesis bar, they could expedite the synthesis process, transforming an ordinary 1-star weapon into a bronze-tier weapon after just a few syntheses. This could yield returns of dozens to even hundreds of times the resources in the trading area. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the appearance of such a unique subservient altar in the channel had made many recognize the dwarf species' significance. Although initially only an ordinary 1-star, cultivating ordinary tier species was not a formidable task. By raiding and exterminating several encampments of monstrous beings, they could acquire ample corresponding energy cores. With energy cores at hand, the dwarves' talents could be enhanced, allowing them to ascend to higher tiers, ultimately leading to a continuous stream of wealth through weapon forging. The trading volume of low-tier weapons remained substantial within the human region channel. Many ordinary 1-star subservients, upon being summoned, generally lacked any weaponry. Once equipped with weapons of the same tier, their combat capabilities would gain a notable advantage among peers. Within the ruins of the dungeon, he had also acquired several ordinary 1-star fractured skeleton swords, which, after a few syntheses, had transformed into ordinary 3-star skeleton battle blades. He now possessed 3 3-star skeleton battle blades, precisely meeting the required standard. Despite the dwarf sacrificial altar being traded away, humans from Earth and other planets had been transported to the battlefield of myriad races. The number of human lords was surely accompanied by more unique subservient altars in their possession. Typically, they would hesitate to part with valuable items. Now, with the first dark calamity looming, the situation remained uncertain. Most were hoarding equipment to empower their troops, eager to witness the potency of the initial dark calamity. Chapter 21. Trading Mountain Dwarfs and Hill Goblins in the trading area of the Human Lord's Region channel. Qin Li listed all 3 of his synthesized ordinary 3-star weapons, offering them in exchange for rare and unique species. Within his territory, the summoning altar for the 6-legged ice lizard had successfully summoned a second specimen, allowing Qin Li to promptly synthesize a 6-legged ice lizard king. This bronze-tier ice lizard king measured over 7 meters in length, its azure vertical pupils setting it apart from ordinary 6-legged ice lizards. Unlike its counterparts, the bronze-tier ice lizard king boasted multiple spikes adorning its forehead, forming a crown-like ring of spikes, exuding an air of majesty. Qin Li employed a reconnaissance skill, unveiling the attributes of the ice lizard king before him. Nickname: 6-legged ice lizard king. Talent: bronze. Level: bronze. Vitality: 48. Skills: spike ice ball technique, ice blade technique, ice armor technique. Evaluation: among the bronze 1 stars. It is considered an elite ice lizard species. With a vitality of 48, it indeed approached the late stage of its tier. A flicker of joy illuminated Qin Li's countenance. This confirmed that the species synthesized through the golden synthesis bar tended to reach the pinnacle of their tier after synthesis. Buzz. At that moment, several notifications emerged in the trading area channel. Upon opening them, Qin Li discovered multiple human lords wishing to engage and trade with him. One lord had managed to present 3 ordinary 3-star weapons, all of which were deemed superior within their tier. The grade of these weapons stood out distinctly among the myriad of offerings. However, it was evident that very few human lords possessed surplus rare species, and the tiers of their subservience likely did not exceed ordinary 2-star. It was unlikely that they would be foolish enough to trade 3 ordinary 3-star weapons for subservience of a higher tier. Greetings, I possess an ordinary 1-star rare species, a sunfruit plant species. This species can absorb sunlight, coalescing into ordinary 1-star sun fruits, which, when consumed, offer healing properties and enhance physical strength. Qin Li perused this offer. While a fruit-bearing species with healing capabilities held some utility, he lamented his lack of interest, as he already possessed only 2 offensive species. The limitations on the species he could amass were indeed confining. Would you trade for an ordinary 1-star mountain dwarf? Came the second, succinct message, accompanied by the emblem of the mountain dwarf. This branch of the dwarf species was also a forging type. Subsequently, Qin Li earmarked this mountain dwarf as a potential option and continued browsing the next private message from another lord. Would you be interested in exchanging for an ordinary 2-star special species, a hill goblin? After reading this message, Qin Li's expression shifted. He found himself intrigued by the 2-star species, particularly as the hill goblin appeared to belong to the elven category. Qin Li activated the icon of the small mountain monster troop, a creature resembling a diminutive humanoid figure crafted entirely from dark stone. The icon also displayed various statistics pertaining to this creature. Its appearance resembled that of a black rock, from which 2 legs and arms sprouted, both limbs remarkably slender, standing at a mere height of approximately 1 meter 30. In terms of combat prowess, it was among the weakest of its kind within the same rank. Qin Li performed a preliminary selection, hoping to discover something of greater value. However, after perusing several private messages, he found only exceedingly mundane troop types, devoid of any innovation, merely flesh and blood soldiers. The only forged troop available was that solitary mountain dwarf. I possess a bronze-grade ice energy core. Would you consider trading it for the small mountain monster troop? Qin Li sent this private message to the human lord who owned the small mountain monster. At that moment, in a distant mountain forest, a bald young human, seated atop a massive black stone, was simmering a pot of food. Large bones floated within the stone pot, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the jungle. A howl echoed from the distant mountains, accompanied by the resonant roars of wild beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. A bronze-grade energy core? No wonder he could trade 3 ordinary 3-star skeleton battle blades all at once. He must be a bronze-grade lord. The bald young man, Wang Shan, mused. He needed the earth type, yet he could easily exchange the ice core for the earth type in the human lord market within the trading zone. Furthermore, he had attempted to bind the small mountain monster troop, only to find it cumbersome and slower than its peers, with inferior attack capabilities. Its sole advantage lay in its defense, and even if destroyed, it could slowly regenerate from shattered fragments. This was far less advantageous than his self-developed mutated Blackstone tribe subordinates, and he was merely a step away from cultivating a bronze-grade troop. Subsequently, after confirming the trade, the small mountain monster troop vanished, and within his inventory, a shimmering ice blue bronze-grade energy core appeared through the system's trading interface. He extracted the ice blue core, a crystalline orb the size of an apple, emanating an immediate chill that enveloped his entire right arm. What a treasure, Wang Shan thought, shivering slightly before stowing it away in his backpack. Meanwhile, Qin Li, having acquired the ordinary 2-star small mountain monster troop, exchanged 3 ordinary 3-star black iron battle blades for an ordinary 1-star mountain dwarf subordinate troop. Although the small mountain monster troop seemed lacking in offensive capability and vitality at the ordinary 2-star level, once enhanced through the golden synthesis bar, its vitality could soar to the pinnacle of its rank. Upon reaching the bronze level, a qualitative transformation was assured. This was undeniably a robust shield-type troop. He resolved to gradually amass various types of troop formations. Glancing once more at the vibrant exchanges within the bustling regional channel, Qin Li closed the trading zone and prepared to gather his strength in anticipation of the impending 3 great dark calamities. Troops of lower initial levels undoubtedly possessed lower talents, and the resources required to cultivate such troops into higher tiers were substantial. For most lords of myriad races, upon acquiring troops with superior talents, the low-level subordinates would be relegated to mere cannon fodder. While this may be a harsh reality, it is one of the cold rules for survival in the battlefield of myriad lords. 2 hours later, Qin Li synthesized another bronze-grade 6-legged ice lizard king and proceeded to click for the synthesis of a bronze 2-tier advanced troop. At the 6-legged ice lizard altar, one of the 6-legged ice lizard kings vanished, merging into another, clearly resulting in a larger, more robust creature with a more luxuriant crest upon its forehead. Utilizing his exploration skill revealed the following attributes. Nickname: Mutated 6-legged ice lizard king. Talent: Bronze. Level: Bronze. Vitality: 57. Skills: Great Ice Sphere Technique, Chain Ice Blade Technique, Earth Ice Spike Technique, Ice Armor Technique. Evaluation: A rare ice-type mutated variant among bronze 2-star creatures. Roaring, the 6-legged ice lizard king bent its head, its massive, disc-like skull hovering just outside of Qin Li's reach, its eyes closing in acquiescence. Qin Li reached out to stroke the cold, hard scales of the mutated ice lizard king. This creature could be deemed the second most powerful in his current roster, the first being the bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe leader. With 2 hours remaining, Qin Li gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky, a shadow of gravitas crossing his features. An hour later, he synthesized yet another bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe leader along with a bronze 1-star orc wolf tribe warrior. Subsequently, he combined the previous 2 orc wolf tribe warriors into another bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe leader. In total, Qin Li now possessed 3 bronze 3-star orc wolf tribe leaders. He did not plan to synthesize a silver-grade troop yet, as he was still unaware of the criteria for the impending dark calamity. Should the calamity assess based on the current troop levels, elevating them to silver would only complicate his challenges. Synthesizing 3 bronze 3-star troops would provide him with flexibility. Even if transported away, he could leave behind a bronze 3-star wolf tribe leader to safeguard his territory, ensuring his domain would retain a measure of defensive capability against possible transportation to the Godfall Tower or the Abyss. The countdown for the 3 great dark calamities in the battlefield of myriad lords reached 10 seconds. 10, 9, 1. The calamity has arrived. May fortune favor all lords. No transportation? Standing within his territory, Qin Li remained in place after a brief moment, not having been transported. What was that? A meteor? The first calamity. The dark calamity creatures descended? It was not transportation. Only the first calamity remained. At this moment, he looked up to see a colossal flaming meteor, seemingly materializing from the dark heavens, plummeting directly toward his territory. The fiery meteor trailed a long, bright red tail, distinctly visible against the night sky, easily observable for miles around. Wasn't it said to be dark calamity creatures? This was unmistakably a meteor. Qin Li chuckled bitterly. In just 3 heartbeats, as the flaming meteor descended to approximately 300 meters above Qin Li's territory, he discerned its considerable size, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Its surface was rugged and uneven, enveloped in a thick layer of flames. Crush it! A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qin Li's eyes. With several bronze-tier units at his disposal, he was resolute that he could obliterate the meteor with ranged attacks. Yes, my lord, responded the 3 robust wolf clan leaders beside him, each brandishing their colossal axes. Their right arms swelled dramatically, as if infused with immense energy. With a whoosh, the 3 massive, whirling axes, propelled by powerful gusts, struck down upon the rapidly descending flaming meteor. Simultaneously, the newly promoted bronze 2-star variant Ice Lizard King unleashed a sharp ice ball nearly 7 to 1, 8 meters in diameter, trailing behind the trio of spinning axes. Boom! The axes collided with the meteor almost simultaneously, leaving 3 deep gashes several meters long on its surface, causing large chunks of flaming debris to plummet downwards. As the shattered fragments fell onto Qin Li's territory, they immediately emitted a wave of intense heat, enveloping the area in a thick fog. The combined assault of the 3 axes severed a third of the meteor's volume and diverted its trajectory. The Ice Lizard King's ice ball transformed upon impact, enveloping the meteor in a vast expanse of white mist, significantly dousing the flames that had engulfed it, leaving behind only wisps of black smoke. Ultimately, after a couple of tremors, the meteor crashed onto a clearing 200 meters east of the territory, accompanied by a deafening roar. The ground trembled slightly, sending plumes of snow into the air, hinting at the formation of a minor snowstorm. Qin Li instinctively mounted the variant Thunderwolf King as the Ice Lizard King. Despite being a more fitting steed, had not yet been equipped with a binding leather saddle. Riding it without proper gear would be far less comfortable than the soft, lush fur of the Thunderwolf King. Upon receiving Qin Li's mental command, several bronze tier units surged forth from the territory as if propelled by the wind. They effortlessly leaped over the stone walls at the territory's edge, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. These stone walls merely served to shield against the wind and deter lower-tier magical creatures. To the east, beyond the stone walls, a massive pit, several meters deep, had formed upon impact, with shockwaves exposing the moist black soil beneath the snow over a wide area. Within the pit, the intense heat radiating from the meteor created waves of white vapor reminiscent of desert smoke, ascending straight into the air. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the rubble. Emerging from the fragments of the fallen meteor were a pair of enormous, sickle-like crimson dragon wings, sending shards flying in all directions, crashing into the ancient trees nearby and leaving behind numerous indentations. The branches shook violently, dislodging heavy snow in a stunning display. With a clatter, the debris rolled away as a fire element young dragon, adorned with fine crimson scales, rose from the pit, towering over 5 meters in height with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Outside the stone walls, Qin Li, positioned behind the bronze tier units, activated a player-associated reconnaissance skill. Chapter 23. Introduction of Newbie Rules and Information Gathering. Under the cover of night. In the snowy forest, plumes of white vapor rose skyward. Below, a fire element young dragon, its body entirely encased in crimson scales and exhaling fiery gusts, emerged. Nickname, Fire Element Young Dragon. Level, Bronze. Status, Healthy. Vitality. Description, a rare dragon-type creature of the Dark Catastrophe lineage. This calamity creature harbors an innate hatred for all overlords, with a default enmity value maxed out. Should it not be slain within a stipulated time frame, or if it is killed within that period, one may survive the Dark Catastrophe. Existence countdown, 120 minutes. Indeed, a young dragon. How extraordinary for a bronze 3-star to emerge as the first dark calamity of the early game. Could it be that my strongest units are bronze 3-star? Hence this Dark Catastrophe is also of the same caliber? Qin Li pondered, judging by the size of this dragon. It was undoubtedly a young dragon, or perhaps a subdragon species. After all, he had previously glimpsed the silhouette of a dragon from afar while vanquishing the ice jade spider, a colossal creature whose dimensions rivaled that of a building. This fire element young dragon, however, stood at a mere 5 meters tall, its wings barely spanning over 10 meters. The disparity in size was striking. Simultaneously, Qin Li's thoughts began to focus on the human overlord regional channel. As calamity descended, the frequency of exchanges within this channel surged, with numerous overlords sharing speculative information. On the human side, upon realizing that other races with inherently powerful life forms were present on this overlord battlefield, and prior to any encounters, a few lesser overlords were willing to share non-crucial intelligence. Damn, this is absurd. As a mere ordinary 3-star overlord, facing a bronze 1-star calamity creature, I can only flee in circles. Thankfully, my units are airborne, but my constructed territory has been utterly destroyed. What bad luck. Randomly assigned to the second dark calamity, and I'm stuck in the Godfall Tower. The first stage is in a dark forest, and I haven't yet encountered any creatures. Sigh. Being selected for a calamity creature is unfortunate enough, but an ordinary 2-star overlord against a bronze 3-star calamity? I must be the unluckiest of all. As an ordinary 3-star overlord, the calamity creature is bronze 2-star, possibly due to my training of bronze 1-star units. Help! Is there anyone able to teleport in the Abyssal Bone Forest? I'm surrounded by a horde of ordinary 1-star skeleton soldiers. The numbers are overwhelming. Is anyone forming a group to teleport to the abyss? This is bad. I'm on the first layer of the meteor tower in the dark jungle, and I'm being targeted by a bronze-level Black Panther. I've lost 8 out of my 15 ordinary 3-star units, barely managing to find a cliff to hide. This second calamity in the Godfall Tower is far more perilous. Fellow clansmen, help. I'm urgently seeking trades for burrowing units. I've been chased by a triangular subdragon, and I'm down to my last mount. When Qin Li observed the distress signal, he noted that the sender had only managed to transmit half of the message before ceasing. The once vibrant anonymous nickname now appeared in a dull gray, with the ominous words permanent erasure floating above it. It was evident that the sender had been pursued and swiftly slain by a monstrous entity, and the glaring crimson text sent a chill through Qin Li's heart. In the channel, a voice lamented, I have encountered a demon lord. That creature is beyond the comprehension of any human, at the very least a bronze-tier life form. Its appearance is utterly repulsive. My bronze-tier troops are being systematically annihilated by this demon lord. Damn it, this may very well be the end for me. Within the Godslayer Tower's first layer, a task was triggered. If one could endure for 10 days, they would gain direct access to the second layer. I was transported to a small island within the first layer, surrounded by a lake inhabited by wandering fish-like monsters, rendering my immediate vicinity relatively safe. However, I could only wonder if I would be selected again by the calamity on the morrow. While most were indeed unfortunate, there were a few exceedingly fortunate ones whose initial teleportation placed them in utterly secure locations, free from the threat of monstrous pursuits. After perusing numerous messages, Qin Li discerned some patterns. It seemed that the first dark calamity would likely manifest at a level 1 star higher than the local lord's rank, or perhaps 1 star higher than the tier of the troops nurtured by that lord. Ding! An announcement echoed. The rules governing the 3 major dark calamities have been disclosed. During the novice phase, the initial calamity monsters will typically be 1 star tier above the territory level. A handful may exceed the strongest units of the lord by 1 star or match their highest tier. The maximum tier for the first calamity monster is silver. At that moment, a new message appeared in the pinned section of the Human Lord region channel. The revelation that there could be silver tier calamity monsters sent a shock through Qin Li's mind. He noted that the announcement specifically mentioned a novice phase, indicating that these rules were under protective measures. Once the novice period concluded in the multi-race battlefield, the calamity monsters would likely ascend by 2 stars. Are they mad? The highest is silver tier? I don't even have a bronze tier unit. If I encounter a silver tier calamity monster, I could be instantly obliterated. It was absurd. Have you all noticed? This is merely the novice phase's rule restrictions, which still consider the lords. If calamity monsters descend post-novice phase, they may be completely random. Currently, the protective measures for the first calamity were based on the rules established for each novice human lord, featuring both formidable and equally leveled calamity monsters. The danger posed by these calamity monsters during the novice phase was considered relatively low. In the channel, discussions among human lords ensued. Qin Li withdrew his thoughts and exhaled deeply. The bronze tier 3-star fire dragon he faced was not the most outrageous encounter. At this moment, 100 meters away, 3 orc wolf clan chieftains surrounded the fire dragon, while a mutated ice lizard king attacked from a distance. In a 4-on-1 scenario, the fire dragon's scales had been shattered, leaving numerous gaping wounds from axe strikes, crimson blood gushing forth and saturating the air with a potent metallic scent. Dragon blood is quite valuable, isn't it? Qin Li mused, his eyes glinting at the sight of the glistening, ruby-like dragon blood. Chapter 24. Slaying the Young Dragon. Fire Dragon Egg. In the depths of the snowy forest at midnight, the furious roar of a dragon intertwined with the jarring sounds of metal clashing, accompanied by the guttural growls of beasts, creating a cacophony of chaos. As time elapsed, the fire dragon, encircled by Qin Li's bronze-tier troops, began to weaken significantly. At this rate, it would be but moments before the beleaguered fire dragon succumbed to its fate. If calamity monsters truly descended randomly, then encountering such a dragon-like entity was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, this first dark calamity was a blend of risk and opportunity. Should one manage to slay this arriving calamity monster, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Roar. The battle-scarred fire dragon, besieged by the 3 equally ranked wolf chieftains, bore the brunt of their assault, with half of its scythe-like wings shattered, revealing stark white bone amidst the bloodied flesh. The once majestic presence of the dragon was all but extinguished. Suddenly, the beleaguered fire dragon, entangled by multiple troops, retreated rapidly, breaking free from the melee. Its entire body became enveloped in a crimson glow. At its brow, a diamond-shaped scale, akin to a ruby, began to emit a brilliant scarlet light, which swiftly cascaded across its form. In mere moments, most of the fire dragon was shrouded in this radiant glow. The previously damaged wounds on its wings visibly began to heal, and the scar on its forehead closed up. The destroyed eye regained its luster. What astonishing regenerative abilities! Qin Li, observing from 100 meters away, was taken aback by the incredible speed of recovery. With renewed vigor, the fire dragon began to flap its wings furiously, generating a powerful gust of wind. It understood the formidable foes it faced and recognized its disadvantage, seeking to ascend into the air for temporary refuge. Yet, the 3 orc wolf chieftains would not allow such an escape. 3 spinning axes flew forth once more. The wolf chieftain, now activated with a berserk skill, hurled his axes with even greater force. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 axes targeted the fire dragon's still healing neck wound. The first axe plunged deep, followed by the second and third, which buried their blades into the dragon's neck. Blood gushed forth, and as the fire dragon barely lifted off the ground, it began to sway unsteadily from the relentless assault. In that instant, 2 of the orc wolf chieftains advanced simultaneously, becoming 2 swift white phantoms that seized the fire dragon's legs, yanking it down to the ground with the weight of 1,000 stones. Concurrently, another chieftain raised his massive axe and struck down, severing the young dragon's neck entirely. The light in the dragon's eyes dimmed visibly, and the once glowing diamond scales began to retract swiftly, transforming back into an ordinary scale. The target fire-type young dragon has been slain. Congratulations, esteemed Lord Player, for successfully overcoming the first dark cataclysm. You have obtained a bronze-level disaster monster treasure chest. Bang! On the ground, the severed head of the fire-type young dragon disintegrated into dust as Qin Li read the notification of its demise, vanishing into the surrounding air. At this moment, A treasure chest of vibrant crimson hue appeared in Qin Li's backpack, adorned with a faint, ethereal silhouette of a roaring fire dragon, rendering this bronze-level chest extraordinarily remarkable. Open the treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the bronze-level disaster monster treasure chest. You have acquired a silver-level fire dragon egg. You have obtained a bronze-level dragon clan skill. Dragon's blood healing. You have acquired a bronze-level fire dragon battle blade. Immediately thereafter, a series of lines of text materialized before Qin Li's eyes. Several new items appeared in his backpack. A fire dragon egg, Qin Li thought, and in an instant, a nearly 1.5 meter tall crimson dragon egg materialized on the ground a few steps before him. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the eggshell revealed intricate scarlet scales, and the egg exuded a faint aura of draconic might. The dragon race, within this battlefield of myriad tribes, indeed possesses a significantly robust intrinsic vitality. Standing at the apex of the food chain amidst the vast expanse of snowy forests. If only I had to, Qin Li mused, activating the appraisal skill. He examined the egg. Nickname, Fire-type Dragon Egg. Talent, Silver. Level, Ordinary. Vitality. Hatching time. Evaluation, among Silver-level creatures. A relatively rare Dragon-type unit. This Fire-type young dragon, upon hatching, is likely to be merely of ordinary quality. And given the low concentration of fire elemental magic in this snow-laden forest, it will require the hunting of Fire-type wild monsters to acquire fire energy cores for its nurturing. However, once cultivated, a Dragon-type unit, even with equal or slightly lower vitality, bolstered by various Dragon Clan skills and inherent racial pressure, will undoubtedly exhibit combat prowess comparable to the pinnacle of its tier. Previously, Qin Li had witnessed a bronze 3-star fire-type young dragon withstand an onslaught from 4 bronze-level units. Even the 3 Orc Wolf clan leaders, synthesized by Qin Li, held significant strength among their peers. Yet, despite their formidable power, the fire-type young dragon had to struggle fiercely before it could be slain. Were it another bronze 3-star monster unit, it likely would not have lasted even a few seconds against the trio of colossal axes. To hatch this fire dragon egg, it is likely that fire energy cores will be necessary. Regardless, it must be stored for now. Qin Li was particularly intrigued by the dropped Dragon Clan skill and Fire Dragon Battle Blade. Should they be bronze 2-star level, he could equip them, thereby enhancing his combat strength. Each lord may only equip skills and gear that do not exceed 2-star levels above their territory S rank. Bronze 2-star level aligns perfectly with the highest standards of this rule. Chapter 25, Flying Monsters, Ice Bats. The rules regarding skill and equipment levels were recently amended with the announcement of the initial disaster monster regulations. This alteration proved beneficial for novice lords, allowing them to equip higher-level weapons found in the Godfall Tower or Abyss at any time, thus bolstering their self-defense capabilities. After all, within the 2 disaster-laden realms of teleportation, numerous high-level monsters roam, and hidden ruins may also lie within these areas. Surely, some fortunate individuals will stumble upon high-level weapons. This rule change will also enable Qin Li to equip the weapons and skills he acquires sooner. After clearing the battlefield outside the territory, Qin Li returned to the warmth of his stone cottage, where the flickering flames of the hearth cast a comforting glow against the window, creating a cozy refuge amidst the boundless snowy forest. Reclining comfortably on a plush bench, Qin Li focused his thoughts on the dragon's blood healing skill he had obtained. In the next instant, the attributes of this skill materialized before him. Nickname, Dragon's Blood Healing. Level, Bronze. Minimum training requirement, above ordinary for all tribes lords. Skill details, upon activation. This skill provides a powerful healing capability for up to 15 minutes, until the lord's magical energy is fully expended. Limitation, cooldown time of 60 minutes. Detecting that the lord meets the training requirements for Dragon's Blood Healing, would you like to train this bronze-level Dragon Clan skill? Yes. Qin Li responded without hesitation to the prompt. Boom. In an instant, a stream of azure energy emerged within his previously dark consciousness, entirely composed of magical power. The once elementary shared vision skill paled in comparison to this bronze-level Dragon Clan skill, revealing an immense disparity. Surging magical energy rapidly coursed into the center of Qin Li's consciousness, forming a crimson skill card for Dragon's Blood Healing. At the center of this card, a vivid silhouette of a roaring fire dragon emerged, seemingly imbued with life. Under the concentration of this bronze-level magical energy, Qin Li felt an exhilarating warmth emanating from every cell in his body, akin to soaking in a hot spring. The process of refining the bronze-level magical energy lasted nearly 15 minutes. Afterward, Qin Li sensed a remarkable increase in his strength prior to his teleportation. He had led a rather sedentary lifestyle on Earth. Now, his previously protruding belly had flattened, revealing hints of abdominal muscles, and he felt significantly lighter. The heat radiating from his limbs receded like a retreating tide. Comfortable. Qin Li exhaled a breath of stale air. With newfound agility, he sprang from the bench, leaping nearly 2 meters into the air. The transformation after training in a bronze-level Dragon Clan skill was astounding. Should he train with 10 or even 100 skill cards? Would he not rival the powerful dragon, demon, or divine races, endowed with formidable intrinsic vitality? Qin Li's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he realized that with his current physique, wielding heavy weapons, particularly the previous skeletal battle blade, would have been a daunting task. The bronze-grade skeletal warblade, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, towers over his own physique. Following the refinement and transformation brought about by the skill card, it has indeed instilled a sense of confidence in Qin Li, perhaps prompting him to venture a trial. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the bronze 2-star Fire Dragon Warblade. The icon depicting this weapon displayed some fundamental statistics, revealing a length of only 1.5 meters. Given his current physical prowess, wielding it would not pose much difficulty. With a flicker of thought, a flicker of fire ignited from Qin Li's right hand, swiftly morphing into a 1.5-meter-long Fire Dragon Warblade. Slightly curved in form, the blade glowed a fiery red, while the handle bore intricate patterns reminiscent of dragon scales, enhancing grip through increased friction. Instinctively, Qin Li cast a probing skill. Nickname, Fire Dragon Warblade. Level, Bronze. Status, Intact. Minimum equipment requirement, above ordinary of the 10,000 races Lord. Additional skills, Explosive Flame Ball. Flame Enhancement. Having cultivated several skills, Qin Li sensed a considerable magical aura imbued within the Fire Dragon Warblade. This fire-based magic, he surmised, was likely what sustained the weapon's additional abilities. Given that the Warblade was of bronze 2-star caliber, it stood to reason that the quality of these additional skills would not be lacking, certainly ranking above bronze level. With this Warblade in his possession, he felt a newfound sense of self-preservation. Even when confronted by certain bronze-tier monstrosities, he could hold his own. In the tranquil depths of night, amidst the snowy forest, only the distant roars of wild beasts pierced the silence. A somewhat drowsy Qin Li reclined on a soft bed, while outside, several bronze 3-star Orc Wolf clan leaders stood guard. After several days of development, Qin Li had finally managed to establish a tenuous foothold. Yet in the grand scheme of the 10,000 races Lord battlefield, this was merely the beginning. Should a silver-tier monster emerge from the northern mountains or the southern ice valley, it would undoubtedly pose a significant headache for him. At present, upon perusing the Human Lord's regional channel, Qin Li noted a marked decline in the fervor of discussions. He observed several unfortunate human lords recounting their harrowing experiences with the teleportation process, their avatars dimmed, having been permanently erased. With the golden synthesis bar at his disposal, he considered himself far more fortunate than those fallen lords. Currently, Qin Li could not afford to dwell on such matters. His singular focus was to survive on this battlefield. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Li savored a bowl of meat porridge within the stone dwelling. After brushing his teeth with a homemade toothbrush, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. To the north, beyond his territory, a 6-legged ice lizard assigned to patrol the eastern domain transmitted a mental wave. This was one of several summoned 6-legged ice lizards dispatched by Qin Li to enhance the vigilance surrounding his territory, extending the previous perimeter of 500 to 600 meters to an impressive 1,000 meters. Should any other monstrosities attempt to invade, Qin Li had instructed these ordinary 3-star or higher units to relay their mental signals. With their rank, these soldiers could now wield a measure of mental prowess, sufficient for Qin Li, their commander, to detect their communications. Wiping his mouth, Qin Li activated a basic shared vision skill card, directly linking with the ice lizard that had issued the warning. His perspective shifted abruptly, and through the ice lizard's gaze, he beheld a massive ice bat gliding gracefully through the air, just a few meters below the treetops, heading toward his territory. Chapter 26, Synthesizing Silver-Tier Units, Wolf Clan Priest. This ice bat, with its snow-white skin and a gray underbelly, bore an uncanny resemblance to a manta ray dwelling in the ocean depths. Its pectoral fins, akin to wings, fluttered gently in the air, resembling a cloud of cotton candy being caressed by the breeze, utterly silent in its approach. With a length nearing 4 meters, its pectoral fins extended close to 6 meters. At the end of its long tail was a sharp, cone-like stinger that shimmered with an eerie blue light, suggesting the presence of potent venom. Its enormous maw was lined with sharp teeth, and protruding from its forehead were several elongated spines, rendering this ice bat a truly fearsome sight. The creature's level was undoubtedly high. It was at least of ordinary 3-star caliber. Qin Li speculated as he shared the ice lizard's perspective. Wild, lower-tier monsters possessed a strong territorial instinct and would not easily traverse their domain to such an extent. Therefore, it was highly probable that this flying monstrosity was under the control of a lord from the 10,000 races. Moreover, the fact that it could dispatch its forces to scout around his territory just a day after the second of the 3 great dark calamities indicated that, like him, it had also been subjected to the first dark disaster. To resolve such a swift emergence of calamity-spawned beasts, one would need considerable skill. Perhaps the meteorite that fell last night had drawn its attention. Qin Li recalled the manner in which he had encountered the fire-type young dragon, summoned by the first dark disaster. The massive fire meteorite that descended would have captured the notice of anyone within a 10-kilometer radius. If, at that moment, another lord had also been chosen as the first disaster within that vicinity, they would undoubtedly have taken note of the changes in Qin Li's direction. During the three great dark calamities, such a notable meteorite event would likely point to a location occupied by another lord of the 10,000 races. Thus, it seemed reasonable that this ice bat now appeared at this juncture. As for the east, let us consider synthesizing a silver tier unit. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Li's eyes. According to the information publicly shared in the Human Lords regional channel, the calamity-spawned monsters were exclusively silver tier. Although it was highly likely that the master behind this flying creature was not a human lord, with a silver tier unit for protection. Alongside the data he had previously gathered from the regional channel, he felt a surge of confidence. Even among the powerful races such as the innate life forms of the Demon Clan, Dragon Clan, or other formidable beings, not all would possess overwhelming strength. Many would likely be of only bronze caliber. A silver tier unit would indeed hold substantial combat prowess against those innate life forms. Synthesize. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Li opened the golden synthesis bar, drawing two Orc Wolf Clan leaders into the synthesis interface. He selected the first summoned Wolf Clan leader on the right as the primary component and clicked to synthesize. With a flash, the icons of the two Wolf Clan leaders vanished, and the right side Wolf Clan leader transformed into a diminutive figure clad in white robes, resembling a sage, holding a silver wand in his right hand. Upon the golden synthesis platform, the names of the units underwent a transformation. Qin Li successfully synthesized his inaugural silver grade unit, the Wolf Clan priest. Outside, beside the stone dwelling, one of the Orc Wolf Clan chieftains disintegrated into a radiant white light, merging with another Wolf Clan chieftain nearby. In the next moment, the figure of the Wolf Clan chieftain was enveloped in a haze of white light, his form visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate. From over 4 meters tall, he ultimately diminished to nearly 2 meters. Although this stature was still quite imposing for an ordinary human, it represented a significant change compared to the previous Orc Wolf Clan chieftain. He donned a flowing white robe of the Wolf God priest, wielding a silver magic staff and adorned with a white ceremonial hat. His pair of brilliant, dark eyes sparkled with wisdom. Qin Li emerged from the stone dwelling. He cast a reconnaissance skill upon his newly synthesized silver unit, the Wolf Clan priest, and an attribute panel materialized before him. Nickname: Orc Wolf Clan priest. Talent: silver. Level: silver. Vitality: 77. Skills: Blizzard, Frenzy Aura, Ice Prison, Summon Frost Dragon, Chain Ice Blade Technique. Evaluation: a rare Orc Wolf Clan unit among the silver ranks. Is this the complete version of Blizzard? Qin Li recalled the Orc Wolf Clan chieftain's execution of Blizzard against the fire element Young Dragon, which had never been fully unleashed. The minor Blizzard skill had already reached a height of several dozen meters. The full power of Blizzard would surely exceed a height of 100 meters. Its might multiplied beyond measure. Can it summon airborne units? Qin Li noticed in the Wolf Clan priest skill set the ability to summon a Frost Dragon. Summon a Frost Dragon, Qin Li commanded. Yes, my lord. The silver grade Wolf Clan priest replied with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Swish. In the next moment, a potent surge of magical energy emanated from the silver staff held by the Wolf Clan priest, forming a pentagram magic circle around him. The brilliant white light was striking against the slate. Upon completing the spell, a massive teleportation tunnel, nearly 20 meters in diameter, appeared in the air a few steps away, hovering over 10 meters above the ground. From within the tunnel, a Frost Dragon, approximately 7 meters in length with a wingspan of 13 to 14 meters, descended gracefully, exuding an air of majesty akin to that of a dragon. However, compared to a true dragon, this creature appeared quite slender and delicate, its head elongated like that of a plesiosaur. Qin Li cast another reconnaissance skill. Nickname: Frost Dragon. Level: Bronze. Skills: Description: Magical Summon. Bronze 3 stars, quite commendable. Qin Li nodded approvingly. A summoned airborne unit achieving Bronze 3 stars was indeed impressive. With a flying unit at his disposal, he need not fear enemy aerial forces escaping to the skies. At least he had a means of counteraction. Alas, the Wolf Clan priest could only summon this single Frost Dragon. To obtain another Frost Dragon unit, he would need to synthesize a second Wolf Clan priest. Chapter 27. The Half-Dragon Lord, Light. In the boundless snow forest, snowflakes danced in the air, and the biting cold wind pierced through. Amidst a vast expanse of white canopies, a colossal ice bat with snow-white skin melded seamlessly with the snow, rendering it nearly invisible to any flying magical creature soaring above at heights exceeding 100 meters. This reconnaissance ice bat, with its rare azure eyes, surveyed its surroundings with a hint of awareness. For a basic grade unit, awakening any semblance of intelligence is no small feat, unless it belongs to a naturally intelligent magical creature. Suddenly, during its flight, a 6-legged ice lizard, camouflaged against the tree trunk with its white-scaled body, abruptly opened its blue-slit eyes. Fixated on the ice bat nearby, it slightly parted its jaws, gathering its magical energy. Crack, crack, accompanied by a series of freezing sounds. A snowball, roughly the size of 2 basketballs, formed in its mouth. The 6-legged ice lizard leaned forward, preparing to expel it. Swish. The massive snowball was launched as if propelled by an immense spring, hurtling toward the airborne ice bat. The ordinary 3-star ice bat sensed imminent danger. Its dorsal spines abruptly stood erect. Upon detecting the snowball attack, it swiftly adjusted its flight path, twisting its body and descending 2 to 3 meters. Yet even so, the ice bat was struck by the ambushed snowball, which impacted its right pectoral fin, leaving a bruise on its large, heavy appendage. The ice bat, unable to maintain a steady flight posture after the hit, began to plummet. However, just as it lost control and crashed into the treetops, it flapped its pectoral fins once more, attempting to glide through the air and escape into the snow forest. At that moment, as the ice bat dove beneath the canopy, it encountered 2 snow-white lizard heads emerging from the snowy ground below. 2 large snowballs formed in their mouths, transforming into 2 straight white streaks aimed directly at the ice bat's head. This sudden assault startled the ice bat, which had just regained its balance. The pain in its right pectoral fin diminished its agility. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact resonated from below the snow forest. The snowball struck the ice bat's head with pinpoint accuracy, rendering it unconscious as it plummeted straight to the ground. The 2 6-legged ice lizards, having gathered nearby, sprang into action, their tails thrashing as they lunged forward. With their fearsome fangs bared, they sank their teeth into the ice bat's pectoral fin, tearing away large chunks of flesh. Soon after, as the ice bat succumbed to unconsciousness and its last vestiges of life faded, its body shattered into a white luminescence, soaring toward Qin Li with a remarkable essence. At this moment, Qin Li, during his exit from the territory, established visual sharing through basic covision with one of the 6-legged ice lizards. He began to remotely control several ice lizard scouts to eliminate the airborne reconnaissance unit attempting to infiltrate his domain. With the demise of this flying unit, its lord would undoubtedly become aware of Qin Li's presence. It was a preemptive strike. Riding atop the mutated ice lizard king, Qin Li cast a piercing gaze toward the east. After assigning 3 bronze 1-star units to guard, he set forth with the Wolf Clan Shaman, the clan leader, the mutated ice-type king, 10 mutated Thunderwolf kings, and 4 6-legged ice lizards, charging vigorously toward the eastern territory. Qin Li commanded his sole silver unit, the Wolf Clan Shaman, to venture ahead for reconnaissance. With the silver grade unit leading the charge, should the Wolf Clan Shaman struggle to conquer the unknown eastern territory, Qin Li found himself equally powerless, compelled to withdraw his forces back to his own domain. Meanwhile, approximately 7 kilometers to the east of Qin Li's territory, deep within an underground tunnel, a half-dragon warrior clad in tattered iron armor wielded a broad blade, relentlessly cleaving at a massive boulder of about 10 meters in diameter. Each swift swing of the blade sent forth a cascade of dazzling sparks, illuminating the dim cavern momentarily. This half-dragon warrior bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for 2 7-inch black horns protruding from either side of his forehead and fine, dark scales adorning his neck and cheeks. The half-dragons, a subset of the beast men, possessed a faint bloodline of lesser dragons, endowing them with life force comparable to that of an ordinary 2-star being upon maturity. Should they practice the breathing techniques of their clan and possess some innate talent, they could potentially break through to a combat prowess near that of an ordinary 3-star entity within 2 or 3 years, before being transported to the realm of myriad races. The only individuals stronger than him and his clan were the personal guards of the chieftain, who had attained bronze-level combat strength. The disparity between these ranks was profound, for a single guard could easily vanquish over 10 half-dragon warriors. Currently, the half-dragon warrior, Light, yearned for the combat capabilities akin to those of his clan's elite guards. Upon his arrival in the battlefield of myriad races and grasping the rules, he recognized this as his opportunity for advancement. Remaining within the clan would limit his potential. Absent potent magical elixirs to enhance his abilities, his chances of breaking through to bronze level were virtually non-existent. However, in the realm of myriad races, as long as he outlived other lords, augmenting his life force would be a trivial pursuit. My ice bat is dead. Light abruptly halted his cleaving motion, and then, a spark of brilliance ignited in his obsidian eyes. The dark calamity that struck last night, triggered by a fire meteorite, could very well have been caused by another human lord. The magnitude of such a disaster indicated that this individual might also be a bronze-level lord. Initially, when encountering the first lord of myriad races, Light felt a thrill. Should he slay the opponent, he might acquire several monstrous subservient units and a wealth of resources from their pack. Yet, he also pondered the possibility of being no match for the adversary. Such a dark catastrophe could leave even the victor injured. He could not delay any longer, for he risked exposure. He must act decisively. Sheathing his broad blade, he steeled himself and advanced toward the tunnel's exit. Chapter 28. The Might of the Dragon, the abandoned mineshaft below the earth. Outside the pitch-black tunnel, as Light emerged, a mutated gold-patterned ice bat, nearly 7 meters in length, ascended from the snow-laden ground. With a gentle flap of its expansive pectoral fins, a visible wave of white snow swept outward. This mutated gold-patterned ice bat bore a predominantly white body, save for a striking golden stripe adorning the edges of its upper half and a golden mark about several inches long on its brow, endowing it with an aura of mystery. This was Light's only cultivated ice bat. In the early hours of the previous night, Light had been selected by the first dark calamity. A bronze one-star fire serpent emerged in his territory, and the fire-type creature faced constraints within the frigid caverns. After its appearance, Light took matters into his own hands, as his bronze-grade ice bat managed to encase the fire serpent in ice. He then unleashed his remaining ice bats to initiate a ferocious assault, and although each ordinary ice bat's ice spear attack could not easily breach the fire serpent's defenses, the combined force of dozens of ice spears approached the might of a bronze-grade entity. Within less than 15 minutes, Light had vanquished the fire serpent, receiving a treasure chest containing the spoils of a calamity monster, which included an ancient bronze-grade suit of armor and 3 bronze-grade fire energy cores, 2 rewards in total. Despite only acquiring a single piece of bronze-grade armor, Light felt a sense of accomplishment. In his dragon clan's hierarchy, lords possessing bronze-grade armor were exceedingly rare. After all, there were few bronze-grade lords, and even fewer possessed bronze-grade equipment, typically obtainable only by defeating calamity monsters and opening treasure chests. In other instances, Light had slain several monsters in the vicinity, but had failed to acquire any equipment, only obtaining a meager number of energy cores. Only by defeating other lords capable of collecting resources, akin to himself, could he accumulate sufficient talent. To the east, let us plunder resources. Light mounted the side of the mutated gold-patterned ice bat. This bronze-grade flying ice bat momentarily dipped before swiftly flapping its fins to stabilize itself and rapidly ascend in altitude. With each flap, powerful gusts of wind surged beneath the ice bat, sweeping up vast swathes of snow. Simultaneously, from the surrounding forest, several hidden ice bats took flight. Light left 20 behind to guard the territory, while the remaining 30 soared forth, heading toward the west, the site where the fire meteorite had fallen. Dragon, just after ascending. Having flown a mere few hundred meters from his territory, Light's dark eyes caught sight of something. His pupils constricted abruptly as he glimpsed a dragon in the distance. Flapping its wings, a slender, elongated head and scythe-like wings unmistakably signifying its draconic lineage. However, it appeared relatively small, likely of the flying dragon variety. Before being transported to the realm of myriad races, in his original world, the combat strength of flying dragons far surpassed that of his clan's guards. Only their clan shaman had once slain a flying dragon when it wreaked havoc near their tribe, a slender azure-scaled dragon with 3 pairs of azure wings. A memory that lingered vividly in his mind. In the past, he had witnessed with his own eyes the captain of the tribal guard being torn asunder by the dragon that prowled near their village. The gruesome scene remained vividly etched in his memory. The combat prowess of that dragon undoubtedly surpassed that of the bronze ice bat he had painstakingly nurtured. His ice bat lacked sharp claws, relying solely on its magical attack skills to unleash the full potential of a bronze-tier unit. Engaging in close combat with the dragon would likely result in the ice bat being shredded to pieces within mere moments. Was it the Western overlord of the myriad races? Just as Light hesitated, the silhouette of the Western dragon became increasingly distinct, and he noticed a blurred humanoid figure atop the dragoness back. Flee! Retreat to the tunnel. In an instant, the fervent battle spirit that had once burned brightly in Light's eyes was doused with cold water. Not only did the memory of that formidable dragon resurface, but a flicker of fear also emerged deep within him. In a heartbeat, a torrent of thoughts flooded Light's mind. His bronze one-star golden-patterned ice bat would undoubtedly be no match for the dragon in a race. Even if he attempted to flee, being pursued was a certainty. The only viable option was to escape into the underground tunnels he had previously inhabited. With the knowledge he had gained over the past couple of days regarding the various passages and turns within the tunnel, he felt confident in evading the relentless pursuit of his formidable foe. During his exploration, Light had uncovered nearly 100 passages, yet many remained shrouded in mystery. It was evident that the underground was a labyrinthine expanse of dilapidated mines, with unmistakable signs of human excavation. The golden-patterned ice bat beneath him sensed the approaching dragon and was filled with trepidation. Upon Light's command, it immediately turned as if liberated, its pectoral fins flapping rapidly, more than doubling its speed. Behind them, the dragon from the west swiftly closed the distance, now only 300 to 400 meters away. Perched on the back of the frost dragon, the wolf clan shaman observed the fleeing ice bats ahead and noticed a dark tunnel leading underground beneath a rocky outcrop to their side. Chain ice blades. The wolf shaman, wielding a silver wand, activated his skill. In an instant, 7 crescent-shaped ice blades, each nearly 5 feet long, materialized in the air just a few steps away. The ice blades sparkled with crystalline clarity, reflecting a myriad of colors under the sunlight. With a series of sharp, piercing sounds, the blades surged through the air, moving at speeds several times greater than that of the frost dragon, striking the golden-patterned ice bat that had just landed. Light, atop the ice bat, heard the rapid sounds behind him and dared not look back. He dove headlong into the dark tunnel. A succession of massive ice bats flapped their pectoral fins and followed suit, but the larger golden-patterned ice bat, unable to squeeze into the tunnel, faced dire consequences. Sensing danger, it swiftly twisted its body to evade the first 2 ice blades. However, the subsequent 5 blades, akin to a gale, pierced its skin, leaving behind 5 gruesome, gaping wounds on its back. Chapter 29. Underground Territory, Crushing the Dragonkin Overlord. Once inside the tunnel, Light heard the anguished cries of his golden-patterned ice bat behind him, and his expression darkened, growing increasingly frigid. If he managed to escape this time, he vowed to return. At this moment, Light realized that encountering the overlord of the myriad races was akin to facing an unyielding wall. In the regional channel, he noted that within his clan, the number of bronze-tier overlords was exceedingly scarce, instilling him with a great sense of confidence. Yet, he had not anticipated such a dire outcome. Was he to abandon his ice bat unit? A hint of helplessness flickered across Light's countenance. Even if he escaped from the clutches of his adversary, developing a few ordinary 3-star ice bats would be no easy feat. Fortunately, his own combat prowess was formidable. As long as he remained alive, there was still hope. In the outside world, Qin Li rode atop the mutated ice lizard king, swiftly traversing the jungle, the snowy forest zipping by on either side. Hundreds of meters ahead, riding the frost dragon, was the wolf clan shaman. Engaging in basic shared vision, Qin Li witnessed the moment when the overlord of the myriad races attempted to flee, clearly seeing the figure through the shaman's perspective. From his appearance, the pointed horns on his forehead and the scales adorning various parts of his body suggested a high likelihood that he was not of the human race. Ice prison. After Light entered the tunnel, mere moments later, the wolf shaman on the frost dragon arrived before the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. Despite the 5 massive wounds on its body, the bat still struggled to flap its wings, hovering in the air, yearning for escape. However, as it flapped its pectoral fins, the motion exacerbated its injuries, causing blood to flow profusely, staining the snow below. The wolf shaman wasted no time in casting the ice prison spell. With a series of cracking sounds, dozens of ice pillars, each as thick as a barrel, appeared around the mutated golden-patterned ice bat, their crystalline surfaces revealing the flow of azure magical energy within. The pillars intertwined, completely ensnaring the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. With a swift motion, the wolf shaman dismounted the frost dragon, which then opened its massive jaws and raised its sharp claws, lunging at the trapped ice bat. Teeth and claws tore into the flesh of several bats. Meanwhile, the ice bat confined within the ice prison opened its mouth, lined with fine, sharp teeth, emitting a blue light as it unleashed a beam of ice-blue energy upon one of the ice pillars. This beam was comparable in size to an adult's waist. Frozen beam. If this magical attack were to strike a bronze 1- or 2-star creature at close range, there was a high probability of it being encased in ice. Unfortunately for the golden-patterned ice bat, its opponent was a silver-tier wolf shaman, a full rank above it. Target creature, the bronze-tier mutated golden-patterned ice bat, has perished. Acquired a bronze-tier ice energy core. Immediately thereafter, the frost dragon's long, sharp tail, akin to a scorpion's stinger, pierced through the bat's pectoral fin. In the blink of an eye, subjected to the venomous strike from the dragon's tail, the golden-patterned ice bat lasted only 3 heartbeats before succumbing to its fate. Its flesh shattered into countless motes of light, scattering across the ground. Riding upon the mutated ice lizard king, Qin Li arrived at the entrance of the subterranean tunnel, a place shrouded in darkness. However, the lord of the myriad races had already discarded the bronze-level soldiers that had been tasked with his protection. It sufficed to send forth the bronze 3-star wolf clan chieftain to venture within and retrieve the half-human lord. Go and bring him back, Qin Li commanded in a hushed tone. Yes, my lord, replied the wolf clan chieftain, who stood a few paces away, showing utmost respect before stepping forth. The moment his foot struck the ground, the entire surface trembled, and his form transformed into a swift white blur as he entered the tunnel. Once the chieftain was inside, a faint rumble began to resonate throughout the dark passage, the sound emanating from the armor he wore as it scraped against the tunnel's walls. Shortly thereafter, Qin Li, still mounted on the ice lizard king, followed suit, accompanied by the wolf clan shaman. Though the shaman was a master of ranged magic, his physical prowess was comparable to that of certain bronze 1-star beasts, allowing him to move at a commendable speed. Meanwhile, the frost dragons and other soldier minions remained stationed at the tunnel's exit, prepared to thwart any attempts by the myriad race's lord or any potential tricks he might employ. Qin Li sensed instinctively that the lord of the myriad races might have concealed his domain within the depths of the tunnel. Since his adversary had opted for flight, it was evident he intended to abandon his territory, should the enemy forsake his domain. Qin Li could seize the opportunity to convert the soldier's altar within that territory upon nearing it. Of course, even if the adversary chose to hold onto his land, defeating him would yield the same opportunity for conversion. Within the tunnel, thanks to the wolf clan shaman, a luminous ice sphere was summoned, hovering before him, its blue light illuminating the passage as brightly as day. After delving deep into a corridor, they discovered an underground cavern spanning several acres, adorned with numerous stalactites, suggesting its ancient origins. At the cavern's center lay a territory encircled by a stone wall, within which a flicker of firelight could be discerned emanating from a stone dwelling. At that moment, Leda had reached the farthest edge of the passage he had explored. Yet, he felt no sense of relief. Instead, his eyes were filled with dread as he clearly heard the ominous thuds of approaching footsteps behind him. Every so often, a resounding crash echoed, as though his pursuer was shattering the barriers of the tunnel, forging a shortcut through the passages. Boom! Just as Leda turned into an unexplored tunnel, he had already descended nearly 200 meters underground. The walls of the passage were adorned with clusters of pale red shrubs, rendering the scene within the tunnel distinctly visible. Just as Leda entered, a heavy wall behind him was suddenly breached, and a small giant clad in heavy white armor, with a blue cloak billowing behind him, emerged from the rubble. The terrifying aura he exuded overwhelmed Leda like a tidal wave. Momentarily stunned, Leda stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react. The wolf clan chieftain approached him mercilessly, raising a colossal axe, far larger than Leda himself, and brought it down, reducing him to mere pulp. Chapter 30. The Subterranean Dead Volcano, Inferior Star, Iron Vein. Target: Half-Dragon Lord Leda has perished. Shall we convert his territory? Before Qin Li, deep within the cavern. Text prompts materialized in his vision. Simultaneously, a faint red glow darted forth from the cavern's exit, merging seamlessly into the palm of his hand. In the next moment, an ordinary quality treasure chest belonging to a half-dragon lord appeared in his backpack. The chest radiated a pale red hue, and upon its surface, the faint outline of a half-dragon lord could be discerned. Alas, the chest was of mere ordinary quality. Ordinary quality half-dragon lord's treasure chest acquired. Shall we open it? Convert the territory. Open the treasure chest. Qin Li swiftly made his decision. Ordinary ice bat minion territory acquired. 20 ordinary quality ice energy cores acquired. A bronze ancient warlordess armor acquired. A series of text prompts materialized before him. At that moment, the wolf clan chieftain, stationed in the distant cavern, emitted a wave of mental energy, indicating he had made a discovery, initiating the basic shared vision. Buzz, the shared vision skill card, hovering in the center of his mind, suddenly unleashed a halo of blue magical light, binding the chieftain's location to their shared vision. The scene shifted dramatically before him, revealing a tunnel illuminated by the soft glow of pale red moss. At the tunnel's end, it appeared that the chieftain's earlier forceful collisions had caused the stone wall at the passage's terminus to crack. From the nearly 2-meter-long fissure, an intense red glow emanated, revealing a naturally formed underground river of lava behind the shattered wall. The dazzling light was, in fact, the flowing magma beneath. No wonder the temperature in the subterranean tunnel differed significantly from that of the frigid world above. At this moment, having just converted the half-dragon Lord Leda, Qin Li's eyes glimmered with understanding. The series of passages suggested this was an ancient, abandoned mine, the signs of excavation long weathered. It was evident that this mine had once been used to extract something long ago, and perhaps the truth lay deep within these interconnected subterranean corridors. Furthermore, this underground mine likely lay adjacent to a dormant volcano, shielded from the icy disturbances of the outside world. If he were to bind mountain dwarf minion soldiers, even the ordinary one-star dwarves, their physical attributes being rather modest, would be ill-suited for survival in the harsh blizzards that could easily claim their lives. In contrast, the abandoned mine near the dormant volcano would provide a suitable habitat for the mountain dwarfs. He could relocate the mountain dwarf summoning altar here, not only to evade the frigid temperatures, but potentially to utilize the mineral resources buried within the depths of this forsaken mine to forge weapons. At this moment, in response to Qin Li's command, the wolf clan chieftain, having shared vision with him, began to dash through the tunnels like a swift white gale. After traversing nearly 300 meters and crossing over 100 passages, they finally arrived at the depths of the abandoned mine. The quantity of the pale red fluorescent moss here surpasses that of the outside world, and many of the caverns beneath are interconnected with a flowing river of magma. The air circulation poses no issues whatsoever. Furthermore, deep within this mine, there exists a vast cavern sprawling over dozens of acres, seemingly altered by the displacement of considerable amounts of soil. It appears to be an abandoned subterranean farmland. This mine, situated near a dormant volcano, offers a temperate climate conducive to the cultivation of crops, while also being relatively insulated from external monstrous incursions, thanks to the protection of hundreds of subterranean tunnels. Were it not for the wolf clan leader's ability to leave his scent as a marker, it would be quite challenging to navigate into the depths of the cavern. This location, where seeds of crops can be exchanged in the Lord's trading area, is sufficient for the sustenance of the mountain-dwelling dwarves. Additionally, during the swift journey of the wolf clan leader, he observed several abandoned mining shafts that had gathered a significant amount of water. These water sources were crystal clear, revealing tiny silver fish, merely an inch long, gracefully swimming within. As the wolf clan leader approached the water source, the multitude of silver fish scattered in a flurry, leaving behind a mesmerizing trail of shimmering silver in the depths, a sight to behold, their movements remarkably swift. However, should the Wolf Clan leader choose to act. Capturing them would be rather effortless. This mine is far from exhausted. It seems rich in ores. At this moment, having reached the mine's terminus, the Wolf Clan leader glanced at a corner of the cavern where several unknown bones lay. It is likely that this mine once fell prey to some monstrous entity that decimated the weaker creatures engaged in mining activities. The half-dragon lord, Light, is indeed fortunate to encounter such a territory in the early stages of his journey. The Wolf Clan leader picked up a piece of, or roughly the size of a basketball. It bore little difference from ordinary hard rock. Yet upon it were embedded numerous small iron or fragments, their surfaces glistening with a dark sheen and speckled with starlight, illuminated by the surrounding pale red fluorescent moss. These specks of starlight became strikingly conspicuous. Moments later, upon bringing the ore back, Qin Li cast a probing skill. Nickname: Inferior Star Iron Oregon Level, Common. Effect: Forging Weapons, etc. The information gleaned was quite straightforward. Indeed, this was iron ore, although it was of inferior quality. Its ordinary 2-star classification was commendable. He had seen transactions for iron ore within the Lord's regional channel. Regular iron ore, once forged, would only yield a common 1-star rating, while 2-star ore was comparable to the likes of profound iron. To ensure the mountain-dwelling dwarves could sustain themselves, it was essential to establish a second iron mine territory here. Qin Li pondered, noting that this location was a mere 5,000 meters from his original territory. If only he could relocate his original domain, but alas. The rules for such a move remain undisclosed as of now. Perhaps after the novice phase, regulations regarding the initial territory will be unveiled. Chapter 31. Occupying the Mine. Finding the dual-class altar. In the subterranean Star Iron Mine, within the cavern dedicated to constructing underground farmland. The thickness of the stone walls surrounding this cavern far exceeds that of other caverns, and several rudimentary defensive iron gates have been erected along the external passages. Although rusted with age, significantly diminishing their defensive capabilities, once the mountain-dwelling dwarves are able to flourish. It would be a simple matter to craft enhanced defensive gates from the inferior star iron veins that can be extracted here. Ding. Successfully occupied this abandoned mine and currently constructing the mountain-dwelling dwarf soldier altar. The prompt appeared. In an instant, a mystical pentagram formation manifested at the center of the expansive stone cavern. Following the formation, a summoning altar with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters emerged, adorned with ancient teleportation runes. Summoning altar nickname: Mountain-dwelling dwarfs. Minion level: Common. Base unit: Mountain-dwelling dwarf. Summoning speed: 1 mountain-dwelling dwarf unit summoned every 30 minutes. Qin Li cast a probing skill once more. Shortly thereafter, the attributes panel for this altar materialized. Summoning a mountain-dwelling dwarf every 30 minutes is comparable in speed to that of the Snowfield Wolves. Qin Li noted the summoning speed, observing that the rates for common quality troops at the same level tend to be quite similar. However, since an iron mine territory has been established here, it would be prudent to deploy troops to garrison this location. He planned to return and synthesize several bronze 1-star wolf warriors, as well as a bronze-tier 6-legged ice lizard king. A contingent of bronze-tier troops stationed beneath the dormant volcano should pose no issues once this iron mining area becomes operational. Coupled with the eventual upgrade of the territory to bronze tier, the binding of a bronze-tier skeleton soldier altar would significantly boost combat prowess. Equipping the bronze-tier skeletons with star iron gear would undoubtedly elevate their strength, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. Qin Li could vividly envision the scene of his overwhelming army of skeletons, clad in standardized black iron star iron armor, charging forth like a torrent of steel. With an army exceeding 1,000 bronze-tier skeletons, he would dare to challenge even the mightiest of golden-tier monsters. Subsequently, Qin Li stationed several mutated thunder wolves at this location before returning to his territory. To save time, he first bound the Ice Bat soldier altar to his domain. Unfortunately, the number of bindable soldier altars was 0, reaching the maximum limit for such bindings. To acquire more bindable positions, one must continue to upgrade. Just as Qin Li completed the binding of the flying soldier, the Ice Bat, 2 lines of prompt text materialized before his eyes. With his current territory level, the number of bindable soldier altars was limited to 4, and now that all had been bound, if he could eliminate another bronze-tier monster occupying a territory, or that of a bronze-tier lord from the myriad races, he could obtain a bronze-tier territory upgrade stone, thus elevating his domain. Qin Li regarded the nearly 10-meter-tall Ice Bat summoning altar before him and employed a probing skill once again. Summoning altar nickname: Ice Bat Soldier. Minion level: Common. Base unit: Ice Bat. Summoning speed: 1 Ice Bat summoned every 60 minutes. Similarly, a summoning speed of 60 minutes, akin to that of the 6-legged ice lizard. Observing the Ice Bat's summoning speed, Qin Li surmised that each ascension in rank might increment the speed of this summoning altar by 15 minutes. Currently, within the ordinary level of the troop summoning altar, the summoning speed increases incrementally every 15 minutes. As for the bronze level, Qin Li has yet to acquire any data regarding the bronze troop summoning altar. Further conjecture must await future developments. Regardless, he has finally obtained a flying troop. And the silver-level wolf priest he synthesized possesses the ability to summon frost dragons, which is indeed a delightful surprise. However, there exists a certain lamentation. The frost dragon is a magical summon that cannot endure for long, and is limited to remaining within 5,000 meters of the caster, rendering it ineffective for long-range reconnaissance. Under the influence of the basic shared vision skill, combined with the frost dragon, the acquisition of information regarding various magical creatures in the vicinity can be significantly enhanced. Likewise, he can commence the creation of a personal map, marking the locations of surrounding magical creatures and the circumstances of other overlords. This will provide him with a valuable analytical reference for strategizing his future maneuvers against nearby forces. At present, Qin Li has no intention of utilizing the wolf priest, a silver-grade troop adept in ranged magic, for reconnaissance duties. His current focus is on activating the mineral veins beneath the dormant volcano. In the trading area, it will not solely cater to the human race. In the future, there will undoubtedly be expansions to include trade with other races. With a substantial arsenal of weapons at his disposal, he will certainly be able to exchange them for a wealth of resources. Naturally, the items he trades will consist of the lower-tier weapons he no longer requires. Subsequently, feeling a bit fatigued, Qin Li rubbed his temples. The sun had reached its zenith, and he seemed to have returned to his former office, right in the midst of his afternoon nap. Despite the presence of a saddle made of fur upon the back of the mutated ice lizard king, the ride remained somewhat jarring, leaving his limbs feeling a bit weary. By the time Qin Li fell asleep and awoke once more, night was approaching. Upon exiting the stone chamber, he noticed that not far from the ice bat altar, 5 massive ice bats, hovering at approximately 1.5 meters off the ground, had joined the scene, lazily flitting around the altar. The other 2 altars in the vicinity had also summoned additional troops. Qin Li approached the ice bat altar. Suddenly, the 5 enormous ice bats, each nearly 4 meters in length, drew closer, emitting a chorus of cheerful chirps from their mouths. Nickname: Ordinary Great Ice Bat. Talent: Ordinary. Level: Ordinary. Vitality: 34. Skill: Ice Spike. Evaluation: a rare species among its peers, yet possessing relatively weak combat capabilities as a flying troop. Through the reconnaissance skill, Qin Li beheld the attributes of these ice bats for the first time. Their offensive capability was rather straightforward, limited to a single ice spike attack. However, the evaluation noted their rarity as a species, suggesting that ice bats are indeed uncommon among flying creatures. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Li opened his golden synthesis bar, dragging 2 ordinary great ice bats into the synthesis area and clicking to combine them. Chapter 32, Sudden Invasion of the Underground Raptor. In the next instant, one of the floating great ice bats disintegrated into a flurry of blue luminescence, which merged into the body of another great ice bat. In the blink of an eye, the previously 3-meter-long great ice bat underwent a remarkable transformation, its body rapidly expanding to a length of 7 meters, doubling in size, with its massive wing-like pectoral fins stretching over 10 meters upon unfolding. Along the edges of its body, a layer of resplendent golden patterns emerged, exuding an intimidating aura of a bronze-level magical creature. This mutated golden patterned ice bat merely had to flap its wings slightly to summon a formidable gust of wind. Prior to this, the wolf priest had already slain one, and under the basic shared vision, Qin Li had observed clearly that the enormous ice bat size was sufficient for a bronze-level orc wolf clan leader to stand upon. Such a vast back could accommodate a nearly 3 to 4 meter long wooden saddle, suitable for transporting goods. After all, in the future, the space within his territory will expand. And as the number of summoned troops increases daily, the demand for supplies will grow ever greater. This includes the urgent need for the flesh and blood of magical creatures. Upon defeating several wild magical beings, there is a reasonable chance of acquiring their flesh, some of which may be tainted. Ordinary humans with inferior physiques should not consume them. Yet those from resilient species, capable of surpassing a vitality of 1 post-maturity, may safely partake. Both tainted and untainted flesh from magical creatures can serve as sustenance for the magical troops within his territory. Currently, there are still some ice attribute ice spirit fruits in proximity to his domain, which, given their abundant quantity, can sustain his summoned troops. However, once these ice spirit fruits have been fully harvested, he must seek other food sources that can serve as a long-term substitute. Fortunately, he has uncovered a suitably tempered expanse of farmland beneath the abandoned underground mine, which, with appropriate seeds, can yield quick-growing crops or fruits, thereby addressing some of his food supply concerns. In the long run, the cultivation of crops will be essential to sustain the immense consumption of his troop numbers. Moreover, the active fire magic in the abandoned underground mine makes it an ideal location for growing fire attribute magical fruits. Perhaps further excavation beneath the mine will yield additional magical fruits. Nickname: Mutated Golden Patterned Ice Bat. Talent: Bronze. Level: Bronze. Vitality: 46. Skill: Critical Ice Spear Technique. Level 0 Tornado Technique. Bronze level Frost Giant Hand. Evaluation: a rare bronze-level troop with formidable combat power among its peers. Qin Li examined the attributes of the mutated golden patterned ice bat. Simultaneously, He proceeded to synthesize the remaining 2 ordinary great ice bats into bronze-level mutated golden-patterned ice bats. Upon their emergence, the 2 golden-patterned ice bats floated several meters above the ground, their expansive wings unfurling, resembling 2 houses drifting through the air. Synthesis. Qin Li opened the golden synthesis bar, dragged the 2 mutated golden-patterned ice bats into the area, and clicked to combine them once more, creating a bronze 2-star flying troop. With this, he could conduct patrols around his territory without the fear of being easily dispatched or captured by other magical creatures. Previously, the half-dragon lord, Lete, had dispatched an ordinary great ice bat, which was merely an ordinary 3-star entity, easily dealt with and lacking significant deterrent power against magical beings. Bronze-level magical creatures are at least not at the lowest tier. Synthesis successful. The giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat has been obtained. Puff. In the next moment, during the synthesis process, the chosen mutated golden-patterned ice bat experienced a remarkable growth, now approaching a length of over 8 meters. Simultaneously, accompanied by 2 faint muffled sounds, 2 enormous snow-white fangs, each nearly half a meter in length, emerged from its mouth, reminiscent of the formidable canines of a saber-toothed tiger, enhancing its fierce appearance. Qin Li summoned the attributes of this giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat. Nickname: Giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat. Talent: Bronze. Level: Bronze. Vitality: 57. Skills: Bronze level Ice Giant Hand. Chain Ice Spear Technique. Miniature Tornado Technique. Sonic Attack. Evaluation: a rare flying species of the same rank, its combat prowess is already commendable among its peers. With the enhancement of the golden synthesis bar, the synthesized troops possess vitality akin to that of late-stage creatures of the same rank, including this ice bat, which is not particularly adept at offense. The vitality has reached the late stages of its equivalent monstrous counterparts. Your troops, the Thunderwolf King, have perished. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared on Qin Li's retina. A subterranean mine? Qin Li was taken aback. In that underground mine, he had only left a few Thunderwolf Kings to guard it, having just dealt with a nearby half-dragon lord. Thus, it was improbable that the surrounding monsters would launch an attack on the mine in such a short span of time. However, to his astonishment, one of the Thunderwolf Kings stationed there had already met its demise. Could it be that other monsters were hidden deep within the mine? Qin Li pondered, contemplating the likelihood of such a scenario. At that moment, the last rays of the setting sun in the west vanished entirely, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Qin Li summoned the Frost Dragon using the Wolf Clan Shaman and, accompanied by the newly synthesized bronze-level troop, along with several other bronze-level troops, swiftly headed towards the subterranean mine located 5,000 meters away. Moments later, the Frost Dragon landed at the entrance of the mine, where no traces of other monsters' footprints marred the snowy ground, confirming that the invasion did not stem from the surrounding creatures, but rather that a problem had arisen within the mine itself. On the way here, 2 more of the mutated Thunderwolf Kings he had stationed had been eliminated, leaving only 1 remaining. At that moment, deep within the mine, a scarlet-hued raptor, its body covered in crimson fur and measuring nearly 4 meters in length, was greedily feasting on a piece of wolf meat, its sharp claws gripping the prey. Blood stained the formidable jaws filled with sharp teeth. The red-furred raptor's claws descended, ripping open the chest of the Thunderwolf King below, seizing its heart, which flickered with faint blue arcs of electricity. The minuscule current caused a tingling sensation in its mouth. However, this minor electric shock posed no threat to the raptor. Stimulated by the magical essence of the flesh and heart, it bit down fiercely, extracting the heart from the Thunderwolf King's body, gnawing and devouring it entirely. Chapter 33. Searching the mine, subterranean jungle. The night was dim. At the entrance of the cave, as the Frost Dragon descended, a colossal white silhouette surged forth from the snowy forest behind. The imposing figure of the Orc Wolf Clan leader landed beside Qin Li, moving with a speed that, although slightly slower than the airborne Frost Dragon, was still impressive. Let us proceed. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Li's eyes. He then mounted the mutated Ice Lizard King that had accompanied the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat and entered the pitch-black mine, initiating the basic shared vision. As they traversed the tunnel, Qin Li employed this skill, successfully capturing the aura of the last mutated Thunderwolf King in the cave below and establishing visual connection at once. Suddenly, a first-person perspective of the Thunderwolf King appeared in the upper right corner of Qin Li's visual space. Upon focusing his thoughts on this small frame, his view rapidly expanded to encompass his entire visual field. In the perspective of the mutated Thunderwolf King, it found itself in a sealed stone chamber, with a passage outside blocked by numerous boulders that had collapsed from above. Thud, thud, thud. Outside its chamber, debris began to rain down from the boulders, as if something massive were attempting to break through the pile. With a resounding crash, a large raptor head emerged from above the pile of stones. Its head, covered in crimson fur, bore eyes resembling rubies that glinted fiercely in the dim light of the pale moss lining the passage, exuding a predatory ferocity. Upon spotting the Thunderwolf King hiding within the cave, the red-furred raptor opened its jagged maw and emitted a piercing screech. Screech. In response, the Thunderwolf King, under Qin Li's mental command, steeled itself to withstand the oppressive presence of the superior creature. Electric arcs began to converge upon the small horn upon its forehead. The sound of crackling electricity resonating as it gathered a ball of lightning the size of a fist. The lightning sphere zipped through the air, leaving a blue afterimage, and struck the raptor's head protruding from the boulder pile. With a dull thud, the massive raptor head was knocked back, letting out an irritated roar. A patch of fur was singed by the electric force, leaving behind a charred mark, and a hint of blood began to seep from its left eye, which had been adversely affected by the electric shock, impairing its ability to fully open. At this moment, the Thunderwolf King understood that its master, Qin Li, was hastening toward it with a multitude of troops and allies. If it could endure for just a few more moments, rescue would be imminent. After 5 or 6 breaths, within the passage, the boulder pile blocking the way had been significantly cleared by the furious red-furred raptor, creating a sizable opening. The raptor began to frantically burrow through this gap. However, at that moment, a series of booming noises emerged from the depths of the tunnel. The tremors resonating from the subterranean rocks. Dust and debris cascaded down from the ancient cave's ceiling. Suddenly, the red-furred raptor, filled with fury, seemed as if it had been injected with a potent tranquilizer. Its rage rapidly dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear. Such a formidable creature capable of causing such a disturbance before even reaching it was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. The raptor glanced at the mutated Thunderwolf King before swiftly retracting its head and turning to sprint towards the tunnel's end, eager to escape and return to the small jungle below. It was never meant to dwell within this subterranean mine. As the crimson-haired raptor burst forth from the depths of the tunnel, it was met head-on by a towering figure, clad in heavy white armor, who lunged towards it with astonishing speed, far surpassing its own. From this imposing white silhouette, the raptor sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from the powerful creature. In that instant, its legs felt weak, and an intense urge to flee surged within its mind. Yet, its limbs refused to obey. Before the raptor could react further, the colossal white figure was upon it, and a massive white battle axe descended like a bolt of lightning. It barely had time to discern the shape of the axe wielded by the armored figure before its consciousness was engulfed in darkness. From a sidelong perspective, the raptor's corporeal form was utterly crushed into a heap of flesh by the mighty axe. A faintly acrid scent of blood began to waft through the tunnel. At that moment, Qin Li, trailing behind in another passage, was presented with several lines of notification text. Target monster, bronze-level crimson-haired raptor has perished. Acquired 1 bronze-quality fire energy core. Obtained 50 kilograms of fresh raptor flesh. Secured 5 unrefined raptor ribs. The mention of the fire energy core piqued Qin Li's interest. To incubate the fire dragon egg, such a core was essential. However, previously, after acquiring a fair number of energy cores and attempting synthesis, he had discovered that the pinnacle limitation for synthesis was restricted to 2 major tiers below one's own lord level. Achieving silver-level synthesis was already the upper limit. Thus, it could be inferred that even if the mountain dwarf tribe he was bound to began forging weapons, the highest synthesis they could achieve would also be silver level. Presently, his territory level stood at a mere ordinary 3-star rank. Once he had settled the mountain dwarf tribe, he planned to instruct the ice bats to fly around his territory to gather necessary intelligence and seek out a location inhabited by bronze-level monsters for extermination. Upon reaching the end of the cave, a gentle breeze still flowed through the passages, indicating that many areas likely connected to external exits, not merely the subterranean lava river. The unexpected appearance of the crimson-haired raptor deep within the mine undoubtedly suggested it had traversed from another location, its level nearing bronze 1-star. Search for other exits within the mine passages, Qin Li commanded. The wolf tribe leader, along with the wolf tribe priest and several other bronze-level warrior subordinates, commenced an extensive search throughout the mine. After a short while, the wolf tribe leader uncovered an exit leading elsewhere. When Qin Li gathered his forces and approached, he beheld a fissure, over 3 meters wide, in the depths of the mine that connected to an underground jungle. Chapter 34, Hard-Shelled Red Fruit, Transformation of Subdragon-Type Monsters. The enormous crack extended down from the massive rocks above the tunnel, linking the subterranean mine to this well-concealed underground jungle. Peering through the fissure, he observed numerous luminous shrubs emanating a hazy white light, starkly contrasting with the faint red glow of the tunnel. To his surprise, adjacent to the dormant volcano lay such an underground jungle. Qin Li stepped into the fissure, followed closely by the wolf tribe priest. The orc wolf tribe leader and the ice lizard king also squeezed their way in, with the orc leader further enlarging the entrance as he entered. The once narrow fissure was now transformed into a vast human-shaped opening. Gazing upward, Qin Li saw that the nearly 100-meter-high cliff was adorned with numerous large white luminescent plants, resembling a sky filled with brilliant stars. Upon entering the underground jungle, they could even hear a distant, low growl. Suddenly, 2 creatures, identical to the previous crimson-haired raptors, emerged from the lush underbrush before Qin Li. Upon spotting the group of bronze-level monsters, the two raptors froze in place, their fierce eyes wide with shock, their bodies becoming as rigid as stone. Simultaneously, the two raptors instinctively began to retreat, their powerful hind limbs taking a step back. Slay them, Qin Li commanded coldly. Following the orders, the wolf tribe leader, the mutated ice lizard king, and several other orc wolf warriors surged forward. The wolf tribe priest, however, positioned himself by Qin Li's side, refraining from engaging, instead keeping a vigilant watch over the surrounding verdant thicket. Target monster has perished. Acquired 30 kilograms of fresh raptor flesh. Secured an intact raptor skull. The two crimson-haired raptors, similarly dispatched by the orc wolf tribe leader, yielded no fire energy cores upon their demise, which left Qin Li somewhat disappointed. Continuing onward, after traversing 100 meters, they encountered 4 more crimson-haired raptors, seemingly charging to their doom. Along the way, Qin Li also noticed numerous fire-type fruits flourishing within the jungle. These fruit trees were exceptionally large, appearing to have grown for countless years. This subterranean jungle proved to be a remarkable place, spacious, and, due to its proximity to the dormant volcano, maintaining a pleasantly temperate climate of around 20 degrees. At Qin Li's behest, a swift orc wolf warrior scaled one of the fruit trees and harvested several basketball-sized red fruits. The surface of these fruits bore faint white stripes, and their texture felt somewhat coarse to the touch. Qin Li retrieved his fire dragon battle knife from his backpack, and with a gentle glide of the blade against the fruit's skin, the rough exterior was effortlessly sliced open. Instantly, an enticing aroma of the succulent fruit wafted forth, reminiscent of a delightful blend of strawberries and apples, revealing a tender red flesh within. Qin Li cast a probing skill on both the fruit and the tree beside it. Buzz. 2 attribute panels materialized before Qin Li's vision. Nickname: Mutated hard-shelled red fruit. Level: Ordinary. Effect: Sweet and delectable, edible by all creatures, upon consumption. Fire-type monsters may experience a slight increase in internal strength, while other attributes may also benefit from enhanced physicality. Side effects: Excessive consumption may lead to a slight elevation in body temperature, lasting 20 to 30 minutes. Nickname: Mutated hard-shelled red fruit tree. Level: Ordinary. Effect: Can produce dozens of hard-shelled red fruits every 2 months. The information displayed on these attribute panels was remarkably clear. However, Qin Li's exploration skill reveals scant information when probing magical creatures or items of bronze rank and above. Uncertain of how to upgrade this skill, Qin Li speculates that such abilities may be dropped by magical entities. No wonder this hard-skinned red fruit emits such an enticing aroma. Holding the fruit with its rough, split skin, Qin Li took a hearty bite. It was indeed sweet and delectable. Having indulged in meat preparations often, the combination with these delicious hard-skinned red fruits was quite delightful. He thought to himself that he must gather some to take back. Raising his gaze, he looked up at the fruit tree laden with hard-skinned red fruits. A vast expanse around here was filled with such trees. It was inconceivable that these fruit trees could flourish to such a degree under the icy weather above. Riding atop the mutated ice lizard king, Qin Li had barely traversed a few meters after finishing the entirety of the hard-skinned red fruit when he let out a contented belch. He discarded the rough skin of the fruit into the mouth of the mutated ice lizard king, which swallowed it whole. Continuing onward, after approaching a kilometer, sounds of a skirmish erupted from the nearby thicket. However, such commotion was fleeting, as the wolf clan leader was present. The newly arrived bronze-ranked red-haired velociraptors were no match for Qin Li's troop, easily falling before them. Target: Magical creature, elite bronze-ranked velociraptor, has been slain. Shall we occupy the territory of the destroyed red-haired velociraptors? Conversion. Ding. Conversion successful. A bronze red-haired velociraptor servant altar has been obtained. Pending binding. This red-haired velociraptor carries the bloodline of a subdragon species. Any creature bearing dragon in its name surely possesses some draconic lineage. However, the one Qin Li had vanquished contained a pitifully diminished bloodline. Yet, he had the ability to synthesize it. Although the bronze-level dragon bloodline was weak, upon synthesis into silver or even gold rank, the draconic essence within these red-haired velociraptors would undoubtedly be considerably augmented. Reflecting on the exhilarating experience of flight on the frost dragon, Qin Li envisioned the possibility of commanding a legion of flying dragons, which would undoubtedly establish him as the sovereign of the surrounding region. This place could evolve into a second territory. He mused that should he encounter an insurmountable foe and abandon his current domain, he would need a refuge. This could serve as a secondary relocation point, all the while constructing a mountain dwarf summoning altar here. The underground thicket could be transformed into a thriving habitat for the mountain dwarf clan. Chapter 35. Synthesizing Dwarven Smiths. Mining. Underground caverns. Fortunately, the red-haired velociraptor that had emerged from the breach did not discover the cavern housing the mountain dwarf summoning altar. Qin Li saw no notifications regarding the demise of his troops, the mountain dwarfs, within the dwarven cavern. Several mountain dwarf civilians had begun to converse among themselves near the altar, totaling 10 in number. My lord. Upon Qin Li's entrance into the cavern, The 10 mountain dwarf civilians hurriedly turned their gazes toward him, addressing him with utmost respect. The mountain dwarves are humanoid intelligent beings. Despite being summoned at only a common 1-star level, their cognitive abilities surpassed those of several bronze-ranked carnivorous magical creatures. Qin Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The mountain dwarves appeared to stand at a height of nearly 1 meter and 3 centimeters, their physiques robust, each wielding a shovel as their innate weapon. This was akin to the wolf warriors who emerged armed with their colossal axes. Subsequently, Qin Li employed an exploration skill on one of the mountain dwarf civilians. Nickname, Mountain Dwarf Civilian. Talent, Ordinary. Level, Ordinary. Vitality, 11. Skill, Level 0 Mining Skill. Evaluation, a rather unremarkable initial stage of a forging unit among its peers. With a vitality of merely 11, this was the lowest vitality Qin Li had ever encountered among units, especially considering that dwarves are renowned for their smithing and mining prowess. Even a common 1-star mountain dwarf civilian possessed the ability to mine. Qin Li opened the golden synthesis panel, dragging the icons of 2 mountain dwarf civilians into it. Selecting the one on the left who appeared more robust as the primary figure, and promptly confirmed the synthesis. Buzz. In the next moment, the icons of the 2 mountain dwarf civilians vanished from the synthesis panel, replaced by that of a mountain dwarf forging apprentice. The size remained largely unchanged. Yet the apprentice now bore a hammer essential for smithing at their waist. Nickname, Mountain Dwarf Forging Apprentice. Talent, Ordinary. Level, Ordinary. Vitality, 24. Skill, Level 0 Forging Skill. Level 1 Mining Skill. Evaluation, initial stage of a novice forging unit. From the attributes of this forging apprentice, it was evident that the skill set included a Level 0 forging skill, which likely allowed for the crafting of only basic agricultural tools. Furthermore, even with the enhancement from the golden synthesis panel, the vitality of these mountain dwarves only reached the mid-range for their level. The increment in vitality was minimal, far inferior to other combat-oriented units, which typically boasted higher vitality at the same rank. Qin Li synthesized another forging apprentice and continued with the synthesis process. He then synthesized an advanced apprentice, which maintained a similar appearance to the forging apprentice, but now possessed a Level 2 mining skill. After synthesizing yet another advanced apprentice, he combined the 2 advanced apprentices, resulting in a direct synthesis into a bronze-level unit, as the capabilities of common units were limited. Only upon reaching bronze rank could these units be considered as having entered the field. The forging and mining skills were the most rudimentary. What Qin Li sought were not these, but rather intelligent forging units capable of constructing a smithing chamber. Buzz. Within the golden synthesis panel, as the 2 advanced apprentices vanished, a mountain dwarf bronze smith appeared, slightly larger than the ordinary dwarves, standing nearly 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall. The hammer he wielded was considerably more substantial than that of the advanced apprentice. Gazing upon the mountain dwarf smith before him, Qin Li, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, cast an exploration skill. Nickname, Mountain Dwarf Smith. Talent, Bronze. Level, Bronze. Vitality, 43. Skill, Level 2 Forging Skill. Smithing Chamber Construction Skill, or Vein Detection Skill, Level 3 Mining Skill. Evaluation, a relatively rare forging unit among the same rank. At last, he had obtained what he sought. Qin Li gazed at the dwarven master craftsman before him, his skill set revealing the coveted blueprint for constructing a forge. The creation of weaponry is not an endeavor that materializes from thin air. It necessitates the establishment of a forge. The site for this construction could very well be the subterranean jungle Qin Li had previously discovered. This cavern would serve as the birthplace of the mountain dwarfs, offering sufficient concealment to thwart any invading lords. It would take considerable time for them to locate the summoning altar of the mountain dwarves within the depths of the jungle. What materials are required to build a forge, and how quickly can it be completed? Qin Li inquired of the dwarven craftsman. To answer, my lord, we will need some stone and timber. With adequate manpower, we can finish within 2 days. The mountain dwarf craftsman replied. Very well. I shall provide you with some bronze-tier laborers to expedite the process. Qin Li continued. Thank you, my lord. It may take just over a day to complete. The craftsman responded. Subsequently, Qin Li allocated the 3 bronze 1-star orc wolf warriors he had synthesized, along with several 6-legged ice lizard kings, to assist the mountain dwarf craftsman in constructing the forge. Additionally, he synthesized a forging apprentice from the other 2 mountain dwarven civilians, further enhancing the workforce. This apprentice, possessing mining skills, would surely prove helpful in the stone extraction process. Once the mountain dwarves summoning altar conjured new dwarven units, they could be dispatched into the subterranean jungle for mining operations. Although there were no mining carts at their disposal, binding a few large wooden barrels to the sides or backs of the 6-legged ice lizards would undoubtedly yield a more efficient means of transportation. The forge would be constructed at the site of the previous red-haired raptor's lair, a location both discreet and centrally located within the jungle. Even in the face of external threats, it would provide a formidable barrier. All efforts were progressing fervently. Upon returning to his original territory's stone dwelling, Qin Li prepared to send the giant-toothed golden-striped ice bat to patrol the area within a 10-kilometer radius centered around his territory. "Go," he murmured before the stone house. The giant-toothed, golden-striped ice bat, hovering a few steps away, emitted a soft chirp and, with its enormous wing-like pectoral fins, ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the canopy of ancient trees. Chapter 36. Death of the Ice Bat Scout. A golden tier monster. The moonlight shimmered like silk. A massive ice bat soared past, just over 10 meters from the treetops, heading northward. Its expansive pectoral fins flapped gracefully, stirring only the gentlest of breezes that barely disturbed the thick blanket of snow atop the branches. Meanwhile, within the stone house of his territory, Qin Li engaged in a preliminary shared vision with the giant-toothed, golden-striped ice bat, reclining comfortably on his soft bed. As his sight connected with the bat's first-person perspective, he began to analyze the various monsters it encountered, relying on his memory. After a quarter of an hour, the giant-toothed, golden-striped ice bat had flown nearly 6,000 meters before spotting traces of monsters on the ground, even under the cover of night. The bronze-tier ice bat's formidable vision rendered the surroundings as bright as day. Below, in the jungle, he observed a white-furred giant ape, its body cloaked in a thick mane, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Its robust arms were even larger than its legs, and it moved swiftly, propelling itself forward with its arms. As the ice bat glided silently above the treetops, it surveyed the ground where the white-furred giant ape dashed about. Judging by its imposing stature, the creature was likely of a similar bronze tier. This area appeared to be a haven for bronze-tier monsters. Qin Li's territory remained at the ordinary 3-star level, merely lacking a bronze 1-star territory upgrade stone. If he could eliminate this group of white-furred giant apes, his territory would be poised for advancement. This became his tentative primary objective. Should no nearer bronze-tier monster groups present themselves, this white-furred giant ape would be his first target. With a swift motion, the ice bat continued its journey northward. As it traversed the snowy forest, it came across numerous ice houses, each a massive semi-ellipsoid structure, towering 6 to 7 meters high, seemingly constructed from enormous blocks of ice. Approximately 80 to 90 of these ice houses dotted the landscape. Yet the giant-toothed, golden-striped ice bat refrained from approaching the territory of the giant apes. Should their numbers increase, the likelihood of detection would rise, compelling it to observe from a safe distance near the cluster of ice houses. Additionally, a towering ice wall, several meters high, bordered the periphery of the white-furred giant ape's territory. These creatures, endowed with a certain degree of innate intelligence, had begun to construct barriers to fend off potential threats. Upon passing through the giant ape's domain, the terrain abruptly grew rugged, descending rapidly over several hundred meters. As the ice bat soared high above, it gazed back to behold a cliff rising nearly hundreds of meters high. Below lay majestic mountain peaks, with rivers flowing between them. Their shapes varied, some resembling colossal swords with their smooth, sheer cliffs, while others took the forms of various birds and beasts, captivating the eye with their grandeur. Under the shroud of night, the peaks loomed dark and indistinct, akin to terrifying behemoths, hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, seated upon the earth, instilling a profound unease within the heart of the giant-toothed, golden-striped ice bat. Despite the biting cold of the snowy landscape, the river, nearly 100 feet wide, flowed vigorously, its waters cascading from the north. Upon encountering the white-furred giant ape group and the elevated landmass upon which Qin Li's territory resided, the river began to bend eastward. At this moment, the giant-toothed, golden-striped ice bat, once concealed amidst the treetops, now became conspicuously visible as it descended from the towering cliff. Its form exposed to the night sky, a roar echoed. The ears of the golden-patterned ice bat resonated with a furious dragon's roar. Not far below, upon a mountain peak resembling a colossal sword, a massive ice dragon charged forth. This ice dragon measured nearly 10 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters. Its size more than double that of the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. Its scythe-like white wings flapped rapidly, transforming into a swift aerial specter, swiftly approaching the gigantic toothy golden-patterned ice bat with unparalleled speed. Frosty giant hand. Sonic attack. Faced with the looming threat of death, Qin Li, whose initial consensus had begun to blur, detected the unstable psychic waves emanating from the mutated golden-patterned ice bat. He understood that this creature had undoubtedly encountered a formidable foe, and immediately commanded an assault. In an instant, a colossal icy hand, 6 meters in diameter, materialized before the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat. This giant hand resembled a human hand, but was entirely composed of hardened dark ice. Other bronze-tier magical creatures would find it exceedingly difficult to breach this defense unless they possessed exceptionally strong armor. Meanwhile, the abdomen of the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat began to swell rapidly, its entire body taking on an oval shape. As the bat reached its limit, it emitted visible sonic waves that surged forth like ripples, aimed directly at the gargantuan ice dragon. With a resounding boom, the sonic attack proved nearly ineffective against the ice dragon, whose flight speed remained unaffected, even accelerating further. Upon closing in, the the ice dragon collided with the icy hand, shattering it into countless crystalline fragments that rained down. The giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat was seized by the ice dragon's razor-sharp claws, which easily pierced through its defensive scales, embedding deeply into its flesh to a depth of nearly half a meter. The dragon then opened its maw, gruesomely tearing away the bat's head, blood spraying into the air as nearly a third of the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat was consumed without any chance for resistance. Just 1 hour into the exploration, it had already met its demise. Your unit, the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat, has perished. Was that ice dragon a golden-tier magical creature? Under the feeble initial consensus, Qin Li barely glimpsed the silhouette of a colossal dragon, a flicker of wariness and a surge of murderous intent flashing within his eyes. Chapter 37. Synthesizing Silver-Tier Aerial Units. Caution was paramount in surveying the surroundings. Yet, merely a few dozen kilometers away, golden-tier magical creatures lurked. Moreover, in the southern ice valley, it was unequivocal that golden-tier or higher creatures resided there, for even the edges of that ice valley were swarming with bronze-tier creatures, the sheer number of which was indeterminate. The only confirmed information was regarding the group of bronze-tier white-furred giant apes encountered during the northern exploration by the giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat. This tribe of white-furred giant apes, with approximately 90 ice shelters, likely housed nearly 180 bronze-tier creatures, representing a considerable force. In terms of overall strength, this was several times more formidable than the red-furred raptors in the subterranean jungle. Given the current strength of Qin Li's units, he possessed the capability to contend with the white-furred ape tribe, albeit at the risk of incurring significant losses, should his losses be excessive. And with the potential for other magical creatures to invade during this process, the endeavor would yield more harm than good. Consider the golden-tier ice dragon perched upon the Sword Peak. With its flight speed, it would cover the mere distance of a few dozen kilometers in mere minutes, soon hovering over his territory. However, due to the novice status of the myriad lords in this battlefield, the golden-tier ice dragon would likely not venture beyond its designated territory. Otherwise, the white-furred apes on the cliffs would serve as prime targets for its hunting. It was imperative to bolster strength. A weighty expression settled upon Qin Li's features. The death of his bronze-tier giant-toothed golden-patterned ice bat illuminated the perils of this battlefield. He realized that he need not dispatch excessively powerful aerial units. Bronze-tier units sufficed. Yet, having lost his newly synthesized strongest aerial unit during a mere exploratory mission was a significant setback. Even the sacrifice of a standard large ice bat would bear similar consequences. To continue the exploration, Qin Li hesitated, recalling the moment when the seemingly golden-tier ice dragon lunged forth, dominating his vision. Was it not a golden-tier magical creature? At this stage, the Golden Synthesis panel imposed two major restrictions regarding core energy and equipment, yet he had yet to encounter a bottleneck concerning unit synthesis. Even if 20 silver-tier units were inadequate to face a single golden tier, he could always muster 50 or even 100. A fierce resolve ignited within Qin Li. He promptly reaffirmed his strategy. First, eliminate the white-furred giant ape magical creature in the north, allowing his territory to ascend to bronze tier, thus enabling the binding of bronze tier skeletal warrior servants. As undead skeletal warriors, their vitality among their tier was remarkably robust. Even if their limbs were severed, they would scarcely feel pain. Severed bones, given the expenditure of their own dark necromantic power, could fully heal. 2 days hence, Qin Li mused, before surrendering to slumber. Concurrently, he contemplated utilizing his surplus bronze-tier energy cores in the trading channel to procure skill books. He subsequently listed 3 bronze-tier 2-star ice energy cores for trade. His stockpile of ice energy cores was the most abundant, and he also intended to exchange fire energy cores for additional bronze-tier ice energy cores, though no one was presently available for trade. After all, among the human lords, only a scant few had advanced to bronze-tier territories, with the majority remaining at the ordinary rank. It was entirely normal for there to be no one available for energy core exchanges in the short term. Qin Li hoped that someone would be willing to trade skill books. After a day and night, the first of the 3 great dark calamities had concluded, and those players transported to the Godfall Tower and the abyss of the undead had returned. Among these human lords, some surely stumbled upon considerable fortune acquiring skill books. Duplicates of such skill books could naturally be traded in order to maximize benefits. Exchanging them for desired resources was the most prudent approach. The following day at midday, after more than 10 hours had passed, in the territory led by Qin Li, numerous basic soldier types were summoned from the summoning altar. He began by synthesizing the ordinary great ice bats that soared through the air. After 16 hours, he successfully synthesized this ice bat species to the silver grade. Following the synthesis of pairs, when he combined 2 giant-toothed golden-striped ice bats, an astonishing transformation occurred. The ice bats evolved, their golden stripes rapidly fading into oblivion. In their stead, a formidable layer of heavy white bone armor enveloped their forms, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities as well as their combat prowess. This metamorphosis was likely attributed to the augmentation provided by the golden synthesis bar, rendering these creatures comparable to the pinnacle of the late stages within their tier. Future evolutions promised to make them even stronger. With the golden stripes and thin scales having vanished, only the pair of enormous, menacing fangs remained in the ice bat's jaws. They were now dubbed the bone-type ice bats, classified at the bronze 3-star level. The imposing aura and formidable size of these creatures led Qin Li to believe that this bone-type ice bat could contend with the leader of the Orc Wolf clan without faltering. Qin Li had just enough remaining ice bats to synthesize a second bone-type ice bat, aiming for a silver-grade synthesis. After surveying the surrounding territory with the giant-toothed golden-striped ice bat, he encountered a golden-grade ice dragon merely 10 kilometers to the north. The south was no different, indicating that golden-grade monsters likely inhabited the ice valley. Only the western and eastern regions remained unexplored, but Qin Li was acutely aware that they, too, were unlikely to harbor any mild threats. Presently, the only entities that could provide Qin Li with a sense of security were the powerful monsters of silver grade or higher, ideally having golden grade creatures at his side. However, time was of the essence, and he would have to wait a few days until the summoning altar produced sufficient basic combat units to attempt the synthesis of golden grade monsters. Should he synthesize the 2 bone-type ice bats? Observing the prompt on the golden synthesis bar, he confirmed the left-side bone-type ice bat as the primary and clicked to synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the silver-grade advanced bone-type ice bat. Chapter 38, Advanced Ice Bat and Summoning Treant Technique. Under the dim sky, the once dense clouds that had accumulated over the past few days had thinned slightly. As Qin Li gazed upward from his territory, he could distinctly see several brilliant golden beams of light piercing through the distant horizon, cascading down into the remote snow-laden forest. Surrounding these golden beams were various flying avian monsters, deftly navigating through the air. The exact species of these flying creatures eluded Qin Li's scrutiny, leaving only vague outlines visible. Nevertheless, thanks to his training with several skill books, his physical abilities, including visual acuity, had improved to a noticeable degree. The snowflakes that had drifted for days finally ceased, as if the boundless expanse of the snowy forest was slowly warming. At this moment, within Qin Li's territory, 2 bone-type ice bats hovered a few meters in front of him. One of them transformed into countless white light particles, merging into the other bone-type ice bat. In an instant, the chosen ice bat swelled in size, measuring 10 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of approximately 20 meters, exuding the aura of a formidable monster. Particularly noteworthy was the emergence of a second pair of slightly smaller fangs from its mouth, complementing the already fearsome set. The thickness of its bone armor increased significantly, and the ice bat's tail developed a massive spiked ball, suggesting that even a simple tail swipe could send a typical silver-grade monster flying. Qin Li reveled in the oppressive presence of the bone-type ice bat and subsequently employed a reconnaissance skill. The attributes of his first silver-grade flying soldier materialized before him. Nickname: Advanced Bone-type Ice Bat. Talent: Silver. Level: Silver. Vitality: 78. Skills: Silver-grade Frost Giant Hand, Tornado Technique, Enhanced Sonic Attack, Mega Ice Blade Technique, Silver-grade Ice Chain Technique. Evaluation: A rare flying combat unit. Vitality is commendable, just a tenth away from the pinnacle of 9. Qin Li nodded slightly and produced a silver-grade ice energy core. Tossing it into the air, the advanced bone-type ice bat, comparable in size to a house, swiftly lowered its head and opened its formidable jaws. Bang! The moment its massive fangs collided, a heavy thud resonated, echoing around them. After consuming the silver-grade ice energy core, the ice bat's aura indeed intensified slightly. However, it was unrealistic to expect a mere ice energy core to increase its vitality by a tenth. Qin Li also synthesized another Orc Wolf clan priest, and, after 16 hours, was able to synthesize a silver-grade 6-legged ice lizard. With the addition of this silver-grade servant, Qin Li now possessed 4 silver-grade units and 10 bronze-grade units. While the bronze-grade units were somewhat lacking, the strength of 4 silver-grade units equated to that of hundreds of bronze-grade units. The disparity between one major tier and another was akin to a vast chasm. After synthesizing a silver-grade Orc Ice Lizard Warrior, Qin Li examined its attributes. Nickname: Orc Ice Lizard Warrior. Talent: Silver. Level: Silver. Vitality: 77. Skills: Mystic Ice Armor, Gale 16 Blades, Earth Ice Spikes, Ice Wall Technique. Evaluation: A top-tier unit among lizard warriors of the same level. Similar to the Snowfield Wolf, after a certain number of syntheses, it began to trend towards a semi-humanoid form. Leaving behind a Wolf Clan priest and several bronze-grade subordinates, Qin Li arranged for the rest to eradicate the northern white-haired giant ape tribe. Subsequently, after summoning the frost-flying dragon, he mounted its back, and the assembled silver and bronze-grade units set forth on their grand expedition toward the lair of the white-haired giant ape tribe. During their journey, Qin Li also ventured into the trading channel, discovering several unread messages. His bronze-grade energy cores were, indeed, quite alluring to the majority of human lords at this time. Moreover, the private messages predominantly sought to exchange skill books for energy cores. To Qin Li's astonishment, a human lord was attempting to barter a bronze-level skill book. He opened an unread private message from an anonymous human lord who proposed to exchange a bronze-level skill book, Summon Trant, for 3 bronze 1-star ice-type energy cores. The skill book bore a brief description. Nickname, Summon Trant. Level, bronze. Skill effect, can summon a bronze Trant warrior, which can exist indefinitely unless the Trant is slain. The simplicity of the sender's message was striking. This bronze-level skill book could indeed enhance his own survival skills. Furthermore, Qin Li conducted a thorough search and found that no one in the trading area had offered a bronze-level skill book for exchange. It suggested that most lords lacked surplus skill books, and it was likely that many human lords had never even cultivated a single skill book, given the low drop rate of such items. After all, despite having vanquished numerous formidable monsters, the skill books that dropped were few and far between. Not to mention the other ordinary human lords. Qin Li placed the 3 ice-type energy cores into the trade, clicked confirm, and upon the recipient's receipt of the trade information, the transaction was swiftly completed without hesitation. Without delay, Qin Li proceeded with the cultivation. Boom. Within his sea of consciousness, a powerful azure magic energy coalesced, ultimately forming a skill card that radiated a blue luminescence. The skill card depicted a towering, slender figure with lower limbs formed of intricately intertwined, thick branches, and the visage of a youthful human emerging from the robust trunk, crowned with a lush canopy resembling thick whips in motion. The representation of the Trant on the skill card exuded a formidable presence. At that moment, Qin Li had no time to peruse other private messages, as they had already entered the territory of the white-haired giant apes. To his surprise, however, he beheld another faction of monsters within the domain of the white-haired giant apes, engaged in a minor skirmish. Chapter 39, The Clam and the Bird Fight, the first encounter with a human lord. Roar. Beneath the snow-laden forest, from several hundred meters away, outside the perimeter of the white-haired giant ape tribe, emerged a multitude of green-skinned orcs wielding massive wolf-tooth clubs from the northwestern thicket, clad in leather armor. These robust orcs stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, albeit slightly weaker in comparison to the attacking white-haired giant apes. However, their sheer numbers were staggering. A cursory glance revealed that the green-skinned orcs far outnumbered the white-haired giant apes, totaling at least 300. High above, on the back of an ice frost dragon, Qin Li refrained from hastily entering the battlefield below. Instead, he commanded his troops to remain stationary, continuing to observe the conflict from a distance. As the two factions engaged in mutual slaughter, he intended to reap the benefits of their exhaustion. Crucially, the green-skinned orcs were at least ordinary 3-star level, suggesting a high likelihood that a myriad of lords was orchestrating their assault. Their audacity to attack a bronze-level territory indicated that their forces extended beyond mere green-skinned orcs, undoubtedly encompassing formidable bronze-level monsters as well. Having encountered various lords previously, Qin Li had become considerably more cautious. It was probable that human lords in this vicinity were scarce, with the majority being of other races. Even when facing those races with inherently robust vitality, the possibility was significant. The sounds of battle and clashing weapons reverberated through the snowy expanse, echoing far and wide. As the casualties among the bronze-level white-haired giant apes and the green-skinned orcs were approximately 1 to 5. It required 5 green-skinned orcs to overwhelm a single white-haired giant ape. Amidst the white-haired giant apes, a bronze 2-star white-haired giant ape king towered above its kin, standing close to 3.5 meters tall. Its massive arms, thicker than barrels, could effortlessly send 1 or 2 leather-clad green-skinned orcs flying with each swing. The leather armor of the green-skinned orcs proved utterly ineffective against such terrifying force. As they were hurled through the air, their armor shattered into dozens of pieces, scattering across the snowy ground. In this small-scale conflict, the white-haired giant ape king resembled a compact meat grinder. Nevertheless, the green-skinned orcs, under the command of their lord, showed no signs of retreat. Even when approaching the giant ape king, their wolf-tooth clubs failing to breach its defenses, inflicting nearly 0 damage. At that moment, in the northwestern thicket, a swift arrow, leaving a blurred afterimage, sped toward the giant ape king, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. As the giant ape king attempted to evade, 2 massive vines, akin to an adult's thigh, erupted from the ground, rapidly entwining around its legs, halting its evasive maneuvers. The bronze-level giant ape king sensed the threat of the incoming arrow, but with its legs ensnared, it could only raise its arms defensively. In the next instant, the arrow pierced through its arm, with the fletching embedded on one side, while the other side bled profusely from the wound. With its injury, the giant ape king's eyes turned crimson, and the once pristine white fur began to show patches of red. A berserk skill? At this moment, concealed within the treetops, Qin Li observed the transformation of the giant ape king's fur with a knowing expression. Such unusual changes typically indicated the activation of a berserk skill. The giant ape king lifted its gaze, its piercing eyes seemingly penetrating over 100 meters to spot the elven figure hiding in the distant snow-laden forest. Crack! At the same time, The area around the arrow wound on the giant ape king's arm began to freeze over with a thin layer of ice, which rapidly spread outward. Yet, the giant ape king, undeterred, decisively yanked the magic arrow from its arm, snapping it in half and discarding it upon the ground, roaring in fury as it charged into the snowy forest. Was this a deliberate provocation? In the canopy, Qin Li's expression reflected a contemplative demeanor. The myriad lords behind him likely perceived that his green-skinned orcs could inflict no harm upon the mighty king of the giant apes, which is why they began to reveal their positions. They intended to have the ranged units beside him strike and wound the colossal ape. This strategy primarily served to lure the king of the giant apes into a trap. Indeed, after a mere dozen breaths, a resentful roar emanated from the snow-laden forest to the northwest, gradually diminishing in intensity. Moments later, silence enveloped the area. With the demise of the king of the giant apes, the remaining white-furred giant apes, besieged by a relentless onslaught from multiple green-skinned orcs, began to waver in their resolve. The previously stalemated front line was suddenly forced back towards their own tribe. Ice Lizard Warrior, go investigate. Qin Li commanded the orc Ice Lizard Warrior stationed beneath the ancient tree in the snow forest. Yes, my lord. The Ice Lizard Warrior responded respectfully, placing a hand upon the white-sheathed blade at his side. With that, he stepped forward, transforming into a swift white blur, leaving only a faint trace in the snow. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a flurry of delicate snowflakes that obscured the warrior's footprints. Initiate shared vision. After the Ice Lizard Warrior departed, Qin Li activated his shared vision skill, gaining a first-person perspective from the Ice Lizard Warrior. Enlarging this viewpoint, it took only a few breaths for the warrior to stealthily traverse several hundred meters, slipping into the snow-laden forest to the northwest, where Qin Li glimpsed the master of this cohort of green-skinned orcs. A human lord? Qin Li felt a twinge of surprise. In the Ice Lizard Warrior's line of sight, a somewhat pallid middle-aged man stood in a clearing within the distant snow forest, characterized by an aquiline nose and a long face. He wore a warm white fur coat, accompanied by two tall elven archers, nearly 2 meters in height, both male, with flowing golden hair and pointed ears. Chapter 40, The Cursed Lord of the Abyss. In the snow forest clearing, Su Yang leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, visible plumes of white vapor escaping his lips. Not far off, a white-furred king of the giant apes that had previously surged toward him was now ensconced in a dark, viscous substance. Upon closer inspection, the black liquid was laced with sinewy traces, resembling a living entity. The fur of the king of the giant apes had been eroded away, exposing layers of muscle beneath. As the life force within him was devoured by this inky liquid, the substance writhed as if performing a swallowing motion, gradually causing the body of the king of the giant apes to shrink. A look of revulsion and anguish filled Su Yang's eyes as he observed the strange liquid. It was his first encounter with the abyssal cataclysm of the Dark Void, which had randomly transported him to a low-risk area of the abyss. Yet, even in this seemingly safe zone, silver-tier abyssal monsters lurked. Although he had not encountered one of that caliber, he found himself face-to-face with a bronze-tier creature whose true form appeared devoid of significant destructive power, nestled within an ancient stone box, resembling a peculiar treasure. Upon seizing the stone box, he had been injured by a cursed creature masquerading as a small black orb the size of a cherry. Immediately after, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he discovered that this bronze-tier abyssal creature had parasitized him, filling him with regret, but it was far too late. While this creature had granted him considerable power in a short span, even procuring 2 bronze-tier elven archers, these gifts were primarily for its own benefit. Soon, Su Yang realized that his body was no longer under his control. The cursed monster could induce a state of unconsciousness or hypnosis, rendering him unaware of its actions. As time passed, his body grew weaker, requiring substantial nourishment from the blood and flesh of monsters. Any deficiency would lead the parasitic entity to feast upon his own lifeblood, leaving him in a state of utter frailty. What a stroke of misfortune. Ultimately, a sense of helplessness clouded Su Yang's features. Previously, he had attempted to resist, but his 2 bronze 1-star elven archers found their magical arrows inflicted minimal damage on the cursed creature. The monster could transform its form into liquid, allowing the arrows to pass harmlessly through it. After one futile attempt at rebellion, Su Yang had been left in excruciating torment. A pain akin to being torn asunder, a sensation he was reluctant to experience again. What on earth is that? At this moment, through the Ice Lizard Warrior's perspective, he observed the bizarre inky mass that enveloped the giant ape king, and a grave expression crossed his face. To subdue a creature of at least bronze 2-star caliber, this enigmatic dark mass must possess a vitality exceeding bronze 3-star. The likelihood of it being silver tier seemed slim. In the announcements from human lords, there had yet to be any reports of a human lord slaying a silver tier monster. However, it was conceivable that such lords chose to conceal such information. Regardless, the occurrences were likely rare, and should he encounter one, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Engage. Attempt to eliminate that human lord. A murderous intent flickered in Qin Li's gaze as he issued a telepathic command to the Ice Lizard Warrior, positioned hundreds of meters away. Upon receiving Qin Li's directive, the ice lizard warrior promptly activated the frost armor skill. Instantly, a thick layer of icy armor enveloped him, forming a formidable lizard-like visage. With a powerful stride, he left a shallow indentation in the snow beneath him. Transforming into a swift white blur, he raced toward the human lord, shielded by the two bronze-tier elven warriors. As he sprinted, the ice lizard warrior's sharp gaze fixed upon Su Yang. Earth ice spikes. With a mere thought, he released a surge of formidable magical energy into the ground below. At that moment, Su Yang's attention was still locked on the cursed creature before him when a thunderous sound shattered the air. Suddenly, Su Yang felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, causing his body to stiffen. As he instinctively turned to retreat, a sharp sound punctuated the silence. He saw nothing clearly. His body was abruptly lifted off the ground. As a massive ice spike, thick as a barrel and nearly 4 meters in height, erupted from the earth just a step away from him. In that moment, the crystalline spike pierced through Su Yang's chest, leaving him feeling an icy chill. His body was lifted off the ground, his feet dangling almost a foot in the air. Blood began to seep from the wound where the spike made contact, staining the ice with a crimson hue that spread several decimeters away. Coughing violently, Su Yang expelled great quantities of fresh blood. "Ah, help me." Su Yang's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as an overwhelming desire to live ignited within him. He gazed up at the cursed creature that was devouring the giant ape king and cried out. At his sides, the two bronze-tier elven archers finally reacted. But as they raised their longbows, they were swiftly decapitated by an ice lizard warrior, towering over them like a small white mountain. In mere moments, one adept in close combat dispatched two bronze-tier ranged combatants with ease, akin to plucking fruit from a tree. With two soft thuds, the decapitated elven archers transformed into swirling motes of white light, leaving no spoils behind. At this moment, the once ferocious Su Yang, who sought the cursed creature's assistance, found his entire line of sight obscured by a figure clad in heavy, dark ice armor. It completely blocked his view. Struggling to lift his head, he barely had time to utter a word before a colossal white battle knife met him head-on, plunging him into eternal darkness. Target: bronze-tier elven archer has perished. Target: human lord has perished. Chapter 41, Annihilating the Giant Ape Tribe, Intermediate Shared Vision Skill Book. The Ice Lizard Warrior, having effortlessly slain the human lord under the protection of its ice armor, turned to gaze at the peculiar dark mass. The lord had fallen, yet it seemed this entity remained unfazed. Qin Li frowned slightly. According to the rules he understood, when a lord perished, the surviving subordinates would not follow suit, but they would be gravely weakened and could flee without their leader's constraint. Suddenly, the strange dark mass, sensing the silver-tier aura emanating from the ice lizard, realized it was no match for such an opponent. Simultaneously, the cursed creature felt a surge of confusion. Previously, the human lord it had inhabited had scouted the area, discovering only this tribe of white-haired giant apes. It had uncovered nothing else. If there were silver-tier creatures nearby, it would not have allowed the human lord to walk to his demise. It had taken great effort to find a host and escape the depths of the abyss. In less than a day, it had already consumed 2 bronze-tier creatures, both robust and full of vitality. Deep in the abyss, such bronze-tier creatures were not available for its consumption, as they were often blocked by the other formidable undead creatures nearby. It hadn't feasted on this many vitality-rich creatures in quite some time. Thus, after devouring a few, it became intoxicated by the prospect. If it continued this way, it could ascend to silver tier within a month. But now, suddenly confronted with a silver tier creature, it felt utterly defenseless. Flee. The abyssal cursed creature was consumed by the urge to retreat. Soon after, from the perspective of the ice lizard warrior, the dark mass that had enveloped the giant ape king began to rapidly contract. Within moments, the king's vitality had been siphoned away, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. With less than a third of its flesh remaining, the mass shrank to the size of an apple, burrowing into the snow in an attempt to escape. However, the cursed creature's presence was too conspicuous under the silver-tier warrior's perception. Its movement speed, while decent among bronze-tier creatures, paled in comparison to that of silver-tier foes. The ice lizard warrior took a step forward, resembling a white specter, covering several meters in an instant, raising its blade high. It plunged the weapon into the snow below, unleashing a surge of power that shattered the ground beneath, clearing an area of several meters wide in an instant. Below, the cursed creature's mass revealed its form as it attempted to flee. Just as it turned to escape, it encountered a wolf shaman draped in a flowing white robe. Wielding a silver staff, the shaman's magical attire and the aura of silver-tier power it exuded left the cursed creature feeling utterly despondent. One silver-tier foe was bad enough. Now there was a second. Ice prison technique. Under Qin Li's guidance, the wolf shaman arrived to lend support, blocking the cursed creature's path and executing the sealing method of the ice prison technique. This is bad. Beneath the cursed creature, an intricate pentagram array suddenly manifested, igniting a profound sense of dread within it. Just as it sought to flee, it felt a layer of frost envelop its vision, rendering the world around it increasingly blurred. Its body became immobile. From an external perspective, the cursed creature was encased within a massive ice sphere, larger than the cursed mass itself, with the seal's thickness nearing an inch. Upon closer examination, numerous ice runes emerged within the frost. And this bronze-tier cursed creature was utterly incapable of breaching a silver-tier sealing technique. Trapped within the icy prison, the cursed creature exhibited signs of panic. Unable to communicate with the outside world, left to watch helplessly as the wolf shaman retrieved it and subsequently handed it over to a young human lord. Qin Li regarded this cursed creature with a mixture of curiosity and caution, casting a detection skill. Nickname: Unknown Abyssal Cursed Creature. Level: Bronze. Skills: Can parasitize, can curse. Specifics unknown. Parasitize, curse. Abyssal creature? Upon witnessing the attributes of the entity within the ice sphere, a flicker of wariness appeared in his expression. With this newfound knowledge, he could surmise that the human lord, as seen through the eyes of the ice lizard warrior, appeared to be recovering from a serious illness. In light of this, a connection between the two can indeed be established. Previously, aside from the three major dark calamities, it is certain that one human lord was chosen for the abyssal nether transmission. The cursed creature must have been encountered beneath the abyss and subsequently became a parasite upon him. It must be eradicated. Qin Li has no intention of harboring this unknown entity. The attributes he could discern were merely the most rudimentary ones. Considering that the cursed creature emerged from the abyss, one cannot help but wonder if it possesses other hidden cards up its sleeve, or whether it might attract other compatriots. Yes, my lord. The wolf clan shaman took possession of the ice sphere that sealed the cursed creature, releasing a faint surge of magical energy that flowed into the ice sphere. Crack, crack. In the next moment, the surface of the ice sphere was riddled with fissures, shattering into countless shards. The cursed creature sealed within vanished without a trace. Sighing, Qin Li recalled the woeful visage of that middle-aged man from the human race. Should he find himself transported to the abyssal nether, there is a considerable chance he would encounter such a creature. The dark jungle of the first layer of the Divine Tower is certainly not a hospitable locale. The perils of the battlefield of myriad races are exceedingly high. Target creature: the white-haired giant ape, has been slain. Intermediate shared vision skill book acquired. Ding. It has been detected that there is a territory of the white-haired giant ape suitable for occupation and destruction before the lord player. Would you like to proceed? Destroy. Destruction successful. You have obtained a bronze territory upgrade stone. Would you like to cultivate the intermediate shared vision skill book? Qin Li focused on the backpack, activating the attribute panel for the skill book. Nickname: Intermediate Shared Vision. Level: Bronze. Minimum cultivation requirement: above ordinary for the myriad races lords. Skill explanation: Upon activation of Intermediate Shared Vision, you may select a designated troop type vassal to share the visual perspective of the other. Restrictions: cooldown time of 10 minutes. Cultivate. Qin Li did not hesitate. In the past, with his initial shared vision skill, once the distance exceeded 5 kilometers, the imagery became exceedingly blurred. With intermediate shared vision, the operational range for troop viewing would undoubtedly be significantly larger. Chapter 42. Upgrading the Bronze Territory, Binding the Skeleton Troop. After cleansing the white-haired giant ape clan settlement, he acquired a considerable number of ice and wood energy cores, yet no equipment or skill books dropped. Nevertheless, the previously acquired intermediate shared vision skill book was already a noteworthy gain for Qin Li. He then set forth with his numerous troop-type vassals, heading directly into the snowy forest to the northwest. The frost dragon, with wings spanning over 10 meters, flapped its wings, transforming into a swift white shadow as it soared ahead with remarkable speed. Below in the snowy forest, the ice lizard warriors raced, accompanied not far behind by upgraded versions of skeletal ice bats. The 3 silver-level troop types forged ahead, while the other bronze-level troops, somewhat slower in movement, followed closely behind. With the death of the human lord, his territory had naturally become a leaderless expanse. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, he had to approach the vicinity of the other's territory to destroy it and obtain a territory upgrade stone. As for the green-skinned orc troop under the human lord's command, Qin Li held little interest. The wood-type troops were far inferior in combat strength to the ice-type in this snowy forest, with the advantage of terrain. And considering that the green-skinned orcs are among the lowest tier of the orc race, there was no necessity to convert to such troops. After traversing 4 to 5,000 meters northwest, he arrived at the territory of the human lord, which was constructed on the side of a small hill, enclosed by a stone wall merely 2 to 3 meters high. Upon destroying this territory, he received only an ordinary 3-star territory upgrade stone. Moreover, traces of several monster groups lingered around the human territory, yet it was clear that they had been consumed by the former owner. Within the territory, there was merely a summoning altar for green-skinned orcs. Even the 2 bronze-level elven archers by the altar were not summoned from it. It was evident that those 2 bronze-level elven archers were certainly products of the cursed creature that emerged from the abyssal nether. Qin Li returned to his territory. At the first opportunity, he utilized the bronze 1-star upgrade stone he had obtained to elevate the level of his territory to bronze. Ding. It has been detected that the Lord player possesses a bronze territory upgrade stone. Would you like to upgrade the original territory? Yes. Upon seeing the prompt text materialize before his retina, Qin Li immediately confirmed his choice. Territory upgrading in progress. In the next moment, the territory's ground began to tremble slightly. The empty territory and the distant stone wall began to shift outward, filling the newly created spaces with magical stone slabs. The height of the stone wall increased by 1 meter, reaching nearly 4 meters, thus acquiring some defensive capability. In the center of the territory, the stone house where Qin Li resided now bore a bronze-constructed 5-pointed star defensive magic array above its entrance. This appeared to be a passive defensive magic array. When Qin Li focused on this bronze defensive array, it provided no feedback whatsoever. Perhaps it merely possessed a model. Further upgrading of the territory to bronze 2-star or above might be necessary to activate this defensive array. Territory upgrade complete. As this text appeared before him, a panel detailing the attributes of the territory automatically manifested. Territory nickname: Bronze Territory. Territory level: Bronze. Bound Vassal Summoning Altars. Ordinary Snowfield Wolf Altar. Ordinary 6-legged Ice Lizard Altar. Ordinary Mountain Dwarf Altar. Ordinary Ice Bat. Territory upgrade conditions: requires a bronze territory upgrade stone, possession of a bronze-level troop-type vassal, and a minimum of 2 such troops. Number of vassal camps that can be bound to the territory: 5. Remaining slots: 1. Area: 500 meters in length and width. An additional position for a troop-type vassal. Qin Li's eyes gleamed with delight. This was indeed as he had envisioned. It perfectly aligned with the conditions for binding a bronze-level skeleton troop altar. Binding the bronze skeleton warrior troop altar. With a thought, the binding commenced. Ding. Binding successful. Summoning altar nickname: Skeleton Warrior Troop. Vassal level: Bronze. Base troop unit: Skeleton Warrior. Summoning speed: 1 skeleton warrior summoned every 120 minutes. 2 hours to summon a single bronze-level skeleton warrior. Observing the summoning speed, he noted that it was indeed slow. A typical 3-star Great Ice Bat and a 6-legged Ice Lizard, both capable of summoning a combat unit every 60 minutes. This is akin to the summoning speed required to synthesize a bronze tier unit. The only addition is a skeletal warrior of the undead type. Equipping the bronze tier skeletal army with silver-grade battle armor and weaponry, and employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers in the form of a skeletal tide would render them virtually invincible. Even against silver tier units, Qin Li is confident that he could exhaust them with over 100 silver-equipped skeletal warriors. At this moment, on one side of the stone house, as Qin Li's territory ascended to a bronze 1-star level, the 5 summon units bound to him had their summoning altars expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. Yet, the newly upgraded bronze territory remained desolate, devoid of any magical structures available for construction. Even the prospect of erecting simple homes or magical defenses in this barren expanse was thwarted. All that remained was to send some of his units into the snowy forest nearby to fell trees and construct wooden shelters. Suddenly, the previously fair weather took a dramatic turn. A howling gale swept through, and within mere moments, heavy snow began to fall like goose feathers, blanketing the stone walls of Qin Li's newly upgraded territory in a thick layer of ice and snow within just 2 or 3 minutes. Fortunately, most of his units were ice-type, allowing them to withstand the blizzard outside the stone house. It was imperative to construct some shelters, with so many units. A few large canopies to shield them from the storm were essential. Inside the stone house, Qin Li gazed through the transparent glass windows at the ice lizard warriors, now enveloped in a layer of snow, pondering his next move. Meanwhile, the 2 wolf shaman, as ranged magic units, conjured ethereal blue magical shields measuring several meters in diameter from their silver wands, encasing everything around them and repelling the snowstorm outside. After relishing some bone broth and a hard-skinned red fruit, Qin Li, feeling content, mounted an ice frost dragon accompanied by one of the wolf shamans, while instructing the other 2 silver tier units to follow him as they headed toward the subterranean mine located 5,000 meters away. Chapter 43. Synthesis of the Dwarven clan leader and upgrade of the forge room. Shortly thereafter, in the abandoned underground mine, within the cavern designated for the mountain dwarfs, several mountain dwarf civilians, each approximately 1.3 meters tall, stood holding iron shovels, some appearing dazed while others with higher intellect engaged in sporadic conversation. Dressed in deep brown burlap garments. Synthesis. Qin Li opened the golden synthesis panel and began to merge the mountain dwarf civilians. A day had passed, and the strongest of his other units had already reached silver tier. Thus, it was only fitting that the mountain dwarves he commanded kept pace with the others. The previously synthesized bronze tier dwarf blacksmith had likely completed the construction of the forge room after more than a day's time. Upon synthesizing the mountain dwarves to bronze 2-star level, the blacksmith's rank was elevated from low to medium. Bronze 3 would denote a high rank. The appearance did not change significantly, but the levels of mining and forging skills improved. Eventually, after synthesizing 2 bronze 3-star high-level blacksmiths, Qin Li unexpectedly created a mountain dwarf clan leader, clad in iron armor, wielding a magical warhammer, with a bushy beard and bright, piercing eyes, though standing only about 1.4 meters tall. After synthesizing the silver-tiered dwarf clan leader in one breath, only 4 mountain dwarf civilians remained in the cave. Qin Li paired them to form 2 blacksmith apprentices, assigning them to assist the clan leader. This dwarf clan leader would undoubtedly forge weapons at a much faster rate than a regular blacksmith, though regrettably, he had only discovered a single abandoned low-grade iron or vein so far. Even when forging weapons, the quality would likely be limited, and reaching bronze tier would be quite a challenge. Nickname: Mountain Dwarf Clan Leader. Talent: Silver. Level: Silver. Vitality: 76. Skills: Level 6 Forging, Bronze Equipment, Forge Construction, or Detection. Level 7 Mining. Evaluation: a formidable clan leader among his peers, not only possessing exceptional forging skills, but also surpassing others of the same tier in combat prowess. Immediately, Qin Li cast a detection skill on the dwarf clan leader, and an attribute panel appeared before him. The level 6 forging skill could forge only bronze-grade equipment. Thus, it became apparent that this mountain dwarf clan leader, being merely a silver 1-star unit, would be incapable of crafting silver-grade equipment. Moreover, even forging bronze-grade magical equipment required specific materials. In Qin Li's bag, he had only gathered a few bones from bronze-grade magical creatures. Attempting to forge weapons solely from these would pose significant challenges in maintaining the bronze standard, unless supplemented with other bronze-grade ores. Lord of the territory, the newly synthesized dwarf clan leader approached Qin Li with an expression of deep reverence. Indeed, Qin Li nodded in acknowledgement. The clan leader's or detection skill would prove invaluable, allowing for exploration around the territory to uncover potentially scarce mineral veins. Qin Li contemplated this as he then led the dwarf clan leader and the 2 ordinary blacksmith apprentices to the underground jungle. Although merely a day had passed, considerable changes had occurred in the area. The former lair of the red-haired velociraptor now featured several rudimentary 3-story wooden houses nearly 10 meters high. Despite their simplicity, the critical points were interconnected with special embedded rivet structures, ensuring the stability of the buildings. Adjacent to these wooden houses stood a forge room constructed entirely of stone, built from massive blocks of black stone. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the surface of the black stone was adorned with numerous intricate magical runes, akin to the magical structures in Qin Li's territory. Inside this forge room, the previously synthesized bronze-tier mountain dwarf blacksmith was now positioned before a forging furnace. Raising his slender right hand, a flicker of crimson flame danced at his fingertips as he inscribed forging runes beside the furnace. Several dozen meters away from these 2 structures, the 2 orc wolf warriors and several 6-legged ice lizards were busy constructing wooden fences. In the periphery, trees were felled and fashioned into wooden stakes, which were then meticulously arranged around the residence to gradually construct an outer defensive palisade. My lord. Upon noticing Qin Li's approach, the dwarven craftsman hastily completed his engraving. Bowing respectfully before him, his gaze then fell upon the dwarven chieftain, who stood half a step behind Qin Li. The aura of silver-tier pressure emanating from him momentarily startling the craftsman. Soon, however, a glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes. As intelligent beings, once they ascended to the bronze tier, they became nearly indistinguishable from humans, often surpassing them in wisdom. This very reason fueled their ardent desire for knowledge that could enhance their strength. Knowledge, after all, is priceless. With a more formidable craftsman of their kin by his lord's side, the craftsman hoped to serve as an assistant, learning from him to refine his own skills. Achieving a promotion would not only validate his worth and understanding, but also secure his position beside his lord for the long term. My lord, this is a basic forging chamber. With the runes on this furnace, we can only forge equipment of ordinary quality at best. However, I can elevate this chamber to the bronze level. If we could procure additional bronze, or even silver-tier ores, I am confident that I could advance it to the pinnacle of the bronze level. The chieftain of the mountain dwarves proclaimed. How long will the upgrading process take? Qin Li inquired, nodding. It will require merely an hour. The chieftain replied with unwavering conviction. Very well, proceed. Qin Li commanded. Immediately, the chieftain stepped forward and commenced the engraving, raising his right hand. The crimson flames at the tip of his index finger shone with brilliance many times greater than that of the previous low-tier dwarven forger. Soon, an hour passed, and after the chieftain inscribed the final rune, a hum resonated as hundreds, if not thousands, of runes coalesced into a complete magic array, releasing a hazy red glow from the furnace. Upon returning from his circuit of the underground jungle, Qin Li cast a detection skill upon the forging chamber. Nickname: Bronze Forging Chamber. Function: capable of unleashing bronze-level magical flames, refining impurities from iron ingots, enhancing the resilience of weaponry, among various fundamental attributes. Chapter 44. The Unicorn Fire Python in the Magma River. Bang, bang, bang. Within the central area of the 2nd Division's territory, in the heart of the underground jungle, the sound of crisp, melodious metal striking resonated from within the bronze-level forging chamber. Before the furnace stood the chieftain of the dwarves, clad in black battle armor and sporting a thick beard, wielding a magically enhanced iron hammer as he struck an iron ore refined from inferior star iron. Each blow of the hammer against the ore sparked an eruption of bright embers. Beside him, a low-tier dwarven forger and several apprentice dwarves watched with eager eyes, captivated by the spectacle. 10 minutes later, the chieftain's hands bore a long sword with a razor-sharp blade, approximately 1.5 meters in length, its edge glinting coldly. The hilt was adorned with intricate engravings that enhanced its grip. My lord, due to material limitations and the absence of superior ores, I could only forge this ordinary 3-star weapon. I inscribed a resilience rune on the blade, but the constraints of the materials allowed for no further engravings. The chieftain stated respectfully as he presented the sword to Qin Li. This inferior star iron ore is merely of ordinary 2-star quality. To craft an ordinary 3-star weapon is already a commendable achievement. Indeed, Qin Li nodded, accepting the longsword. He swung it a couple of times, feeling the chilling rush of air as the blade cut through, confirming the weapon's quality. Even among ordinary 3-star weapons, it stood out as one of the finer specimens. Truly, the craftsmanship of a silver-tier forging race is remarkable. Qin Li cast a detection skill, revealing the attributes of the longsword before him. Nickname: Ordinary Star Iron Longsword. Level: Ordinary. Effect: Resilience 1. A 10-minute creation time for an ordinary 3-star star iron longsword is impressively swift. In an hour, 6 could be forged, yielding 12 in 2 hours. Within just over 2 hours, a silver-tier star iron longsword could be synthesized. During this time, Qin Li also summoned several forging apprentices, sending them deep into the abandoned mines to commence the extraction of inferior star iron. Clink, clink, clink. Soon, the long silent mines echoed once more with the sounds of mining. This time, Qin Li stationed silver-tier ice lizard warriors to patrol deeper within the mines, exploring each tunnel for connections to the subterranean magma river. The vast underground dormant volcano was interconnected with nearly 100 mines, underscoring its immense scale. Such a grand subterranean volcano could very well give rise to fire element magical creatures. The previous fire element red-haired raptor thrived on the energy of this underground volcano. In one of the unexplored mining tunnels, as the orc ice lizard warrior ventured inside, the crimson glow within the tunnel intensified manifold. At the end lay a massive fissure wide enough for a person to pass through, at least 2 meters across. In the next moment, the ice lizard warrior released a wave of mental energy that Qin Li perceived. At that moment, not far from the forging chamber, Qin Li, reclining atop the back of a mutated Thunderwolf King, sensed the mental wave emanating from the mine. He immediately activated a mid-level shared vision, linking with the ice lizard warrior. In an instant, Qin Li's perspective transformed, engulfed by a sea of crimson light. Is this the subterranean magma river? Are there magical creatures? As the ice lizard warrior approached the magma river, a frown creased his brow. The intense heat wave was repugnant to him, being an ice element magical creature. The vibrant fire element energies surrounding the magma river dampened his spirits. Moreover, from the depths of the magma river, he could vaguely see a unicorn fire python slowly meandering within. Its body was as thick as a barrel, covered in scales that shimmered like rubies. A prominent red horn adorned its head, measuring several inches in length, while its entire length surpassed 10 meters. The unicorn fire python floated half-submerged in the magma river, drifting lazily, its eyes closed as if in slumber. Upon witnessing this, a grave expression flickered in Qin Li's eyes, mingled with a sense of excitement. In this river of magma, there truly exist fire-type magical creatures. If there are quite a few, it would be entirely feasible to procure a significant number of fire energy cores. With these cores, it would be sufficient to nurture the unhatched fire dragon egg. Previously, he had synthesized a pinnacle bronze-level fire energy core, and after the fire dragon egg absorbed it, it began to show signs of impending hatching. The tiny fire dragon within the egg had become remarkably lively. Following this trajectory, it would not be long before the egg would break open. Qin Li had come to the underground mine with the intention of temporarily constructing a simulated fire dragon nest beside this river of magma for the dragon egg. The fire elemental magical energies in this place were so vibrant that they would undoubtedly aid in the egg's incubation. Advance, Qin Li commanded with his thoughts. Earth Spike. The murderous intent surged within the eyes of the orc ice lizard warrior. At that moment, the unicorn fire python in the magma river sensed the killing intent and suddenly opened its pair of red, slitted eyes, spotting the imposing white figure at the riverbank. Feeling threatened, the unicorn fire python instinctively sought to burrow into the magma for refuge. However, before it could delve deeply, thud, a massive ice spike, over a meter long, plummeted from the sky, piercing straight through the python's skull. Before the creature could emit a sound, its head was obliterated, resulting in its death. Target magical creature. Bronze-level unicorn fire python has been slain. Acquired a bronze-level fire energy core. 2 lines of text appeared before Qin Li's retina, filling his heart with delight. He had finally obtained another bronze-level fire energy core, ensuring that the fire dragon egg would be able to hatch. While waiting for the star iron weaponry beside the forging chamber, Qin Li observed a vibrant crimson light darting toward him from afar, merging into his body. He then retrieved the 1.5-meter-tall fire dragon egg and placed the surplus bronze-level fire energy core atop it. Upon being positioned atop the egg, the red energy core, reminiscent of a yellow apricot in size, elicited a strong suction from the yet-to-be-born young fire dragon within the egg. The crimson crystal energy core began to emit a fiery red halo, akin to a thin mist of crimson enveloping the fire dragon egg, rich in fire elemental magical particles, which was being rapidly absorbed. Chapter 45. The Hatching of the Young Dragon. Dark Tentacle Technique. Crack. Moments later, a fissure extending over a meter suddenly appeared on one side of the fire dragon egg, followed by an increasing number of cracks that spread across a significant portion of the egg. In the next instant, a round head, resembling that of an enormous red lizard, emerged from the egg, its ruby-like eyes blinking curiously at Qin Li. Subsequently, the little fire dragon, now hatched, extended its arms. Although it had just emerged from the egg, it already possessed sharp dragon claws. As the young fire dragon emerged from its shell, it seized the unabsorbed bronze-level fire energy core, cradling it in its embrace, and extended its bright red tongue to begin licking it, much like a child relishing their favorite candy. In this juvenile stage, the fire dragon's scythe-like crimson wings were clearly visible behind it, though they were folded against its back, still somewhat sticky with residual egg white. However, upon exposure to the air, and with the young dragon occasionally flapping its wings, the fire energy within it began to dissipate the egg white residue rapidly. At this moment, Qin Li could distinctly sense that this newly hatched young fire dragon had already been bound to his original territory. Hence, even without employing any probing skills, he could effortlessly summon its attribute panel. Nickname: Juvenile Fire Dragon. Talent: Overlord level. Ordinary Vitality: 39. Skills: Fireball, Claw Attack, Dragon Roar. Evaluation: a rare dragon species with formidable talents. Overlord level talent. Qin Li was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the talent entry, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Currently, the most powerful magical creature he had encountered was merely at the golden level, while the overlord level was certainly confirmed to be above that, potentially surpassing several tiers beyond the golden level. Truly a dragon. Even the evaluation indicated its formidable talent. Regrettably, it could not be synthesized or cultivated, otherwise, this would greatly shorten the fire dragon's growth cycle. For now, he could only feed it some fire energy cores. Qin Li gazed at the young fire dragon, sprawled on the ground, clutching the fire energy core crystal, appearing quite languid. At its current stage, its combat utility was likely minimal, as it was merely of ordinary grade. Once it reached the bronze level, it might prove somewhat useful, perhaps to intimidate other magical creatures. Even as a newly hatched dragon, it possessed the Dragon Roar skill in its skill set, a testament to the inherent strength of the magical dragon lineage. At this juncture, Qin Li's attention shifted back to the first-person perspective of the ice lizard warrior, and he commanded it telepathically to search the magma river for more unicorn fire pythons, hoping to secure additional bronze-level energy core crystals. Within the tunnels of the underground magma river, the orc ice lizard warrior, encased in its mysterious ice armor, began its search for the unicorn fire pythons upon receiving Qin Li's command. Half an hour later, the warrior had only managed to slay 3 unicorn fire pythons, all ranging from bronze 1-star to 2-star level, with combat prowess that was far from formidable. One unicorn fire python had even sensed danger and instinctively burrowed into the magma, a domain the ice lizard warrior could not enter. Even with its protective armor, it could not withstand the terrifying temperatures of the magma. Some silver-level fire-type minions might be able to venture briefly into the magma river to slay the fleeing unicorn fire pythons. It was clear that there was a cluster of unicorn fire pythons surrounding this dormant underground volcano. Unfortunately, these pythons were likely scattered throughout the numerous magma rivers beneath the volcano, potentially numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. With the few unicorn fire pythons slain in this magma river, it was likely that they would be alerted and refrain from returning to this particular river. Contemplating this, Qin Li's expression turned somewhat resigned. The fire energy cores at his disposal were rather limited. Consequently, he opted to place the surplus ice energy cores in the trading zone, seeking to exchange them for a few low-grade fire energy cores. 4 ordinary-grade energy cores, Qin Li merely needed to synthesize them. Moreover, with the utmost synthesis limit set in the golden synthesis bar, his original territory had ascended to a bronze 1-star level, elevating the equipment and skills available for synthesis directly to a gold 1-star level. Synthesizing a gold-grade energy core would suffice for the little fire dragon to devour. As he listed the items in the trading area, Qin Li noticed several unread private messages. They were all inquiries regarding the bronze-grade ice energy cores he had posted, with offers to trade for some ordinary-grade skills. He opened the unread messages and perused them. The skill books presented by these human lords ranged from ordinary 1-star to 2-star levels, with over 90% being 1-star skill books, and only one being a 2-star skill book. Nickname: Dark Tentacle Technique. Level: Ordinary. Minimum training requirement: above ordinary level lords of all races. Skill details. Upon casting this skill, you can summon a dark octopus tentacle over 1 meter long from a different dimension to attack, with its duration contingent upon the wielder's magical power. Limitation: a cooldown period of 15 minutes. Qin Li proceeded with the exchange. The remaining 1-star skill books were all unique, but attempting to trade ordinary 1-star skill books for a bronze-grade energy core was a losing proposition. Additionally, the attack power of the 1-star attack type skill books was exceedingly weak. One skill, Bubble Technique, allowed the caster to expel a bubble the size of a basketball from their mouth, which possessed an impact akin to a mere slap from an ordinary person. For the magical creatures, it was nothing more than a tickle, a rather ludicrous notion. After casually flipping past these 1-star skills, Qin Li marked the private messages as read and deleted them all. The bronze 1-star energy core crystals had little allure for the lords, failing to entice them to part with their higher quality skill books for trade. Several hours later, Qin Li arrived outside the forge of the dwarven clan's chief. Observing the array of star iron long swords nearby, he stowed them in his backpack before opening the golden synthesis bar, intending to synthesize them one by one. Chapter 46. The Coming Cataclysm. Silver-grade star iron longsword. In the subterranean jungle, outside the forge, Qin Li synthesized 4 silver 1-star star iron longswords in one breath, elevating them from ordinary grade to silver grade. The appearance of these swords underwent minimal alteration, merely acquiring a subtle, silvery luminescence upon their blades. He cast a probing skill on one of the silver-grade longswords. In an instant, the attributes of the longsword materialized before him. Nickname: Star Iron Longsword. Level: Silver. Status: Intact. Equipment requirement: Lords of all races above bronze, or living beings of all races. Equipment requirement reduction condition: as this is a lord's weapon or one forged by the lord themselves, the equipment requirement can be reduced by 1-star level. Additional skills: Silver-grade sword shield, Silver-grade sword chi attack. Qin Li grasped the longsword, finding it perfectly suited to his hold, its grip remarkably comfortable. Furthermore, due to its origin from his own unit's forge, the requirement had been reduced by 1-star level, making it ideally accessible for him. After binding it with his will, he naturally decided to keep one silver-grade weapon for self-defense. However, at this stage, he preferred not to wield a weapon of excessively high grade for himself. Possessing too many high-grade weapons might attract the attention of stronger foes. He aimed to first equip his skeleton units. The skeleton unit he wished to arm would have to rely on the dwarven clan chief to forge star iron longswords, especially with the imminent arrival of the second dark cataclysm. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for shield crafting. Nevertheless, the longsword possessed a shield skill. He was curious about its effectiveness and intended to test its defensive strength. As he sensed the magical aura emanating from the silver-grade star iron longsword, he concentrated his thoughts. Buzz. In the next moment, a sword shield materialized in front of him, following his movements. This shield was oval-shaped, resembling a semi-transparent silver barrier, akin to a blurred crystalline surface. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide, it was quite formidable. Attack! Qin Li commanded the nearby Wolf Clan shaman to unleash magic on the silver shield. The shaman raised his silver wand, releasing a faint magical energy. From the void beside him, crescent-shaped ice blades, each nearly 2 meters in length, coalesced, exuding an aura of chilling terror. It was evident that some frost was rising from the blades, reminiscent of vapor, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. The temperature, originally around 20 degrees Celsius, plummeted by approximately 10 degrees. Swish, swish, swish. The Wolf Clan shaman conjured only 3 ice blades, not continuing to form more. With a series of swift, slicing sounds, 3 resounding thuds echoed as the ice blades shattered against the silver shield, leaving 3 significant gashes that pierced through the entire shield. Subsequently, Qin Li felt the magical energy from the longsword infusing into the shattered shield. Thanks to this infusion, the cracks in the shield began to heal swiftly. After restoring the shield, the magical energy from the longsword was sufficient to maintain the repair of the shield twice. Its power was quite acceptable. Qin Li nodded slightly, dispelling the shield hovering before him. Sword chi attack. Gripping the sword with one hand, he swung it downward. As the star iron longsword descended, a crescent-shaped sword chi erupted, measuring nearly 2 to 3 meters in length. The sword chi struck the stone wall with the force of a thunderclap, leaving a deep fissure measuring 4 meters long and nearly 3 meters deep. The darkness within the crack was palpable. This display of power sent a thrill through Qin Li. If I keep 2 for myself, I might be able to slay some flesh and blood bronze-level monsters. Excitement danced in his eyes. Having once been an ordinary human on Earth, he had never wielded such formidable strength before the mighty magical creatures. The sensation of personally dispatching foes was immensely gratifying. Time swiftly passed, and the sky darkened. The countdown for the second dark cataclysm reappeared in the communication channel among the human lords. I am utterly exasperated. This dark calamity has returned. Please do not transport me to the Tower of the Fallen Gods again. Such a place is utterly unsuitable for a novice lord. Without bronze tier troops, one is relegated to the very bottom of the food chain. Should I be selected for the Tower of the Fallen Gods a second time? I should arrive at the same time and place, which alleviates my fears. I have discovered a remarkably concealed location, and if chosen, I shall undoubtedly evade this impending dark disaster. What are you all afraid of? This is a realm where risk coexists with opportunity. Perhaps one might stumble upon the remains of some divine entity. Last time, I encountered numerous human lords who claimed to have found many valuable treasures. In the event of two lords clashing, one could reap the benefits like a cunning fisherman. Once you witness the horrors of those demon and monster tribes, you will understand. That place is a nexus for all races. The distances between each layer of the abyss and the Tower of the Fallen Gods are unfathomable. I once observed from afar as two demon tribes fought over a prize, each boasting combat prowess at least that of bronze tier. Alas, when will this dark calamity come to an end? Surviving in this battleground of myriad lords is already a daunting task, and now we must contend with this wretched disaster. By all that is sacred, I must infiltrate that relic this time. In the chat interface, many human lords began to engage in conversation. Qin Li's expression became markedly grave as he overheard discussions among other human lords regarding formidable lords from various races. Despite possessing silver-tier weapons and troops for protection, he realized he was not among the strongest in the presence of those demon tribes and other powerful lords. However, among the human lords, Qin Li considered himself undoubtedly within the top 3. As of yet, no announcements in the Human Lord regional channel have reported the slaying of silver-tier boss monsters. With the aid of the golden synthesis bar, Qin Li's rate of enhancement has far surpassed that of other human lords. As for the other demon and monster tribes, he has yet to encounter them and cannot confidently assert his superiority over them. Should he be selected by the two dark calamities, transporting him to the Tower of the Fallen Gods or the depths of the abyss, he might have considerable opportunities to confront them. Before the forging chamber, Qin Li synthesized 8 silver-tier weapons in one breath. Along with the previous 4, he bound 2 silver-tier weapons for himself, totaling 10 silver-tier blades, sufficient to arm 10 bronze 2-star skeleton troops, thereby forming a cohesive squad of combat units. Chapter 47, The Second Catastrophe. Transport to the Tower of the Fallen Gods. In the dead of night, the moon remained hidden, the heavens cloaked in impenetrable darkness. Only through the frail patches of ominous clouds could one glimpse the silvery sheen adorning the edges of the storm. Below, in Qin Li's primordial territory, after several hours had elapsed, he synthesized several silver-tier troops from the summoned beings at his troop altar. Ice lizard warriors and advanced bone ice bats, along with wolf tribe priests, coalesced into a single silver-tier troop. As for the leader of the mountain dwarf tribe, Qin Li instructed that his second outpost continue its development beneath the underground volcano. For the time being, he refrained from involving these primarily crafting dwarves in combat units. Regarding the skeleton warriors, just as the second dark calamity was on the brink of arrival, he synthesized 10 advanced bronze 2-star skeleton warriors. Each of these enhanced skeleton warriors stood nearly 2 meters tall. Unlike their bronze 1-star counterparts, these advanced skeletons, bolstered by the golden synthesis bar, bore no scars upon their bone structures. Their forms gleamed as pure as jade. At the joints of these robust skeletons, one could visibly discern dark red tendons, significantly augmenting their agility. Qin Li promptly equipped these bronze-tier skeleton warriors with silver-tier, star-iron one-handed swords. Within the hollow eye sockets of these skeletons burned pairs of deep orange soul flames. My lord. Upon seeing Qin Li, these advanced skeleton warriors respectfully knelt, their voices tinged with a raspy quality. Qin Li activated a reconnaissance skill, revealing their attributes before him. Nickname: Advanced Skeleton Warrior. Talent: Bronze. Level: Bronze. Vitality: 57. Skills: Undead Recovery, Skeleton Armor, Basic Frenzy, Bone Spike Attack. Evaluation: A rare evolved skeleton troop, boasting top-tier combat capability among its kind. Equipment: Silver-tier, Star-Iron Longsword. Skeleton Armor. Qin Li requested a demonstration of the skill from one of the advanced skeleton warriors. Understanding the capabilities of his skeleton troops would enable him to strategize effectively against formidable foes. Crack. Crack. Upon commanding the rightmost skeleton warrior to activate its skeleton armor, a layer of approximately an inch-thick skeletal plate instantly materialized upon its hollow frame, merely protecting the main torso. The defensive capability appeared feeble at a glance, likely unable to withstand even a single ice blade attack from a wolf tribe priest. Bone Spike Attack. Qin Li murmured. Upon the utterance of his command, the joints of the skeleton warrior sprouted several bone spikes several inches in length, while from its unarmed left palm emerged a bone spike nearly 1.5 meters long, surpassing the length of the one-handed star-iron sword. This bone spike, once manifested, appeared even more menacing in form. These advanced skeleton warriors lacked any ranged attack skills, all being melee-focused. Qin Li contemplated that if he were to be selected for a transport-type dark calamity, he would retain only a silver-tier wolf tribe priest, alongside those of ordinary quality and a few bronze-tier troops. Everything else would be taken away, ensuring the preservation of as much combat strength as possible, for only then could his safety be maximized. with 10 seconds remaining until the second dark calamity. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. The Lord player has been selected for the dark calamity transport to the meteor tower. Immediate transport commencing. Countdown. 3 seconds. Whoosh. True to his plan, Qin Li chose to retain a wolf tribe priest. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he felt a faint pulling force emanating from the void surrounding him, and his vision was engulfed in darkness. When clarity returned, he found himself amidst a jungle teeming with lush undergrowth, towering ancient trees rising straight and high into the sky. His silver tier troops stood at his side. You have entered the first layer of the Godfall Tower, the Dark Jungle. To ascend to the second layer, one must acquire the teleportation card for that level. The sources of the teleportation card can be found from boss-level monster lords or within ancient relics and secret realms. After numerous attempts, remaining in the first layer could lead to a certain probability of being suppressed in combat power by the void laws of this place. Immediately, a series of words materialized before Qin Li's retina. A teleportation card? Qin Li extracted the vital information from these words. Furthermore, lingering here for too long would result in a suppression of his combat power. Although unaware of the exact degree of this suppression, it was clear that, in accordance with the void laws, the level of suppression would undoubtedly be considerable. The longer one stayed, the greater the likelihood of being sanctioned by the void laws. This truly is a ruthless lord game. If he cannot locate the teleportation card, his army's combat strength would diminish, and even if he was formidable in the outside world, in this first layer of the Dark Jungle, he would be severely weakened, thus increasing the difficulty of overcoming the challenges ahead. Roar! Qin Li suddenly heard a beastly roar from not far off. The dense rainforest, with its thickets, began to emanate the sounds of monsters swiftly traversing through the underbrush. The Dark Jungle was currently in daylight. Yet, despite this, the lush canopy above obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only beams of brilliant light to filter through the gaps in the leaves. Overall, the brightness was still significantly greater than that of night. The commotion of nearby monsters quickly approached. Mere meters ahead, a two-headed black panther leaped from the thicket. This panther measured nearly 5 meters in length and stood close to 2 meters tall, its limbs robust and powerful, covered in sleek, glossy black fur. Upon emerging from the underbrush, the 2 pairs of dark eyes of the panther froze upon seeing Qin Li and the 6 silver tier units beside him, as well as several bronze tier units. In an instant, the panther's form stiffened in place, paralyzed by fear. The air seemed to thicken. The two-headed black panther was acutely aware of its own strength. It knew that it stood no chance against the formidable silver tier entities surrounding Qin Li. This was akin to courting death. Chapter 48. The Fox Demon Lord, Silver Blade Mantis. In the first layer of the Godfall Tower, within the Dark Jungle. Kill it. Beneath the jungle canopy, Qin Li, gazing at the suddenly materialized two-headed black panther before him, felt a surge of killing intent and spoke. As the words fell, the 2 silver tier wolf priests beside him immediately unleashed their ranged magical attacks. Ice prison. Chain ice blades. Crack, crack. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the two-headed black panther instinctively attempted to retreat, seeking to escape the area. However, before it could turn around, it felt a terrifying chill emanating from beneath it. In the blink of an eye, the ground upon which its legs stood was covered by a massive ice layer, nearly 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Its legs were ensnared by the ice, rendering it immobile, leaving only its upper body to struggle. Yet, the icy grip swiftly advanced from its limbs to its torso, soon encasing the majority of its body in frost. In its line of sight, several large crescent-shaped ice blades sliced through the air, leaving faint afterimages as they darted straight toward the neck of the two-headed black panther. The crescent blades cleanly severed the panther's neck. Blood gushed forth. As the decapitated body of the panther spun through the air, it realized it had lost its head, unable to utter even a single scream. A terrifying silver tier monster. Just days prior, the two-headed black panther had devoured 2 foreign human lords, each commanding only a limited number of magical units. A mere bronze tier monster could easily dispatch a human lord. It had feasted well. But upon catching the scent of a human lord this time, it had eagerly charged forward, only to unexpectedly encounter a formidable opponent. Bang! To the outside world. As the panther's head was severed, its body immediately transformed into a flurry of light, dissipating into the void, leaving only the blood that had sprayed from its neck pooling on the ground. A faint scent of blood began to waft through the vicinity. Target monster. The bronze tier 2-headed black panther has been slain. Acquired 50 kilograms of fresh black panther flesh. Obtained a bronze tier wind energy core crystal. Immediately, 2 lines of text appeared before Qin Li. Qin Li's nostrils flared as he observed the pool of panther blood on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. He swiftly mounted a nearby mutated ice lizard king and plunged into the dense underbrush behind him. Given his uncertainty about the surrounding situation, caution was prudent. After all, the danger level of the Godfall Tower far surpassed that of the Frostwood Snowfield, with numerous powerful primordial life lords lurking about. It would be wise to have his flying units scout the area. Locating a nearby bronze-tier boss lord would be the most reliable method to secure a teleportation card. As for the relics, acquiring them might hinge entirely on luck or specific activation methods. At present, Qin Li possessed no information regarding the relics hidden within this dark jungle. Moments later, in the clearing where Qin Li had just departed, a silver blade mantis, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, soared out from between two upright ancient trees. The air buzzed as it zipped through the expanse in the blink of an eye, landing in the jungle clearing. The silver blade mantis, cloaked in a vibrant green hue, bore a pair of sharp dual blades enveloped in a faint silvery glow. Its long, bulging compound eyes fixated on the blood pooled on the ground. Shortly after, tilting its head, it directed its gaze toward the direction in which Qin Li had retreated. After pausing for a few seconds, its massive cicada-like wings unfurled behind it. Buzz. Leaving behind a slight humming sound, it darted back toward the path it had flown in from. The silver blade mantis flew several thousand meters through the jungle before alighting upon a branch nearly 10 meters wide. Its tiny barbed hooks securely anchoring its body to the branch. Lowering its head, it emitted a faint chirping sound. A few meters away from the silver blade mantis, perched upon the sturdy branch, was a woman clad in a flowing white gown. She possessed elongated pink eyes, her pupils awash in a mesmerizing hue. Her expression imbued with a hint of disorienting illusion. Strikingly, from behind her, a long, red foxtail, nearly 2 meters in length, extended, surpassing even her own stature. Is there a lingering human presence? This situation certainly warrants our attention. The human race currently lacks any formidable lords. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Hu Sanyang's cunning eyes, while her crimson tail swayed slightly behind her. With a mere thought, a dozen silver-bladed mantises emerged from the lush foliage around her, cascading down from the verdant canopy, hovering around the thick branches as if awaiting her command. You lot, go and confront that human. Hu Sanyang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided against taking direct action. Among the demon race, her fox clan was not particularly adept in magical combat. They primarily practiced illusionary arts. Even though she had cultivated the Moonlight Heart Sutra and developed several minor spells beyond illusions, she could only manage a stalemate against other demon creatures of the same rank. When dealing with ordinary humans, a single illusion would suffice to ensnare them. However, in this battlefield of myriad races, where the second dark calamity had already struck, there were undoubtedly formidable figures among the human lords. Thus, she would not reveal herself unless absolutely necessary. Remaining in the shadows and seizing the opportune moment was the prudent course of action. Moreover, she currently held the initiative, as her subordinates had detected the enemy's presence beforehand. Upon her command, the 7 bronze-ranked silver-bladed mantises she designated immediately dashed into a nearby thicket, swiftly vanishing within the expansive forest. Meanwhile, Hu Sanyang, after turning around, vanished into thin air, concealing herself beneath the veil of illusion. Only beings with substantial psychic power could discern her exact location. At that moment, Qin Li, accompanied by his troops, entered the jungle, allowing 2 advanced skeletal ice bats to soar into the upper canopy. Centered around their current position, they began to scout the surroundings. Intermediate shared vision. Seated atop the mutated Ice King, Qin Li linked his sight with one of the skeletal ice bats, keenly observing. This was his first venture into the dark forest, and maintaining heightened vigilance was undoubtedly wise. After several breaths, so many mantises? The advanced skeletal ice bat, Qin Li was bound to spotted 7 green mantises, each nearly 3 meters long, flapping their wings and darting at remarkable speed from the low-hanging branches towards their location. At this velocity, a collision was imminent within mere seconds. Chapter 49, Sweeping the Mantis Horde. Counterattack. In the moisture-laden jungle, a bird's-eye view from several hundred meters above revealed that much of the rainforest was shrouded in a thin mist of humidity. In the distance, the silhouettes of various beasts could be discerned, accompanied by the cries of flying creatures. At this moment, the skeletal ice bat, empowered by Qin Li's shared vision, observed the mantises flying perilously close to the ground. A grave expression graced his face as he swiftly relayed news of the impending pursuit to his surrounding troops. Instantly, 2 warriors of the Ice Lizard clan activated their frost armor, encasing themselves in heavy ice plating, their gazes fixed intently behind them. The 2 Wolf Clan shamans also turned to face the oncoming threat, prepared to eliminate any adversaries that entered their sight. Simultaneously, the skeletal ice bat, flapping its massive pectoral fins, soared gracefully beneath the treetops, skillfully tailing the mantises and blocking their retreat, striving to capture them. Qin Li surmised that these mantises were certainly linked to a nearby lord of the myriad races, likely due to the lingering scent left from their previous skirmish. Tracking a scent was relatively straightforward for bronze-ranked creatures. Qin Li lacked equipment to obscure his presence, a matter he would need to address in the future, perhaps by slaying creatures to obtain such artifacts. Moreover, there were treasures available in trading zones that could conceal one's scent. Of course, it would be ideal to possess special troops that could fulfill such functions. Buzzing. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Qin Li heard a faint buzzing sound emanating from behind him. Although subtle, his enhanced hearing, honed through magical refinement, caught the sound. With the aid of his shared vision, he could observe the 7 colossal mantises approaching their location from an aerial vantage point. Swish, swish, swish. As the first 3 mantises emerged from the underbrush into Qin Li's line of sight, the wolf clan shamans, having gathered magical energy, conjured several massive ice blades beside them. Seizing control of the icy projectiles, almost a dozen enormous ice blades, akin to sharp, terrifying scythes, sliced through the mantises ahead, cleaving them into numerous segments. The power of the ice blades remained formidable, carving through much of the underbrush behind them before finally embedding themselves into the bark of a nearby tree, piercing through 2 giant trunks before vanishing. The devastation was evident. The 3 mantises fell lifelessly in an instant, while the 4 remaining mantises, narrowly escaping the icy onslaught, realized the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. Faced with such a formidable enemy, their instinct for survival kicked in. Their lord would not wish for them to perish in vain at this moment. However, before the 4 mantises could retreat, a significant disturbance erupted from above. A massive skeletal ice bat, several times their size, descended from the air. From the front of the ice bat, a thick ice chain, resembling a water barrel in girth and adorned with sharp ice spikes, formed. This chain, imbued with a certain sentience, coiled around one mantis, and with a powerful tug, it split the creature in half, ending its life. The remaining 3 mantises, now in a state of panic, barely attempted to flee when 2 swift white phantoms streaked upward from below. Their compound eyes could barely register the outlines of 2 figures clad in white armor before they were plunged into eternal darkness. The last mantis, having evaded for several meters, was met by another skeletal ice bat that swooped in from behind a tree, seizing it in its jaws. With a mere clash of its formidable skeletal teeth, the final mantis was effortlessly severed in 2. Objective: bronze-ranked silver-bladed mantis has been slain. A wind element energy core crystal has been acquired. The 7 silver-bladed mantises that sought them were dispatched in mere 3 to 4 seconds. Can we trace the scent of these mantis insects? Qin Li inquired. Yes, my lord, replied the 2 orc ice lizard warriors, their noses twitching beneath their heavy helmets as they caught a whiff of the mantis scent wafting through the air. This aroma extended deep into the jungle from where they had come. Track them. See if we can eliminate the lord behind them. A murderous glint flickered in Qin Li's eyes. Since the enemy was already aware of his movements and he had dispatched so many of their subservient troops, a vendetta had been forged. It was best to seek immediate retribution. Moreover, the subservient troops dispatched by the lord of the myriad races were all of bronze 2-star grade. This singular detail indicated that the lord himself likely belonged to the bronze tier as well. Understood, my lord. Qin Li commanded the wolf clan shaman to summon a frost dragon, while the remaining ice lizard warriors mounted the backs of upgraded skeletal ice bats. They promptly set off in pursuit of the mantis scent, heading straight for the domain of the fox demon lord, Husanyang. At that moment, concealed by the power of illusion, Husanyang sat quietly on a thick wooden branch, engrossed in her cultivation. Suddenly, she opened her cunning eyes, shock etched upon her features. For in the brief span of mere seconds, all the silver-bladed mantis she had dispatched to track the human lord had perished in battle. Before her eyes, she could clearly see the lines of elevated text flashing before her. A silver-tier lord? The thought erupted in her mind. But how could this be possible? An ordinary human would not be able to command silver-tier troops in such a short time without a significant opportunity. The existence of silver-tier troops could rival that of certain formidable demons. Her own standing, within the demon cultivation hierarchy, was merely at the level of a demon soldier, equating to a bronze 3-star combat capability in the battlefield of myriad races. It was only through her illusionary prowess that she could easily deal with opponents of the same tier. Thus, she had felt confident enough to send her troops to track the human lord, only to find herself facing a preternatural being of such frail essence. I cannot remain here any longer. I must flee. A surge of crisis welled within Husanyang. Chapter 50, Slaying Bronze Demons, Random Skill Book. Split up. Husanyang commanded as her 15 silver-bladed mantis scattered in 3 directions, their figures vanishing into the vast sea of trees with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Husanyang chose her own path. Utilizing an illusion to cloak her presence, she leapt from the thick branch and, during her descent, formed a hand seal to execute a gliding technique suitable for demon soldiers. With a whoosh, a gust of wind lifted her, allowing her to glide deeper into the jungle. Yet, after traversing only 400 to 500 meters, she glanced back and saw 2 massive frost dragons soaring towards her between the upright trunks. Roar! Roar! The powerful roars of the dragons resonated, the might of their draconic lineage sweeping through the surroundings. Though they were not pure-blood dragons, the aura they exuded instilled terror and dread in other creatures of the same tier or those weaker than themselves. 2 silver-tier troops. Husanyang, having barely escaped a short distance, felt a flicker of fear in her elongated eyes upon spotting the figures clad in white mage robes on the backs of the frost dragons. This is bad. Mage troops, what terrible luck. The human lord must have encountered a great fortune to acquire 2 troops of silver tier within such a short time. Husanyang thought bitterly. Regret came too late now. The mental prowess of mage-tier troops was unparalleled among their peers. They could easily discern her whereabouts, especially since she had yet to reach the silver tier, merely bronze, after all. Before Husanyang could bolster her illusionary power, the two frost dragons, now only a few hundred meters away, were rapidly approaching her location. She sensed two formidable mental energies probing beyond her illusionary veil. Her position had undoubtedly been uncovered. If they were not mage-tier silver troops, she certainly would not have been so easily detected. A sense of unwillingness washed over Husanyang. This truly was misfortune. Moonblade. The struggle flickered in her slender fox eyes as she summoned her mental energy, commanding the previously scattered silver-bladed mantis to swiftly return and aid her against the impending assault. Concealed by her illusion, Husanyang glimpsed one of the frost dragon's backs where a human figure clad in white light armor was likely the one controlling the silver-tier troops. She unleashed her moonblade skill, and suddenly, the demonic energy surged forth, coalescing in the air before her into a blade of moonlight, radiant and nearly 4 meters in length. The blade shimmered with brilliant silver light, enhanced by her illusionary power. When engaging opponents of the same tier, as long as the moon blade drew near, they would be easily influenced by the illusion, ensuring her strike would land true. Moments later, deeper within the jungle, the 10 or so silver-bladed mantis that Husanyang had commanded arrived, albeit still several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the two frost dragons had closed in. At this moment, the two wolf clan shamans perched upon the backs of the frost dragons, wielding silver wands, detected Husanyang's concealed presence through the silver tier, mental waves, and, with perfect synchrony, unleashed a series of ice blade spells. Dozens of crystalline ice blades, exuding a terrifying chill, floated around them. There were a total of 19. As Husanyang beheld this sight, her heart sank. The moon blade she had unleashed seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Defeat was inevitable. In the next instant, her moon blade collided with one of the ice blades, and both dissipated into the air. The moon blade shattered, while the arc of ice was reduced by nearly 2/3, leaving only a 1-meter shard, significantly weakened. Yet, it managed to block one ice blade, but the remaining 18 colossal ice blades swiftly engulfed Husanyang. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed. A dozen ice blades pierced through Husanyang's form like a multitude of exquisitely sharp long swords, revealing her figure obscured by illusions. At that moment, even her fox tail had been severed into several segments, cascading down from the air. Nickname: Unknown Fox Demon Lord. Level: Bronze. Skills. At this instant, as Husanyang's silhouette became apparent, Qin Li cast a probing skill. In the blink of an eye, a simplistic attribute panel materialized before his retinas. The information contained within this panel was limited to a mere name, the only certainty being that this was a bronze-level fox demon lord. The Fox clan, within the realm of demons, was not renowned for its offensive prowess. Among the myriad beasts, the likes of tigers, leopards, lions, and elephants possessed formidable physical attributes, granting them considerable advantages over other demon tribes at the same tier. Target Fox Demon Lord has been slain. You have obtained a bronze treasure chest from the Fox Demon Lord. Congratulations, player, for ranking among the top 3 in the human faction for slaying demon lords. Would you like to make this public? Congratulations, player, for receiving a ranking reward, a bronze-level random skill book for demons. Do not disclose. Qin Li chose not to announce it. He was merely third. This indicated that within the human faction, there were 2 others who had previously slain demon lords before him. However, it was certain that the number of demon lords slain by them exceeded that of human lords by at least double, if not more. If not for the presence of several silver-tier wolf clan priests guarding him, facing such a fox demon lord with only bronze-tier troops would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. At the very least, it was certain that if this fox demon lord wished to escape, he would be unable to pursue her due to her unique skill of concealing her form. Nevertheless, the spoils from this battle were quite satisfactory: a bronze-level lord's treasure chest and a bronze-level random skill book for demons. As Qin Li gazed at the newfound items in his backpack, a sense of contentment washed over him. He resolved to leave the battlefield before inspecting the treasure chest dropped by the Fox Lord to discover what treasures it might hold. He was also eager to see what the bronze-level demon skill could offer, as the methods of demons were notoriously enigmatic, especially considering the skill employed by this Fox Demon Lord, which was indeed a potent tool for escape and concealment. Chapter 51, Demon Skill Book. Moonlight Heart Sutra, Part 2. In the dark Great Forest, after Qin Li's numerous silver-tier troops vanquished the severely injured Silverblade Mantis, they turned to delve deeper into the thicket. Fortunately, the only pursuer was a bronze-level lord of the myriad tribes. This marked Qin Li's first encounter with a demon lord, and the image of the Fox Lord revealing her true form, with that crimson tail, left a profound impression on him. High above, on the branches of towering ancient trees, a temporary hollow measuring nearly 20 square meters had been excavated within the robust trunk, providing a cool refuge. Vines cascaded down from the trees, effectively obscuring the entrance to the hollow. Inside the hollow, Qin Li sat cross-legged upon a wooden bed. his focus entirely absorbed by the bronze-level fox demon treasure chest nestled within his backpack. Seizing the opportunity, while unobserved by other creatures or lords, he decided to examine the items he had acquired. At this moment, within his backpack, the bronze-level fox lord treasure chest emanated a faint reddish hue. The surface of the chest was adorned with an ethereal image of a red fox, seemingly poised to leap forth from the chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the treasure chest. You have obtained a bronze territory upgrade stone. You have acquired a bronze silverblade mantis summoning altar. You have received a bronze-level cultivation method, Moonlight Heart Sutra, Part 2. Upon opening the chest, 3 items appeared in his backpack. Among them, the territory upgrade stone was particularly valuable to Qin Li. He planned to utilize it once he exited the Godfall Tower. The bronze 2-star silverblade mantis was of average combat prowess, so he decided to hold on to it for now, addressing it at a later date when necessary. Ultimately, what piqued Qin Li's interest the most was the bronze 3-star cultivation method, Moonlight Heart Sutra, Part 2. The mere designation of Part 2 indicated its high caliber. If the middle or upper sections existed, they might rival even golden-level skills. As the icon appeared, the attribute panel unfolded. Nickname, Moonlight Heart Sutra, Part 2. Level, Bronze. Minimum cultivation requirement, Bronze-level Lord of the Myriad Tribes. Skill overview. Can gather the essence of moonlight, condensing lunar spiritual energy, achieving effects that prolong life and enhance physical vitality. Upon reaching the perfected state of the Moonlight Heart Sutra, one can summon a projection of the moon deity. Additional skills, Moonblade, Frosty Lunar Mist. Restrictions, must be cultivated under moonlight. Progress will be exceedingly slow without moonlight. 2 additional skills were indeed a pleasant surprise. Qin Li felt immensely satisfied. The skill Moonblade reminded him of the lunar blades unleashed by the Fox Lord just before her demise. However, the potency of that Moonblade had proven too formidable, as even a single ice blade from the Wolf Clan priest had been ineffective against it. Nonetheless, what truly captivated him was the skill overview, which promised longevity. The higher the quality of the cultivation method, the more profound the transformative effect on his very being. Recalling the various skill books he had previously cultivated, each successful endeavor had refined and enhanced his physical form, leaving him feeling invigorated with a notable increase in his physical attributes. The magnitude of this enhancement directly correlated with the quality of the skill book. Cultivate the Moonlight Heart Sutra, Qin Li mused. This method was likely one that the Fox Lord he had slain had practiced. Buzz. The icon of the cultivation method vanished from his backpack. In an instant, a vast expanse of knowledge flooded into Qin Li's mind, revealing the intricacies of the method. Within his consciousness, as the Moonlight Heart Sutra, Part 2 was assimilated, countless mystical runes emanating a soft lunar glow coalesced into a grand luminous moon. This bright moon radiated a brilliant, pure light akin to the sun. Beneath its glow, various creatures, both avian and terrestrial, as well as figures of humans, could be seen seated or kneeling in reverence, offering prayers to the celestial orb above. Subsequently, the luminous moon and all its accompanying images merged into a pristine white skill card, inscribed with the words Moonlight Heart Sutra. In the lower right corner of the skill card, a small inscription read Part 2. Upon the successful cultivation, Qin Li's journey into this new realm had just begun. As Qin Li became acutely aware, his entire being felt enveloped by a warm, almost ethereal membrane. A surge of refining power, several times mightier than before, coursed through his limbs and bones. This potent force traversed his body, and if one were to observe from an external vantage point, they would witness a stream of impurities and ash emanating from his pores, a thick cloud of grayish-black debris expelled into the air. After a brief quarter of an hour, the refining power that had enveloped him was completely exhausted, leaving behind a layer of ashen-white residue on the ground several paces away from Qin Li. Near the base of a tree hollow, he felt a newfound vitality within, a sensation so profound that he believed a mere punch could obliterate the very tree hollow before him. With a resounding thud, Qin Li rose, clenched his right fist, and struck the wooden wall of the hollow. The impact produced a heavy, muffled sound, and his entire right arm sank into the wood, penetrating more than a meter deep. However, he also felt a tingling numbness coursing through his arm, a sign of the immense strength he had gained. His physical prowess now rivaled that of a standard 3-star magical beast, and he mused that even some bronze-tier creatures could easily rend such ordinary timber with their claws. As he rotated his somewhat numbed right arm, he steadied his mind and redirected his focus toward the bronze-tier random skill book nestled within his backpack. Utilizing this skill book would allow him to select one among the countless bronze-tier abilities of the demon race to cultivate, particularly the Moonlight Sutra of bronze 3-star quality. He had personally experienced the might of the refining power, and he believed that acquiring another bronze 3-star skill book could bring his physical attributes perilously close to those of a bronze-tier magical beast. He activated the bronze-tier random skill book. Ding! Activation successful. Before his eyes, 2 lines of text materialized, and the next instant, a spinning wheel appeared in the air just inches from him. Each segment of the wheel represented a different bronze-tier demon skill, and as it spun, the skills continuously morphed. Chapter 52, Minor 5 Elements Illusion, Unknown Black Armored Tyrannosaurus. In the somewhat damp confines of the tree hollow, Qin Li sat cross-legged on a wooden bed. Before him, the rapidly changing bronze-tier demon skill book spun for several dozen revolutions before gradually slowing down. After a few moments, the arrow on the wheel finally settled upon one of the segments. In the next heartbeat, the thin mist veiling the segment transformed swiftly. Ding! You have acquired the Minor 5 Elements Illusion skill book. Do you wish to cultivate Minor 5 Elements Illusion? At that moment, Qin Li noticed an icon for the Minor 5 Elements Illusion skill had automatically appeared in his backpack, taking the form of a circular disc adorned with esoteric runes. Illusion? Qin Li was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of joy illuminated his expression. The reason the Fox Lord could obscure its presence was primarily due to the illusion techniques employed, as relayed by his 2 silver-tier wolf shaman units. Such techniques rendered it nearly impossible for certain bronze-tier magical beasts to track its location. Even some silver-tier creatures, adept in close combat, might easily allow it to slip away right under their noses. Only mage-type units, with their cultivated spiritual powers, could sense the Fox Lord's position within several hundred meters. And even then, it would only be a vague approximation. Yet, this was sufficient. A well-placed sequence of frost blades could compel the foe to reveal itself from invisibility. Nickname, Minor 5 Elements Illusion. Level, Bronze. Minimum cultivation requirement, Bronze and above for all races lords. Skill details. Upon mastering this skill, one can cast the 5 Elements Illusion. Useful for trapping enemies, defense, and more. The potential applications of illusionary power are boundless, inviting exploration. Additional skill, 5 Elements Shield. Limitations. Once the spiritual energy within is expended, the illusion cannot be cast. Forcing its use may inflict damage upon the mind's sea of consciousness. Excellent. Glancing at the skill's description, Qin Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. His fortune was indeed favorable, having randomly acquired such a pinnacle bronze-tier demon skill, precisely what he needed. At this stage, any bronze-tier skill book would offer him considerable enhancements. Without hesitation, he chose to cultivate the skill. Boom. As before, a tremendous refining power enveloped him, further augmenting his physical form. This refining force was comparable to that of the Moonlight Sutra, given that both were bronze 3-star demon skills. Within his sea of consciousness, a stream of pure spiritual energy emerged from the void, flowing deep into the dark recesses of his mind. Surrounding this energy was a hazy layer of gray demon essence. If the Moonlight Sutra's energy brought a sensation of coolness, then the energy from the Minor 5 Elements Illusion bore a biting, corrosive quality. After cultivating both demon skill books, Qin Li understood that different spiritual energies would yield varying effects, contingent upon the skills cultivated by the Lord. Moments later, in the center of his sea of consciousness, beside the pristine skill card of the Moonlight Sutra, another card emerged, radiating a spectrum of colors. The 2 bronze 3-star skill cards resembled twin stars, orbiting one another, surrounded by various bronze and ordinary skill cards that revolved around them, akin to a solar system's celestial mechanics. 5 Elements Shield. At that moment, Qin Li closed his eyes, connecting his consciousness to the skill card of the Minor 5 Elements Illusion. Instantly, a multitude of colorful particles of spiritual energy materialized from the surrounding void. The air was now imbued with the essence of the 5 elements, with green points of light representing wood energy being the most prevalent. Wood shield. Raising his right hand, Qin Li focused his mind. In the blink of an eye, several wooden boards, each nearly a meter long, began to materialize from his palm. These boards swiftly assembled, and within mere moments, a faintly green wooden shield, over a meter in diameter, formed in his palm. Yet, the shield's power felt feeble. Qin Li observed the wooden shield's scant 2-inch thickness. Such a shield could only withstand attacks from ordinary magical beasts. Just then, Qin Li sensed the presence of an advanced variant of the skeletal ice bat emanating a wave of mental energy. Prior to their halt, he had dispatched 2 skeletal ice bat soldiers to commence a search of the surrounding area. Now, one of these skeletal ice bats had likely discovered something significant and released its psychic signal, awaiting visual sharing with Qin Li. Intermediate Shared Vision. Qin Li's consciousness settled upon the Intermediate Shared Vision skill card within his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the gaze within his eyes shifted dramatically, immersing him into the first-person perspective of the skeletal ice bat. Before him lay a serene lake's edge nestled within a dense forest, extending endlessly into the horizon. In the distance, colossal avian creatures occasionally descended, their sharp talons clutching massive black-headed fish. He could faintly discern the thrashing tails of these great fish, desperately struggling against their fate. Yet the birds, with their elongated beaks, swiftly pierced through the fish's skull, silencing their struggles in a heartbeat. However, the most conspicuous sight within the skeletal ice bat's vision was a black-armored Tyrannosaurus, sprawled lazily upon the sandy ground, its abdomen rising and falling gently. This creature, entirely enveloped in a layer of fine black scales, rested with its eyes tightly shut, occasionally burying its head against its side. Each breath it took expelled powerful gusts of air from its nostrils, stirring small clouds of dust into the air. Visually, this black-armored Tyrannosaurus measured over 10 meters in length. Its robust tail adorned with a menacing spike nearly half a meter long. On its back, several diminutive birds, no longer than half a meter, pecked at the scales, consuming bits of decaying flesh and thus performing a cleaning service for the mighty beast. This creature was undoubtedly a magical beast of at least the silver 3-star rank. Upon spotting the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, Qin Li's pupils constricted within the hollow of a tree, a flicker of trepidation washing over him. With the current strength of his troops, he assessed that engaging with a silver 3-star or higher subdragon was not in their favor. The chances of victory were slim, and should they find an opportunity, the cost would be devastating. If this creature were indeed a gold-ranked magical beast, it would be far beyond his current capabilities. Qin Li assessed the direction and distance of the scouting ice bat, which was situated 5,000 meters to the northeast. This direction had already been designated as a forbidden zone. At that moment, the advanced skeletal ice bat concealed itself within the jungle, 100 meters from the sandy shore, its massive form cleverly obscured by the dense foliage. Unless one approached closely, it would be nearly impossible to detect the enormous white ice bat hidden among the verdant treetops. Just as Qin Li instructed the skeletal ice bat to depart, a sudden commotion captured its attention. What had appeared as a placid lake, rippling gently, was now disturbed by a massive bulge emerging from beneath the surface, as if some colossal magical beast were about to rise. The water swelled more than 2 meters high, revealing 3 dark, pointed horns protruding from below. These horns rapidly expanded, ultimately reaching a length of over 3 meters. Beneath them emerged a vast lizard-like magical creature, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, countless long, knife-like fangs protruding menacingly. Its orange-yellow slit pupils glinted with a chilling intent, fixating on the resting black-armored Tyrannosaurus on the shore. The creature's movements were deliberate and stealthy, as if it intended to ambush the dozing beast. Moments later, as the lizard-like creature emerged from the lake, its entire form became visible, measuring several meters in length. Its forehead bore 3 formidable black horns, exuding a fierce aspect. With sturdy claws, it began to approach the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, its massive tail finally surfacing from the water, adorned with a dark gemstone that shimmered under the sun, casting a faint rainbow glow. Streams of water cascaded down the creature's back and thick limbs, trickling into the 2-meter-deep lake below. In the next moment, as the lizard-like creature neared the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, closing the distance to about 10 meters, it opened its mouth, revealing its yellowish fangs. A low hum resonated as it began gathering countless earth-colored magical particles, coalescing into a sphere nearly a meter in diameter. The skeletal ice bat's perspective allowed Qin Li to observe clearly the viscous acid coating the surface of the yellow sphere. With a resounding blast, the lizard-like creature expelled the acidic sphere, targeting the neck of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. The birds perched upon the Tyrannosaurus's back were the first to be startled, flapping their wings in panic as they fled into the thicket. Meanwhile, the languidly resting black-armored Tyrannosaurus suddenly opened its crimson eyes. Just as it attempted to rise, it felt a powerful blow to its neck. The scale shattered, exposing a gaping wound from which fresh blood poured, mingling with the corrosive liquid and releasing acrid smoke into the air. A furious roar erupted from the downed black-armored Tyrannosaurus, sending shockwaves of sound that stirred the sand around it, creating a circle several meters wide. It swiftly turned to confront the attacking lizard. They seemed all too familiar with one another, and the fury in the Tyrannosaurus's eyes intensified. On the sandy shores of the lake, the 2 colossal magical beasts collided, each impact resonating with a heavy thud. Nearby fish, disturbed by the commotion, hastily retreated into the depths of the lake. An opportunity had arisen. Through the skeletal ice bat's eyes, Qin Li recognized that these 2 formidable creatures, resembling boss-level adversaries, were now entangled in a fierce struggle. Regardless of the outcome, the loser would undoubtedly suffer significant injuries. After all, the 2 subdragon species of magical creatures had engaged in combat for several rounds, each sustaining injuries that indicated their strengths were nearly equal. This presented a greater opportunity for him to reap the benefits as a bystander. It was even plausible that he could seize this moment to eliminate both formidable beasts. Such opportunities were rare. Without hesitation, Qin Li commanded his thoughts. They began to soar towards the northeast, while another upgraded version of the bone-type ice bat was dispatched by Qin Li to survey their surroundings. Should any other formidable magical creatures or lords of myriad races appear, he would be aware of their movements. Qin Li was determined not to let others interfere with this rare chance. Within the jungle, Qin Li perched atop the frost dragon, whose wings spanned nearly 10 meters. Its elongated body, coupled with scythe-like wings, allowed it to maneuver with the grace of a nimble swallow, effortlessly weaving through the upright branches. In mere moments, they traversed thousands of meters. As they approached the edge of the forest bordering the lake, within a distance of over 1,000 meters, faintly, the sound of intertwined furious roars reached his ears. Qin Li maintained his intermediate shared vision skill, transforming into the first-person perspective of the ice bat, witnessing the rapid exchange between the two fierce subdragon creatures. In this brief span of time, they had already engaged in numerous rounds of combat. On the sandy bank, deep trenches extending nearly 100 meters, as if corroded by strong acid, scarred the ground. A thick, acrid white smoke billowed forth, saturating the sandy shore with its pungent aroma. The horned lizard was on the verge of defeat. At this moment, through the eyes of the ice bat, it was apparent that the horned lizard, having launched a surprise attack, was no match for the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. Although it initially gained the advantage, its combat prowess was still inferior. Two of the three sharp horns on the horned lizard had been severed, leaving only a shorter one on the left side. Its body was riddled with gashes inflicted by the Tyrannosaurus's claws, staining the sand a deep crimson, and its breath was noticeably weaker than before. Particularly, a gaping wound several meters long extended to its ribs, revealing a ghastly sight of exposed white bone. Chapter 54, A Rare Opportunity, Battling the Injured Tyrannosaurus. On the sandy bank by the lake, two colossal beings collided after exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, both visibly injured. The scales on the neck of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus had been corroded at first, and then the horned lizard, employing a reckless fighting style, had left several alarming gashes on its neck. Blood streamed from its neck down to its body. However, in comparison to the initial ambush by the horned lizard, these injuries could be deemed as minor wounds. Roar! After the black-armored Tyrannosaurus's sharp claws inflicted 3 deep gashes of half a meter in depth and 2 to 3 meters in length on the horned lizard's head, a piercing scream erupted from the creature. Subsequently, it seemed that the horned lizard realized it had struck a hard surface, understanding that even with a surprise attack, it could not best the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, and thoughts of retreat began to surface in its mind. Dragging its wounded body, it suddenly retreated several steps, half of its form already submerged in the lake. But upon seeing the horned lizard attempting to flee, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus's eyes blazed crimson. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed a torrent of flames, gathering numerous fire magical energies into a colossal fireball with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. A searing wave of heat erupted from its center, sweeping outward. Observers could see the surrounding air distorting under the intense heat. A faint scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Boom! The immense fireball shot forth like a gale towards the horned lizard, which had retreated beneath the lake's surface. The speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous as it reached the lizard. Meanwhile, the stationary black-armored Tyrannosaurus unleashed a terrifying force, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward, causing clouds of sand to erupt into the air, engulfing half of its massive body. Bang! 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 With each step, a long wave of sand and dust surged forth, creating a grand spectacle that was utterly awe-inspiring. The horned lizard, now on the lake's surface, regarded the black-armored Tyrannosaurus with a flicker of trepidation in its eyes, filled with regret for provoking such a creature. It had not anticipated that the Tyrannosaurus had grown even stronger. With determination, the injured horned lizard mustered its strength and unleashed a sulfuric earth ball, which collided with the fireball. The explosion sent shards of the fireball raining down onto the lake's surface, where the horrifying heat steam-cooked a portion of the nearby water, generating vast clouds of white mist that obscured the forms of the two golden-grayed subdragon creatures. Even from the edge of the forest, the bone-type ice bat could not discern any figures within the mist, only faint sounds of cries emerging from the chaos. Suddenly, a severed lizard head, with its 3 black horns broken, emerged from the mist, its hollow eyes devoid of life. After spinning in the air a few times, it plummeted into the water, its head mostly submerged, blood seeping from its wounds and staining the surrounding area red. From a distance, over 100 meters away in the lake, several fish-like magical creatures with spiny backs could be seen hovering uncertainly, seemingly intending to approach. Yet, deterred by the menacing aura of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, they dared only to linger at the periphery, hoping to scavenge some remnants of bones left behind after the Tyrannosaurus's feast. As the mist dissipated, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, with nearly a third of its neck severed, stood at the water's edge, blood oozing from its mouth. Its back and abdomen were riddled with wounds, particularly on the abdomen where the last remaining sharp horn of the horned lizard had left a mark. The final counterattack of the horned lizard had inflicted substantial damage on the Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus bent its head toward the ground, opening its cavernous maw to devour the flesh and blood of the horned lizard. Nearby, Qin Li attempted to cast a reconnaissance skill on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus. Nickname: Black-armored Tyrannosaurus. Level: Golden Grade. Vitality. Skills. However, the most rudimentary reconnaissance skill yielded nothing but a series of question marks for Qin Li. One undeniable piece of information emerged. Both the black-armored Tyrannosaurus and the previously slain spiked lizard dragon were formidable golden-tier monstrosities. Engage. Qin Li commanded as he mounted the mutated ice lizard king, his will directing the beast to retreat. Simultaneously, the wolf clan shaman, along with the skeletal ice bats and the orc ice lizard warriors, sprang into action. The 6 silver tier units launched their offensive in unison. Blizzard! Blizzard! The 2 Wolf Clan shamans immediately unleashed their signature spells, summoning a white pentagram beneath their feet. Tornado! Tornado! On the side, the advanced skeletal units exhibited their formidable abilities. The Orc Ice Lizard warriors enhanced their defenses with frost armor, conjuring 2 massive ice spikes from the earth. At that moment, the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, which had been devouring the spiked lizard, suddenly sensed an imminent threat. It halted its gnashing jaws and glanced toward the edge of the nearby jungle, where powerful magical fluctuations emanated. Before the black-armored Tyrannosaurus could react further, 2 towering storm tornadoes and 2 pure tornadoes surged forth to encircle it. The storm tornadoes swept up sand and lake water, and from an aerial perspective, one could clearly observe the several-meter-deep craters left in the wake of the swirling blizzard. Countless ice blades and wind blades rapidly scraped against the wounded body of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, exacerbating its injuries. The creature felt a profound sense of danger as the 4 tornadoes temporarily immobilized it. At that moment, it was seized by a sharp pain in its abdomen, where it had already sustained a grievous wound from the spiked lizard. 2 elongated, razor-sharp spikes materialized from the void, piercing its abdomen anew, igniting a wave of intense agony. An enraged roar erupted from the black-armored Tyrannosaurus, its eyes ablaze with hatred as it glared towards the jungle's edge. Chapter 55, Scarecrow Units, Serpent Demon Lord. Increase the intensity. Qin Li, through the shared vision, furrowed his brow at the injured Tyrannosaurus ensnared by the 4 fearsome tornadoes. This golden-tier beast was already grievously wounded. The gash on its neck had expanded from 1/3 to nearly 2/3. Qin Li recognized this as a rare opportunity to slay a golden-tier monstrosity, an encounter that could not be sought after. Such a chance to witness 2 dragons in conflict was fortuitous, and he was determined to seize it. Perhaps he might even procure a teleportation card or a golden-tier treasure chest. With a steely expression, Qin Li issued his commands: Giant Ice Hand, Ice Prison, Ice Chain, Massive Ice Blade. He unleashed every skill his silver-tier units possessed, pouring forth his stored magical energy without reservation. The magical energy dissipated rapidly, yet the results were promising. The black-armored Tyrannosaurus writhed, desperately attempting to break free from the 4 storm tornadoes. However, it was soon ensnared by a mass of ice that enveloped its limbs. Thick ice pillars, nearly a meter in diameter, erupted from the frost, intertwining like iron cages, binding the beast's powerful limbs and rendering it immobile. Blood flowed from the creature's neck, carried away by the fierce wind, and the black-armored Tyrannosaurus felt the grave threat of death looming closer. It had to escape or perish. Summoning its last ounce of strength, it abruptly broke free from the icy prison. Qin Li, observing through shared vision, furrowed his brow. The numerous craters left in the sandy lakeshore were remnants of the black-armored Tyrannosaurus and the spiked lizard dragon's clash. He had already vanquished one of equal rank. Yet this injured beast was still proving formidable. If a fully healthy black-armored Tyrannosaurus were to face him, with the forces currently at his command, it would be an impossible feat. Even now, 6 elite silver-tier units struggled to subdue a severely wounded black-armored Tyrannosaurus, which still exhibited tenacity, an incredible display of vitality. Raging Aura. The Wolf Clan shaman's silver staff suddenly radiated several pale red halos, enhancing the power of the remaining silver-tier units under Qin Li's command by a significant margin. A swift resolution was imperative. Through the vantage of the skeletal ice bats perched atop the treetops, Qin Li caught sight of the aquatic monstrosities lurking in the distant lake. The commotion from the 4 storm tornadoes was substantial, and with no aerial reconnaissance units at his disposal, Qin Li had allocated all available forces to confront this gravely injured Tyrannosaurus, determined to fight with all he had. Moments later, the gash on the black-armored Tyrannosaurus's neck had surpassed 2/3, and it was met with the onslaught of 2 massive ice blades and 2 colossal ice hands, delivering a decisive blow that severed its neck. The enormous head of the Tyrannosaurus plummeted to the ground. In the next instant, the entire body of the beast vanished, transforming into a minuscule light that soared toward Qin Li. Target: Golden-tier black-armored Tyrannosaurus has been slain. You have received a Golden-tier Tyrannosaurus treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, Lord Player. You are the first among human lords to slay a golden-tier subdragon. Do you wish to announce this in the Human Lord channel? You have also obtained a golden-tier random skill book reward. At that moment, several lines of text materialized before Qin Li's retinas. It's done. Withdraw. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Li understood that the creatures slain by myriad lords would immediately transform into various items, entering the lord's inventories. The remains of the defeated monstrosities would still linger post-battle. As for the other spiked lizard-esque carcass on the lake surface, Qin Li had no intention of retrieving it. They had lingered here far too long. Continuing to stay in an unknown environment was far too perilous. They risked attracting unwanted attention from lurking predators. Mounting the mutated ice lizard king, Qin Li swiftly pivoted and leapt onto the back of a nearby frost dragon, soaring into the depths of the jungle. The remaining silver-tier units followed suit, retreating into the forest's embrace. The two advanced skeletal ice bats, as before, flapped their massive pectoral fins like wings, darting into two separate directions beneath the canopy. Commenced the reconnaissance of the surrounding jungle. After Qin Li and his companions departed, within 100 meters of the lake's edge, the waters teemed with schools of black fish adorned with sharp spines on their backs. The alluring scent of their high-quality flesh was enticing to the onlookers. If these ordinary and silver-tier aquatic creatures could consume the flesh of the spiny lizard dragon, it would significantly aid in their elevation to higher ranks. The black fish darted forth, reaching the vicinity of the spiny lizard dragon in mere moments, opening their jagged jaws to voraciously tear into the succulent flesh, devouring it with fervor. In the span of just a few breaths, a horde of over 102-meter-tall grass golems emerged from the depths of the jungle. These verdant beings appeared to be woven from long, green vines. Upon their heads rested elongated eyes reminiscent of bats, exuding an eerie aura. With elongated limbs, they sprinted with the swiftness of a frenzied cheetah. The multitude of grass golems surged onto the lake's surface, hoisting large chunks of the spiny lizard dragon's flesh, transporting them back into the depths of the jungle. Among them, a select few wielded sharp curved blades, laboriously hacking away at the flesh before swiftly continuing their task. Intentionally, they gathered not only the flesh and bones of the spiny lizard dragon, but also the scales that lay scattered beneath the lake's surface. At this moment, concealed amidst the thick foliage above the jungle's edge, a figure with the lower body of a serpent and the upper body of a man, his long green hair flowing, observed with delight as his grass golems transported the flesh of the golden-tier beast into the depths of the jungle, stowing it all in their packs. The flesh, bones, and scales of this golden-tier creature were highly coveted, even within the dominion of their monstrous lord in this early phase of the myriad race's territory. Chapter 56, targeted by the serpent demon, golden-tier dragon blood. After the serpent demon Shui Kuei had collected the flesh and bones brought by his grass golems into his backpack, he felt no desire to linger. Perched on the branch, he cast a glance in the direction where Qin Li had vanished. The scent of humanity. A human lord possessing such a multitude of silver-tier minions at this early stage is indeed intriguing. The allure of acquiring a reward from a golden-tier beast is simply irresistible. Shui Kuei's crimson serpent tongue flicked out, revealing an insatiable greed in his expression. After all, that was a reward from a golden-tier creature. In the previous demon realm, such a creature could reign as a demon king upon a small hill. The likelihood of obtaining such a reward from the human's pack was substantial. Hence, he sought an opportunity to seize it. Even if he failed, he would merely incur a loss of a few minions. Silver-tier, grass golems. Take a few bronze-tier ones and stealthily gather intelligence on where that human lord has established his temporary encampment, Shui Kuei commanded. From a few paces behind him, a silver-tier grass golem, significantly taller than its brethren, suddenly rose to its full height of over 3 meters. Aside from its size, this silver-tier golem possessed a mouth lined with fine teeth, reminiscent of a small shark's maw. Its crimson, elongated eyes glimmered with an uncanny hue. However, if one were to pierce through this golem's chest, they would discover a heart the size of an apple. Radiating a hazy silver glow, this was the source of its demonic aura and simultaneously its Achilles heel. "Yes, my lord," came a slightly hoarse and grating voice from the silver-tier golem. Upon finishing its response, the silver-tier golem leaped from the towering branch and plunged into the nearby thicket, tracking the faint scent of the human lord as it raced deep into the jungle. Following closely behind were 20 bronze-tier grass golems, who had also strayed from the main group, sprinting into the underbrush in pursuit of the silver-tier golem. Ah, what a pity to arrive just a moment too late. Shui Kuei mused, gazing down at the squad of grass golems he had dispatched as they entered the thicket, a hint of regret lacing his tone. When he had approached the vicinity, Qin Li and the heavily injured black-armored Tyrannosaurus were already engaged in the latter stages of battle. Although Shui Kuei was tempted to intervene, he had only 3 silver-tier grass golems at his disposal. Additionally, he could not ascertain whether the human lord had more silver-tier minions yet to be deployed. Faced with such uncertainties, he resolved to hold back, contemplating whether he might benefit from the aftermath of the battle. "I shall seek other prey nearby," Shui Kuei thought. He then retrieved a small piece of lizard dragon flesh from his backpack, a blood-streaked morsel akin to the size of a basketball. With a swift motion, Shui Kuei opened his sharp jaws and began to devour the flesh, quickly finishing it within mere moments. "What a robust vitality," he exclaimed, his eyes reflecting sheer satisfaction. He considered himself fortunate to have acquired such a bounty. With a thought, Shui Kuei decided to procure an additional 100 pounds of lizard dragon flesh, intending to exchange it for an unclaimed silver-tier minion. Having an extra silver-tier minion would surely bolster his chances against the inscrutable human lord. Even if he chose not to confront the human, possessing an additional silver-tier minion would enhance his survival odds within the Godfall Tower. 7 kilometers to the southeast, beside a waterfall spanning 100 feet, beneath a steep cliff cloaked in green moss, lay a cavern occupied by a bronze-tier giant python. This azure-scaled serpent, as thick as a barrel and stretching over 10 meters in length, was swiftly dispatched by an orc warrior from the ice lizard tribe upon being sensed by the wolf clan shaman, resulting in its head being severed and its body shattered, providing Qin Li with a bronze-tier water attribute energy core crystal. The seclusion of this location was commendable. It lay a full 7 kilometers from the sandy shore where the 2 golden-tier subdragons had battled, and the advanced version of the skeletal ice bats dispatched to patrol the vicinity had yet to detect any formidable creatures encroaching. Inside the cavern, seated upon a bed of soft, enormous leaves, Qin Li's expression was filled with exhilarating anticipation. This is a golden-level monster treasure chest, the first of its kind to be slain and obtained by a human lord. Inside the backpack, the icon of this golden treasure chest emanates an aura of pure black, with only a golden pattern adorning its edges, imparting an air of mystery and nobility. From the exterior of the chest, one can faintly discern the silhouette of a black-armored behemoth, shrouded in dark mist, seemingly clinging to it. Open the chest. The chest has been successfully opened. You have received 3 golden-level fire energy core crystals. You have obtained a golden-level territory upgrade stone. You have acquired a drop of golden-level dragon blood. You have received 1,000 kilograms of black-armored behemoth flesh, 8 black-armored behemoth bones, and 100 black-armored behemoth scales. Immediately, a series of prompt texts materialized before Qin Li's retinas. The golden-level fire energy core crystals indeed possess some utility. They can serve as nourishment for the young fire dragon, hastening its ascent to silver level. The golden-level territory stone is also valuable. As for the single drop of golden-level dragon blood, Qin Li's thoughts shifted towards the icon of this pale golden liquid in his backpack, which subsequently revealed the properties of the dragon blood. Nickname: golden-level dragon blood. Bloodline: subdragon species. Effect: any unit belonging to the myriad races lords that consumes this blood may elevate their own grade and qualifications. The subdragon species, or purebred magical dragons, or Eastern dragon lineage, will experience the greatest enhancement upon consumption. This dragon blood is indeed remarkable. With only a juvenile fire dragon in his possession, consuming it could yield maximum benefits. As for the remaining flesh, bones, and scales of the black-armored behemoth, they are equally rare, given that no golden-level items have yet appeared in the human lord trading area. Chapter 57. Sweeping the Scarecrow Demon Team, the Serpent Demon Retreats. The Divine Tower. In the depths of the dark forest, within a cave, Qin Li, having just opened the golden treasure chest, sensed a powerful mental fluctuation emanating from the northern forest. Dispatched as scouts, the bone-type ice bats, which, like last time, transmitted a significant spiritual wave. Intermediate shared vision. Without hesitation, Qin Li focused on the intermediate shared vision skill card within his consciousness and activated the skill. Instantly, it was conferred upon the bone-type ice bat, establishing a visual link between them. In the blink of an eye, the perspective shifted. Through the ice bat's aerial view, he beheld a sizable clearing in the forest below, where several dozen verdant scarecrows were racing across the ground. These scarecrows appeared sentient, charging towards the waterfall where Qin Li was situated, a mere 4,000 meters away. If they continue on this path, the scarecrows will reach the waterfall in just a few minutes. Have other myriad race lords set their sights on me? Realizing this, Qin Li understood the implications. After all, the commotion caused during his previous skirmish by the lakeside was likely to have attracted attention from several miles around. Thus, upon engaging in battle, Qin Li had promptly vacated the area. The likelihood of attracting the attention of other lords due to that confrontation was decidedly high. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that when he departed, he paid no heed to the golden-level spiked lizard's corpse, lying on the water's surface by the lakeside. Merely that one corpse would yield a bountiful harvest. 1 silver-level scarecrow, and the rest were bronze-level scarecrows. Through the mental waves of the bone-type ice bat, Qin Li could perceive the intentions conveyed by the spiritual fluctuations of his own units. Just a single silver-level unit dared to pursue him. In the next moment, Qin Li commanded 2 orc ice lizard warriors, who had been resting beneath an ancient tree, to spring into action. Upon receiving Qin Li's order, the 2 warriors opened their eyes, agile as monkeys, and leaped from the cliff beneath the waterfall, heading directly towards the approaching line of scarecrows. These 2 orc ice lizard warriors, together with the aerial support of the bone-type ice bat, formed an assault force comprising 3 silver-level units against 1 silver-level and around 20 bronze-level units. This posed no challenge whatsoever. Moments later, within the cave, Qin Li, through the shared perspective, witnessed the orc ice lizard warriors intercepting the swarm of scarecrow demons. Without uttering a word, they swiftly drew their battle blades. After reinforcing their weapons with icy armor, they targeted the comparatively frail silver-level scarecrow demon before them and unleashed a barrage of earth ice spikes. Thud, thud. Upon contact, 2 earth ice spikes, each over 2 meters long, surged from the ground, impaling the scarecrow demon's abdomen and chest. Yet, despite being pierced, the silver-level scarecrow demon did not bleed. Its form was woven from spiritual vines, not flesh and blood. Moreover, even when struck at the core of its demonic heart, It could shift the heart's position, rendering the damage from the two ice spikes relatively insignificant. However, the ferocious battle blades wielded by the two equally ranked orc warriors were not something that could be easily resisted. Realizing this, the silver-level scarecrow demon attempted to extricate itself from the icy spikes. But at that moment, it noticed several frost-like fingers, as stout as barrels, emerging from its periphery. Simultaneously, it sensed a potent magical wave descending from above. The instant it looked skyward, it beheld a colossal ice bat with a wingspan nearing 20 meters. This ice bat radiated an immense magical energy, locking onto the location of the scarecrow demon below. In that moment, the silver-level scarecrow demon felt an overwhelming sense of mortal peril. Boom. From the perspective of the ice bat, the silver-level scarecrow demon found itself ensnared by a massive ice beast, rendering it utterly immobile. In an instant, the two orc ice lizard warriors, poised just a step away, raised their battle blades and struck down, cleaving the scarecrow demon into 4 pieces. Following the gaps created by the colossal icy hand, after dismembering the scarecrow demon, they glimpsed its dark green, heart-like core, surrounded by intricate, delicate vine-like structures. Upon seeing the heart, the two orc ice lizard warriors exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with intent beneath their helmets. With a swift motion, they rotated their blades and thrust forward, resembling 2 spiraling metal drills, viciously piercing through the creature, reducing most of its form to fragments. No matter how the scarecrow demon attempted to maneuver its heart, this time, there was no escape. It had nowhere left to evade. Crash! Upon the shattering of the malevolent heart, the silver-tiered scarecrow demon instantaneously disintegrated into a myriad of verdant tendrils, meeting its demise in an instant. It transformed into a luminous green essence that soared towards the waterfall cavern where Qin Li resided. The target, the silver-tier scarecrow demon, has been vanquished. A silver-tier wood element energy core has been acquired. Before Qin Li's retina, these 2 notifications materialized. Outside the cavern, a diminutive point of green luminescence, akin to a grain of rice, darted in and melded into Qin Li's palm, vanishing as if it were melting snow. Subsequently, further notifications detailing the elimination of the bronze-tier scarecrow demons began to appear before him. In less than 2 minutes, the entire cadre of scarecrow demons had been eradicated. Several kilometers away, a serpent demon named Shuei, perched upon a sturdy branch, observed with trepidation as news of its scarecrow demon squad's successive deaths reached it. In the next moment, it raised its hands, forming intricate seals. A hum resonated as 2 enigmatic demon runes emerged within its vertical pupils. Before Shuei's gaze, blurred images of the silver-tier scarecrow demon's final moments began to materialize. These were memory runes it had inscribed upon its minions. This memory rune possessed a maternal and filial attribute. Within its consciousness lay a mother rune, while the remaining runes, bestowed upon its minions, were offspring runes. Thus, upon the demise of its minions, it could still trace back fragments of memories conveyed by the offspring runes. After several breaths, the images within Shuei's eyes began to dissipate, leaving it with a countenance of fluctuating emotions. It was certain that it was no match for the human lord, who commanded at least 4 silver-tier minions. Having lost 1 silver-tier scarecrow demon, it had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Resolute in its decision, Shuei hesitated not a moment longer, slithering away towards the north, distancing itself from Qin Li's location. Chapter 58, The Cold Pool Monster, the Sealed Giant Tortoise. In the lush forest, a waterfall cascaded down from a 100-meter-high cliff, plunging into a vast cold pool below. Deep within the cavern, Qin Li had just summoned back the 3 silver-tier minions that had annihilated the scarecrow demons when a wolf tribe shaman outside the cave suddenly transmitted a message, indicating the presence of a faint demonic aura beneath the cold pool, albeit weak. Yet, for the water element magic-sensitive wolf tribe shaman, this was still perceptible, though the wave would only manifest after several minutes. After several fluctuations, the 2 wolf tribe shamans conferred and confirmed that indeed, there was a demonic presence lurking beneath the cold pool. The species and rank were unknown. It was imperative to inform the lord at once. A demon is lurking? Upon receiving the shaman's message, Qin Li's eyes widened in surprise. After choosing this cavern on the cliff, he had previously explored the area surrounding the cold pool, which spanned approximately an acre, though its depth seemed to exceed 100 meters. Initially, he had conducted a casual investigation and found only ordinary-grade silver fish within the cold pool, slender in shape with a deep blue stripe along their backs. After the orc ice lizard warriors captured a few, realizing these silver fish posed no significant threat, he had decided to establish his cavern here. Little did he expect that beneath the cold pool lay an unknown demonic fluctuation. This warranted thorough investigation. If a silver-tier or higher demon, adept at concealment, were to launch a surprise attack while Qin Li's attention was diverted towards exterminating nearby demonic hordes, the consequences could be dire. Danger must be nipped in the bud. Qin Li hastened the 2 ice lizard warriors to assemble, summoning back the 2 silver-tier bone ice bats as well. Caution was always prudent. After a brief wait, 6 silver-tier minions and several bronze-tier minions had congregated at the cold pool's edge. Qin Li, mounted atop the mutated ice lizard king, stood at the rear, accompanied by a wolf tribe shaman and all the bronze-tier minions, while the 5 silver-tier minions took positions at the pool's edge. The 2 orc ice lizard warriors, donning layers of azure ice armor, resolutely leaped into the cold pool, delving into its depths. Intermediate shared vision. At the edge of the cold pool, Qin Li activated the shared vision skill, locking onto one of the ice lizard warriors, allowing him to witness the scenes beneath the cold pool. Numerous silver fish meandered through the water. Upon their entrance, the silver fish, sensing the impending threat, transformed into swift white phantoms, darting towards the depths of the cold pool with incredible speed. The deeper they ventured, the darker the surroundings became. After descending 80 meters, they could only discern the bottom's condition through the glowing moss on the water's rocky walls. At 100 meters down, they reached the bottom. The 2 ice lizard warriors, encased in thick ice armor, surveyed their surroundings and soon fixed their gaze upon a massive dark stone at the bottom. This stone was shrouded in enormous aquatic plants. However, they both noticed 4 stout black limbs and menacing claws lurking beneath the stone. Suddenly, a cacophony of clanking chains echoed from below the cold pool. As a colossal black serpent head emerged before the dark stone, its neck ensnared by a thick black chain. The sound of chains emanated from the iron restraint around its neck. Bound. Through the visual sharing, Qin Li was taken aback to see the giant tortoise firmly shackled at the bottom of the pool. Let us attempt a ranged attack, Qin Li commanded. At the bottom of the pool, the 2 ice lizard warriors simultaneously unleashed the earth ice spike skill, their breaths locking onto the chained giant tortoise. Crack! The sharp sound of ice shattering rang out. 2 massive currents of water were immediately ensnared by the icy magic, transforming into 2 sharp ice spikes several meters thick. Like great arrows, the ice spikes plunged into the tortoise's neck. Roar! The bound giant tortoise, feeling immense pain, suddenly found its eyes ablaze with fury. Its limbs swelled as if injected with a potent gas, rapidly enlarging, and then it slammed its limbs onto the ground, causing the entire cold pool to tremble slightly. A colossal wave surged from the pool's depths, stunning many of the silver fish hiding beneath the water, leaving them floating, belly up on the surface. This is promising. Below, the colossal crab, bound by iron chains, despite entering a state of frenzy, remains incapable of breaking free, only able to unleash furious roars. Occasionally, it expels a swirling water vortex from its maw. The destructive power of this vortex is not to be underestimated, judging by the devastation it wreaks. This giant crab must be a creature of silver-tier caliber. However, the dark crimson runes adorning the binding chains suggest they possess a significant suppressive effect on its combat abilities. The orc ice lizard warriors at the bottom of the cold pool, after evading several water vortices, seem to observe a notable depletion in the creature's strength. It begins to gasp for breath in the water, and the once alarming magical fluctuations emanating from its body now rapidly contract. With a growl of discontent, the giant crab's bloodthirsty crimson gaze swiftly recedes to an emerald hue, though this green does not endure long, being swiftly replaced by a pallid gray. Moments later, its eyes turn a lifeless grayish white, and after shrinking in size, it collapses feebly onto the ground. Following a soft sound, the giant crab falls silent. Quickly strike it down, Qin Li urges. Observing the situation, it seems the giant crab is on the verge of death without their intervention. Under such circumstances, Qin Li cannot guarantee that it will be recognized as his troops' achievement. If they fail to secure the kill, it would mean losing a potential opportunity for treasure. 2 ice lizard warriors step forward, moving like the wind to the side of the giant creature, raising their battle blades to sever its head. Blood gushes from the severed neck, staining the surrounding mist a vivid red. Ding! The target magical creature, the sealed golden tier summoning giant crab, has perished. You have acquired 200 kilograms of golden tier summoning giant crab flesh. You have obtained a golden tier divination treasure. 2 messages appear before Qin Li. The rewards are disappointingly meager. It seems the chains that bound the giant crab were primarily responsible for its demise, with his troops only delivering the final blow once its vitality had waned significantly. Chapter 59. The Underground Ruins and the Wall Murals of the Malevolent Gods. What is this? An entrance to the underground? At that moment, through his shared vision, Qin Li witnesses that, upon the giant crab's death, a dark circular iron door materializes in its place. The door is partially obscured. Approaching, he notices claw marks etched upon its surface. A contemplative expression crosses Qin Li's face. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. However, it is highly likely that something is sealed within this iron door, possibly a fortuitous discovery, a relic of sorts. In the Human Lord's regional channel, Qin Li previously heard of a human lord who claimed to have stumbled upon a relic on the first floor of the Tower of Fallen Gods, where he acquired a unique troop type. The specifics of that troop's race and abilities were not disclosed by the Lord, and the credibility of such claims is questionable. To Qin Li, it is merely an entertaining tale. Let's explore, Qin Li commands. At the bottom of the cold pool, The two orc ice lizard warriors step forward and swim into the massive iron door, which spans 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Upon entering, their perspective shifts. The external currents of water are abruptly cut off, and what was once downward now leads forward, allowing the warriors to stand steadily upon solid ground. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the walls of the corridor, embedded with luminous crystals, emit a gentle yellow glow, illuminating much of the passageway. The corridor appears endless. Meanwhile, Qin Li senses the connection with the two ice lizard warriors has intensified, complicating matters. Fortunately, his mastery of intermediate shared vision prevents the runes on the iron door from severing their link. As the ice lizard warriors delve deeper, after traversing 100 meters, they emerge into a cavern spanning several acres, its ceiling taking on a half-elliptical shape. The ground is littered with colossal bones, ranging from the minuscule to the enormous. Utilizing the light from the surrounding crystals, the ice lizard warriors clearly discern various malevolent god murals etched into the stone walls, each vividly alive and diverse in form. Each mural evokes an eerie sensation, as if locking eyes with the depicted malevolent deities, sending chills down their spines. Some malevolent gods bear grotesque visages. 1. A pallid giant face resembling a middle-aged man is surrounded by countless long, white arms, nearly 1,000 in number, swaying as if animated. Another malevolent god appears to be related to the orc species, possessing a tiger's head and a humanoid body, adorned with numerous crimson eyes that seem to blink in unison at the two ice lizard warriors. Yet among these malevolent deities, a few appear relatively normal. 1. A woman with a serpentine tail covered in fine red scales possesses 2 pairs of elongated, fair arms, appearing considerably more conventional compared to the other entities. Is this truly a relic? In the shared vision, Qin Li commands the two ice lizard warriors to cease their observation of the murals, having glimpsed only a few. Qin Li already feels a significant drain on his mental energy, a subtle ache beginning to manifest. Continuing further would surely exacerbate this drain, potentially leading to a complete blackout. Judging by the bones scattered across the ground and the murals adorning the cavern, this place indeed aligns with the characteristics of a relic. Is the treasure they seek contained within the box upon that throne? Under Qin Li's direction, the ice lizard warriors turn their gaze toward the stone throne in the center of the cavern, elevated nearly 3 meters above the ground. This stone throne rests upon a slightly raised dais, encircled by a colossal magic array with a diameter of 100 meters. The ice lizard warriors survey their surroundings, confirming the presence of intricate paths etched into the ground, converging around the stone throne's center, seemingly drawn for the purpose of conducting some form of ritual. At this moment, inexplicably, memories resurface in Qin Li's mind of a human lord he once encountered, who had been parasitized by a cursed creature from the abyss. This fate is undoubtedly more agonizing than simply slaying the human lord outright. Beneath the abyss lies a cursed entity, whose tormenting methods are beyond comprehension. Qin Li commanded his silver-tier ice lizard warriors to advance toward the stone throne ahead. As they traversed, they inadvertently brushed against several long-forgotten corpses. The moment the hand, forged from ice, made contact with the skeletal remains, they disintegrated into a cloud of ash, cascading to the ground. It was futile to hope for any rewards here. The only guardian force remaining was likely the giant crab creature bound at the entrance. Time had eroded a once golden beast, now reduced to mere silver-tier strength due to its prolonged confinement. Observing the shattered bones, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Li's face. He realized he had indulged in fanciful thoughts. Gazing at the scattered remains within the cavern, he had imagined the possibility of shattering them for some benefit. But these bones undoubtedly belonged to golden-tier monsters. After all, even the sentinel of the seal was of golden rank, perhaps even higher. The murals depicting various malevolent deities or demonic figures certainly suggested they were no benign entities. Their bizarre forms clearly indicated they were of golden rank or beyond. Moments later, the ice lizard warrior reached the base of the stone throne, stepping onto the staircase. In the hushed cavern, the dull thud of ice meeting stone reverberated through the silence. No anomalies occurred. Indeed, it seemed Qin Li's suspicions were correct. The guardian forces here had either perished or rendered ineffective over the ages. The ice lizard warrior grasped a treasure chest resting atop the throne, and upon lifting it, a resounding crack echoed as a massive fissure split the throne from top to bottom, rapidly multiplying until the entire structure was engulfed. In an instant, the stone throne collapsed with a thunderous crash. Under Qin Li's command, the ice lizard warrior began retracing their steps from the subterranean cavern. Chapter 60, The Cursed God Legion. Thousand Wolves. A waterfall, spanning dozens of yards, cascaded down, crashing into the frigid pool below, producing a tremendous roar that sent waves surging forth. From a distance within the forest, one could observe great plumes of white mist rising from the edge of the cold pool, obscuring the view of its depths. Few could fathom that beneath this icy expanse lay such a concealed relic. Moreover, its sole guardian was merely a giant crab creature weakened to silver tier. Alas, the relic did not appear impressive, consisting only of a rusted treasure chest. One could only hope it contained something of value. With a splash, two orc ice lizard warriors leaped from the depths of the cold pool, landing steadily at the water's edge. At that moment, Qin Li, mounted on the mutated ice lizard king, approached, controlling his steed. "My lord," exclaimed one of the orc ice lizard warriors, respectfully presenting the rusted treasure chest to Qin Li. He accepted the chest, feeling its substantial weight and the chill emanating from it, reminiscent of ice freshly extracted from a freezer. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a partially eroded seal inscribed upon the chest. Might there be danger? Qin Li furrowed his brow, recalling the multitude of bones within the cavern beneath the cold pool. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the orc ice lizard warrior to retreat 200 meters into the forest to open the chest, while he activated his mid-level shared vision to observe the treasure. Upon opening the chest, a sight greeted him, a mass of red flesh, roughly the size of a yellow apricot, squirming as if alive. "You have acquired a growth-type cursed god legion, Thousand Wolves. Will you bind this legion to your own being?" A notification materialized before Qin Li's retinas. Cursed god legion? Growth type? A hint of perplexity crossed his features as he contemplated the message. Yet, it seemed devoid of peril. After a few breaths, Qin Li reopened the treasure chest and deployed a detection skill. An impressively detailed attribute panel unfolded before him. Nickname: Cursed God Thousand Wolves. Talent: binds to the Lord's level, potentially surpassing the host by 2 major tiers. Level: Silver. Vitality: 89. Skills: Growth type Cursed God form, Thousand Wolves illusion, Wolf Demon Spike technique, passive super healing. Thousand Wolves Soul Devour, Thousand Wolves Venomous Body, Blood Escape technique. Evaluation: the only growth type Cursed God Legion, with formidable talent, capable of parasitically residing within the Lord. A rare divine attribute legion on the battlefield of myriad lords. A divine attribute legion capable of residing within its lord? Qin Li pondered the evaluation, realizing that this unique divine attribute legion was likely unparalleled in the battlefield of myriad lords. Bind. He determined that the treasure chest was indeed a relic. Under the established rules, this enigmatic mass of flesh was a cursed god legion that could be bound, affirming its lack of inherent danger. Once Qin Li made his decision, the seemingly grotesque red mass of flesh surged with vitality, diving into his palm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a mysterious red summoning array materialized within his right hand, at the center of which lay a fearsome blood-red wolf head. In the depths of his consciousness, as the bizarre mass appeared, a card frame emerged, freezing the entity in place, ultimately sealing the cursed god legion Thousand Wolves within. It was akin to utilizing a skill card for summoning troops. A wave of memories pertaining to the cursed god Thousand Wolves surged forth. Qin Li caught a fleeting glimpse of the true form of the cursed god, a colossal mass comprised of 1,000 red wolf heads and 2,000 red wolf arms, suspended in the air, evoking an instinctual dread. Of course, the memory was but a fleeting glimpse. The true form of the cursed god seemed alive. As Qin Li peered into this memory, the 2,000 crimson wolf eyes turned toward him, inducing a chilling sensation akin to plunging into an icy abyss. After a moment, Qin Li's mind gradually steadied, though remnants of trepidation lingered. Summon Thousand Wolves. He concentrated on the red skill card in his consciousness, and a soft crimson light radiated from the card's center. From his palm, the red summoning array emerged, and then, just a few steps away from Qin Li, a scarlet magic circle with a diameter of 3 meters materialized on the ground, and from within it emerged a colossal crimson-furred wolf nearly 5 meters in length. Its eyes, as large as bowls, glimmered with enigmatic golden triangular pupils. "My lord." The ordinary form of the evil god Thousand Wolves knelt respectfully, and from its massive wolf head emanated a deep, resonant voice akin to that of a middle-aged man. Qin Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This Thousand Wolves possessed a formidable battle prowess rated at 2 stars in silver, making it the most powerful unit at Qin Li's disposal. Previously, he had been pursued by a team of scarecrow demons. Now, he could employ this evil god Thousand Wolves to track them down. Once bound, even if the unit perished, it could be summoned anew, though the duration required for such a resurrection remained uncertain. After a brief moment, under the guidance of an orc ice lizard warrior, Qin Li's evil god unit, the Thousand Wolves, ventured northward, following the scent left behind by the scarecrow demons after traversing the cliff. Having witnessed the evil god form of the Thousand Wolves, he knew that what he had summoned was merely its ordinary manifestation, skilled in both illusion and stealth. Classified as a divine attribute unit, placing it among the elite ranks of silver-tier creatures. Meanwhile, within the depths of the jungle, the snake demon Shui Kuei, having traveled several kilometers northward and seeking refuge in a concealed tree hollow, suddenly found himself unsettled for reasons unknown. With a swish, the snake demon opened his eyes, the feeling striking him unexpectedly, likely an instinctual warning. He might have been tracked by the human lord. However, unless several silver-tier units were dispatched, escape would still be relatively straightforward. A sudden howl pierced the air, echoing as if it were right beside him. Chapter 61. Pursuit of the Snake Demon Lord. Divination of the Golden Tier Ruins. Impossible. How could a monster approach without making a sound? The snake demon Shui Kuei widened his serpent-like eyes, astonished. Before he could ponder further, a sharp wolf claw effortlessly slashed through the thick branch beside him, as if it were mere parchment. The claw sliced through the ironwood trunk, causing the upper half of the robust ancient tree to crash down into the jungle, exposed to the open air. The snake demon Shui Kuei found himself face to face with a nearly 3-meter-tall crimson wolfman, standing rigidly, its eyes displaying golden triangular pupils. After a fleeting glance exchanged between them, Shui Kuei felt a chill run down his spine, rendered immobile by fear. A silver tier monster. His heart raced ominously. At that moment, one of the wolfman's massive arms, thicker than his own body, had just severed the branch. The oppressive aura of silver tier strength made Shui Kuei aware that this crimson wolfman likely possessed a rank of 3 stars in silver or higher. He was no match for it. In the next instant, upon spotting Shui Kuei, the crimson wolfman raised its enormous claw, poised to strike with the force of thunder. As Shui Kuei felt the wolfman's predatory gaze lock onto him, he instinctively attempted to flee, but an overwhelming sense of inevitability gripped him, convincing him that no matter how fast he ran, he could not evade the impending strike of that claw. And indeed, that proved to be the case. The snake demon retreated several meters, yet in his eyes, the claw remained unyielding, relentlessly following him, descending upon his head with crushing force. With a resounding thud, the colossal claw fell like a mountain of stone, smashing Shui Kuei's head into his chest and obliterating him completely from above downwards. This snake demon lord, based on his aura, had merely just ascended to the silver tier. He had believed that after fleeing for several kilometers, the enemy would not easily pursue him within the first layer of the Godslayer Tower, given the potential dangers surrounding them. Yet as he was slain by the silver tier crimson wolfman, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure clad in white armor perched on a nearby branch, the very unit he had been tracking, belonging to the human lord. The identity of the crimson wolfman became painfully clear, but by the time he grasped it, his body had already been reduced to a mangled heap. Target: Snake Demon Lord Shui Kuei has been eliminated. A silver tier lord's treasure chest has dropped. From a distance on the waterfall cliff, Qin Li, through his intermediate shared vision, witnessed the pursuit and slaughter of the evil god unit 1000 Wolves, though both were silver tier units. The speed of the 1000 Wolves far outpaced that of the orc ice lizard warrior. The entire process of dispatching the snake demon was as fluid as flowing water, without any hindrance. One silver tier snake demon lord was crushed into a pulp by the 1000 Wolves in less than a single round. The remaining 2 silver tier scarecrow demons, along with dozens of bronze tier scarecrow demons, were severely weakened following the demise of their leader, their demonic energy diminished by 70 to 80%. Within a mere 3 minutes, the combined efforts of the Crimson Wolfman and the Ice Lizard Warrior annihilated them all, yielding several wood-type energy cores, with little else dropping. It was quite rare for units from other lords to drop energy core crystals, and no other items would typically appear unless the unit had been equipped with additional weaponry by their lord, resulting in an exceedingly slim chance of other drops. After neutralizing the Snake Demon, the Crimson Wolfman and the Ice Lizard Warrior returned. With the Snake Demon Lord eliminated, Qin Li's sense of impending danger was somewhat alleviated. Whenever he identified a threat, it was imperative to eliminate it at the earliest opportunity, even if he could not yet contend with its full strength. Temporarily diminishing its surrounding forces would instill a sense of caution in the adversary. Within the cavern, upon discovering the silver tier snake demon treasure chest in his backpack, Qin Li promptly opened it. The silver tier snake demon lord's treasure chest has been opened. You have obtained a bronze territory upgrade stone. You have acquired a bronze scarecrow demon unit servant altar. You have received a silver tier demon clan skill, dragon transformation technique, limited to serpentine life forms. The territory upgrade stone could be utilized upon his return. The scarecrow demon unit was of a sufficiently high level to consider using. Yet, the final skill book, pertaining to serpent-type demon skills, was one he could not cultivate, as it was a restricted technique. However, once the regional channel for human lords opened to other races, this technique could be traded. After some time, if there were serpent-like soldiers imbued with divine attributes, it would also allow for the cultivation of one's own troops. It was time to employ this divination coin. Subsequently, Qin Li produced a circular coin inscribed with intricate runes. It was about the size of an ancient bronze coin, yet it shimmered brilliantly like gold, its metallic texture palpable to the touch. Upon closer inspection, a faint, ethereal white light enveloped the divination coin, within which faintly coalesced a small, spherical insect. Utilize the divination coin. Divinate the nearest golden level relic. Qin Li concentrated his thoughts. In an instant, the golden coin in his right hand emitted a hazy golden glow, levitating above his palm, spinning gracefully a couple of inches away. Ultimately, the golden coin vanished, transforming into a round, white, gold-edged flying insect. This diminutive creature, akin in size to an ordinary marble, sported a pair of transparent wings, producing a soft humming sound in the air. After joyfully circling around Qin Li, The golden insect darted towards the dense jungle in the southwest, concurrently transmitting an influx of information into Qin Li's mind. In his mental map, a representation unfolded, covering an area of several kilometers nearby, with a green light indicating his position. Approximately 11 kilometers to the southwest, a red dot marked the location of the golden level relic discovered by the divination coin. So close. Qin Li was taken aback. A golden level relic lay within a mere 10 kilometers of his vicinity. However, he surmised that other relics would likely not be as benign as the one beneath the cold pool, and the guardians of those relics would probably also be of golden level caliber. Nevertheless, the specifics remained to be explored. As dusk approached, the light within the forest had dimmed significantly compared to midday. The western sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden line along the ridge of the undulating mountains in the distance. In the clearing of the sparse trees below, several soil dragons, each measuring nearly 10 meters in length and over 3 meters in height, lay leisurely on the grass, resting. At a glance, there were over 50 of these creatures, clearly forming a tribe of soil dragons. All of these soil dragons were of the silver-tiered earth subdragon species. In the midst of them, several younger soil dragons, measuring only 2 or 3 meters in size, frolicked together, their juvenile roars echoing through the air. On the periphery of the dragon tribe, numerous male soil dragons occasionally lowered their heads to graze while vigilantly scanning the surrounding jungle. These male soil dragons served as the tribe's outer sentinels, ready to alert the others in case of an impending threat. Their bodies were adorned with a thick layer of earthen yellow scales, with robust shells protecting their backs, some of which bore protrusions over half a meter high. Even their heads and limbs were shielded by fine earthen yellow scales, effectively creating a natural armor. Beyond the soil dragon horde, on the sturdy branches of the dense forest 100 meters deep, a 5-meter-long red-haired wolf king stood menacingly, its wolf head tilted towards the location of the soil dragon tribe, clad in white spider king armor. Qin Li peered through the gaps in the trees and clearly observed the dragon horde. After casting a reconnaissance skill, a rudimentary attribute panel of the soil dragons materialized before him. Nickname, Soil Dragon. Level, Silver. Skills, Evaluation, over 50 silver-level soil dragons. Qin Li felt a twinge of concern. The golden insect that had emerged from the divination coin hovered beside him, its gentle hum resonating in his ears. The location of the golden level relic indicated on his mental map lay directly amidst the soil dragons, around those robust ancient trees. Was it yet another hidden relic? While Qin Li pondered, he realized the dilemma posed by the soil dragon horde. He was uncertain whether this group of soil dragons was specifically tasked with guarding the golden level relic, but perhaps an attempt to drive them away could be made. His gaze shifted to the sinister god breed, the 1,000 Wolves, upon which he rode. It was likely that only the 1,000 Wolves could instill a sense of trepidation in these soil dragons, for their combat prowess was nearly on par with golden-level beings. Go. See if you can frighten this soil dragon horde away. Qin Li dismounted from the back of the red-haired wolf king and patted its head. Yes, my lord. The 1,000 Wolves bowed respectfully and replied. In an instant, it transformed into a swift crimson shadow, leaping gracefully above the lush treetops, heading towards the soil dragon horde. In the distance, some soil dragons grazing at the edge of the tribe suddenly found themselves confronted by the nearly 20-meter-long red-haired wolf king, which possessed 3 massive wolf heads that roared in unison. The resulting sound wave reverberated throughout the entire dragon horde. The soil dragons at the periphery of the tribe froze momentarily, their large eyes filled with terror as they began to retreat. The entire horde grew restless. With a low growl, the larger soil dragon king at the center of the horde turned and began to withdraw towards the jungle, leaving behind only the more robust soil dragons. 1,000 Wolves illusion. 1,000 Wolves soul devour. In an instant, the 1,000 Wolves focused its gaze on the 2 foremost soil dragons, immediately casting an illusion that enveloped them with formidable mental energy. Their movements faltered abruptly as the yellow soul orbs within their consciousness were pursued and devoured by the red wolf's soul-devouring body. In mere moments, the 2 soil dragons collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding soil dragons exchanged glances and began to hastily retreat, none daring to advance further. As the horde began to disperse, those soil dragon warriors at the outermost edge exchanged glances, ignoring their fallen kin, and fled into the jungle in a frenzy. In a remarkable display of control, Qianling momentarily augmented his physical form, a transformation that necessitated substantial energy expenditure from within his being, thus limiting its duration. With his sharp claws raised, he approached the 2 immobilized earth-armored dragons. As their spiritual essence lay severely wounded, he deftly pierced through the fragile scales at their necks, severing their heads with swift precision. Thud, thud. Upon vanquishing the 2 earth-armored dragons, their bodies vanished into thin air, while Qianlong's form swiftly diminished to a mere 5 meters in length. After driving away the group of earth-armored dragons, Qin Li, mounted upon a frost wyvern, swooped down from the treetops, guided by the luminous golden orb. He landed beneath a towering ancient tree, so broad that it would take 6 or 7 individuals to encircle its trunk. Most of the tree's roots were exposed, intertwining beneath the gnarled, old trunk. The golden orb dove into the space beneath the roots, ultimately disappearing into a root nearly 3 meters wide. At the moment the golden orb entered the ruins, faint golden ripples rippled through the void before the roots, akin to pebbles disturbing a tranquil water surface. The ripples soon subsided. Qin Li dismounted from the frost wyvern and approached the stout root, lifting his right hand to probe within. His gaze clearly discerned that his entire hand had vanished into the entrance. This was indeed the location, lacking the concealment of the frigid pond's depths. Yet it remained sufficiently obscure, easily accessible to smaller magical creatures. By nightfall, numerous diminutive magical beings would surely take refuge in this root space. Though the previously dominant earth armored dragons could not possibly enter due to their size, thus guarding the ruins in a way. Subsequently, Qin Li instructed Qianlang and the ice lizard warriors to enter the ruins first, while he and the remaining silver tier troops followed closely behind. As for the upgraded bone-type ice bats, due to their considerable size, they were advised to remain concealed within the adjacent lush canopy, awaiting his return. Chapter 63, Dimensional Space. Ruins of the Elven City. Beneath a clear sky, before the remnants of a city engulfed by verdant foliage, lay a grassy expanse covering several acres. Scattered across the soft grass were numerous decaying tree trunks, each measuring nearly 10 meters in girth, fragmented and lying at odd angles, their exteriors cloaked by lush green grass, revealing only faint outlines. Buzz. In that moment, a colossal circular archway, nearly 5 meters high, materialized upon the previously tranquil grass. The arch was outlined in pure green luminescence, adorned with ancient elven runes intricately woven into its glowing contours. Following this, 2 figures, a red and a white, emerged swiftly from the archway. The red figure was a massive wolf, nearly 5 meters in length, with golden triangular pupils surveying its surroundings. The smaller white figure was a heavily armored individual, whose imposing armor concealed a long lizard tail, swaying gently behind him. Upon passing through the ruins' teleportation portal, Qianlang and the ice lizard warriors scanned their surroundings with solemn expressions. Accompanying them was a diminutive golden orb, hovering a meter above the ground, suspended before the teleportation arch. The eye displayed upon the orb also focused on the nearby ruins. The terrain was predominantly flat, with the only notable feature being a collapsed city wall, now cloaked in vibrant greenery. Gazing through the gap in the wall into the city, one could discern numerous tall and upright fruit trees. Even from a distance of over a kilometer, one could make out the vague silhouettes of red fruits adorning the trees, resembling oversized red apples. Seconds later, Qin Li, along with the Wolf Clan priest and several bronze tier troops, emerged from the archway. Is the weather different now? Is this an independent ruin space? Qin Li felt the refreshing breeze against his skin and noted the clear sky above. A serene expanse of azure interrupted only by a few wandering clouds, creating a delightful atmosphere. Upon crossing through the archway, the 2 Wolf Clan priests immediately summoned the frost wyverns, while Qin Li and one of the priests ascended onto the back of one of the wyverns. Soaring over 100 meters into the sky, Buzz, the golden orb, sensing Qin Li's presence beyond the archway, flapped its gossamer wings rapidly, transforming into a platinum blur as it darted towards the collapsed city wall, several hundred meters away. However, as the orb approached within 100 meters of the wall, it seemingly triggered a concealed magical formation. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, several dark elves, their forms wrapped in white bandages, erupted from beneath the grass mere steps away from them. Armed with longbows and iron swords, these dark elves bore skin as dark as night, their eyes entirely devoid of color. Most strikingly, wisps of black smoke drifted from beneath their bandages, enveloping them in a thin shroud of dark mist, lending them an eerie appearance, unlike that of normal elves. The 3 dark elves, wrapped in white bandages, swiftly raised their longbows, drawing the strings to a taut crescent. 3 arrows, forged from necromantic energy, hurtled towards the golden orb hovering before the city wall. The agile orb evaded the first 2 arrows, but the third struck true. Bang! Following a dull clang of metal, the golden orb was sent tumbling several meters away, crashing to the grass below. A closer inspection would reveal a deep crack running through its entire form, nearly splitting it in 2. From a height of 100 meters, Qin Li witnessed this unfolding drama and immediately commanded the Wolf Clan priests to elevate the frost wyvern's altitude. Simultaneously, he cast a reconnaissance skill from above. Nickname: Corrupted Dark Elf Warrior. Level: Silver Tier. Skills: Evaluation. At merely 100 meters, he realized it was insufficient altitude. Such silver tier archers posed no obstruction at this height. What could have caused such corruption? A rudimentary attribute panel materialized before Qin Li's eyes. Thankfully, they were only silver tier. Had they been of golden tier, he would have promptly fled through the archway, seeking to distance himself from this perilous domain. Attack! Qin Li commanded the remaining silver tier troops below to engage. Swish! Swish! Below, the 3 corrupted dark elves lifted their heads, tautening the bowstring of their longbows to its fullest extent, aiming at the soaring frost dragon above. 3 swift arrows shot forth into the sky. The wolf tribe shaman, ascending into the air, wielded a silver wand that unleashed a formidable surge of magical energy. In the surrounding space, several icy crescent blades, each several meters long, coalesced, numbering no less than 9, and launched an assault on the arrows of the corrupted dark elves. 3 arrows were intercepted by the icy blades, resulting in a violent explosion in midair. Even as the arrows pierced through the blades, their power was reduced to a mere 20 to 30% of their original strength. By the time the arrows descended upon the frost dragon, they lacked the potency to penetrate its scales. At that moment, the 1,000 wolves had reached the 3 dark elves, raising a massive paw aimed squarely at their heads, striking down with tremendous force. The 1,000 wolves illusion. As the 1,000 wolves approached, a golden mist radiated from their triangular pupils. 3 streams of illusionary power enveloped the 3 corrupted dark elves, causing their attempts to retreat to falter abruptly. This momentary delay allowed the wolf's paw to easily crush one dark elf's skull, reducing it to a multitude of black particles that scattered into the air. The target, a corrupted dark elf of silver rank, lay dead. A silver-level dark energy core crystal was obtained. In the air, 2 lines of notification text materialized before Qin Li. At that instant, the 1,000 wolves below experienced a sudden transformation, as a bloody protrusion began to rapidly grow from the side of its abdomen. The front segment of this protrusion morphed into a wolf's head, followed by its neck, torso, and finally, the limbs of the crimson-furred wolf tribe. Another copy of the 1,000 wolves emerged from the original body, separating within mere moments. Meanwhile, the original 1,000 wolves continued to undergo metamorphosis, ultimately giving rise to 4 additional wolves, totaling 5. The aura of these 5 independent entities remained at the silver rank. However, the strength of their essence was notably diminished compared to the original, suggesting that further division would likely reduce the rank of the 6,000 wolves to bronze. Chapter 64. The Elven Race Corrupted by the Evil God. On the grass, beneath the dark elf whose body had been pulverized by the 1,000 wolves, the once green grass had turned black from the corruption of the flesh. Wisps of black smoke rose from the remnants, all of which were absorbed by the original 1,000 wolves. Strengthened? From the back of the frost dragon, Qin Li sensed that the 1,000 wolves, having consumed the bizarre black smoke released by the fallen dark elves, experienced a slight enhancement in their aura. Although the augmentation was minuscule, as the Lord, Qin Li was attuned enough to perceive it. This suggests that the corruptive power of the dark elves may share a common lineage with the 1,000 wolves. The evil god. In an instant, Qin Li recalled something, and the image of the sinister murals depicting the evil gods at the bottom of the cold pool surfaced in his mind. Each evil god in those murals appeared exceedingly strange. Merely observing the murals had already drained a significant portion of his mental focus. Furthermore, considering the number of evil gods depicted, it was conservatively estimated that there were at least 50, indicating that Qin Li's understanding of these malevolent beings was still woefully inadequate. Once he departed from the Godslayer Tower, he resolved to converse with the 1,000 wolves about their evil gods to glean some knowledge regarding the evil entities. However, it was likely that conflicts existed among the evil gods themselves. On the ground, the split-off 1,000 wolves were now pouncing upon the other 2 sluggish dark elves, their claws piercing into the elves' bodies. Their sharp teeth sank into the necks of the dark elves. Yet, despite inflicting wounds, no blood seeped forth. Only darkened flesh was visible at the wounds. The life force within these corrupted dark elves had been entirely drained. Target: the corrupted dark elf has perished. Target: 2 notifications appeared. The dark elves that had awakened from the ground were all dealt with. Was this the ruins of an elven city? 300 meters above, looking down, the city below, cloaked in dense vegetation, revealed buildings shaped like enlarged shrubs and mushroom-like structures. The 1,000 wolves clones and other silver-ranked units pressed forward, entering the elven city's ruins. The golden orb transformed from the divination treasure had been shattered. Now, they could only rely on their silver-ranked forces to investigate this abandoned city. If there were truly treasures within, they would undoubtedly emit a considerable aura, detectable by them. Currently, with the 1,000 wolves having multiple clones, the speed of exploration would increase. Moments later, a loud explosion erupted from one side of a towering green mushroom house, reaching over 10 meters in height. A giant hand, entirely covered in black slime, burst through the roof. Debris scattered across the ground, while a towering whirlwind of dust, several dozen meters high, became conspicuous throughout the overgrown ruins. Subsequently, the massive hand ensconced in black slime grasped one side of the mushroom house's roof, followed by another similarly gelatinous hand reaching out from a nearby rooftop. As the 2 black, gooey hands made contact with the stones and verdant foliage atop the roof, a violent corrosive reaction ensued, releasing thick plumes of corrosive white smoke that rose like a sinister fog. In mere seconds, the entire mushroom house collapsed, revealing a massive figure of a black slime giant, whose features were obscured by the dense corrosive substance. The slime giant raised an arm, extending 7 or 8 meters, and aimed to strike a nearby 1,000 wolves clone. The awakening of this slime giant was likely provoked by the presence of the Thousand Wolves clone. Yet, just as the giant's right arm descended, numerous ice pillars, each several meters long, materialized around it, connecting to the towering walls nearby. Several ice columns simultaneously encased the slime giant's right arm, freezing its downward motion in midair. Crack, crack. However, after being frozen for merely a second or two, fine cracks began to appear on the ice pillars. At that moment of stillness, the Thousand Wolves clone opened its massive jaws, clamping down on the slime giant's right leg, frantically gnawing at the viscous flesh. In the streets surrounding the gelatinous giant, several manifestations of the Thousand Wolves began to appear, swiftly converging from all directions and pouncing upon the colossal creature. The corrosive slime enveloping the giant proved no deterrent to the Thousand Wolves, even as their fur was eroded, revealing the gruesome flesh beneath. They relentlessly tore and devoured with a ferocity akin to rabid dogs, their actions unyielding. As Qin Li commanded the frost dragon to circle above the gelatinous giant, he observed from his aerial vantage that the creature's lower limbs were visibly diminishing. The already sluggish giant found its movements severely hampered by the binding spells of ice, rendering it an easy target for the agile Thousand Wolves, who regarded it as a sumptuous feast laid before them. On one side of the gelatinous giant, another wolf clan shaman, riding atop a frost dragon, wielded a silver staff, channeling layers of freezing spells to ensnare the recently awakened creature's arms. Each time the gelatinous giant attempted to break free from its icy confines, the shaman unhesitatingly reinforced it with yet another binding spell. After a quarter of an hour, the once towering giant, measuring several meters in height, had been reduced to a mere chunk of flesh, scarcely half a meter long, devoured by 5 silver-tier Thousand Wolves whose bellies now bulged with their gluttony. However, their digestion was rapid, and their presence grew visibly stronger as they absorbed the considerable malevolent energy emanating from the gelatinous giant, which likely possessed the might of a silver 3-star evil entity. Unfortunately for the giant, it found itself facing the Thousand Wolves, young avatars of the malevolent god, who countered its advantage, leaving it a mere morsel upon the butcher's block. Ding! Your evil race, the Thousand Wolves, has been upgraded to silver. A line of text appeared before Qin Li, surprising him with this unexpected advancement. Typically, such upgrades required the consumption of energy core crystals or other rare treasures, and without sufficient innate talent, one could only enhance the star rating of their race before progressing further. Roar! Below, the corporeal Thousand Wolf, after its star upgrade, had noticeably increased in size. Simultaneously, fleshy protrusions began to sprout rapidly from its abdomen, resulting in the division of 3 additional manifestations, totaling 8 silver-tier Thousand Wolves. Chapter 65, The Elven Temple, Wings of Healing. Within the golden-tier ruins of the Elven City, Qin Li, mounted on his frost dragon and under the protection of the Wolf Clan shaman, soared into the heart of the dilapidated city, landing atop the elevated platform of the majestic Elven Temple. The area was lush with verdant trees and vibrant blooms. The air infused with a refreshing fragrance that invigorated his senses and filled his lungs with a delightful essence, spreading a sense of ease throughout his being. As Qin Li dismounted from the frost dragon, his gaze fell upon a stone tablet on the temple's platform, etched with ancient elven scripts. Now reduced to half its original form, adorned with wildflowers sprouting from its surface. Beside the tablet lay a female elf ensnared by verdant vines, her dark red hair cascading about her, pointed ears accentuating her delicate features, her porcelain skin appearing youthful and tender, as though she were slumbering within a cradle of foliage. Witnessing this scene, Qin Li paused momentarily. "My lord, this elf appears to be deceased," remarked the Wolf Clan shaman, sensing no trace of life emanating from her, though the vines enveloping her radiated a potent vitality, continuously nourishing the elven form. "Indeed," Qin Li acknowledged with a nod, subsequently casting a detection spell for further confirmation. Nickname, Healing Vine. Level, Silver. Skill. Evaluation. The detection spell revealed only the details of the vines, which were identified as a silver-tier branch. The very name of the vine confirmed its restorative properties. Over time, with the aid of the healing vine, the elven body remained remarkably intact, demonstrating the formidable power of the vine. The Wolf Clan shaman summoned a floating crescent ice blade, and with a mere thought, it transformed into a swift white blur, severing the healing vine. Almost instantaneously, the elven body, once protected by the vines, disintegrated into ash. Qin Li felt a twinge of disappointment. There was no notification of a kill. The severed healing vine hastily retreated, shrinking away from view beneath the platform. Clearly a creature unskilled in combat despite its high level, likely among the weakest of silver-tier entities. After examining the half-destroyed tablet, Qin Li found no further insights. Even after multiple strikes from the Wolf Clan shaman's ice blades, only faint marks were left, and nothing was triggered. The temple at the city's center was eerily silent, save for the remnants of collapsed stone walls and the occasional silhouette of elven kin ensnared by healing vines in the corners. The healing vines seemed to have spread throughout the temple. As they descended from the platform, Qin Li encountered several well-preserved elven figures, all unmistakably lifeless for an extended period. He had hoped to salvage at least one elf, urging the wolf clan shaman to cleave through the healing vines, yet ultimately, no treasures were uncovered. Moments later, elsewhere outside the city, the Thousand Wolves manifestations had completed their search, swiftly scouring a dilapidated building. Suddenly, a call from one of the Thousand Wolves rang out from a secluded house beneath the temple, as if it had discovered something of significance. Qin Li hurriedly followed the wolf clan shaman towards the source of the sound, arriving at the entrance of the obscure building where the door had long since vanished. Inside, another elven figure lay ensconced in the embrace of vibrant green healing vines, her alabaster skin illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the cracks in the crumbling walls, radiating an ethereal glow. Draped in a gown of emerald green, this female elf was distinguished from the others by a crown woven from verdant foliage, adorned with several dazzling gemstones. Her status among the elves was undoubtedly not that of an ordinary kin. She was likely of royal lineage. However, what captivated Qin Li's attention the most was the exquisite white pendant adorning the neck of the female elf, crafted from a chain of white jade, with a heart-shaped, translucent pink gemstone at its center. Within the gem, a pair of outstretched white wings emerged, pure and immaculate. As he drew closer, Qin Li, having cultivated numerous skills, could faintly perceive a subtle surge of magical energy emanating from the gem. He activated his probing skill. Nickname: Wings of Healing level, Golden Grade skill. Effect: still lifeless. Qin Li felt a tinge of disappointment. If he could vanquish this elven royal, he was certain it would yield valuable spoils. Nevertheless, he took solace in having acquired a golden grade artifact, albeit the details of its properties eluded his probing skill. Suddenly, the temperature within the stone chamber plummeted. The wolf clan's priest, with a flicker of thought, summoned a crescent ice blade to sever the healing vines encasing the elven royal, and, like the other elves, its form disintegrated abruptly. Qin Li deftly caught the golden healing pendant, and upon holding it, he felt a warm current enveloping his entire right arm. A cool sensation surged into his consciousness, instantly invigorating his mind. What a remarkable find! Qin Li stowed the wings of healing into his backpack and continued his search within the elven sanctuary. At last, this golden grade relic had proven fruitful. After a while, the Thousand Wolves avatars and several other troops thoroughly scoured the entire sanctuary. Aside from the wings of healing, no other golden grade artifacts were uncovered. Although Qin Li desired to eradicate the healing vines sprawling throughout the sanctuary, their root seemed to lie 100 meters deep underground. Extracting it would prove arduous, and even if excavation were attempted, the healing vines, once disturbed, would likely retreat to a safer distance. At that moment, a skeletal warrior wielding a silver-grade weapon emitted a mental pulse, signaling Qin Li that he had discovered something within the ruins of the elven city. The skill, Intermediate Shared Vision, activated, bestowing its effects upon the skeletal warrior. Qin Li's perspective shifted. Before him lay a dilapidated summoning circle, over 10 meters in diameter, situated in the center of a dimly lit chamber, adorned with unfamiliar runes. Many sections of the summoning circle appeared fragmented, yet, at its center rested a dark, viscous sphere, approximately 2 meters in diameter, its surface exuding a corrosive slime that flowed ever so slightly. This indicated that it was a living entity. Chapter 66, The Decaying Serpent, The Enchantment of Illusions. Within the ruins of the elven city, in a rather concealed stone chamber in the eastern sector, a skeletal warrior wielding a silver-grade star iron longsword stood beside an ancient altar. Surrounding the chamber were towering remnants of ruins, some reaching several dozen meters high, with massive trees defiantly sprouting from the crevices of the stones. These lush giants formed an immense canopy above, casting an expansive shadow over everything beneath. In the next instant, a frost dragon with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters swooped down, flapping its immense white wings with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously arriving at the side of the chamber. Its sharp claws landed firmly upon a massive stone, and upon its back were Qin Li and a wolf clan priest. Qin Li had no intention of dismounting from the frost dragon just yet. After all, the specifics of the chamber remained unclear. Should an unforeseen incident arise, the wolf clan priest could readily command the frost dragon to ascend into the sky. Nearby, several hurried footsteps and the heavy breathing of beasts approached rapidly. Thousand Wolves, do you know from which malevolent deity the power of those gelatinous giants we previously consumed originated? Qin Li inquired. My lord, replied the Thousand Wolves. Turning respectfully towards Qin Li, it should be the power of the decaying serpent. Among the malevolent deities, it ranks at the very bottom, and the power that has descended to this location is not particularly strong, certainly not exceeding golden grade strength. The decaying serpent? Qin Li nodded slightly. My lord, there is also the presence of the decaying serpent within this chamber, nearly reaching golden grade potency. I advise caution, the Thousand Wolves said, glancing toward the house entwined with vines several dozen steps ahead, a serious expression gracing his features. Proceed. Do your utmost to eliminate it, Qin Li commanded. At that moment, the other 7 avatars of the Thousand Wolves arrived nearby, along with his assembled squad of skeletal warriors and the orc ice lizard warriors. Their combined strength converging at this location. With swift movements, several crimson phantoms darted forth, entering the partially collapsed chamber. Simultaneously, Qin Li transitioned his viewpoint from the skeletal warrior to the Thousand Wolves' true form. From the skeletal warrior's perspective, a hazy red glow obscured the view, rendering it somewhat unclear. However, through the Thousand Wolves' eyes, the scene was vividly apparent. As the Thousand Wolves' true form sprinted rapidly, the surrounding landscape blurred into a haze. Upon entering the chamber, the Thousand Wolves' avatars wasted no time, opening their massive jaws to sink their teeth into the protruding flesh of the ancient altar. Yet, just as the Thousand Wolves' avatar approached the flowing black slime, a resounding explosion echoed as the flesh erupted, scattering hundreds, if not thousands, of dark flesh fragments. As these morsels hit the ground, they transformed into slithering black slime serpents. Once the blood and slime serpents coalesced into form, they swiftly darted in all directions, burrowing into the ruins or hiding beneath the ancient branches strewn upon the ground, evading capture and swiftly escaping with the majority of the flesh. At the center of the nearly 2-meter-high mass of flesh, a serpent resembling a stout barrel hatched from within. The decaying serpent, stretching nearly 11 to 12 meters in length, emitted a faintly pungent odor that was unbearable, its scent laced with illusory toxins. Any creature below silver grade that inhaled it could be eroded to nothingness within mere minutes, becoming sustenance to amplify the power of the malevolent deity. Thousand Wolves, how dare you consume my avatar? When I grow stronger, you shall be the first to perish. The decaying serpent's head was a grotesque sight. One half was nothing more than white bone, while the other was a grotesque mass of rotting flesh, from which tiny fragments perpetually fell. Even when these minute morsels landed upon the ancient altar, they would morph into small, dark, viscous serpents, each only a mere inch long. These serpents, imbued with a semblance of consciousness, began to devour one another, growing in size before slithering away, seeking refuge in the stone crevices at the edge of the chamber. However, just as the feeble serpents had traveled a few meters, they were abruptly encircled by a phantom of crimson shadows, the Thousand Wolves, which opened its maw and swiftly devoured them, crunching them in midair before swallowing them whole. Your prattle is tiresome. You, a mere projection, dare to entertain thoughts of slaying me? The Thousand Wolves' true form radiated an ominous intent. Thousand Wolves' illusion. Thousand Wolves' soul devour. Wolf demon spike technique. In an instant, the Thousand Wolves unleashed 3 potent skills, enveloping the rotting serpent with immense psychic energy, causing its azure eyes to flicker with confusion for a fleeting moment. At that juncture, a tuft of soft red wolf fur around the Thousand Wolves' neck began to swell rapidly, expanding from mere inches to lengths of over 10 meters, resembling a massive constrictor adorned with red spikes. With the swiftness of a gale, it ensnared the decaying serpent upon the ancient altar. To an onlooker, the serpent appeared to be cloaked in a layer of red spiked armor, with the spikes not only protruding outward but also penetrating inward. With a series of puncturing sounds, countless spikes broke through the serpent's decaying scales, embedding themselves into its body, rendering it immobile. No matter how the serpent struggled, it could not free itself from the binding of the spike technique. Fortunately for the Thousand Wolves, the decaying serpent's essence was merely of silver rank, having reached its pinnacle but not yet ascending to the golden tier of life. Thus, it remained within the realm of what the Thousand Wolves could contend with. Thousand Wolves, after much effort, I have discovered a dimension ripe for invasion. If you collaborate with me to transport my projection to a realm teeming with life forms, I could assist your young form in transcending to diamond rank or even beyond. Together, as 2 malevolent deities, our ascent would be assured. The bound serpent relinquished its struggles and spoke, its voice reverberating through the chamber, accompanied by a palpable psychic wave. Do you truly believe your illusions will sway me, fellow malevolent deity? The Thousand Wolves bared its teeth in disdain. As the words left its lips, the myriad red spikes constricting the serpent began to contract violently, akin to a clenched fist, preparing to crush the serpent within. Chapter 67. Harvest, the Silver Tier Elven Altar. Outside the stone dwelling housing the decaying serpent, several skeletal warriors and remaining bronze tier soldiers surrounded the structure, attacking and crushing any dark, viscous serpents that dared to escape. They were determined to prevent any other serpents from fleeing. Meanwhile, larger viscous serpents were dealt with directly by the Wolf Clan priests, who unleashed a flurry of ice blades, shattering them with swift precision. On the back of the frost dragon, Qin Li, with heightened perception, observed the ancient altar where the malevolent deity, the decaying serpent, was under the Thousand Wolves' control, ultimately meeting its demise. The projection of the target malevolent creature, the decaying serpent, has been slain. Gained favor from the elven deity. Increased affinity with the elven race. Acquired a silver tier ring, Eye of Decay. At that moment, after vanquishing the projection of the malevolent deity, lines of text materialized before him. A sudden hum enveloped him, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. It felt as though his essence was drawn into a pitch-black chamber, surrounded by swirling green energy particles. His sensitivity to the essence of the elven race surged to a new level, likely due to the decaying serpent's prior slaughters of elven kin, thus earning him their goodwill upon its defeat. This altar of the decaying serpent, emerging amidst the ruins of the elven city, revealed traces of its dark history. In his satchel, he found an additional ring, shaped like a skeletal serpent with its head and tail intertwined, adorned with a pale serpent's eye. Upon focusing on the ring, its attributes became clear. Nickname: Eye of Decay. Level: Silver. Status: Intact. Equipment requirement: lords of various races of silver rank or above, or beings of myriad life forms. Additional skill: summon a silver projection of the decaying serpent. The ring's level was commendable, though it could not yet be equipped. The skill it possessed was also formidable. But under the suppression of the more powerful Thousand Wolves, the decaying serpent's battle prowess was not fully realized. In the Thousand Wolves' eyes, the malevolent deity's power seemed no different from an ordinary silver 3-star creature. If he could utilize this ring to summon a silver 3-star decaying serpent, it could serve as a valuable ally. After half a day of scouring the ruins of the elven city, Qin Li found no further locations of the decaying serpent's malevolent deity. Upon exiting the ruins, he journeyed northward with his diverse army. With his newfound sensitivity to the essence of the elven race, he sensed a place to the north radiating a rich concentration of elven energy particles, suggesting the presence of something valuable. After traveling 3,000 meters northward, he discovered a summons altar of the elven race, obscured beneath thick underbrush, with no guards in sight. Qin Li instructed the Thousand Wolves and the various soldiers to clear the foliage above the altar, unveiling the entirety of the elven summons altar. Were it not for Qin Li's extraordinary sensitivity to the elven essence, it would have been nearly impossible to locate this altar without a meticulous search. Mounting the frost dragon, he dove down. Moments later, as he approached within 50 meters of the altar, he received a notification: a silver tier. Unactivated elven summons altar, damaged, has been detected near the Lord player. Would you like to collect it into your inventory? Yes, Qin Li thought, and in an instant, the ancient altar vanished, replaced by an icon of the elven summons altar in his satchel. It is indeed rather unfortunate that this summoning altar stands as a damaged relic. Its means of restoration beyond the comprehension of Qin Li, perhaps only upon reaching a certain level of prowess, allowing him to utilize this broken altar. Will he be able to discern the methods of its repair? Qin Li, do you possess knowledge of how to restore this elven summoning altar? He inquired. Standing at the edge of the jungle, a formation master should be able to assist. In the cities of humankind or other sentient beings, there ought to be the presence of such practitioners. If my rank were to ascend to diamond, or even dominion level, awakening more memories, I might acquire some knowledge pertaining to formations, replied Qianlang. Indeed, Qin Li nodded slightly. He was unaware of the existence of such human cities, and whether they thrived in the battlefield of myriad lords, but it was certain that during the early stages of the dominion struggle, no such large human cities or trading hubs for the various lords had been established. Outside the elven ruins, beneath a towering ancient tree, a spider demon, possessing the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a middle-aged woman, draped in a dark garment, gazed with a predatory glint at Qin Li and the majority of his troops, who had ventured into the relic's entrance. At that moment, the spider demon held in her right hand a long black staff over 2 meters in length, the other end adorned with the heads of 2 human male lords, one old and one young, their eyes wide with terror. The gaping wounds on their necks appeared as though they had been impeccably severed by an enormous, sharp pair of shears. At this juncture, a black jade gourd hung from the spider demon's waist, its mouth agape, from which an array of small black jade spiders crawled forth with remarkable agility, swiftly ascending to the heads of the 2 human lords. They burrowed into the ear canals, commencing their gruesome feast on the flesh and brain matter of the lords. These offspring of the spider demon delighted in the brain and blood of human lords, for their kind sought rapid growth through the consumption of human flesh. To them, each human was akin to a living elixir, capable of augmenting their vitality and magical energy, even if the human had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, upon arriving at this battlefield of myriad lords, the spider demon had been in constant pursuit of the scent of human lords. After being startled by some panicked earth armadillos, she followed the scent trail to the grassy expanse where they had initially resided, whereupon she detected the unmistakable aroma of humanity. In the eyes of her kind, the mere passage of any human life left behind an irresistibly enticing fragrance of flesh. This scent, unless concealed by a master of stealth among human lords, would invariably betray their presence, presenting a prime opportunity for both the demon and monster factions, as well as other formidable lords to hunt. Chapter 68. The Fear of the Spider Demon Lord, Crushed and Ground. What a tantalizing aroma. The scent of this human lord's flesh surpasses that of my previous hunts, bronze level. Perhaps, my children, it seems you have a feast ahead, the female spider demon remarked with a smile. In the next moment, her 8 elongated black legs, each nearly 2 meters in length, moved with an eerie grace. The spider legs, adorned with bristles of considerable length, appeared quite menacing. with a slight bend. She leaped onto a tree trunk reaching about 100 meters high, from which she immediately unleashed a torrent of spider silk from her spinnerets. Countless strands of silk descended around the trunk, vanishing upon hitting the ground, leaving no trace to be discerned by the untrained eye. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the ground, approximately 40 to 50 meters from the jungle's edge, lay several black spiders, each nearly 5 to 6 meters long, concealed within the dug pits they had crafted. Above their hiding places, a mere inch-thick layer of soil concealed their massive forms. As the soil shifted slightly, one could glimpse the dark, glimmering eyes of the spiders peering from beneath. Should one gaze down from 200 meters in the air, some powerful creatures might discern the lurking spiders, biding their time for prey. However, fortune smiled upon this human lord, as he stumbled upon such a hidden relic, yet all of this would ultimately benefit me. Haha. Upon the tree trunk, beneath the night's veil, the female spider demon melded seamlessly with the shadows, her abdomen expelling a robust thread of silk. As she hung upside down from the sturdy branch above, her massive form suspended, her obsidian eyes, devoid of any white, fixated hungrily on the location below. She greedily inhaled the aroma of the human lord that wafted through the air, awaiting what she presumed to be her prey. Half an hour later, a circular archway radiating a soft golden glow suddenly emerged from the gnarled roots of the ancient tree, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This glimmering light stood out starkly in the expansive clearing of the jungle. Chirrup! From the outermost fringes of the clearing, the spiders concealed in their burrows stirred with excitement at the sight of the golden arch, emitting eager chirps. Their massive venomous pincers clashed in anticipation, barely able to contain their hunger. With a sudden flash, the female spider demon, hanging from the branch, had her eyes gleam with a newfound intensity. Raising her hands, she uttered a soft command, "Children, go." From the gourd at her waist, a stream of black spiders surged forth like a dark river, swiftly coiling around the thick roots of the ancient tree below. These spiders, nurtured by the female demon, harbored potent venom, their razor-sharp fangs capable of gnawing through even silver-level armor in a matter of moments. As the black spider stream cascaded onto the ground, it rapidly encircled the robust roots, laying a thick, ominous carpet. At that moment, a massive red-furred wolf, nearly 5 meters in length, emerged from the golden archway. The instant it stepped out, it sensed the vast black tapestry woven by the small spiders around the roots. Qianlang's illusion. Qianlang's soul devourer. In an instant, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from Qianlang, enveloping the surroundings. This overwhelming mental force rendered a group of small spiders, lurking on the ground, utterly dazed. Subsequently, they were consumed by Qianlang's soul-devouring technique, leaving a multitude of poisonous spiders lying still on the ground, devoid of life. With a swift motion, Qianlang directed his gaze towards a branch nearby, sensing a chilling aura emanating from above. As he looked up, he beheld a female spider demon hanging upside down, her eyes ablaze with fury, yet tinged with deep trepidation. An ostensibly frail human lord possessed a silver-grade unit, adept in countering the mental spells of their spider kin. Furthermore, from the imposing red-furred wolf beside him, she sensed a long-forgotten danger, a primal pressure that could only emanate from creatures of formidable bloodlines, akin to the mighty dragon race. Illusions. A crimson glow ignited in Qianlong's eyes as he unleashed a mental assault, engulfing the suspended female spider demon in an instant. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, echoing across the entire plain. At the periphery, the black giant spiders, concealed in their earthen burrows, scrambled to the surface upon sensing their lord under attack, launching themselves at Qianlang beneath the ancient tree like frenzied hounds. However, in that moment, as the female spider demon succumbed to the mental onslaught, Qianlang, akin to a nimble raccoon, swiftly seized the branch and ascended towards her. Wolf demon quills. As he raced forward, the crimson fur along his neck elongated rapidly, resembling the spines of a colossal red porcupine, extending over several meters to ensnare the female spider demon. The incredibly hard quills pierced her body from all angles, inflicting excruciating pain that surged like a tidal wave to her mind. Awakened from the illusion, she was confronted by the approaching red spikes, which ensnared her head in a vice-like grip. The spikes pierced through her eyes and skull. With a mere thought, Qianlang denied her any chance to struggle. The binding quills, under his control, contracted swiftly, crushing her like the decaying serpent from before. Upon obliterating the female spider demon, the black-haired giant spiders that had been charging from all directions suddenly slowed by more than half, their morale shattered by the death of their leader. Chapter 69. Spider Demon Spawn Eggs. Journeying north to the stronghold. Under the cover of night, a radiant crescent moon hung in the heavens above the dark forest. Beneath its silvery light, a clearing was littered with the dismembered bodies of black jade spiders, as several swift red figures converged from multiple directions to encircle the last severely injured black jade spider. The sharp wolf claws easily severed its long legs, sending a jet of dark green blood gushing forth, accompanied by a high-pitched wail emanating from the spider's form. Before the black jade spider could comprehend its fate, Its dark eyes fell into confusion, its struggles ceasing as it allowed its lifeblood to ebb away, a slightly acrid scent permeating the air. In that moment, Qianlang dashed forward to the black jade spider, raised his wolf claw, and smashed its head to pieces. His several avatars immediately pounced, devouring the core energy organs within the spider, leaving behind only a shattered carcass, indistinguishable from the surrounding remnants of black jade spiders. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate runes swirling within the triangular golden pupils of Qianlong's true form. As he sensed something amiss during the slaughter, Qin Li had been utilizing intermediate shared vision. Although separated by a teleportation portal, the magical energy of the shared vision penetrated through to his true form. He had not anticipated that such a spider demon had laid so many traps at the entrance of the ruins. Had Qianlang not led the charge, Qin Li might have lost several silver-grade units. He found himself puzzled as to how these demon lords had discerned their presence. Was it through scent? Or had they set up some form of alert nearby? A hint of confusion crossed Qin Li's expression. However, what troubled him most was that when Qianlang had dispatched the hanging female spider demon, no notifications had appeared before him. This implied that the creature he had slain could very well have been merely a clone of the spider demon, a high probability indeed. It was clear he needed to prepare some items to mask his scent. He recalled that during his last encounter with the snake demon lord, the scarecrow demon unit he had dispatched had likely been tracking his scent, pursuing him relentlessly. Having cultivated the lesser 5 elements illusion technique, he could harness the elemental forces to form a set of illusionary garments, potentially concealing his scent. He resolved to depart from this location swiftly. Given that the spider demon was not dead, it might still have additional tricks up its sleeve. He instructed Qianlong's true form to trace the spider demon's scent. But the outcome revealed hundreds of spider demon scents extending into the distance, with little variation between them. Distinguishing each would likely consume several days, a time frame in which the female spider demon could easily escape. In the ruins of the elven ruined city, having ensured no external threats remained, Qin Li led his numerous units out of the ruins. Upon exiting the portal, his awareness of the 2 skeletal ice bats heightened. They showed no signs of alertness. Perched atop the tree canopies as if ensnared by some illusion, their spirits subdued. When he summoned them, they remained unresponsive. The spider demon had stealthily incapacitated 2 silver 1-star skeletal ice bats, hinting at her capabilities. Yet, she was now faced with Qianlang, imbued with divine attributes. In these ruins, Qianlang had ascended to a silver 3-star rank, his combat prowess now formidable enough to contend with golden-grade monsters. Divine attribute units boasted extraordinary talents, capable of exerting over-leveled strength against ordinary demon units or lesser lords. Riding upon the frost dragon, Qin Li soared to the vicinity where one of the skeletal ice bats resided. This particular skeletal ice bat appeared to be afflicted by poison, as evidenced by a venomous stinger protruding from its forehead. Moreover, its body was ensnared by a layer of silk, rendering it unconscious. With a swish, on the edge of the jungle, atop the treetops, a colossal red wolf leapt with the grace of the wind, landing on a branch directly beneath Qin Li. It gazed at the bound skeletal ice bat. "My lord," it spoke, its voice resonating like that of a robust middle-aged man. "It is under the influence of spider venom. Allow me to assist." Qin Li nodded slightly. Following his command, the wolf sprang beside the slumbering bat, raised its right paw, and deftly extracted the stinger from the bat's forehead, discarding it onto the forest floor. Simultaneously, its paw plunged into the bat's neck, creating a powerful suction that drew the venom from the creature's body as if it were magnetically attracted. In less than 10 breaths, the bat's toxins were entirely consumed. In an instant, the bat revived, easily breaking free from the webbing that ensnared it, and bowed its head humbly before Qin Li. "My lord, I was ambushed and lost consciousness before I could issue a warning," the skeletal ice bat explained. "I am already aware of this. Let us depart from here," Qin Li instructed. He then led the wolf towards another skeletal ice bat's location, and just as before, after consuming the spider venom, it awakened with ease. Subsequently, Qin Li, accompanied by numerous troops, departed the area, heading towards the cliffs that once lay to the north. After all, aside from the stronghold by the waterfall, the rest of the jungle remained an unknown territory, undoubtedly harboring numerous bronze and even silver-tier troops. The risks were significant. It was prudent to seek refuge in familiar terrain. Time was of the essence, as the countdown for the impending dark cataclysm was nearing its conclusion. He intended to await the end of the countdown at the stronghold beneath the waterfall, ready to return to the snow-covered forest. Meanwhile, to the west of this jungle, 6,000 meters away, in the heart of a pile of scattered stones, lay a cocoon enveloped in layers of spider silk. Within the vast white cocoon, a sharp white spike, approximately 1 meter in length, suddenly pierced through the silk, tearing it open from top to bottom. With a splatter, a torrent of viscous fluid gushed forth, revealing a female spider demon, her form entirely covered in the sticky substance. Though her appearance bore little difference from before, she was now only a meter long, resembling a diminutive version of a spider demon, her body adorned with soft white fur, far more delicate than the brittle black hair of a spider. To grow fully, she would require considerable time. This was a spawn egg of the spider demon, a safeguard for her existence. Human. The freshly hatched spider demon's consciousness was flooded with the image of the red-haired giant wolf, and her expression was filled with hatred. Chapter 70. The Merchant of All Races, the Jester Traveler. As the waterfall cascaded into the depths below with a tremendous roar, Qin Li returned to the stronghold by the waterfall, his mind momentarily at ease. However, he still instructed the skeletal ice bats to patrol within a 3-kilometer radius. With the dark cataclysm nearing its conclusion, there was no need to seek out boss-level monsters for teleportation cards. Suddenly, a series of clear and melodious bell chimes echoed from the nearby jungle. The sound was piercing, reaching even Qin Li, who was resting within the stone cavern. Startled, Qin Li opened his eyes wide and activated his mid-level shared vision, connecting to the body of the wolf outside the cave. At that moment, not only the wolf, but also several silver-tier troops around Qin Li turned their heads toward the source of the bell chimes within the jungle. Through the wolf's eyes, a slender, somewhat hunched figure came into view, a jester nearly 3 meters tall, adorned with a large blue hat, sauntering leisurely towards them. Clutched in its bird-like hands was a massive, bulging sack, embroidered with patches. Dangling from the jester's right ear was a brilliant golden bell. Floating above, a jellyfish exuding a blue luminescence trailed behind, its translucent tentacles drifting gracefully in the air, illuminating everything in its vicinity like a lamppost. Detection indicates the presence of a merchant of all races. The Lord may engage in trade. The merchant of all races occupied a neutral position in the battlefield of myriad races. Engaging in combat with them was forbidden, lest one face dire consequences. Even victory would not spare one from their wrath. At that moment, 2 lines of text materialized before Qin Li's retina. A merchant of all races? Qin Li was taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. This was his first encounter with a neutral faction, having never heard of anyone in his channels encountering such a merchant before. Merchants of all races were rare and not easily found. Qin Li subsequently commanded all his troops to refrain from harboring any malice towards the jester. He then rose and exited the cave. Outside the cavern, the jester, having approached from the distant jungle, paused beside the cold pool, placing the massive sack onto the ground. Upon being set down, it unfurled into a patchwork blanket, transforming the area by the waterfall into a market. The hunched traveling merchant jester retrieved a silver water bottle, nearly a foot tall, from a spatial storage pouch at its waist. Though the bottle was of considerable height, it was effortlessly held between 2 of the jester's fingers, and it was soon placed beside the cold pool. With a splash, the bottle's opening emitted a powerful suction, creating a whirlpool on the water's surface as it voraciously drew in vast quantities of water from the cold pool. Afterward, Qin Li, accompanied by the wolf and the wolf clan shaman, approached the jester. I wish to purchase some items. Might I inquire if there is a list of goods available for selection? Qin Li inquired in a congenial tone. The red-nosed jester, having filled the silver bottle, took a sip from it before lifting its gaze to Qin Li, glancing momentarily at the wolf, and then fixing its gaze on the wolf once more. My esteemed lord of the human race, you are indeed fortunate to have acquired a being of the dark deity breed, a rarity scarcely witnessed in the early stages of the myriad lords. You possess the merit to engage in a transaction with me, for I harbor a keen interest in your dark deity creature. I propose that you might consider trading the flesh and blood of this dark deity at your side. In return, I can offer you a selection of items that rival those of golden tier and above. The jester, with a crimson nose, adorned his visage with a radiant smile as he gazed at Qin Li, unabashedly expressing his interest. My lord, should I part with a piece of flesh, it would swiftly regenerate, thus facilitating our trade. Upon hearing this, the essence of the 1,000 wolves spoke up immediately. What a loyal breed you have. The jester merchant nodded with a grin, his intrigue toward the 1,000 wolves growing ever deeper. Here is a list of 3 items I propose for exchange. You may select one. The jester merchant raised his right hand, from which a wisp of black smoke emerged, coalescing into a sheet of dark paper. On this paper were illustrated 3 items, accompanied by succinct descriptions written in a script reminiscent of the trading races among the myriad merchants. Qin Li accepted the black parchment from the jester merchant. The contents revealed a golden cub of the sword lion, a piece of golden dragon armor, and a randomly selected golden tier skill tome. Qin Li cast a brief glance at the trio of offerings. The innate talent of the golden sword lion undoubtedly surpassed golden tier. With his golden synthesis slot, the prospect of creating higher-tiered subservient beings would pose no significant challenge. I seek a being that can assist me, preferably one that can integrate into my very being, granting me enhanced speed or formidable defense. Qin Li articulated after a moment of contemplation. Certainly. The jester merchant's dark red eyes blinked twice as he regarded Qin Li, nodding slightly. In an instant, the black parchment in Qin Li's grasp underwent a transformation. The original 3 golden line illustrations vanished, replaced by a pair of wings, a heart, and a ring. The weapon-type parasitic breed, Windfire Wings. Note, the Windfire Wings can be cultivated using energy cores or high-purity wind and fire energy entities. Capable of parasitizing within the user's flesh and blood, merging with their genetic lineage and growing stronger alongside the user's ascent in level. Golden Tier Steel Heart. Note: upon utilization, this can modify the user's heart, enabling the release of the Steel Heart skill, significantly augmenting the user's physical defense, surpassing that of steel itself. The Qvis Windbird Ring. Note: a golden quality item. It can summon a golden tier Qvis Windbird for battle, long-term, where will subtly enhance the user's corporeal form. Chapter 71. Transaction. The parasitic flying breed Windfire Wings. All three items are commendable. Alas, only one may be chosen. Qin Li surveyed the three items on the black parchment, each piquing his interest. What conditions must be met to select more than one? 2 items? Unless you can present something that intrigues me. The jester merchant replied with a nonchalant tone, but alas, the only item that has captured my attention is this divine attribute creature at your side. Should you be willing to part with your divine breed, I would gladly offer you items of sovereign tier and above in exchange. At this moment, the jester merchant spoke with an even demeanor. Qin Li shook his head. He had encountered the divine breed, Thousand Wolves, with great difficulty. How could he ever consider trading it away? Moreover, Qin Li had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Thousand Wolves firsthand, in the ruins of the elf tribe. Had it not been for the Thousand Wolves overcoming another dark deity projection, even he and the previous wolf shaman, along with several silver-tier subordinates, would have found it exceedingly arduous to vanquish that dark deity projection. Furthermore, it was the Thousand Wolves that had dealt with the female spider demon, reinforcing Qin Li's clear understanding of its combat capabilities. If it continued to evolve at this pace, it would not be long before the Thousand Wolves ascended to golden tier and, with the aid of the golden synthesis slot, could eventually achieve even the higher sovereign tier. It was merely a matter of time. Having resolved to retain the Thousand Wolves, Qin Li was left with the necessity to select one item. I choose the Windfire Wings. After a brief moment of indecision among the three offerings, he made his determination, opting for the parasitic weapon breed. This method was akin to that of the Thousand Wolves. However, as a parasitic weapon, it would be inherently challenging to extricate once fused with his flesh. With a decisive snap, the Thousand Wolves opened its fearsome jaws, violently seizing a portion of flesh from Qin Li's shoulder, tearing away a chunk nearly the size of a basketball. This piece of flesh bled not a drop, instead merging into a slowly writhing crimson mass, from which delicate tendrils sprouted, swaying gently. Numerous tendrils emerged from the mass, resembling a covering of red fuzz enveloping the entirety. Qin Li retrieved this peculiar sanguine mass from the gaping maw of the Thousand Wolves. The strange flesh was warm to the touch, and he could feel the vibrant red fuzz undulating upon his grasp. Transaction complete. At that moment, the jester merchant at the stall raised his gnarled right hand, his slender fingers pinching the mass, examining it with evident satisfaction. In the next instant, the flesh in his hand vanished into thin air, replaced by a crystal the size of an apple, interspersed with hues of green and red. Within this semi-transparent crystal, a pair of azure wings could be discerned, their edges adorned with a ring of fiery red patterns. Upon closer inspection, even the internal regions of the azure wings revealed intricate, flowing fire patterns, a sight to behold. Kind-hearted lord of the humans, this is my token dice. Should you encounter anything of merit in the future, you may cast this dice, and I shall return to you. If the goods you offer please me, we may establish a long-term collaboration. With that, the jester merchant's fingers suddenly bore a crimson crystal dice, almond-shaped, with golden specks adorning its 6 faces. Within the crystal, a jubilant jester's visage could be seen, accompanied by a hazy silhouette of an archway behind the red-nosed jester. After accepting the dice, the jester merchant vanished from sight, and the radiant glow once emanating from the luminous jellyfish dissipated into darkness. It was as though the jester merchant had never made an appearance. However, the red crystal held in Qin Li's right hand served as irrefutable evidence that the jester had indeed visited. Qin Li stowed the dice into his backpack. At that moment, he produced several white-silver energy core crystals and presented them to the nearby body of Qianlang. After Qianlang ingested a few of the energy core crystals, new flesh buds began to sprout from the area where he had gnawed off a portion of his shoulder. These flesh buds grew rapidly, intertwining and merging until they swiftly filled in the uneven wound. The remnants of the wound also began to heal at an accelerated pace. If this rate of recovery continued, it was estimated that he would be fully healed within 2 or 3 hours. This healing speed was notably sluggish, primarily because it was flesh that Qianlang had bitten off himself. Had the injuries been inflicted by other magical creatures, they would likely have healed almost instantaneously. It was time to return. Qin Li made his way back into the cave, preparing to utilize this weapon-type parasitic species. Ding! A notification indicated that an available weapon-type parasitic species, the Wind and Fire Wings, could be bound. Should he proceed with the binding? Yes. Without hesitation, Qin Li confirmed upon seeing the message appear before him once more. Crack! The red crystal in his right hand suddenly split open with a startling fissure that quickly spread, enveloping the entire crystal. It shattered, and a surge of mist, tinged with blue and red hues, erupted forth, wrapping around Qin Li's entire right hand. In the next moment, He felt the power contained within the mist seeping through the pores of his skin, penetrating into his body, spreading from his right hand throughout his entire being. Within mere moments, it had reached every part of him. A wave of warmth began to radiate from his limbs, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, as if his skin had been scalded. Ice prison technique. The Wolf Clan shaman standing beside Qin Li invoked the ice prison technique, summoning several ice pillars around him to lower the temperature. At that moment, Qin Li felt a slight dizziness enveloping his head. Bang! Suddenly, 8 ice pillars, as thick as barrels, erupted from the ground within a few meters of Qin Li, reaching from the cave floor to over 10 meters high. The temperature around him plummeted rapidly. The icy chill surrounded him, alleviating the fiery heat within his body somewhat. Chapter 72. Universal Announcement. The novice protection period is coming to an end. In the Godfall Tower, amidst the dark forest, the moonlight was cool. At this moment, within the cave, Qin Li felt the terrifying refining power generated by the parasitic wind and fire wings, which left him feeling an overwhelming heat. The chill emanating from the 8 massive ice pillars could barely counteract the heat radiating from his body. Time passed. Half an hour later, the 2 forces of wind and fire refining power within him were finally expended. After such an extended period of refinement, Qin Li sensed that the quality of his physical body had improved, his fists feeling stronger than before. He closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of heightened perception, where everything within a few meters around him began to take on a vague outline in his mind. His ears twitched. He could even hear the faint sound of several grass insects munching on the roots of the shrubs outside the cave, mere meters away. In his sea of consciousness, a skill card of intertwining blue and red colors slowly rotated at the center, occupying the focal point of his awareness, while other skill cards orbited around it. The amplification of Qin Li's perception abilities was undeniably due to the enhancement provided by the wind and fire wings. Previously, such a significant change had not occurred, and he had only experienced a boost in strength. This state of heightened perception was wondrous. Qin Li felt that his power could rival that of typical bronze 2-star magical creatures. Of course, he had not yet faced any bronze 2-star creatures, so this was merely an approximate estimation. Once he returned to the frosty sea of trees, he could spar with the bronze-level troops in his territory to gauge the differences. Buzz. Next, a panel displaying the attributes of the wind and fire wings materialized before Qin Li. Nickname: Parasitic Species, Wind and Fire Wings. Talent: Bound to Lord's level. Capable of exceeding the host's rank by 2 major tiers. Level: Silver. Vitality: 76. Equipment level requirement: any parasitic species and weapons can be equipped if they are within 2 major tiers of the universal life forms. Skills: Control Wind, Control Fire. Small Flame Hurricane, Beginner Frenzy. Evaluation: an exceedingly rare parasitic weapon species, refined by the Universal Merchant Jester Traveler, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. A silver-tiered creature? Qin Li's spirits lifted. It was indeed a remarkable find. Moreover, it had been enhanced by that Jester Traveler. The Universal Merchant must have an abundance of treasures, yet regrettably, his discerning eye seemed to favor only divine attributes. It was fortunate that Qin Li had the evil god species Qianlang. Otherwise, even if he encountered this Universal Merchant, the limited offerings might have led the merchant to disregard him entirely, vanishing after a brief stint of trading. Your species, the 6-legged ice lizard, has perished. Your species, the Snowfield Wolf King, has perished. In the next moment, as the countdown for the Godfall Tower's teleportation reached approximately 2 minutes, several lines of text appeared before Qin Li. Someone is attacking my territory. Qin Li immediately grasped the situation. Fortunately, the sacrifices were merely ordinary-grade soldiers patrolling the outer area of his domain. He had retained a silver-tiered Wolf Clan shaman within his territory. Unless silver-tiered creatures actively attacked, they posed little threat to Qin Li. However, at this stage, even ordinary leaders from the demon and magical races would need to consider their own qualifications when confronting him, lest they fall victim to a counterattack from Qin Li. Of course, Qin Li was also aware that the tactics of the demon and magical races were far more diverse than those of human leaders. Just considering that female arachnid demon, he still had no idea where her true form lay or what tricks she had employed to escape. He knew that one moment of inattention could lead to being ensnared by some insidious ploys. For now, he needed to launch an offensive against the territories occupied by other magical creatures, nurturing his strongest Qianlang species. The evil god Qianlang represented his most formidable combat force, and he must devote every effort to elevating its rank. Regrettably, the intermediate shared vision could not penetrate the Godfall Tower. Qin Li attempted the intermediate shared vision once more, but it could only enhance the species he had brought with him. Although he could faintly sense the weak life forces of his subservient species remaining in the original territory, he could not connect with them directly. However, the enhancement of the shared vision skill remains elusive. The countdown is nearing its conclusion. Qin Li gazes at the dwindling timer. The external dark forest has grown considerably quieter than before. The majority of the various lords have opted for a tranquil existence as the countdown approaches its end. During this waiting period, Qin Li opens the channel for the human lords. He also peruses the channel announcements to ascertain if there are any publicly available intelligence updates regarding the Myriad battlefield. Myriad battlefield announcement. The novice period for the various lords will conclude with the third Dark Calamity. At that time, certain creatures that have taken residence across the battlefield will decide, based on their intentions, whether to expand their territories. Myriad battlefield announcement. The neutral faction races are now publicly accessible. Various lords may engage in amicable exchanges at the cities or trading posts established within the neutral faction. However, proactively slaying members of the neutral races will result in ostracization by the entire faction. The neutral races consist of the subterranean cave-dwelling insectoid race, the snow elf race, the southern tree spirit race, and the golden flame deity race. Myriad battlefield announcement. The city of Myriads is under construction, with the opening date yet to be determined. Indeed, several public messages have been posted on the announcement board, and they were released just an hour ago. As Shui Kuei felt the wolfman's predatory gaze lock onto him, he is the novice stinkus periodically attempted to truly come, but an overwhelming to such a overwhelming sense of inevitability conclusion. Qin Li furrows his brow. In the trading area of the Human Lords channel, there has been an increase in exchanges of bronze-level resources. Following this dark calamity, it is certain that some fortunate lords have managed to elevate their status. Moreover, it is quite possible that other human lords have stumbled upon some relics. If they wait until after the next dark calamity, those nearby gold-level creatures, previously constrained by the forces of regulation within their territories, may very well choose to expand once the protective novice period concludes. When Qin Li ventured further northward, he encountered a gold-level ice dragon. Such a near pure-blood Western dragon would undoubtedly be unable to restrain its instincts, seeking to expand into the surrounding mountainous regions. With the forces of regulation no longer inhibiting them, the distance to his original territory is merely a few dozen kilometers. Thus, it is imperative to elevate the rank of the 1,000-wolf troop to above gold level before the next dark calamity concludes. Only then will there be a semblance of self-preservation. Chapter 73. The Ice Valley's Turmoil, the Giant Insect Assault. The announcement did not specify whether the conclusion of the novice protection period would facilitate the opening of trading zones among the various races or establish a new trading area. The sole opportunity to trade with other races lies within the cities or trading posts constructed by the neutral races. Your troop, the six-legged ice lizard king, has perished. Just as Qin Li was examining the myriad announcements, a line of text appeared before him once more. A bronze-level troop has already met its demise. Qin Li's brow furrows. The aggressor must surely be a lord from one of the myriad races, undoubtedly one chosen during the first dark calamity. Otherwise, they would be at the Divine Tower or in the abyssal netherworld at this moment. Meanwhile, in the forested expanse of the snowy plains, perpetually shrouded by dark clouds, to the south of Qin Li's original territory, in the clearing near the Ice Valley, several bipedal giant insects are gathered around the carcass of a six-legged ice lizard king, fiercely tearing at it with their sharp, jagged mandibles. Most of the bipedal giant insects are focused on the soft underbelly of the ice lizard king, voraciously consuming chunks of flesh, while two of them have burrowed into the lizard's abdomen, tearing apart its internal organs. Beside the fallen six-legged ice lizard king lies a silver-glowing bipedal giant insect king, nearly 5 meters in length. Its robust legs leave behind distinctly menacing tracks in the snow. This silver-level bipedal giant insect king resembles a smaller Tyrannosaurus rex, and its formidable jaws possess a biting force that surpasses even that of a T-Rex. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the eyes of this bipedal giant insect king have been replaced by a pitch-black void, in stark contrast to the dark red eyes of the ordinary bipedal giant insects. After vanquishing the bronze-level six-legged ice lizard king, the scent of blood wafting through the area causes the silver-level bipedal giant insect king's initial intent to move northward to waver. Its ebony eyes briefly flicker with a hint of dark red. However, before the silver-level bipedal giant insect can further contemplate its course of action, the demonic runes embedded deep within its eyes release a surge of dark energy, overwhelming whatever clarity it had regained. Once more, it succumbs to madness. With a roar, the silver-level bipedal giant insect king, previously stationary, now tracks the scent of air and begins its relentless pursuit towards the original territory established by Qin Li, simultaneously. Beneath the earth, a fissure lies several miles from the ice valley. Within an expansive underground cavern exists an ancient city in ruins, its walls inscribed with archaic magical runes. At the periphery stands a partially upright bronze door. At the deepest section of this structure lies a temple riddled with cracks, adorned with the figure of a three-eyed deity, whose visage bears an uncanny resemblance to that of humankind, save for a singular eye protruding from its forehead. This eye emanates a faint golden glow. The sculpted three-eyed giant towers over the temple, standing at a height of over 6 meters. Despite the ravages of time that have left most surrounding edifices buried beneath the earth, this colossal stone statue remains remarkably intact, still radiating a semblance of divine brilliance. However, unlike the statue, the temple structure beneath it has suffered considerable damage, with one wall having collapsed and the other 3 walls displaying alarming black fissures. These cracks, originating from the central ceiling altar, have spread outward like a spider's web, climbing 2/3 of the way up the walls. Beneath the altar, a miasma of black fog swirls. And through the cracks in the altar, tendrils of dark magical energy seep forth. Once this strange black mist accumulates to a sufficient density, it coalesces into a head the size of a watermelon, a dark skull that suddenly lunges at the 3-eyed deity above the temple. Yet, as this black skull approaches within 3 to 4 meters of the 3-eyed deity, a magnificent golden ring materializes in the air, encircling and protecting the figure. The resplendent halo radiates with a golden brilliance. As the obsidian skeleton collided with the radiant halo, a significant portion of its arcane energy was immediately depleted, accompanied by a piercing scream of agony. At that moment, a semi-transparent, pale golden eggshell shield enveloped the entire temple at its core, but over the passage of time, the shield had succumbed to corrosion, revealing 2 cracks that had formed unbeknownst to anyone. The instant the fissures appeared, another dark skeleton, concealed beneath a stone mill against the wall, seized the opportunity presented by the random emergence of the crack, launching itself at full speed. It carved through the air, leaving behind a black afterimage, and darted straight through the fissure. Once outside the protective barrier, this obsidian skeleton spiraled around before soaring towards the depths of the stone cavern, ascending from beneath the rift. Blood and flesh, the flesh of humanity. Beneath the altar, within the dark mist of demonic energy, an ancient tongue of the demon race faintly echoed. Outside, the demonically possessed bipedal insect king was furiously charging towards the territory of Qin Li, now merely 2,000 meters apart. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from above the treetops. A frost dragon, its wingspan measuring several meters, swooped down, and from a distance of over 10 meters from the bipedal insect king, it unleashed a chilling breath. The icy breath, filled with countless shards of ice, struck the insect king, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. The damage inflicted upon the bipedal insect was nearly negligible. With a swift motion, the bipedal insect king's robust hind legs bent slightly before exploding into a formidable leap, propelling its massive form upwards from the ground. Its jump was so powerful that it outpaced the frost dragon's flight by nearly double. In an instant, they collided. The insect king's smaller, yet lethal claws seized the frost dragon's wings, while its fearsome maw opened wide, clamping down upon the dragon's elongated neck. Chapter 74, Bloodshed, the Bipedal Insect King. With astonishing leaping prowess, the bipedal insect king bit through the frost dragon's neck with a single chomp. Blood spraying through the air as the decapitated dragon's wings flailed helplessly before being dragged down by the insect king. Its body plummeted rapidly towards the ground below. Boom. The colossal entities crashed into the snowy forest floor, generating a wave of snow that soared 100 meters high, dislodging the snow accumulated on the surrounding lush treetops. The bipedal insect king, with its obsidian eyes glancing at the frost dragon, lifted its hind leg and effortlessly tore open the skin over the dragon's heart with its sharp claws. The dragon's hardened scales, under the insect king's talons, were as easily shredded as thin paper. After a couple of swift cuts, it excavated the massive heart of the frost dragon, revealing a faintly glowing core of energy nestled within. Only when the minions of the lords engage in battle and slay one another do the magical beasts or minion types vanish with a chance to drop items. However, if a non-lord entity defeats the minion of a lord, it does not simply evaporate or drop anything. It remains a tangible, corporeal being, with its bodily structure intact. With a swift motion, the bipedal insect king shoved the frost dragon's heart into its maw, chewing it several times before swallowing it whole. As it chewed, streaks of pale blue blood trickled from the side of its mouth, staining the pristine ground beneath, a stark contrast. Behind the bipedal insect king, a throng of smaller bipedal insects, numbering over 20, gathered, their eyes brimming with excitement, reflecting a predatory glimmer. A few even drooled upon catching a whiff of the frost dragon's vitality. This swarm of bipedal insects pounced upon the frost dragon's remains, their jaws gnashing as they savagely tore at the dragon's neck and vulnerable underbelly. Meanwhile, the bipedal insect king surged forward once more. In the final stretch of a few hundred meters, the silhouette of a wolf clan shaman appeared at the edge of their territory, wielding a silver staff. Beneath the massive magical hat, a pair of sharp, murderous eyes fixated on the bipedal insect king, which was barreling forth from the depths of the snowy forest. As the bipedal insect king thunderously charged across the ground, its immense size kicked up a terrifying wave of snow, reaching nearly 30 meters in height. With only a few hundred meters separating them, the wolf clan shaman could even sense the faint tremors reverberating through the earth. At that moment, within Qin Li's domain, the landscape was filled with the lowest-tier combat units summoned by altars, devoid of Qin Li's golden synthesis aura. These ordinary units, should they dare confront the bipedal insect king, would likely be annihilated within 3 minutes, leaving no trace behind. Ice prison. A surge of formidable ice magic erupted from the silver staff in the wolf clan shaman's grasp. Hundreds of meters away, As the bipedal insect king barreled through the snowy terrain, stout ice pillars erupted from the ground, forming a barrier before it. Each pillar, nearly 2 meters in diameter, stood tall, resembling a miniature fortress of glacial ice, obscuring their figures. Simultaneously, several robust ice columns rose from the snow beside the bipedal insect king, a chill descending sharply upon the surroundings. Boom! Without hesitation, the bipedal insect king charged into the row of ice pillars, shattering them and leaving most cracked and teetering. After a brief pause, it gathered its strength once more, transforming into a massive white blur, crashing into the ice wall again. This time, it broke through, creating a gaping breach, with its obsidian eyes fixed forward. The bipedal insect king roared, opening its cavernous maw as torrents of ice magic, as thick as an adult's thigh, coalesced within. In the blink of an eye, a colossal spiked ice sphere, nearly 2 meters in diameter, formed in its mouth. The bipedal insect king executed a swift motion, flinging the ice sphere forward, which transformed into a rapid streak through the air. As it skimmed across the snow, the powerful winds it stirred carved a deep trench into the ground, strikingly evident. In less than 2 breaths, it reached the Wolf Clan shaman. Blizzard. The Wolf Clan shaman's staff unleashed another wave of terrifying magic. Mere steps away, the ground erupted into a towering tornado of snow, interspersed with countless razor-sharp ice shards, forming a blizzard vortex over 10 meters wide. With unwavering resolve, the sharp ice projectile hurtled through the air was successfully intercepted. Upon crashing into the tempestuous vortex, it barely advanced a mere few meters before its spiky surface was significantly dulled by countless ice blades. The ice sphere came to a halt, revealing a series of cracks gradually forming upon its surface. The Wolf Clan shaman summoned a series of colossal crescent-shaped ice blades, 10 in total, each radiating a faint white glow amidst the snow-laden night, rendering them strikingly conspicuous. The blades sliced through the air, resonating with a rapid succession of piercing sounds. These crescent ice blades struck the oncoming bipedal giant worm king, forcing it to stagger back several paces, leaving behind ghastly gashes on its massive maw, which occupied nearly 2/3 of its body. Deep blue blood oozed from the wounds. Although the Wolf Clan shaman's assault breached the creature's defenses, it failed to inflict damage upon the giant worm king's skeletal structure, resulting only in superficial injuries. The creature, momentarily halted by the crescent ice blades, unleashed a tremendous roar, charging toward the Wolf Clan shaman, who was now 100 meters distant. For the giant worm king, this short distance was merely a few fleeting breaths. The ground trembled violently, and snowflakes cascaded like a tsunami in its wake, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that sent shivers down the spine. What an imposing physique! The Wolf Clan shaman regarded this sight with palpable trepidation. The Frost Dragon. The shaman had expended a considerable amount of magical energy. The recent demise of the summoned Frost Dragon had drastically diminished his magical reserves. At such a close range, even if he were to summon another Frost Dragon, the giant worm king's astonishing agility would render any attempt at evasion futile, leaving him with no choice but to face death. At that moment, a deep wolfish growl emerged from within the stone wall behind him, as a swift, massive crimson beast surged forth from the territory like a tempest. Chapter 75, Slaying the Swarm, Scheming Against the Unknown Dark God. The bipedal giant worm king, its jagged teeth stained with blood, fixated its eerie dark eyes upon the Wolf Clan shaman. Just as its enormous maw was about to engulf the shaman, a fleeting crimson specter erupted from the stone wall, colliding with the bloodthirsty giant worm king, sending it hurtling away. A resounding crash reverberated through the air. The giant worm king, propelled several meters from the shaman, crashed into a number of ancient trees, each thick enough to be embraced by several people, ultimately toppling them onto the snow-laden ground, sending snowflakes swirling. The crimson figure revealed its true form, a colossal red-furred wolf, approximately 4 to 5 meters in length. The wolf turned to acknowledge the Wolf Clan shaman with a slight nod before darting toward the giant worm king, its eyes filled with intensity. In that fleeting moment of contact with the giant worm king, the wolf sensed an overwhelming aura of dark, malevolent energy clinging to the creature. This sinister essence instilled a sense of urgency within him. It was likely that the opponent possessed divine attributes, capable of commanding a silver-tier monstrosity and assaulting the domain of the Lord. The adversary's rank was probably at least that of a golden-tier entity, if not higher. Thousand Wolves Illusion. Thousand Wolves Soul Devour. The wolf, as if propelled by the wind, reached the bipedal giant worm king, executing its signature maneuvers. 2 waves of psychic shockwaves struck the creature, which lay on the ground, attempting to rise. In the blink of an eye, the giant worm king momentarily froze before collapsing heavily to the ground, seemingly lifeless, losing control over its body. The soul-devouring red wolf, manifested from the Thousand Wolves, penetrated the giant worm king's consciousness, where a blackened skull radiating dark, malevolent energy resided at its core. Indeed, divine attributes. The wolf's eyes gleamed with realization. This dark, divine energy was exceedingly feeble and quite easy to consume, making it an ideal source for elevating his own rank. As the black skull sensed the presence of the wolf within its consciousness, it too felt a surge of crisis and attempted to flee. Yet, the first wave of the wolf's psychic energy, manifested as a cage, firmly restrained it in place. No matter how it struggled, it remained immobile. Ultimately, the soul-devouring entity of the wolf surged into the illusory cage, opening its maw wide to consume the dark skull. In the external realm, as the soul-devouring entity returned to its corporeal form, the wolf felt a slight surge of power accumulate within. Noting that although the creature was under the control of some dark god, that god was not particularly formidable. The divine power bestowed upon the giant worm king was pitifully weak. It was likely that the dark god's true form was not of a much higher rank, perhaps merely at the peak of the golden tier. The wolf made its judgment, raising a claw to swiftly sever the neck of the giant worm king, whose eyes had returned to their normal dark red hue. The targeted monstrosity, tainted by the dark god's power, lay lifeless. A silver tier ice energy core was obtained. A bronze quality beetle shield was acquired. At that moment, on the stone wall of the territory, Qin Li observed the decapitated giant worm king from a distance. And before his eyes, 2 lines of text appeared as a notification. Polluted by the dark god's power? Qin Li was taken aback. The myriad races overlord of the dark gods? No. If it were a typical overlord of the myriad races, the term polluted would not be appended. It must be a native race from the myriad races battlefield, otherwise such a notification would not arise. A contemplative expression crossed Qin Li's face. In the distance, several hundred meters away, the remaining ordinary bipedal giant worms, trailing behind their king, sensed an imminent threat following the demise of their leader. The overpowering fear of a formidable adversary enveloped them, prompting a frantic retreat toward the southern ice valley. These bipedal giant worms had previously encountered the ice valley's edge during their exploration southward after Qin Li dealt with the Foxman clan's leader and acquired the 6-legged ice lizard subordinates. In this original territory, a cliff lay about 10 kilometers to the north, while an ice valley stretched roughly 10 kilometers to the south. The eastern and western directions remained unexplored. However, even with just the northern and southern explorations, Qin Li felt a significant sense of impending danger. Moreover, it seemed that some strange occurrences were transpiring within the southern ice valley, polluted by the dark god's power. Perhaps within this ice valley, there too existed a projection of a dark god's power, akin to the decaying serpent encountered in the ruins of the elven city's remains. It was merely the projection of a rotting serpent, manifesting within the dark forest of the first layer of the Tower of the Fallen Gods. This unknown malevolent deity could potentially reside within the ice valley. After devouring the projection of the evil god within the ruins of the elf race, Qianlang's rank ascended directly to over 3 stars within the silver tier. The evil god lurking within the ice valley was similarly a constrained projection. If Qianlang were to consume it this time, would it not have the opportunity to elevate itself to the gold tier? With this thought, Qin Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. To the south of the territory, after vanquishing the giant worm king, Qianlang began to pursue a swarm of ordinary bipedal giant worms. With a peak silver tier speed, Qianlang closed the distance in mere breaths, and with claws as sharp as a guillotine, it swept through the swarm, severing a large number of the bipedal giant worms. Target: bronze tier bipedal giant worms have perished. Acquired. After receiving several notifications, Qianlang swiftly returned after eradicating all invading monsters. My lord, the giant worm has been tainted by the power of the evil god. There may be a malevolent deity present to the south, Qianlang reported, its eyes gleaming with eagerness. Can we track that evil god? Qin Li inquired. The likelihood is high. However, if this being excels at concealing its aura, it may prove quite challenging to trace its whereabouts, Qianlang replied. Let us gather some strength first. I will send the ice bats to investigate the cluster of monsters residing in the southern ice valley. After dawn, we shall devise a plan. Qin Li nodded slightly. After all, both Qianlang and the emerging evil god belong to the high-tier divine species. They would undoubtedly possess methods to track their kin. Moreover, upon devouring the opposing evil god's power, it was possible that the other malevolent entity might have sensed it as well. Regardless, the immediate priority was to utilize the territory upgrade stones in his possession to elevate his original territory to bronze tier 3 stars, thus enabling the equipping of higher grade gear and skills. Chapter 76, Territory Upgrade, Pinnacle of Bronze. In the snowy forest under the night sky, Qin Li stood atop the stone walls of his territory, his consciousness resting upon the 2 territory upgrade stones within his backpack. Utilizing the bronze 2-star and bronze 3-star territory upgrade stones, Qin Li stated in a calm tone. The territory upgrade stones were successfully used, meeting the conditions for an upgrade, and the process commenced. Boom. The ground trembled as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Subsequently, the stone wall upon which Qin Li stood visibly retreated, expanding outward by 100 meters. During the retreat of the stone wall, areas within the territory began to reveal magical stone slabs that materialized from thin air, neatly laying themselves upon the ground. The stone house at the center remained largely unchanged. However, a circular pedestal approximately 10 meters in diameter now emerged alongside it. comprising merely a framed area without any additional features. The several summoning altars within the territory did not change in size. They remained identical to before. It seemed that upgrading to the bronze tier would not result in significant alterations, unless one were to ascend to the silver tier, which might bring about substantial changes. Buzz. In the next moment, the attributes panel of his territory materialized before Qin Li. Territory nickname: Hall of the Gods. Territory level: Bronze. Bound Servant Altars: Ordinary Snowfield Wolf Altar, Ordinary Six-Legged Ice Lizard Altar, Ordinary Mountain Dwarf Altar, Ordinary Ice Bat, Bronze Skeleton Warrior Altar. Territory upgrade conditions: requires a silver territory upgrade stone. Possesses 2 silver tier or above servant species, with their numbers exceeding 2, and constructs a silver tier magical defense tower. Number of servant camps that can be bound: 5. Remaining slots: 0. Area: 600 meters in length and width. Unlocked buildings: silver magical defense tower. Not yet constructed. No new servant camps were added. Upon seeing that there were still 5 slots remaining for binding servant camps, Qin Li furrowed his brow. It appeared that new positions for servant camps could only be added upon reaching a higher tier, and according to the rules of this territory. Once a servant camp was bound, it could not be modified. In light of this, once new species of servants were unlocked, he would need to consider his options carefully. Perhaps after modifications to the territorial rules in the myriad races battlefield, it might be possible to unbind previously established servant camps. Of course, it could also require some form of unbinding card or similar items. However, at this stage, these were merely conjectures of Qin Li's. With the golden synthesis bar at his disposal, he began synthesizing the several servant species he had summoned throughout the day. This synthesis would yield 4 silver tier units: Wolf Clan Priest, upgraded version of the Ice Bat Skeleton, Orc Ice Lizard Warriors, and the newly synthesized upgraded version of the Frost Skeleton Warrior. With 4 additional silver tier species, he would possess greater confidence in exploring the Southern Ice Valley. After synthesizing the upgraded Frost Skeleton Warrior, a skeletal creature nearly 3 meters tall materialized before him. Its entire form was comprised of pale blue skeletal structures, enveloped in a thin layer of ice, with deep orange soul flames flickering within its eye sockets. My lord, the newly summoned Frost Skeleton Warrior knelt before him without hesitation, its voice slightly hoarse. Immediately, an attributes panel floated before him. Nickname: Upgraded Frost Skeleton Warrior. Talent: Silver. Level: Silver. Vitality: 88. Skills: Intermediate Berserk, Undead Recovery, Ice Skeleton Armor, Ice Spear, Ice Wall Technique. Evaluation: a rare mutated Frost Skeleton Warrior. Among the skeleton species, it stands at the pinnacle of talent. This data was quite satisfactory. Its vitality, enhanced through the synthesis bar, reached the latter stages of its tier, and its evaluation within the system placed it among the elite of the same tier skeleton species. With the addition of these 4 silver tier units, coupled with the previous 8, Qin Li now commanded 12 silver tier subordinates, with the dwarven silver tier unit merely serving as a reserve. Furthermore, there was an additional silver tier evil god unit. With such a power at his disposal during the novice protection period, Qin Li undoubtedly stood as the mightiest lord among the Earth Star races. Now that his territory had been upgraded, he could synthesize star iron longswords of silver tier 3 stars or above, as he previously only possessed a silver tier 1 sword. The synthesized Frost Skeleton Warrior could also equip a silver tier 3-star iron longsword. Let us proceed, Qin Li commanded with a thought, summoning Qianlang and a Wolf Clan priest to head towards the underground mine located 5,000 meters to the east. Roar! The Wolf Clan priest's silver wand surged with magic, conjuring a massive pentagram summoning array that materialized in midair several meters above. A roar akin to that of a dragon reverberated through the air. In the next moment, a frost dragon, adorned entirely with shimmering white scales, descended gracefully, its elongated scythe-like wings spanning several meters. Qin Li leaped from the stone wall onto the back of the frost dragon. With a swift motion, the dragon soared into the treetops, heading eastward. While the 1,000 wolves raced across the snowy forest floor below, their speed surpassing that of the airborne frost dragon. In mere moments, they reached the entrance of an underground mine located 5,000 meters away. Simultaneously, beneath the Ice Valley Fissure, several kilometers south of Qin Li's original territory, an unknown malevolent deity, sealed within the shattered altar of the divine, stirred amidst the dense black mist. Upon the 1,000 wolves consuming the essence of the malevolent power from the mind of the giant insect king, a pair of crimson eyes, resembling those of humanity, suddenly pierced through the thick fog, radiating an intense red glow. My malevolent power has been devoured? Hina, sensing the loss of her strength, displayed a flicker of surprise mingled with trepidation. It was highly probable that the entity responsible was another projection of a malevolent god, not much stronger than herself. In this realm of the myriad races, infiltrating was an arduous task for her kin, often relying on projections or being randomly stitched into the battlefield from their sealed domains. Hina had managed to escape her confinement primarily because she had received a notification about the entry into the battlefield days prior, as the external environment underwent dramatic transformations. Utilizing her gradually revitalizing powers, she began to extend her influence, manipulating the minds of some external magical creatures to attempt capturing human blood offerings for her.